Recently, unusual natural disasters such as volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, lightning storms, and floods have been occurring continuously all over the world. In a city of Nation H, a volcano suddenly erupted violently, causing the temperature across the city to rise to suffocating levels. Tens of thousands of people, realizing the impending danger, immediately packed their belongings and moved to other cities in search of safety. Inside a bus in motion, the atmosphere was extremely chaotic. Everyone was fervently discussing the strange occurrences of the past few days. A young man, unable to contain his emotions, cursed out loud. "Damn it, just a few days ago, there was an underwater earthquake. And now even Mount Fuji erupted, killing hundreds of thousands of people. I never expected that today we would also have to evacuate." A hot young woman sitting next to him, after checking her belongings, anxiously spoke up. "This is bad. I rushed out too quickly and didn't bring anything. I guess the only option left is to go to Jiangnan City and buy some supplies." The young man, sitting by the window and absorbed in the desolate scene outside, suddenly turned around and asked her, "Beautiful lady, have you seen the news? All the supplies in the warehouse in Jiangnan City have already been cleaned out." Upon hearing this, the girl was startled. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "What? No way, the total value of that material must add up to several hundred billion." The young man sitting across from her also chimed in, his voice filled with warning. "That's old news. Today, Hudong Ming in Shenzhen has completely run out, and the warehouse of Darundong has also been emptied." Suddenly, a cold voice came from the row of seats behind them, firmly refuting everything that had been said before. "It's not just a few hundred billion. It's tens of trillions of materials that have disappeared. These natural disasters are clear signs. Open your eyes and look. The apocalypse is already upon us." The person who spoke was none other than the protagonist, Su Shen. Upon hearing Su Shen's shocking words, both the girl and the two young men in front couldn't help but burst into laughter, thinking he was just joking for fun. "No way? The apocalypse? Are you kidding? If it really is the apocalypse, I kind of look forward to it. That's when all living beings will be equal." Hearing this, Su Shen felt a slight discomfort in his heart. He thought to himself, equality of all living beings. Even in the apocalypse, there's no such thing as equality, because he was someone who had directly experienced the apocalypse. The memories of his past life slowly resurfaced in Su Shen's mind, recalling the terrifying scenes that few could ever believe could happen in the present time. "In my past life, I was just an ordinary food delivery worker until the apocalypse struck. Due to the abnormal dispersion of solar energy, the Earth's core was affected and quickly became unstable. Global temperatures skyrocketed, and the Earth's crust began to tremble violently. Monsters that had been hiding deep underground started emerging onto the surface. The entire world changed, and a new order was established. In this new world, resources became incredibly scarce. Even a pack of noodles or a sausage became so precious that people had to risk their lives to acquire them." Su Shen continued to speak in a calm voice. "Have you ever eaten the sausage and felt something hard inside?" Then he asserted, "And I am the one who came back from the apocalypse. I returned to a month before the apocalypse happened." The busty girl sitting next to him, after hearing these terrifying words, couldn't hide her anxiety and immediately grabbed Su Shen's hand. "Brother, after hearing what you just said, I'm a little scared. Could you?" But Su Shen, the man who had just returned from the hellish future, was no longer the soft-hearted person he once was. He immediately shook her hand off, leaving her frozen in place. "Sorry, I have something more important to do." After getting off the bus at the next forest stop, Su Shen quickly made his way to his old workplace, Mr. Hippo's warehouse. Standing before the vast warehouse, Su Shen looked up, his gaze resolute, his voice steady as he repeated, "The apocalypse is coming, so what is the most important thing?" He answered himself, "Of course, it's supplies. In my previous life, I wasted so much time just searching for supplies, and in the end, I died miserably. But this time, I won't let that happen again." Su Shen stepped inside the warehouse, where he worked unloading goods every day. As soon as he reached the door, the grumpy manager was already waiting for him, glaring and growling. "You're 21 seconds late. That's half a day's pay deducted." He pretended to scratch his head, gave a stiff apology, and quickly walked into the warehouse. As he walked, Su Shen's eyes scanned the space filled with supplies. his mind flooded with memories from his past life. The moment the apocalypse struck, his boss was the first to flee, and he lost his entire year's salary. These supplies, then, could be considered compensation. Su Shen hurried into the warehouse, checking the inventory while preparing to activate the special ability he had gained after his rebirth. He stood tall, raised his hand in front of him, and slowly commanded. The space immediately opened up, and a strange spatial gate appeared before him. A notification appeared from the system, indicating that rice, cooking oil, and meat were being automatically collected. Su Shen's spatial system was indeed incredibly powerful. As soon as it was activated, it immediately began to suck in all the surrounding materials, leaving nothing behind. Su Shen entered his private space, a three-dimensional space that stretched 10,000 square meters in length, width, and height. He looked around, his eyes gleaming, his face filled with excitement as if he had just regained his life. This is the power of my spatial ability. As long as I open it, everything around me will be absorbed into this space, he whispered, introducing his ability to himself. With this power, I can collect all the resources in a city that is about to be destroyed. I've used this space to suck up 2 entire lakes, take everything from supermarkets, wholesale markets, and warehouses. In the apocalypse, even a packet of instant noodles is a luxury, let alone fresh food. What was especially remarkable was that time within this space was completely frozen, meaning that any food brought into it would remain fresh forever. Unable to hold back his emotions, Su Shen burst into tears of joy, secretly thinking that, at last, he would no longer have to eat dirt like in his previous life. He brushed the dust off his hands and opened the system's inventory to check the collected materials. A list of items appeared before him: 258 bags of rice, 152 bottles of cooking oil, 155 kilograms of vegetables, 220 bottles of mineral water, 375 boxes of instant food, 95 boxes of spices, and 186 bottles of alcohol. Looking at the list, Su Shen silently sighed. Good, finally I can relax a bit. At that moment, the sound of a metal door being pushed open loudly rang out from outside. The manager and 2 workers carrying goods entered, calling out loudly, "Hey, you guys, help me move the goods out." But just after a step, all 3 of them froze, their eyes wide as they looked around the empty space before them. The warehouse that had been piled high with goods was now completely bare. The manager stood there, mouth agape, stammering, Am I seeing things? Where's the stock?" He then became angry, pointing directly at Su Shen, his voice rising in fury. "Where is everything? I'm asking you." Su Shen remained calm, slowly raising his hand, and a small space portal appeared behind him. He smiled and said, "The goods? I took everything." The casual response left all 3 of them in stunned silence, like they had turned to stone. Noticing something unusual, the manager immediately shouted, "He wants to escape. Catch him." 2 muscular employees rushed forward, intending to subdue Su Shen. But at that moment, he opened another spatial gate, quickly leaping backward and disappearing inside. Before leaving, he turned his head, smiled and waved, saying, "By the way, I won't be late to work anymore." The employee rushed forward but only managed to miss. He hadn't even touched Su Shen before the spatial gate slammed shut. The 3 of them, the manager and the 2 employees, stood dumbfounded, staring into the empty space, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. "Where are you? Have you really disappeared?" Outside the warehouse, another teleportation gate suddenly appeared. Su Shen tumbled out, landing lightly and gracefully on the ground like a scene from an action movie. He immediately closed the spatial gate. With determination, he said, "This is my second ability, Spatial Leap. I can teleport within a range of 3 meters at any time." Su Shen looked back at the warehouse one last time. In the apocalypse, this ability would become his trump card. Thanks to it, he could infiltrate ruined areas to search for supplies and retreat safely, even when facing the most dangerous mutated creatures. Su Shen took off his uniform, threw the shirt up high, and whispered, "That's it, the no-money shopping campaign is over." Just as he was about to leave, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. It was a message from the government. Currently, global movement is happening strongly, and local natural disasters may occur. However, the entire situation is under control and will not affect the daily lives of the people. Please do not panic. After reading the message, Su Shen clicked his tongue. The government, afraid of causing panic, was trying to reassure the public, even though the apocalypse was right around the corner. He was about to turn off his phone and continue leaving when an unexpected call appeared on the screen. The caller's name immediately made Su Shen's expression change, shifting from calm to full of anger. Su Shen stared at the name on the screen. Zhang Xiaotian, the girl he once wholeheartedly loved, cared for, and protected through every meal and sleep during the apocalypse. Now, she only made him feel cold to the bone. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Hello. On the other end, Zhang Xiaotian's voice immediately came through, full of irritation, without a hint of politeness. Su Shen, are you trying to play the disappearing act on me? And why is the house still listed with the agent? You're completely untrustworthy. Did you think selling the house would make some girl want to stay with you? While speaking, she was applying lipstick and complaining as if scolding a familiar man. She continued in a tone filled with resentment. Although I don't care whether your house is big or small, I'm still a girl. If you don't give me the house, how can I feel safe being with you? Su Shen's voice turned cold as ice upon hearing this. Did you call just to say all that? Zhang Xiaotian immediately showed her displeasure, clearly sensing the indifference from the other side. What kind of attitude is that? I'm giving you one more chance. Go back and move the house for me right now, or don't even think about marrying me. Before she could say anything more, Su Shen coldly hung up the call. He muttered to himself, I'm on my way to Shangdu. We'll talk then. After hanging up, Su Shen's face gradually grew serious, then slowly shifted to one of anger. He recalled the events from the past, from his previous life, full of blood and betrayal. Zhang Xiaotian, in the past life, we lived together through the apocalypse. I was the one who searched for supplies to feed you, the one who brought you into a safe zone. Without me, you would have died out there long ago. Su Shen tightened his grip on the phone, his eyes filled with hatred. In his mind, the ruthless memory resurfaced once again. Wang Haoyu, an accomplice of Zhang Xiaotian, had mercilessly strangled Su Shen. In that suffocating moment, he could still clearly see the fearful, panicked expression on his own face as he was betrayed. A question choked in his throat. Why? Just as he was taking his last breath, Zhang Xiaotian approached Wang Haoyu, her gaze full of invitation. Now that the god is dead, he's useless. It's our turn now. She pretended to be the weak, innocent girl, playing the seduction game with Wang Haoyu, who was consumed with desire. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Now that he's dead, you need to show me tonight. No fear, no pity, only coldness, pretense, and cruelty. Soon after, the girl, who had once meant everything to him, spread her legs wide and called Wang Haoyu to do as if nothing had ever happened. In my past life, I was truly a fool to have given all my trust to those two scoundrels. Su Shen clenched his fists tightly until they trembled, then relaxed them and let out a soft sigh. This time, Zhang Xiaotian, Wang Haoyu, you will pay the price, not just with death, but with a painful, excruciating one. The pain I once suffered, I want you to experience it 100 times over. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his contacts and immediately called Director Liu, the real estate agent in charge of his house. When the call was picked up on the other end, Su Shen hurriedly said, Hello, Director Liu. I'll sell the house for half price if needed. I just need the cash, right now. After hanging up, Su Shen immediately took a taxi to Director Liu's real estate office. The car had barely stopped in front when his eyes caught sight of Zhang Xiaotian and Wang Haoyu, who were already waiting there. As soon as she saw him, Zhang Xiaotian pouted and spoke in a soft, whining tone. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Su Shen got out of the car, coldly walked past her, dismissing all past emotions, and curtly said, Move. Both Zhang Xiaotian and Wang Haoyu were stunned by Su Shen's unusual behavior. Wang Haoyu immediately blocked his path, his face filled with anger. Who gave you the right to sell the house? Dare to sell my uncle's house? Let me tell you, do you believe I'll make sure you don't see the light of tomorrow? Despite the fierce look and threatening words, Su Shen didn't respond. He silently reached out, grabbed Wang Haoyu by the neck, and effortlessly lifted him up as if he were a sack of rice. The sudden move caused Wang Haoyu to panic, and before he could react, Su Shen slammed him hard onto the ground, causing him to spit blood from his mouth. The white eyes screamed in pain. Su Shen coldly bent down, gritting out each word. My head, how I handle it is for me to decide. Jiang Xiaotian was horrified by Su Shen's violent actions, immediately rushing to grab his shirt, crying out in distress. Let go! What are you doing? Is anyone here? Help! You've killed someone. But unlike the weak image she usually used to manipulate others, this time, Su Shen showed no mercy. He slapped her across the face with such force that she fell to the ground, dazed and unable to comprehend what was happening. She reached up to touch her cheek, her eyes filled with confusion as she stared at Su Shen, utterly shocked. You still? Meanwhile, Wang Haoyu, having been choked by Su Shen for so long, was now teetering on the edge of life and death. He struggled to suppress the pain. Let go! Let go! Su Shen looked at him with disdain. Don't worry, you won't die that quickly. As soon as he released his grip, Wang Haoyu felt like he'd just escaped the scythe of death. He coughed violently, hurriedly crawling backward, his eyes wide with panic, staring at Su Shen as though he were facing a real demon. Su Shen paid no attention to the two writhing, deceitful figures behind him, and walked straight into the real estate office to continue with his plan. Behind him, Jiang Xiaotian quickly ran to support Wang Haoyu, voice full of worry. Xiaoyu, how are you? We've already been entangled together like chickens. Yet you're still pretending to care. You truly are a cheap piece of work. She seemed to still not understand what was going on, immediately turning back to look at Su Shen, shouting, You stay right there. I'm giving you one last favor. Kneel down and apologize, or you'll never be able to marry me in this lifetime. Su Shen didn't say another word, only coldly turned around, casting a sharp yet benevolent gaze toward the two deceitful people. Wang Haoyu and Jiang Xiaotian, sensing the lingering killing intent from Su Shen, shuddered involuntarily. In an instant, both of them, the cowardly fools, panicked and fled, running with all their might. Wang Haoyu shouted angrily as he ran, his voice full of resentment, You wait for me. Su Shen watched their cowardly figures, just quietly clicking his tongue, murmuring, Useless trash. A moment later, in the real estate office, Director Liu graciously poured water for Su Shen, but in his heart, he harbored devious schemes. With a fake smile, he spoke, Mr. Su, I've spent money to buy back your house. What do you think? Director Liu outwardly appeared respectful and polite, but inside, he was scheming with malicious intent. He was quietly calculating. The house is worth over 1 million. If you buy it for 700,000 from this fool, you can easily make a profit of several hundred thousand just by flipping it. Su Shen took a sip of water and smiled as he replied, Maybe, but it needs to be paid in full. Can you pay today? Su Shen's words made Director Liu feel like he had struck gold. He quickly and enthusiastically confirmed, Yes, we can sign the contract, and the transfer will happen next week after payment. Su Shen held the contract in his hand and quickly nodded to agree to the terms. In his mind, he thought, by then you can choose whichever house you want, as long as you dare to live in it. Right after that, Director Liu, who appeared very reputable, immediately transferred the money to Su Shen. Su Shen opened his phone and checked the bank message. Shangdu Bank, 700,000 RMB has been transferred to your current account. Once the agreement was concluded, Su Shen politely bid farewell to Director Liu. As he left the office, he walked and reflected. Even though natural disasters were frequent nowadays, Shangdu was located in the Central Plains, far from any earthquake zones, tsunamis, or volcanic eruptions. Furthermore, the government had dismissed all rumors, so life here remained orderly and peaceful. Suddenly, Su Shen passed a utility pole, covered in flyers advertising quick loans. He slightly curled his lips and thought to himself, The thing you need most right now is money. Who dares to lend? I'll borrow it all, and as for how to pay it back later, it's up to you to choose the package that helps me. Haha. Noticing a flyer about loan services, Su Shen stopped and wondered, What about usury loans? Fast as lightning, he realized the opportunity to make money had come. Su Shen immediately took out his phone and dialed the number. Hello, is this a lending company? I have property certification. Can it be used as collateral? After making contact, Su Shen quickly headed to the agreed location at the Hanhai International Building. At the office of the Dahai Lending Limited Company, the chubby Wang Dahai smoothly explained to Su Shen, Heartthrob, this house of yours isn't worth much. Upon hearing this, Su Shen raised an eyebrow and asked, So how much can we borrow? He glanced at the chubby man in front of him, feeling a bit exasperated inside. Turns out, this was Wang Haoyu's boss. The fat man, Wang Dahai, had died a miserable death in the mouth of a strange beast in his previous life. While puffing on a cigarette, Wang Dahai held Su Shen's property certificate and replied, "The most you can borrow is 500,000, but the property certificate has to be left with me." Su Shen didn't want to linger any longer with him. He immediately stood up and placed his hand on the property certificate. "Definitely close the deal with an additional 100,000. I'll finalize it now." Su Shen reassured the person across from him, confidently promising that if given 1 week, the money that had been lost would be fully returned to Wang Haoyu. Upon hearing this firm affirmation, Wang Haoyu secretly rejoiced, realizing that his opponent was merely a gambling addict. Once someone was caught up in this, they would even sell their own parents to recoup the money they had lost. "You fool! Let's see if I can make you regret this today." Wang Dahai, puffing on a cigarette, reminded him that as long as the land title deed was brought to his company for collateral, everything else would be easily resolved. After finalizing the deal with Wang Dahai, Su Shen immediately received 600,000 coins directly into his account. In a different location, where Jiang Xiaotian and Wang Haoyu were standing, Jiang Xiaotian touched his cheek, still marked with the bruise, muttering angrily, "I was just taking back what belongs to me. What's wrong with that? This bastard dared to lay a hand on me. He will definitely pay for it." Wang Haoyu, just getting out of a taxi, clutched his aching neck, gritting his teeth as he swore, "I'll make that dog pay. Damn it, I'll make sure the boss kills him." Unexpectedly, Su Shen appeared, brushing past them. Jiang Xiaotian stood frozen, stunned, startled and confused. Jiang Xiaotian turned to Wang Haoyu and asked, Xiaoyu, do you think that person over there is Su Shen?" Wang Haoyu, holding his neck in pain, a mixture of anger and frustration on his face, nodded in confirmation. "Damn it, it's that guy. What is he doing here?" Jiang Xiaotian's anger flared up. He clenched his fist, determined to get to the bottom of it. "Let's follow him and see what that guy has been up to these past few days." Su Shen was heading towards the Lu Cheng Hotel. In his memory, many commercial buildings had collapsed due to the devastating sea floods, and the extreme cold had caused them to quickly collapse. However, the Lu Cheng Hotel had withstood all kinds of natural disasters. Su Shen walked in slowly, deep in thought. He had heard that the presidential suite here was fully equipped, even having its own swimming pool. If he chose this place as a long-term base, it would indeed be a good choice. While many warehouses had been abandoned before, they lacked hot food and fresh vegetables, which were essential for an ideal hideout. Seeing a guest entering, the receptionist Liu Hanner, with her charming appearance and professional demeanor, immediately greeted him. "Hello, I'm the food service manager at Lu Cheng Hotel. How may I assist you?" Su Shen's request immediately stunned her. "Hello, I would like to book 1,000 banquet tables. Is that possible?" Liu Hanner seemed to not believe her ears and incredulously asked, 1,000 tables. After a moment of confusion, she quickly regained her composure and smiled, responding, Of course. We have packages for 5,000 coins per table, 10,000 per table, and for higher-end options, we have 30,000 or 50,000 per table." While introducing the packages, Liu Hanner secretly observed Su Shen, thinking to herself, "Oh my God, this young man with such an imposing presence is actually a hidden second-generation rich kid." Su Shen smiled calmly and made his choice. "Then, I'll go with the 10,000 per table option, totaling 10 million. I'll deposit 500,000 now, and pay the remaining balance in a week." After confirming with the hotel, Su Shen quietly assessed that the standards of Lu Cheng Hotel were indeed as high-end as rumored. Liu Hanner, with a beaming face, warmly invited, "A deposit of 500,000. Is that all right? Please follow me to make the payment." Su Shen nodded and smiled. The cost of the materials was estimated to have already reached 500,000, but establishing relationships with wealthy people made this amount completely worthwhile. In business, the most important thing is knowing how to handle matters with finesse. As Liu Hanner led the way, she curiously asked, "By the way, how should I address you, sir?" Su Shen replied coldly, "Su Shen." Liu Hanner, unable to suppress her curiosity, continued, "Mr. Su, are you hosting a banquet for your wedding?" Su Shen seemed to catch her meaning and immediately nodded. Yes, a wedding. Also, please book a presidential suite for me. After completing the payment and deposit, Su Shen left the Lu Chang Hotel in high spirits, thinking to himself how lucky he was. A banquet costing 10 million, a deposit of 500,000, all settled. As for the final payment, on this scorching doomsday day, even an iceberg would be worth hundreds of millions. It was Liu Han's first time seeing a presidential suite, and she couldn't hide her excitement, murmuring, "Oh my God, this is the presidential suite for the honeymoon. Whoever marries him will surely be flooded with happiness." As for this girl, well, she's definitely got the looks, but her language could use some work. At the same time, Zhang Qiaotian and Wang Haoyu were secretly observing from outside. After witnessing Su Shen's transaction and conversation with the hotel staff, Zhang Qiaotian approached and asked Liu Han, "Excuse me, I'd like to know what that person was here for." Liu Han looked at her, curious, "Who exactly are you asking about?" Zhang Qiaotian immediately replied, "He's Su Shen, my boyfriend." Liu Han seemed slightly sad, but still replied, "Her boyfriend just booked a 1,000-table banquet at our hotel, with a deposit of 500,000 RMB. She's really lucky to have such a boyfriend." Liu Han observed Zhang Qiaotian, clicking her tongue, silently thinking, "This girl only scores a 7 at best. Her aura is even inferior to mine. Do you really like this kind of thing?" Upon hearing the receptionist confirm the matter, both Zhang Qiaotian and Wang Haoyu were stunned, simultaneously shouting, "No! No way! How could he have the money to book 1,000 tables?" Liu Han opened up Su Shen's transaction information on her phone and explained, "People with money often like to play the game of hiding their identity, afraid that their girlfriends will eye their wealth. They only reveal everything on the wedding day." Hearing this, Zhang Qiaotian began to imagine grand scenarios in her mind. So before the wedding, they suddenly disappear, and then there's some kind of mental pressure or something, right? Wang Haoyu, confused, asked, "That damn Su Shen guy, is he really rich?" Liu Han showed both of them her phone screen, confirming, "Of course, here, the 500,000 was just transferred." After gathering information about Su Shen, Zhang Xiaotian and Wang Haoyu left the hotel. Wang Haoyu, casually lighting a cigarette, asked, "Sis, so a 1,000-table banquet at a 5-star hotel. Who is he planning to invite?" Zhang Xiaotian's face was beaming. Her chest puffed with pride as she responded, "You don't understand. Of course, it's to introduce me to the upper class and publicly reveal my true identity." Wang Haoyu immediately stood up, his face showing a cunning expression as he asked, "So what should we do?" Zhang Qiaotian waved her hand, resolute. "I'll take the initiative and give this sycophant a chance to reveal himself." In her mind, visions of luxurious grandeur began to appear, filling her with self-satisfaction. She had never even dreamed of such a scene in her life. Who would have thought she could make it happen through that sycophant, Su Shen? Meanwhile, Su Shen sat seriously at his desk, carefully calculating his expenses. Selling the house brought in 700,000 coins, borrowing 600,000 coins at high interest, and ordering food for 550,000 coins. But the previous shopping spree, which hadn't been fully paid off yet, meant many essential items were still missing. Even though he had made a deposit, the remaining 800,000 coins was hardly enough. Among the 36 strategies, the best one was to escape. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head, and his eyes lit up, as though he had seen the light of the future. He grinned wickedly. If I don't take out an online loan now, it would be such a waste." Su Shen quickly downloaded over 80 apps and started applying for online loans all at once. Each application allows loans ranging from 30,000 to 30 yuan. He began posing for selfies, carefully following the instructions the apps provided to complete the loan process. After a period of persistently flirting with various loan platforms, Su Shen tossed his phone down, letting out a relieved sigh. A notification from the bank rang out. "Your unlimited account has accumulated 9.77 million coins today." Su Shen leaned back, relaxing his muscles, feeling the comfort wash over him. Finally, he had received the online loan of 9.7 million. But instantly, he shot up, his eyes filled with determination. There was no more time to waste. There were still many things to buy. With the money he had just received, Su Shen began scrolling through e-commerce platforms, from Shopee to Lazada and even Tiki. placing orders for the essential items he needed. As he tapped away, he meticulously calculated, thinking of items like wall heaters, ice makers, ice cubes, and lean coal. These things were hard to find in the city, but fortunately, he could purchase them online with quick delivery. Su Shen recalled the two extreme opposites of Earth after the apocalypse: extreme heat followed by extreme cold. Surviving through that period depended on having prepared enough of these supplies. Finding the contact number for the coal supplier, Su Shen immediately called. "Hello, may I ask how much lean coal is currently priced?" 2,500 per ton. I'll take 2,000 tons. Price is not an issue. I'll transfer 500,000 in advance. The remaining amount will be paid upon delivery. After that, Su Shen contacted the stone production factory. "Hello, is this the stone factory? I'd like to order ice cubes. I'll come meet you in person to discuss the details." As he stepped out the door, Su Shen unexpectedly bumped into Jiang, Xiaotian, and Lai Na, who were walking together. After hearing Xiaotian recount the story, Lai Na silently changed her opinion about Su Shen. Seeing him walk past, Lai Na sweetly called out, "Oh my, isn't this Su Shen? It's been a while. Tan Tan has been talking about you lately." Su Shen glanced at Lai Na, thinking to himself, "Lai Na, the friend who always talks behind my back. Jiang Xiaotian is the one who took my house away from me." Hearing Lai Na, Su Shen coldly replied, Remember what? Remember my house." Noticing Su Shen's unusually indifferent attitude, Lai Na awkwardly stammered an explanation. "Hey Su Shen, Xiaotian was just testing you. Why are you overreacting like this? Don't you know how heartbroken Xiaotian was?" Jiang Xiaotian pretended to be gentle, blushing, and approached him, trying to hold on to Su Shen. "Su Shen, can you come with me? I'm not feeling very well. I upset you yesterday. Please don't be mad at me." Su Shen, with his understanding of Xiaotian's nature in the apocalypse, coldly walked away. "I have something to do today. You can go stroll by yourself." Jiang Xiaotian and Lai Na were both puzzled and confused by Su Shen's attitude. In unison, they commented, "What's going on here? This guy's acting is way too good." Lai Na watched as Su Shen drove off and announced, "Su Shen's driving away." She silently thought and reminded Xiaotian, "Hurry and catch up. This is definitely a test from him to you." A while later, at the Vin Ho Stone workshop, Boss Wu was already waiting by the gate. As soon as he saw Su Shen step out of the car, Boss Wu eagerly ran over and shook his hand, greeting him warmly. "Are you Mr. Su? Truly impressive. You're so young and talented." Su Shen smiled and replied, "Boss Wu, I already mentioned everything over the phone earlier. The 2,000 tons of stone for consumption. How long will it take to finish?" Hearing Su Shen's question, Boss Wu proudly patted his chest. "At our stone workshop, we don't claim to be the best at everything. But our work efficiency is absolutely number one. 3 days, 2,000 tons of stone for consumption. It'll only take 3 days. 400 yuan per ton, a total of 800,000 yuan. Deal." Su Shen did not haggle and immediately took out his phone to transfer the money. "Okay, I will pay a deposit of 100,000 first. Deliver it to the address I gave you in 3 days." Boss Wu happily raised his QR code and laughed loudly. All right, no problem." After Su Shen completed the transfer, Boss Wu's face lit up, his eyes gleaming with the word money, and he chuckled. "Mr. Su, what do you need so many stones for? Do you have a big project going on? We could still cooperate in the future, and the price will be more favorable." Su Shen stepped out of the car and smiled as he replied, "I'm preparing to go to the ANSA Federation for charity work." Su Shen's answer caused Boss Wu, who had been overjoyed, to suddenly freeze in place. After Su Shen left, Boss Wu watched the car disappear, silently remarking, "Just closed a deal for 800,000. And it's already done. Young people really have high work efficiency." Not long after, the car of Li Na and Jiang Xiaotian also stopped in front of the stone workshop. Boss Wu turned around in confusion, his face full of surprise. Is someone else coming for a business deal without an appointment? Jiang Xiaotian opened the car door, her face slightly shy, and asked Boss Wu, "Boss, Su Shen is my fiancé. What were you all talking about just now?" Boss Wu looked at Xiaotian, a bit confused. "Fiancé? What's going on here? Playing spy, huh?" Even so, he still replied, "The boss Su just now ordered 800,000 stones from us. Hearing Boss Wu's confirmation, Li Na and Zhang Xiaotian were both startled and panicked. 800,000 coins for stones. That's certain now. Su Shen is a big shot, a super big shot. Li Na, her face filled with shock, asked further. Boss, what is Su Shen trying to do? Boss Wu put his hand on his chin, recalling. He said he's going to the Insa Federation to do charity. Boss Wu's answer left the two girls in a state of constant surprise, one after another. Su Shen drove to a luxurious restaurant in the city, sat down, and reviewed everything he had ordered. Everything was settled, and the remaining time could be spent peacefully enjoying the sunlight before the apocalypse arrived. In his previous life, he was busy with business, and didn't even have time to stop by a cafe, let alone a high-end restaurant. While Su Shen was deep in thought, a waiter came over, greeted him warmly, and handed him the menu. Su Shen flipped through the menu, thinking to himself, delicious foie gras, salted frog, duck tongue with golden sauce. No wonder it's a high-end restaurant. The average cost is in the 4-digit range. Suddenly, Su Shen turned to the section marked with a question mark and saw the price of 17,000 coins. He curiously asked, what is this? A question mark that costs 17,000 coins. The server smiled and explained, this dish is personally prepared by Chef Niao Lin of the restaurant. What it actually is depends on the creativity of the chef. Su Shen found the restaurant quite interesting and nodded, saying, this dish is unique. I'll have it, please. The server immediately replied, yes, sir. After the server left, Su Shen glanced around the restaurant. He noticed the bookshelves were arranged thoughtfully, so he walked over and took a copy of Shanghai Jing to read. As he flipped through the pages, Su Shen fell into deep thought. In his previous life, during the apocalyptic event, a strange power had caused many creatures to become abnormal. The mythical beasts described in Shanghai Jing resembled the monsters he had encountered. These abnormal transformations, if interpreted through the lens of evolutionary reenactment, could be seen as the re-emergence of ancestral traits across generations, such as the growth of tails, fur covering the body, and many other bizarre features. While Su Shen was lost in thought, a beautiful girl with pink hair, wearing a dazzling dress, stepped out carrying a dish. She introduced herself. Hello, sir. I'm Niao Lin, the head chef of this restaurant. This is the dish I prepared for you, inspired by your demeanor. Su Shen looked up at Niao Lin, and suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind. He was stunned as he realized that she must be the Hell Kitchen demon from his past life. Right. During the apocalypse, Niao Lin was known as the Hell Kitchen demon for her ability to turn the rotten meat of mutant beasts into irresistibly delicious dishes, though anyone who ate them couldn't escape death. Niao Lin noticed the dazed expression on Su Shen's face and thought to herself, what kind of expression is that? Is he afraid that such a beautiful woman like me is poisoning the food? She smiled and tried to explain, this dish has 5 layers of flavor, like the 2 sides of life. One side is seared with oil, the other is crispy with a 1,000-layered coating. A piece of steak, 2 contrasting flavors that make it impossible not to want to try. Su Shen immediately picked up the fork and took a bite, then smiled in praise. Mom, I have to admit, this is delicious. 17,000 coins were definitely worth it. While savoring, he thought to himself, if she cooked for me during the apocalypse, well, who knows if she poisoned it or not. Meanwhile, outside, Li Na and Zhang Xiaotian were secretly observing. Li Na kept slapping her thigh, trying to chase away the buzzing mosquitoes. Her face scrunched up as she said, this restaurant has dishes that cost over 10,000 coins. Your husband must be from a wealthy family. If you become a wealthy lady, don't forget about me. Okay, I'm about to be bitten to death by mosquitoes. Zhang Xiaotian didn't take his eyes off the scene inside, nodding as he replied, yeah, I'll definitely become a wealthy lady. After finishing the meal at Niao Lin's restaurant, Su Shen continued his journey to the Century Bar. Standing in front of the bar, he thought to himself, the Century Bar is the most extravagant place to spend money in Chengdu. Some second-generation rich people have even spent millions of coins here. I don't even know what Abalone looks like. But when the apocalypse comes, places like this, filled with decadence, won't exist anymore. In my past life, my biggest regret was never setting foot here. As Su Shen held his glass of wine, lost in thought, a group of excited girls surrounded him, their voices full of enthusiasm. Handsome, Why aren't you drinking? Let's drink together. I'll finish it with you. Su Shen, feeling a little embarrassed, replied, Okay, okay. While the other girls were all lively and full of energy, one girl sitting next to Su Shen was much calmer, with a hint of shyness. Seeing Su Shen look at her, she approached, filled his glass with wine, and introduced herself. This is Yan Yan's first time here. Her boyfriend cheated on her, so we brought her here to help her relax. Yan Yan, with a tense and sad expression, said, That bastard, I won't let him sleep with me again. He immediately went to find an old woman. Truly, no sense of dignity. All you men care so much about sleeping with women, huh? Su Shen raised his glass and calmly explained, A man's lust is ingrained in his bones. Su Shen's words only made Yan Yan feel more sluggish. She immediately downed the glass in one go. Seeing this, Su Shen blankly reminded her, Hey, that's not water. After finishing the strong drink, Yan Yan slammed the glass down onto the table and shouted, Handsome, are you single? Su Shen was slightly taken aback by her bold move and confirmed, Yeah, I'm single. As soon as Su Shen confirmed his single status, Yan Yan immediately leaned in, her face flushed, and said, Then, do you want to see your friend's bold move? The two girls beside her immediately cheered. Yes, that's the way to do it. The guy's a jerk, not worthy of you. Yan Yan gathered her courage. At the same time, Lai Na and Zhang Xiaotian walked into the bar, looking around for Su Shen. Hearing the shout from Yan Yan's group, Zhang Xiaotian immediately turned and recognized Su Shen. She looked at him and yelled, Su Shen, what are you doing? Lai Na also agreed. Is this cheating? Su Shen noticed the two girls immediately wrapped their arms around Yan Yan beside her, and he reminded, Come with me, let's go outside. Yan Yan, captivated by Su Shen's strong aura, thought to herself that this man was truly the epitome of a real man. Su Shen pulled Yan Yan to her feet and quickly ran upstairs. We're going up. Below, Lai Na and Zhang Xiaotian chased after them, shouting, Su Shen, stop right there. Su Shen pulled Yan Yan into a room upstairs and gently locked the door. He turned to her and said, Sorry, I didn't have a chance to explain to those two earlier. Yan Yan's face turned red as she nervously said, Well, this is my first time. Seeing her shy expression, Su Shen thought to himself, This girl. He lightly flicked her forehead, making a small sound, causing her to yelp. Su Shen reminded, Get a grip. Don't go outside in the next few days. Stay home and stock up on food. Yan Yan winced from the pain and stammered, Okay. Su Shen opened the door and stepped out, not forgetting to warn. Also, if you want to date, don't look for anyone here. There's no future for it. He closed the door, thinking to himself, Such a rare opportunity. Leaving like this. It's hard to let go. But as soon as he stepped outside, Su Shen was immediately confronted with a terrifying sight. Lai Na knocked on the door and shouted loudly, Su Shen, don't do this to Xiaotian. Beside her, Zhang Xiaotian kicked the door, threatening, I know you're inside. Seeing the scene before him, Su Shen sighed. With these two here, there's no way tonight will be enjoyable. At the warehouse in the outskirts, which Su Shen had chosen, the orders placed earlier that morning began to be unloaded. As the truck came to a stop, the voices of the driver and the delivery staff rang out simultaneously. Is this Mr. Su? Where should we put these two containers? Mr. Su, this warehouse doesn't have a cold storage. Aren't you worried about the ice melting? I'll handle it all. Su Shen walked around the warehouse, signaling for the workers to move the heaters and ice machines inside while also directing them to block the entrance with large stones. He clearly instructed that the ice should just be placed here. At this time, Wang Haoyu, Li Na, and Zhang Xiaotian were also present in the suburban area. Wang Haoyu squeezed through the crowd and reported to Xiaotian, Mrs. Tian, Su Shen has rented a large warehouse in this suburban area. He bought a lot of bulky machines, not sure what they are, and they're all being moved into the warehouse. Zhang Xiaotian's face showed curiosity as she muttered to herself, What exactly is Su Shen planning to do? Lai noticed the group from the Lucheng Hotel carrying items in. Hastily grabbing Xiao Tian's hand, Lai Na eagerly announced, Xiao Tian, look over there. Isn't that the banquet at Lucheng Hotel? The red carpet's already laid out. Do you think he's going to unexpectedly propose to you, and all the guests from everywhere will rush in? Lina's words made Zhang Xiaotian feel as if her feet had lifted off the ground. Her face lit up with joy, and with confidence, she responded, "Humph. Even if he does propose to me, who says I'd agree? Lina, come with me and let's see how sincere he really is." Zhang Xiaotian walked up to Su Shen, and with a questioning tone, asked, "Su Shen, why did you buy so many things?" Su Shen smiled, his coat and cold expression, making a quick glance at Xiao Tian before responding, "Are you here to help me move the stuff? I'll tell you once the moving's done." Hearing Su Shen say that she had to help, Xiao Tian frowned, thinking to herself, "What is this? I'm about to become a rich woman. Why do I have to do such things?" Seeing her friend hesitate, Lina immediately rushed over, nudging her shoulder and reminding, "He's probably testing you, wants to see if you're worthy of being a rich woman." After hearing Lina's analysis, Xiao Tian nodded, finding it reasonable. Though her face was still scrunched in annoyance, she quickly rolled up her sleeves and moved toward the crates. "Fine. I'm not exactly a proud woman anyway." With her exaggerated gait and garish outfit, Zhang Xiaotian tried her best to lift the box onto her shoulder. Her face scrunched up, and she gasped for breath, but still reminded herself for mental self-pleasure. "To become a great wealthy lady, I must have noble character and profound knowledge. As long as I get through today's challenge, Su Shen will definitely marry me." Beside her, Lina wasn't willing to fall behind. She struck a seductive pose, deliberately trying to catch Su Shen's attention. "Su Shen, brother, I'm here to help too." As she struck a charming pose, Lina thought to herself, "Is there any rich second-generation man who isn't lustful? As long as I show a little bit of heart, even if I don't become a wealthy lady, at least I'll gain something from it." Su Shen glanced at the two girls, willingly offering himself up on a silver platter, smirking to himself, "Free labor. Such a waste if I don't take advantage of it. 1,000 banquets, 2,000 tons of stones. No matter how many extra people the hotel or factory sends, it would still take forever to finish." Once all the goods from various places were transported and delivered to the warehouse, the sky was already turning to dusk. Seeing the work finally completed, Su Shen stretched and shouted, "Finally, it's done." At the warehouse door, after a long day of public labor, Zhang Xiaotian was drenched in sweat, her body soaked through from the inside out. She shivered, her face contorted in grievance as she complained to Su Shen, "Su Shen is really too much, moving the items from morning till afternoon without even being invited to a meal. Once I become a wealthy woman, I'll make sure to take all his money." Beside her, Lina was also in a pitiable state, her whole body trembling, gasping for breath, and trying to reproach, "That bastard, making us move such heavy stuff. That ice block must weigh over 50 kilograms." Though angry, Zhang Xiaotian was still dazed. Everything's been checked. So Su Shen must be about to announce that I'm the bride, right? The rich guests should be arriving soon. Lina, her face pale from exhaustion, agreed. "Yeah, the food's gone cold. Won't the guests mind? The rich are so strange." On the other side, Su Shen generously handed each driver and delivery worker a thick red envelope, announcing, "Everyone has worked hard today. The remaining payment will be made as per the contract within a week." The delivery drivers, upon receiving the red envelopes, all beamed with joy, their eyes sparkling with astonishment. One of them, holding the thick envelope, shouted excitedly, "This envelope is thick, must be 10,000 coins." The group cheered in unison, their faces full of delight. The boss is the best. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaotian, trembling with fatigue, dragged herself over to Su Shen and asked in a weak voice, "Su Shen, is there anything important you want to tell me?" Su Shen, with a cold expression, walked into the warehouse and casually responded, "Ah, yes. Thank you for your help, but there's no reward, so you can leave now." Zhang Xiaotian was stunned, turned around, and voiced the thoughts in her head. "Hey, don't joke around. You must have some kind of surprise for me. Call the guests out. Let's get married." Su Shen turned back, half joking, half serious. "Marriage? Well, I want to, but right now, I've not only sold my house, but I'm drowning in debt. Do you still want to follow me?" Lina couldn't believe her ears, shouted in rebuttal, "That's impossible. The banquet cost over 10 million. The restaurant bill was tens of thousands. How could you not have money?" Su Shen placed his hand on a box of goods, calmly replying, "Oh, these things? Well, a rich old man wanted to do a good deed, and I just helped because he wanted to alleviate poverty. Jiang Xiaotan gritted her teeth, her face filled with rage as she charged forward, ready to settle the score with Su Shen. Meaning, that bastard dared to trick me. Seeing Xiaotan rush at him in a frenzy, Su Shen swiftly dodged to the side and asked, "What did I trick you with?" Couldn't catch Su Shen. Jiang Xiaotan fell flat on the ground, swallowing her anger, continuously cursing Su Shen. "You bastard! You're nothing like a second-generation rich kid. I don't want to marry you." Su Shen shot her a contemptuous glance, thinking to himself, who would want a money-hungry woman like you? Su Shen's words struck at Xiaotan's pride, making her so angry that her face turned red, and she shot him a look full of hatred. After that, Xiaotan and Lina stormed off, leaving the warehouse. Xiaotan shouted, "Bastard, just wait. I'll make you regret this." Lina pointed at him threateningly. "You're done for. You're definitely done for." Su Shen didn't care about the two women, silently thinking how foolish they were. He couldn't wait to see how they would survive when the apocalypse came. He turned back into the warehouse to finish the final bit of work. To avoid being detected, Su Shen carefully locked the warehouse door and walked over to the neatly organized supplies and goods. The materials were finally sufficient. Now he just needed to wait for the end of the world. Su Shen raised his hand, activating his superpower to open a spatial rift. One by one, the supplies were sucked into his secret dimension. That evening, in a luxurious building in Shangdu, in a lavish room, Wang Dahai was happily talking to Jiang Xiaotian. "Tian Tian, if you follow Xiao Yu from now on, you'll get to eat well and dress beautifully. In Shangdu, as soon as you mention my name, Wang Dahai, at least I still have some face." Wang Hao Yu wrapped his arm around Xiao Tian's waist, whispering, "Mrs. Tian, Su Shen has treated you this way. You should have left him a long time ago and been with me instead." Xiao Tian shyly responded, "Then I am really looking forward to your performance." Wang Hao Yu said confidently, "Mrs. Tian, don't worry. Let your boss take revenge for you." In her heart, Xiao Tian was calculating, her eyes revealing a scheming expression. Wang Hao Yu wasn't bad. His boss in Shangdu was quite wealthy, and being with him would certainly be better than being with that damn dog Su Shen. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a voice suddenly rang out from the dining table behind them. "You women really aren't picky, are you?" Xiao Tian was startled and turned around, stunned to see Su Shen. "Why is he here?" Wang Hao Yu, furious, his face turning red with veins bulging, pointed at Su Shen and shouted, "Boss, that's the rich kid who made a move on me before." Wang Dahai, with a fierce expression, glared at Su Shen. "You little rich brat, I was just about to come find you. Didn't expect you'd dare lay a hand on my brother. You've got guts." Wang Hao Yu, standing behind, asked, Boss, do you know him?" Wang Dahai replied, "This brat owes me 600,000 coins from back in the day. Mortgage the house. Tomorrow it's probably time to pay up." Wang Hao Yu seemed enlightened, laughing. "So that's it. Looks like it's possible to settle both old and new debts." Jiang Xiaotan crossed his arms, looking at Su Shen with disdain. "Daring to owe Mr. Hai money. You'll probably never be able to repay him in this lifetime. Luckily, I've cut ties with him." Lai Na chimed in. "You're willing to borrow money for anything, truly unaware of your own limits." After finishing his meal, Su Shen wiped his mouth and calmly spoke. "There's a meal, but you don't even let people finish eating." Wang Dahai approached, threatening. "Kid, you'd better have the money to pay me tomorrow. Still want to drink in a hotel? Are you looking down on me? Don't tell me you think you'll earn 600,000 coins tonight." Wang Hao Yu and his subordinates behind him started to act aggressively. "Steal it if you can." "Boss, no need for so many words with him. This loser dared to lay a hand on me. Let's just beat him to death." Liu Han'er, seeing the tense situation, quickly stepped forward and tried to mediate. "What are you all trying to do? Let's talk things through calmly." Wang Dahai pointed at his younger brother and grinned, saying, "Fine, no problem. You tell this brat to kneel down, bow his head, and apologize to me and my brother, then we'll let it go." Liu Han'er's face showed a hint of hesitation as she turned to ask Su Shen, "Mr. Su, what's going on?" Su Shen reassured her, "It's nothing, just a bunch of troublemakers." Su Shen's words triggered an outburst from Wang Dahai. He slammed the table and shouted, "You little brat, I won't go easy on you anymore. Today's your end. Not even Miss Liu can save you." Suddenly, a man stepped in from behind, shouting loudly, "What the hell are you all doing?" The man, his face angry, approached with his intimidating underlings and continued, asking Wang Dahai, "Who gave you permission to stir up trouble here?" Wang Dahai jumped in shock and turned around, his face pale. Su Shen looked up and immediately recognized the newcomer, Zhao Kong Wang. As soon as Wang Dahai saw Gao Klong approaching, he instantly lowered his head, changing his attitude completely. He smiled awkwardly, "Haha, Kong bro. What brings you here?" Gao Klong didn't even glance at Wang Dahai, coldly warning, "I have important business today. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will regret it." Wang Dahai's face looked as though a dog had crawled under the table. He thought to himself, "This Gao Klong is a famous businessman in Shangdu, well-connected, and he has quite a few people under him. I can't offend him." Immediately after, Wang Dahai hurriedly spoke up to mediate. "Yes, Kong bro, please continue with your work. I'll come over later to refill your drink." Su Shen recalled from his past life when the apocalypse began. Gao Klong had been an extremely powerful force in Shangdu. Under his command, there was a figure known as the Hell's Chef. That's right, he had heard before that the Liu Cheng Hotel was the first place to experience mutations after the apocalypse struck. It seemed that Zhao Kong's rise to power as a skull crusher was due to the early appearance of these mutation-induced outbreaks in this very place. If that's the case, sorry about that. Gao Kong turned around, noticing the look in Su Shen's eyes directed at him. Su Shen thought to himself, "This is my chance now." Gao Kong stared at Su Shen, noticing the boldness in his demeanor and the lack of any trace of fear on his face. This intrigued him. "Kid, you're interesting." A moment later, Gao Kong and Nia Lin entered a luxurious room. Standing before the powerful CEO seated inside to achieve his business goals, Gao Kong pushed Nia Lin forward and introduced her. "Mr. Sun, I've brought Duan Nia as requested." Duan Nia's face was as cold as ice. She addressed the man in front of her. "I'm not sure what Mr. Sun wants with me." The man named Mr. Sun held the glass of wine that had just been poured by the waiter, then spoke with a mocking tone. "Haha, I've heard of the young lady's reputation as a great beauty. Today, I finally have the honor of meeting the real person." With a lascivious smile on his face, Mr. Sun extended the glass of wine towards Nia Lin. "Come on, let's have a drink." The glass Mr. Sun handed to her made Nia Lin feel uneasy. In her heart, she thought to herself that there was definitely something in this wine. She began to worry and look for a way to politely decline. Meanwhile, in the room downstairs, Su Shen held a glass of red wine, gently swirling it before slowly sipping. His eyes were fixed on the cityscape outside. "In my previous life, Zhang Xiao Tian and I hid in the underground basement to escape the apocalypse and the extreme heat. I never expected that this time, after leaving her behind, she would come all the way here on her own." Su Shen's gaze shifted downward to the swimming pool where Wang Haoyu and his group had gathered, his voice cold as ice. "Just in time. Old debts and new grudges. Let's settle them all." At this moment, the two brothers, Wang Haoyu, were playing in the pool. Wang Dahai, with his bulky frame, felt the oppressive heat of the evening. He kept wiping the sweat from his brow and turned to his younger brother with a grimace. "Hey, little bro, do you think it's even hotter tonight than it was this morning?" Wang Haoyu was wearing a duck-shaped float around his body, nodding in agreement. "That's right, that's why I invited you to the pool to cool off. While we're at it, the girls can change into their swimsuits too." He flashed a sly smile and leaned in to whisper to the boss. "Hey, thinking about that, boss, don't you feel excited?" As soon as he heard this, Wang Dahai's face immediately narrowed, giving a wry smile while affectionately putting his arm around his younger brother's shoulder. "Haha, this kid knows how to seize the moment." Inside, Lei Na and Xiao Tan had just changed into their sexy swimsuits, revealing their alluring curves. Lei Na raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sunlight, feeling slightly uncomfortable, and said, "Tian Tian, look, why does the moon tonight look just like the sun?" Xiao Tian, sweating lightly, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's too bright." As the two girls stepped out toward the pool area, Wang Haoyu suddenly ran over, grabbed Xiao Tian's hand, and shouted loudly, "Time Tien, do you see? My love for you is as beautiful as the moon tonight. This is proof of our love." Jiang Xiaotian was stunned by Wang Haoyu's overly affectionate behavior, feeling extremely uncomfortable, and quickly reminded him, "It's so hot, I'm dying. Hurry up and take me to the pool above." Su Shan sipped his glass of wine while a sneer of disdain appeared on his face. "Ha ha, your love lives are about to go up in smoke," he said, raising his glass and lightly tapping it against the glass in front of him, as if making a toast. "Welcome, once again, to the apocalypse." Outside, the moon suddenly drew closer to the earth. The temperature spiked abruptly, and the heat became increasingly unbearable. The group of Wang Dahai below by the pools stood there, stunned, not understanding what was happening. As the heat became unbearable, they scrambled in panic to run inside, shouting frantically, "Ah, what's happening all of a sudden?" One person exclaimed, "But why is the moon so hot? It hurts, I'm burning up." Wang Haoyu hurriedly grabbed Xiao Tan and pulled him inside, shouting as they ran, "No time for swimming, hurry back to the hotel." Meanwhile, Wang Dahai, with his plump figure, struggled to stagger along, panting heavily and shouting loudly, "Wait for me." Inside, his lackeys were gathered, playing cards. One of them glanced up and saw the outside, surprised, and asked, "Why is it so bright all of a sudden? Do two bro and the others know what's going on?" Another lackey chuckled nonchalantly, "It's just him chasing girls, the boss's little fun." "You don't understand." No sooner had he finished speaking than the door to the room slammed open. Wang Haoyu and the two girls rushed in frantically as if fleeing from death. Their skin was all bright red, burning hot. The lackeys, seeing the group rush in, stared in confusion and asked, "Hey, what's going on? Why is everyone's skin turning red like that?" Behind them, one guy didn't seem to care about the situation at all, only urging his teammates, "Keep going, it's your turn." As Wang Haoyu and the two girls staggered inside, rolling and screaming in pain, they cried out, it's burning so badly. Help, it's so hot, I'm gonna die from heat. Someone bring water." Wang Haoyu, still holding onto the inflatable duck, looked up at the water tank with a face full of joy, like a drowning man who had found a life raft, and shouted loudly, "Water, there's water." Without hesitation, Wang Haoyu, Xiao Tian, and Laina rushed toward the water tank as if they were half dead. Once they got cooled off, Wang Haoyu gasped for air and exclaimed, "I'm alive." The two girls, however, were fighting over the water, each trying to push the other away, shouting, "Get out of the way, this water is mine." The lackeys exchanged confused glances and asked, "Hey, what happened to you guys? Where are the two bras?" Wang Haoyu immediately panicked and shouted, "That's right, where's the boss?" As soon as he finished speaking, the door swung open, and Wang Dahai staggered in, his entire body covered in blisters, boils, and emitting thick smoke. He struggled to gasp for air and cried out, "Help." Upon seeing his older brother, Wang Haoyu and his subordinates immediately rushed over in a panic. "Boss, are you all right? Quickly, get the burn medicine. Where's the ointment? Hurry up. Xiao, you left him behind and ran." "Boss, I was wrong. I'll never abandon you again." Meanwhile, upstairs, in Gao Kong and Nialin's room, Mr. Sun noticed that Nialin was deliberately stalling and asked, "The beautiful lady isn't drinking." Gao Kong, sensing the awkward situation, interjected, "Mr. Sun, I've already prepared a banquet." Or, Mr. Sun glanced over, cutting him off. "In Shangdu, no one dares to refuse a drink when it's poured by me, Mr. Sun. Xiao Tao, this isn't your business." Reminded bluntly, Gao Kong could only turn away and pretend to ignore it. Nialin shot a glance at Gao Kong, silently cursing. "Damn it, trying to win favor with Sun De Bayu and cornering me in the process. Sun De Bayu's influence in Shangdu has ruined countless women." Nialin understood clearly. Today his target was none other than herself. She looked at the glass of wine in front of her, faintly frowning. This glass surely had something wrong with it. She absolutely must not drink it. But how could she refuse? Suddenly, the light outside flared up intensely, so bright that the naked eye could not withstand it. Both Gao Kong and Mr. Sun screamed in dizziness. "What's happening?" "My eyes." Gao Kong immediately commanded, "Quick, pull the curtains down." A burning heat spread throughout the room, and Gao Kong was stunned, his face full of tension. Mr. Sun, something seems off about this. Mr. Sun, looking pale, gestured, "Let's go. We need to go downstairs and see what's happening." It was this sudden event that saved Na Lin from the dangerous situation. She sighed with relief. In the lobby, Liu Hanner stood blocking the exit, signaling for everyone to stop. "Don't go outside. Everyone remain calm. We've contacted the rescue team. Please wait here." However, no sooner had she spoken than many people started reacting. "Wait my ass. I make millions every minute. How can I sit here wasting time waiting?" Exactly. Gao Kong descended from the stairs and asked his subordinate, Mr. Mio, "What's going on?" Mr. Mio stood next to him, taking off his coat while hurriedly explaining. "The moon suddenly brightened intensely just now, and the temperature outside rose sharply. According to initial reports, the outdoor temperature may have exceeded 70 degrees, and nearly 100 people have been injured." Mr. Sun, standing beside him, was also urgently making a phone call. "Minister Zhao, we are at the Liu Cheng Hotel. Can you send someone to pick us up?" Yes, I understand." Gao Kong turned to ask, "How is it?" Mr. Sun frowned and replied anxiously. Currently, the higher-ups are focusing their efforts on securing the power supply. They can't send people, and there's not enough manpower. This situation is really troublesome. In Wang Haoyu's room, his underlings were applying medicine to Wang Dahai. He kept groaning in pain. It hurts so much. Be gentler." One of the underlings said worriedly, "Brother Hai, you need to go to the hospital." Wang Haoyu panicked. "In this heat, how can we go outside? How can we get to the hospital now?" Wang Dahai grimaced, trying to reassure them. "Don't worry, let me call Xiao Zhao to bring the car over to pick us up." He then signaled to his underling to contact Xiao Zhao. In the underground parking garage, Xiao Zhao answered the phone and replied, "Hey bro, I'm in the parking garage and it's so hot down here. It seems like something's happened." Xiao Zhao hurriedly drove out. "Wait for me a bit, I'll be right there." After driving for a short distance, he looked up at the bright sky and muttered, "Why is the sky so bright?" But before he could finish his sentence, a series of popping sounds echoed. As all four tires exploded from the heat, the car came to a sudden stop, and Xiao Zhao angrily got out and kicked the tire hard. "Are you kidding me? It's so hot the tires exploded. What kind of weather is this?" Xiao Zhao's subordinate immediately turned around without hesitation, rushing back to the hotel. While running, he called Wang Dahai. "Hello, hi bro. All four tires exploded. I can't make it there. I have to go back. You guys figure something out." But as soon as he stepped out, the area illuminated by the moonlight, the thick sole of Xiao Zhao's shoes instantly melted and stuck to the ground. Before he could react, the young man staggered and fell forward. As Xiao Zhao hit the ground with a thud, he hadn't even had time to curse when he saw countless bodies scattered around him, all of them charred, burnt to a crisp in a horrifying state. In sheer terror, Xiao Zhao gasped, "Ong." He tried to get up and run, but half of his face was stuck to the burning ground, searing with pain. Xiao Zhao let out a scream of pain that pierced the sky. His agonized wail echoed all the way to where Wang Dahai's group was hiding, causing everyone to panic. One of the members, trembling, dropped his phone onto the floor. Xiao Zhao's screams grew fainter and fainter until they finally ceased, leaving only the weak, distorted sound from the phone before the call was abruptly disconnected. Meanwhile, in Su Shen's room, everything had been carefully prepared in advance. The air conditioning was still set at 16 degrees Celsius. The current temperature in the room was stable at 25.5 degrees Celsius, completely unaffected by the scorching heat outside. The cool, quiet environment allowed Su Shen to relax, lean back, and slowly close his eyes, drifting into sleep. A little spoiler for the next episode, just for you. Because Su Shen's room was the perfect refuge from the scorching heat, many people had gathered outside, knocking on the door, their faces filled with hope. "Comrade, we would like to." Contrary to their expectations of being helped, Su Shen coldly drew his gun, aimed it directly at them, and responded briefly, "Only a few of them don't want to be replaced." The government then immediately issued an emergency announcement about the abnormal event, stating that the moon had suddenly emitted an enormous amount of heat, causing the outdoor temperature to soar to 75 degrees Celsius. with some areas even reaching 100 degrees Celsius. This phenomenon has caused casualties among hundreds of people. The authorities have urged everyone to stay indoors, remain inside to avoid the risk of skin burns and respiratory burns. At the city's power plant, due to the environment temperature exceeding safe limits, some ultra-high voltage substations overheated. The power lines, unable to withstand the heavy load, caused a short circuit. Shortly after, one ultra-high voltage substation exploded, triggering a chain reaction that led to widespread and severe power outages in many areas of the city. Wang Dahai's phone suddenly rang. It was a call notification from Xiaozhou. The number you are calling is currently unavailable. Wang Dahai looked at the screen, his face contorted, muttering anxiously. It seems like Xiaozhou has disappeared. His close disciple, after checking the situation outside, immediately returned to report. Boss, all the other rooms in the hotel are fully booked. This is the last available room. Now we only have the option of squeezing in together. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Qiuqian and Lai Na reacted sharply. Are you kidding? How can I share a room with a man? That's right, I want a private room. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered and went out, plunging the entire room into darkness. The hot and suffocating air grew even more stifling, causing Wang Dahai to curse in frustration. Damn it, what the hell is going on in this damn place? Why is the power out? The group of underlings standing in the room also found it unbearable. One by one, they took off their shirts in an attempt to alleviate the burning heat. Mr. Hai, the temperature in the room must be over 40 degrees now. If we keep crowding like this, we'll end up dying from the heat sooner or later. Wang Dahai gritted his teeth, turned around, and gave an order. We need to think of a way. At that moment, Zhang Xiaotian unexpectedly spoke up with a bold idea. I remember that Su Shen's presidential suite has a swimming pool. We could go steal it. Meanwhile, inside Su Shen's room, he was leisurely swimming while reminiscing about his past life. He vividly recalled how the electrical system in Shangdu had been poorly maintained, leading to hidden dangers. Despite increasing manpower, the city's power grid eventually exploded, leaving all residents who used electricity from the power company without power. Because of this, in this life, Su Shen had specifically chosen a room with its own private pool, preparing standing air conditioners and large-capacity batteries to ensure a continuous power supply. He had even prepared a large icebox to keep the room's temperature stable. Su Shen, sipping a glass of fine wine, leaned back on the sofa, enjoy the refreshing, cool space. It seems that after a few laps in the pool, he must have burned quite a few calories, and his stomach immediately rumbled loudly, causing him to chuckle in surprise. Ah, I'm hungry. Without hesitation, Su Shen opened a spatial rift and pulled out an array of tempting dishes. Strawberries, flan, crabs, steak, fried chicken, bao buns, and mantou. Su Shen happily snapped his chopsticks apart, grinning with delight. Done, Commander. On the first day of the apocalypse, all we need is a simple breakfast like this. He ate while secretly laughing, thinking, brothers and sisters, have any of you ever had such a light breakfast? No, haha. Su Shen chewed each bite, all while wondering when Gao Kang's fateful moment would arrive. It really was true that even the heavens would avoid disturbing a meal. But before he could settle in, there was another loud knock on the door. Su Shen sighed. It was the second time today. A familiar voice rang out from outside. Open the door, Su Shen, I know you're in there. Without delay, Su Shen stepped out. As he opened the door, a rush of cold air poured out, leaving everyone outside momentarily stunned. Wang Dahai widened his eyes, stammering, amazing, this is cold air. Su Shen stood by the door, his voice cold as he asked, what's going on here? Wang Haoyu glanced into the room and saw all the luxurious food, the air conditioning, the clean swimming pool, and immediately lost his composure, shouting loudly, ice, boss, it's real ice. This room not only had a swimming pool, but also electricity, air conditioning, and even premium food. Outside, the group consisting of Li Na, Zhang Qiuqian, and Wang Haoyu was angrily shouting in a ruckus. Li Na screamed, Su Shen, we're about to die here. Why are you enjoying yourself in there alone? Zhang Qiuqian added, that's right, you're too selfish. Hurry up and leave this room. Get out yourself. Don't force us to take action. Without hesitation, Wang Dahai immediately pushed the door open and stormed in, growling, "Kiddo, you'll have to pay back the money you owe. But things letting you off, consider it the interest for the past few days. If not, I'll throw you out myself." But as soon as he stepped inside, Su Shen did not hesitate. His face was cold as he immediately drew his gun and fired a shot, sending a copper bullet straight into Wang Dahai's side. Wang Dahai looked down at the blood spreading on his waist, his face pale, his eyes trembling. Su Shen kept his gun pointed at the rest of the group, his voice icy as he warned, "Take one more step. You're dead." The sudden gunshot sent the entire group into shock, their spirits seemingly lifted to the clouds, all of them stunned, unable to believe their eyes. He really has a gun. Wang Dahai gritted his teeth against the pain, clutching his stomach, his voice stammering. "Su Shen, you were able to get a gun. All right, you're good. I admit defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, he attempted to step forward again. But bang! Su Shen fired again, this time aiming straight at Wang Dahai's leg. The deafening sound of the gunshot made the group behind even more terrified, while Wang Dahai screamed in agony, "My leg!" Su Shen indifferently raised his gun once more, his voice dripping with menace. "Leave if you want to leave. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to die? Now I'll count to 3, and you better be gone from my sight. 1, 2. Down in the lobby, Gao Kong's furious voice rang out. "What? How can your hotel not have any food?" Liu Hanner bowed her head apologetically, speaking on behalf of the hotel. "I'm sorry. The day before yesterday, someone booked more than 1,000 banquet tables, and the supplies were nearly all used up. According to schedule, the next delivery was supposed to arrive today." Mr. Sun, already fuming, poured an entire bottle of water over himself to cool down, then ground his teeth and barked an order. "Then bring up every last bit of food and water you still have." The moment his words fell, the surrounding crowd erupted in angry protest. "You've already hogged all the spring water, and now you want to take all the food too? Damn it, this is no different from leaving us to die. Think money makes you so great? If you got money, why don't you get out of here then? Food and water should be shared equally. What gives you the right to take everything for yourself?" Hearing this resentment, Gao Kong's underlings instantly flared with rage, eyes blazing, veins bulging furiously. "What's this? Someone unhappy with us? I'll personally throw him out right now. A bunch of trash, like you think you can fight me?" Suddenly, the elevator doors slid open, and Wang Dahai's group stumbled into the grand lobby, screaming in panic. "Help! Su Shen just killed someone." Gao Kong's brows furrowed, and he immediately stepped forward to check. Upon seeing the bleeding wound on Wang Dahai's side, his expression grew serious. It was a gunshot wound, and not many people could get their hands on a gun. It seemed that the person up there was very dangerous. Wang Haoyu anxiously supported his older brother. "Big brother, are you okay?" Zhang Xiaotian also lost her composure and immediately screamed out loud. "Everyone, in Su Shen's room, there's electricity, air conditioning, and even a swimming pool." Her words caused the crowd to stir. They surrounded Zhang Xiaotian, bombarding her with questions. "Is that true? Don't lie to us, girl." Xiaotian angrily spat out each word. "I saw it with my own eyes. There was ice, plenty of food, even fried chicken and wine. It was literally like heaven." Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to be set on fire. They immediately rushed towards Su Shen's room. "Why does he get to enjoy all of this, while we're burning alive in this heat? Damn it, how the hell does that kid have ice and air conditioning? He can't just enjoy it by himself." The crowd outside began shouting angrily. "Go get that kid out, give us the ice and air conditioning. Damn it, I want some fried chicken." Behind them, Gao Kong ordered his subordinates. "You go follow the situation, and you should know what to do without me having to teach you, right?" The subordinate immediately nodded. "Don't worry, Khan brother." As the group approached and knocked on Su Shen's door, it was quickly opened. Su Shen coldly asked, "What is it?" Sensing the cold air emanating from inside, the group outside couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so cool, it feels like every pore on my body is being refreshed." A young man glanced inside and spoke up. "Su Shen, my friend, we're here to talk. Don't you think this is a tough time? This entire hotel only has your room with air conditioning. Could you let us in to escape the heat for a bit? Young people should learn to respect the old and love the young. Looking at you, I bet you're the kind of person who likes to help others. At that moment, a kid standing beside them leaned in and asked, "Where's the fried chicken?" Seeing the basket of fried chicken on the table, he shouted excitedly, grinning like someone who had been starving for a long time. He immediately dashed inside like an arrow. "Mom, fried chicken, I want fried chicken." As expected, the moment the kid stepped into the room, he was forcefully shoved back outside. A red bump appeared on his stomach. His mother, seeing her son knocked unconscious, screamed out, "My son!" Su Shen stood right in front of the door, his cold voice ringing out, "Take care of your people properly, or I won't hesitate to take over the job." Witnessing Su Shen's decisive actions, the group outside grew furious, their eyes filled with resentment. "He's just a child. How could you act like this? Murderer, you're a killer." A few of them angrily charged towards Su Shen, screaming for justice. "People like you don't deserve to be here. Get out of my sight." He was alone, and they all rushed at him. Su Shen said nothing more and immediately fired. The bullet hit the forehead of one of the shouting men, causing him to fall to the ground, lifeless, in front of the stunned gaze of the two men next to him. He collapsed, motionless, and the remaining two were so terrified they wet themselves, their faces pale as they looked at Su Shen, who still had his gun aimed at them. "I'm alone, but each of you only has one life." Inside the Lu Cheng Hotel, when Wang Haoyu saw the body of Wang Dahai left outside in the open, he screamed in agony. "Big brother, why did you leave my big brother out there?" The underlings had to use all their strength to hold Wang Haoyu back, preventing him from rushing out. "Calm down, bro. Hai has already died. His wounds had been festering for a long time. In this kind of temperature, without any medicine, there was no way he could hold on." Wang Haoyu's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed in hatred. "Su Shen, it's all because of that bastard Su Shen." Upstairs, in front of Su Shen's presidential office door, Zhang Xiaotian and Lai Na kept standing in front of the camera, desperately pleading. "Brother Shen, I know you wouldn't have the heart to shoot us. You were just trying to scare Wang Dahai, right? Su Shen, have you forgotten how much I love you? Just let us in, and you can do whatever you want. Brother Nia, let us in to cool off a little. We're willing to stay with you tonight." Su Shen stepped out and opened the door, smiling slightly. Such deep sisterly love. "Very well, come in." The two girls' eyes sparkled as if they had struck gold. "Really? I knew it. Su Shen would never abandon me. He truly was a kind-hearted man." But before their joy could fully blossom, Wang Haoyu suddenly lunged from behind, his face radiating murderous intent. "Damn it, get out of the way. I must kill him." Just as Wang Haoyu's hand was about to reach him, Su Shen calmly closed his eyes and spoke coldly. "Anyone who steps through this door will die." After finishing his words, Su Shen raised the baseball bat and swung it with full force, delivering a devastating blow straight to Wang Haoyu's face, sending him flying backward. In his panic, Wang Haoyu tumbled like a ball, knocking Zhang Xiaotian and Lai Na aside, causing all three to cry out in pain. Su Shen, holding the baseball bat, slammed it onto the ground with force, his cold gaze exuding murderous intent. The expression of death and the murderous aura emanating from Su Shen terrified the two girls, their faces contorting in fear. They immediately spun around 360 degrees and cried out in unison, "We're not going in, we're not going in. Is that okay?" "Right, right, right. It's fine outside too." Su Shen cast a freezing glance at the two girls, who were now lying flat on the ground, and coldly reminded them, "Then get lost." Without needing to be told again, Zhang Xiaotian and Lai Na immediately ran off as if they were being chased by ghosts, leaving Wang Haoyu crawling after them, wailing, "Tian sister, wait for me." Su Shen looked up, gazing at the ceiling where a machine gun, integrated with a facial recognition camera, had been installed. He thought to himself, "If you don't leave, you'll really be dead." A moment later, outside the Lu Cheng Hotel's gate, a large vehicle appeared. All the tires had been replaced with chains to withstand the extreme outdoor temperatures. The people inside the hotel saw the rescue team. Everyone cheered with joy. "Look, look, is that the rescue team's vehicle? The wheels have been replaced with tracks, and the windows are insulated. It must be the rescue team. Great, we're saved." The vehicle stopped in front of the hotel, and the rescue team, dressed in insulated suits and carrying weapons, stepped out. A soldier approached and loudly ordered, "Everyone, please step back and clear the way. Is Professor Liu Zhengu here?" Immediately, Professor Liu stepped forward and confirmed, "Here I am." The young soldier quickly handed Professor Liu an insulated suit and explained, "Professor Liu, we are the rescue team. Please put on the suit and come with us." Seeing that the rescue team had come only to take one person, the crowd immediately became restless. One person shouted, "Wait a minute, weren't you here to rescue us?" Another person echoed, "That's right, you can't just rescue him." A rescue worker stepped forward to calm them down. "Everyone, please remain calm. The government is carrying out a rescue operation. 12 p.m. is the lowest point of the day's temperature. Tonight, you can make your way to Silicon Valley Square, the nearest rescue point." Hearing the news from the rescue worker, the crowd cheered with joy. "Really? Will there be official rescue teams tomorrow morning?" "That's great. The government hasn't completely paralyzed yet. But Mr. Sun, who is standing behind, seems uncomfortable." He rushed forward, trying to take advantage of the situation. "I am Sun from the Sun to Bu group. I'll give you 100 million. Just give me the insulated clothing. I need to leave right now." However, Mr. Sun was clearly no match for the well-trained soldiers. A rescue worker immediately subdued him, pinned him down, and reminded him, "Academician Liu Zhenguo is a geologist, playing an important role in this disaster. Please do not hinder our actions." Mr. Sun, in pain, cursed loudly. "Gao Kong, you bastard! What the hell did I keep you for? Go, get the insulated clothing for me." But under the barrel of a gun, everyone is equal. Gao Kong's people were stunned, not daring to resist, and chose to ignore Mr. Sun's words. After securing Academician Liu, the rescue team quickly retreated, shouting loudly, "All units are ready to withdraw." As the rescue team was leaving, Zhang Xiaotan suddenly approached, grabbed the soldier's arm, her face full of fear. "Soldier, wait a moment. Upstairs, there's a madman with a knife." Lena also rushed forward, speaking in unison. "Yes, that's right. That mad killer still has a gun in his hand. Just now, we almost got dragged along with it. That murderer must never be spared." A soldier named Xiao Feng removed his helmet, deciding to stay behind. "I'll stay. I know my limits. You take the insulated clothing and go on ahead. Once I'm done, I'll contact everyone." Xiao Feng's comrade reminded him, "Xiao Feng, it's a critical time right now. Don't be reckless." But Xiao Feng had already stripped off his insulated suit, grabbed his gun, and advanced upstairs, muttering, "Let's see exactly what kind of deity you really are." Behind him, Zhang Xiaotan sneered wickedly, "When Su Shen gets shot, I'll be sitting comfortably in the room waiting for rescue." In the corridor leading to Su Shen's presidential suite, the silence was absolute. Xiao Feng crouched behind a corner wall, carefully scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze froze on a flower pot opposite him. The camera Su Shen had hidden inside the pot to monitor every movement outside had already captured the image of Xiao Feng lurking about. In a flash, Su Shen's door swung open, and a hand thrust out, tossing a bomb towards Xiao Feng. Startled by the sudden move, Xiao Feng cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" The bomb rolled near and went off instantly, but to his surprise, it wasn't an explosive charge at all. It was a tear gas grenade. Thick smoke rose up around Xiao Feng's feet, making him cough uncontrollably and grimace. "Damn it, this is spicy." His eyes burned intensely, and Xiao Feng squeezed them shut, thinking to himself, "This is bad, I need to retreat." As he struggled to endure and find a way out, a figure appeared behind him. Su Shen, holding a baseball bat, swung it forcefully. Xiao Feng slipped into unconsciousness. A while later, in Su Shen's room, Xiao Feng gradually woke up. He struggled to open his eyes, thinking to himself, "My eyes hurt so much. Where am I? It feels so cool here." Su Shen stood in front of them, holding Xiao Feng's military ID and reading it aloud. "Xiao Feng, squad leader of the Special Forces. If you're awake, speak up." Xiao Feng felt the chill spreading around him, looked around and asked, "Air conditioning? Who are you really? How do you have a gun and stun grenades?" Su Shen placed the gun down and replied, "I'm just a newly graduated student. I bought the gun and the rest of the stuff when I was traveling in Jiangdong." Xiao Feng couldn't believe his ears and asked again, Are you kidding me? Su Shen replied slowly, if you don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it. He turned to ask, has the government set up rescue points, planning for the residents to head there on their own tomorrow? Xiao Feng was startled and panicked, asking, how do you know that? Su Shen silently recalled, it seemed no different from the previous life. He continued, although the temperature will drop significantly in the early morning, anyone who is exposed to the moonlight for more than 10 minutes will faint. Many people will die on their way to the rescue point. Xiao Feng lowered his head, answering bashfully, there's no other way. Although we've set up a safe zone, modifying the rescue vehicles is very difficult. Many people can't hold on any longer, and we can only let the civilians head to the rescue point early tomorrow morning. Su Shen approached, placing his hand on Xiao Feng's shoulder, and reminded him, in fact, thick quilts and thick cotton underwear can also provide insulation, helping to increase the survival rate without fainting. Su Shen's words startled Xiao Feng, who exclaimed, really? Su Shen aimed his gun at Xiao Feng's head and replied, yes, of course. Su Shen's action frightened Xiao Feng, who quickly tried to de-escalate. Wait a second, brother, can you let me tell them about the quilts before you kill me? I'll only use the internal communication system. Don't worry, I won't call for backup. Contrary to Xiao Feng's expectations, Su Shen immediately used a dagger to cut the ropes binding him, setting him free. This action left Xiao Feng stunned, and he blurted out, you're... Su Shen still pointed his gun at Xiao Feng, coldly reminding him, I respect what you're doing, so I won't kill you this time. But if you dare provoke me again, I will not forgive you. Xiao Feng, still confused, asked again, aren't you afraid that after I leave, I will call for backup to deal with you? Su Shen glanced behind him, signaling for him to look up and see what it was. Xiao Feng looked up at the ceiling and immediately panicked, shouting, a machine gun robot with a facial recognition camera. Where did you get it? Su Shen smiled and repeated, it was left behind. Except for me, but in this case, it was taken from Zhongdong. Once this thing is activated, no one in the room will survive, and you probably won't even have time to worry about me. Xiao Feng seemed hesitant, nodding in acknowledgement, I understand. He then stepped down to join the rescue team. Xiao Feng's actions left the people below in confusion. One person exclaimed, did that soldier just leave like that? He only talked about the blanket and didn't mention what happened upstairs. Another person responded, didn't you see? His gun was confiscated. Is he that powerful? Even the soldiers have their ways of dealing with things. Mr. Sun watched the rescue team leave without accomplishing anything, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it. He turned around and slammed a powerful punch to Zhao Kong's face. Why the hell did I keep you around? Why didn't you do anything earlier? A bunch of ingrates. Get the hell out of here. While Mr. Sun was kicking over the stools in frustration, Mr. Miao gritted his teeth and turned to Zhao Kong. Boss, how long do we have to tolerate him? Zhao Kong struggled to suppress his anger and replied, the government has started sending reinforcements. Once order is restored, we'll still need his connections up top. At that moment, Su Shen unexpectedly appeared from a corner and spoke up. Boss Gao, the world is already descending into chaos, and you still want to restore order. Mr. Miao, seeing Su Shen, immediately flew into a rage, charging at him as if he wanted to tear him apart. Where the hell did this brat come from? I'll kill you right now. Gao Kong calmly intervened. Wait a moment. Su Shen, why did you come downstairs? Su Shen, holding a thermos filled with ice, poured the contents out in front of Gao Kong and Mr. Miao. I came to make a deal with Boss Gao. The ice cubes scattered out, releasing a refreshing chill that made Gao Kong and Mr. Miao feel like bloodthirsty demons in the midst of the burning heat. Mr. Miao, seeing the ice, went crazy and charged forward. Ice. Ice. Boss, there's definitely more good stuff in his stash. Kill him. Everything will be ours. Su Shen immediately coldly aimed his gun at Mr. Miao's throat, causing him to flinch, raising his hands and swallowing nervously. Gao Kong, observing the situation, smiled with anticipation. Haha, brother Su Shen, don't hold a grudge against him. Let's just focus on the transaction. After negotiating, Gao Kong and Mr. Miao got their hands on the block of ice. Both of them immediately immersed themselves in the refreshing sensation, savoring the ice with deep satisfaction. Mr. Miao, with a contented expression, muttered, I've been locked up here for 3 days, and this is the first time I felt this refreshed. I can't even imagine what that kid's rooms are like. Gao Kuang nodded approvingly. First, we agreed to his demands, then find an opportunity to kill him. By then, this room will be ours. Mr. Sun saw Gao Kuang hide the remaining ice and, in rage, rushed over, kicking the ice aside. Nice one, Gao Kuang, hiding the ice. He continued to use his foot to stomp on Gao Kuang, threatening him. Next time, if there's something good and you don't bring it out, you're dead for sure. Mr. Sun's actions ignited a fierce rage within Gao Kuang. As Mr. Sun fiddled with the ice cubes, he glanced over at Nialin. Damn it, it felt so good. The instant noodles were almost finished, and they were about to move to the rescue point. Among them were Zhang Qiaotian and Lena. She joyfully thought to herself, finally, we are leaving this damn place. For the past 2 days, we've only been given a little bit of snacks. Now, at the rescue point, I could finally eat meat and drink Coca-Cola. But suddenly, Mr. Miao appeared, yanked the blanket off Zhang Qiaotian. She was startled and screamed, "What are you doing?" Mr. Miao grinned maliciously. "What are we doing? Khan brother already gave you water. Now that you want to leave, there's no way that's happening." He violently tugged at Zhang Qiaotian's hair and her dress, causing her to panic. Mr. Miao threatened, "You're not saying anything right. Fine, then serve me first." Outside the Lu Cheng Hotel, the group began to move. A young man struggled to endure the blazing heat, gritting his teeth and swearing, "Damn it, since Gao Qiang took control, he hasn't given us a drop of water or any food." Waiting at the hotel meant dying of thirst, but at the rescue point, there was still hope. However, the heat outside exceeded all expectations. Even though the soles of the shoes were cushioned with wooden boards, the ground temperature still made his feet burn painfully. An elderly woman walking ahead suddenly tripped on a stone, stumbling forward and screaming in pain. The moment her body touched the ground, it seemed to melt, blending into the scorching earth. Her desperate cries for help echoed. "Help! Help!" But no one paid attention. They just continued walking, leaving the old woman in despair. One by one, people couldn't withstand the burning heat, collapsing onto the ground, writhing, screaming, and then stopping, bidding farewell to a life that was still unfinished. In this situation, not even knowing if one could survive, how could there be time to care for others, even if they were family? In the end times, it's every person for themselves. In front of the Lu Cheng Hotel, the bodies of Wang Dahai and Sun Daxiao gradually mutated under the intense heat of the sun. Their bodies were completely red, as if molten lava was flowing within them. Suddenly, both of them woke up, their bloodshot eyes exuding a terrifying expression. From upstairs, Su Shen observed the group leaving and silently reflected. In my past life, I was just like them, striving to reach the rescue point. At that time, no one told me to bring a blanket. It was only a short 1 kilometer, yet it claimed the lives of so many people. Down below, Zhang Xiaotian shouted, desperately trying to delay Mr. Miao. "Big brother, wait a moment, just wait a moment." Mr. Miao roared, "You little brat, what now?" Zhang Xiaotian and Lina's faces were filled with obvious fear, quickly stalling. "Big brother, how about we go upstairs and play? Let's not stay here." "Yes, yes, we'll cooperate, anything you want." Mr. Miao looked at the two girls and burst out laughing. "Ha ha, you two freaks, do you still feel embarrassed? What are you scared of here?" But suddenly, Wang Dahai and Sun Daxiao had mutated, crashing through the door. Their bodies were glowing red, their eyes bloodshot and filled with terror. They growled continuously. The group of Gao Kuang froze in shock and screamed, "This is a zombie, a zombie." In the room, Su Shen tossed a crystal core into a cup and poured strong liquor over it. He thought to himself, during the apocalypse, crystal cores occasionally appeared in the skulls of drought demons and strange beasts. But they were extremely rare. 1 in 100 monsters might have a single core. Su Shen picked up the cup, washed the crystal core, and swallowed it whole. The fortune of Gao Kuang was now officially mine. He drank the liquor with the core in one gulp. His eyes immediately turned blood red, veins bulging. His body began to swell, his clothes tore apart, and fire and lava erupted from within. Su Shen screamed in pain, then slowly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground, naked, sinking into unconsciousness. Downstairs, after the group of Gao Klang had dealt with drought demon Wang Dahai, Wang Haoyu also lay unconscious nearby. Gao Kong, furious at having wasted so much water to deal with the zombie, kicked the corpse of Wang Dahai repeatedly, cursing, "Damn it, move! Move again! I dare you!" Mr. Mio and his subordinates looked at the water they had just used, feeling deeply regretful. This was the last of our water, and now there's none left. Lai Na gently seized the opportunity to find a way to escape, but Mr. Mio grabbed her hand, stopping her, and said, "You little brat, do you think you can run away? Do you believe I won't chop your legs off?" Lai Na winced in pain, grimacing, and shouted, "Mio brother, without water, we'll all die of thirst. I have a way to deal with Su Shen, just let me go to the rescue point." Mr. Mio angrily shook her, asking, "Speak quickly. If you're lying, you're dead." Lai Na, having reached the end of her rope, saw this as her chance for survival and immediately revealed, "Zhang Xiaotian is Su Shen's fiancé. If you humiliate her in front of Su Shen's room, he will definitely open the door, and then you can ambush him." Upon hearing Li Na's advice, Mr. Mio turned and looked at Zhang Xiaotian, chuckling. "Ha, I didn't know about this. This is a good plan." Zhang Xiaotian stood dumbfounded, unable to believe her ears, speechless. Lai Na, her stomach growling from hunger, gritted her teeth and glared at Gao Kang's group, reminding them, "I can cooperate with you guys, but I'm starving. You have to feed me first. I want meat." Mr. Mio turned around in confusion. "Hemph! Eating meat without electricity? The meat in the fridge has gone rotten. Damn it, I still want to eat meat." Gao Kang, hearing Zhang Xiaotian demand meat, stepped forward with a menacing look and asked, "You want to eat meat?" He held a knife out in front of Zhang Xiaotian, glancing at Lai Na, and coldly said, "Then you do it yourself." Zhang Xiaotian's face turned pale with fear as she looked at Lai Na and asked, "Are you talking about the meat on her body?" Faced with the choice between friendship and survival, Zhang Xiaotian didn't hesitate for a second and chose survival. She suddenly turned toward Lai Na, her eyes cold as ice, making Lai Na break into a cold sweat, trembling. Zhang Xiaotian looked at the knife in Gao Kang's hand, and without hesitation, rushed forward to snatch it. She walked toward Lai Na, who was being held tightly by two of Gao Kang's underlings, her face expressionless, bloodthirsty. The cruelty from her best friend made Lai Na scream in panic. "What do you want to do? What do you mean by this?" "Xiaotian, we're sisters. You can't do this," Lai Na pleaded, her voice shaking. Zhang Xiaotian stepped closer, her face filled with bloodlust as she coldly reminded, "Stop lying to yourself, we're not sisters. Besides, just now, you wanted them to humiliate me." After finishing his words, Zhang Xiaotian swung the knife, holding Lai Na's head with one hand while stabbing her stomach more than a dozen times with the other. She gritted her teeth and snarled, "Don't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself." Even the group of Gao Kong, those seasoned gangsters used to bloodshed, stood dumbfounded at the sight of such a cold-blooded betrayal between close friends. After dealing with Li Na, Zhang Xiaotian looked at her friend's lifeless body slumped on the floor and laughed manically. She raised her face and shouted, "Su Shen, after I've had my fill, I'll drain your blood dry." Gao Kong composed himself, then turned to Mr. Mio and reminded him, "Go take care of it, roast the meat, so the brothers can eat and have the strength to deal with Su Shen." Mr. Mio looked uneasy, hesitated for a moment, but Gao Kong, not sparing him a glance, gently added, "Without water, we won't last a day. If you don't want to end up like a zombie, do as I say." Despite feeling uncomfortable, Mr. Mio gritted his teeth and ordered his men, "Where's Duan Nia? Get her here." In the presidential suite, Su Shen woke up after absorbing the crystal core. His body was brimming with newfound strength. His movement speed had skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, he moved across the room, his whole body pulsating with a strange sensation. Su Shen stood up and mused to himself, "So this is physique, a type of supernatural ability? I can feel my power increasing." He stepped closer, casually swinging his hand to break the ice block in the room, his physical strength much stronger now. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed. Su Shen turned around quietly. "Hemph, someone's here again." After ringing the doorbell, Duan Nia stood awkwardly, thinking to herself, Gao Kong and those people have all gone crazy. The floor below is no longer habitable. This place is my only hope. Fortunately, I still have an ace up my sleeve. Click. The door opened. Su Shen, completely naked, stepped out and coldly asked Duan Nia, "What's the matter?" Duan Nia looked up, meeting Su Shen's icy gaze, then accidentally glanced down at the dark spot below. She blushed and screamed, "Pervert." Su Shen was startled, realizing he wasn't dressed, and quickly tried to cover up. Sorry, I didn't mean to." After a moment, they both returned to a more normal state, though still a little awkward. After putting on clothes, Su Shen sat on the sofa and coughed lightly. Ahem, well, my resources are limited. We've only met once. I can't just take care of you just because you're beautiful. In his mind, Su Shen thought, based on my past life, Duan Nia is a strong woman. She and Gao Kuang had once collaborated, although she had considered trying to win her over. The atmosphere now was somewhat awkward. Duan Nia didn't dare look Su Shen in the eye. She turned her gaze to the side and explained, besides being a chef, I am also an outstanding graduate of a male medical university, with a medical license and 3 years of experience as a surgeon. In her mind, she thought, her figure is so stunning. No, this room is even better. It has electricity, it has ice. I need to prove my worth to stay here. Su Shen regained her cold demeanor and looked at Duan Nia. She was a doctor after all. That was an attractive qualification. But with resources so scarce now, who knew if they'd even survive until tomorrow? Duan Nia was afraid of being rejected, panicking. As long as you don't kick me out, I can do anything. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Shen stroked her chin and gave a mischievous smile. Haha, if the beauty has spoken, then consider this your home. Duan Nia was stunned, covering her mouth, thinking to herself, oh no, I was in such a rush, I said everything. Though Su Shen smiled on the outside, she immediately returned to her cold expression, warning. But I must make it clear first. In front of me, you only have one choice. Be obedient. Don't try anything, or else. Duan Nia looked down shyly and replied softly, I understand. I've never doubted your methods or your resolve. Su Shen smiled and gently reminded her, good. Now, go ahead and take off your clothes. At his words, Duan Nia's eyes widened in surprise, and she stammered, should we start now? Following Su Shen's instruction, Nia Lin stepped into the bathroom and began to shower and dry herself. Standing under the cool stream of water, she quietly reminded herself how fortunate she was. Water, electricity, food, and even a proper bathroom. She didn't have to worry about the heat, fear, or danger. As the droplets fell over her, her feelings were a mixture of relief and nervousness. To those outside, struggling in chaos, this place was like an oasis, a peaceful haven. Yet deep down, she sensed that Su Shen was not entirely straightforward, like a flawless painting that hid some subtle shadows beneath the surface. While showering, Nia Lin's mind wandered through countless thoughts, letting herself drift quietly in reflection. Su Shen raised his hand to lift her chin, smiling with a hint of mystery. Su Shen said, next, I will let you taste a special dish. With a flushed face, heavy breathing, and her body half covered, half revealed, Nia Lin stared at Su Shen, her mind lost in a daze. Soon after, her thoughts painted even bolder scenarios. She imagined Su Shen secretly watching her shower, but his true intentions remained a mystery. Nia Lin shook her head, trying to calm herself, telling herself, forget it. After all, she had already accepted this when she came here. Yet her imagination wouldn't let go. She envisioned Su Shen standing outside the door wearing a mischievous smile, explaining, I didn't come here to spy on you while you shower. I'm just here to prevent you from doing anything bad. After finishing her shower and drying off, Nia Lin cautiously stepped outside to face Su Shen. When she mentioned her experience in medicine, Su Shen immediately prepared a nurse's outfit for her, as his little one was sick and needed care. Nia Lin slipped into the tight-fitting outfit, which accentuated her every curve like a sculpted statue. With a shy expression, she tried to cover her partially exposed body with her hands and awkwardly asked, Su Shen, isn't this outfit a bit too small? Su Shen focused intently on her, his gaze never leaving, then reached up to stroke his chin, smugly responding, not small. Definitely not small at all. Simply put, perfect. Nia Lin, confused, turned her back inadvertently accentuating her perfectly rounded rear. She looked down at her outfit, murmuring, "Really?" Just as the atmosphere was growing more heated, an unexpected disruption came like thunder on a clear day. Jiang Xiaoji, the uninvited troublemaker, pounded on the door loudly, shouting, "Help! Help me!" Su Shen, open the door. As Su Shen opened the door, Jiang Xiaoji continued crying for help. "Help me!" Outside, Gao Kong, seeing that Su Shen wasn't responding, immediately grabbed Jiang Xiaoji by the head, bared his teeth, and threatened, "Su Shen, if you don't come out, I'll break the door down." Su Shen, with a look of regret over the interruption of the fun that had just started, clicked his tongue and said, "Here we go again." He stood up, intending to open the door, but Now Lin hurriedly stopped him. "Don't open the door, we can't open it. The people out there have already killed and eaten Lena." Before Now Lin could finish, Su Shen had already grasped the situation. He turned back and coldly asked, "Are you saying they're eating people?" Suddenly, memories from his previous life flashed through Su Shen's mind. Without hesitation, he opened the door and stepped out, calmly warning Gao Kong's group, "Don't even think about breaking down the door. If you do, you'll be in serious trouble." Meanwhile, Jiang Qiuji, Gao Kong, Mr. Miao, and their associates were playing the role of the innocent little sister being assaulted. Jiang Qiuji stuck out her tongue in a plea for help. "Su Shen's, save me." Finally, Su Shen made his appearance. Gao Kong and his gang, with their eyes bloodshot, veins bulging, and bodies in a state of frenzy, grinned smugly. "So you finally showed your face." Su Shen stood by the door, his gaze as cold as ice as he looked outside. Gao Kong had positioned one of his men nearby, holding a knife and planning to strike Su Shen unexpectedly. Just as planned, when Su Shen spoke, the thug with the knife lunged forward, shouting, "Die!" But what they didn't anticipate was that Su Shen had trained in Vietnam under Master Huang Junji of the Electric Fist sect and had mastered the essence of martial arts. He had prepared in advance, studying the cameras and fully understanding the situation. With lightning-fast reflexes, Su Shen grabbed the thug's wrist, and with a few basic moves, he twisted and broke the thug's wrist, leaving Gao Kong and his men stunned. Jiang Xiaoji continued to play the victim, struggling free from Gao Kong's men, and screamed, "Let me go." She rushed towards Su Shen, seeking help. "Su Shen, save me." But contrary to her expectations, Su Shen remained unmoved. He coldly gripped Jiang Xiaoji's throat, causing her to freeze, gasping for breath. Looking at her contorted face, Su Shen remarked, "Once you've officially become a cannibal, your body will gradually change, and fangs will sprout in your mouth. You're no longer human." The group of Gao Kong behind him had vicious expressions, baring their teeth and growling. "The world has turned into an apocalypse. As long as we can survive, what's the harm in eating human flesh?" Jiang Qiuji's face continued to distort, her fangs growing sharp, her tongue extending long, and her eyes glowing red. She smiled maliciously. "Ha! Your flesh tastes so good. After eating, I feel my body brimming with energy. So Su Shen, I'm eager to taste your flesh. So die." Jiang Qiuji swung her hand to attack Su Shen, but life was not like a dream. With a precise kick to her face, Su Shen sent her flying backward like a ball. The force of the kick was so strong that Jiang Qiuji was thrown out of the window. However, thanks to her mutated body, she quickly grabbed onto the wall, narrowly avoiding a tragic death, her teeth gritted and veins bulging. Jiang Qiuji roared, "Su Shen, I will never let you live so easily." But as her body hovered in the sunlight, she flinched, writhing in pain. Too hot. Inside, after dealing with Jiang Qiuji, Gao Kong surged forward, ready to fight Su Shen to the death, shouting, "Brothers, charge! Don't give him a chance to draw his gun." Su Shen remained calm, snoring, "Hemph! Do I really need to waste bullets on the likes of you?" One of Gao Kong's subordinates leaped up, unleashing a move called Eagle Wing Scratch, threatening him. "Boy, don't underestimate us." But Su Shen replied coldly, "But didn't I say I love wasting things?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Shen drew his gun and sent a bullet straight into the eagle's forehead, dropping him instantly. Gao Kong, Mr. Miao, and their followers panicked, scattering in every direction. Mr. Miao crawled across the ceiling, laughing loudly, "Ha ha, Not only our strength, but our reflexes and speed have all become stronger. He swings his fist down. But if we're ready, you'll never defeat us. Die. But before he could touch the ground, Su Shen used a blink skill, suddenly appearing above him, and grabbed Mr. Mio's head coldly. You really think this is the end? He pressed Mr. Mio's head down onto the floor, causing his face to collide with the ground, creating a sharp noise. Su Shen growled, "Go to hell." Another subordinate swung a knife towards Su Shen's neck. But Su Shen grabbed his hand, snatched the knife, and dealt with the other two with a few precise slashes. Gao Kong watched as his subordinates fell one by one, his anger flaring up. He swung his fist and charged like a wild beast. But before he could reach Su Shen grabbed his throat and slammed him hard into the wall, causing Gao Kong to gradually lose consciousness. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoji, now fully mutated, reappeared. Her whole body was covered in molten lava. With a long tail sprouting from her back, she charged into the room like a monster. Su Shen looked at her coldly. "Jiang Xiaoji, you transformed into this state so quickly. It seems your obsession runs deep, for my eyes and soul still linger." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Shen snapped Gao Kong's neck, dropping his body to the floor, exuding an aura of murderous intent. He turned to face Jiang Xiaoji. "Then I'll kill you directly once more." Jiang Xiaoji's hair stood on end, her eyes blazing with orange hatred. She screamed, "My dinner!" Nia Lin poked her head out of the room, her eyes filled with astonishment as she looked at Su Shen, silently marveling how powerful he was. He had single-handedly taken down the Gao Kong gang. But when she saw Jiang Xiaoji in his grotesque monster form, she couldn't help but feel anxious, thinking to herself, asterisk the monster before Su Shen exudes an incredibly dangerous aura, asterisk. Wearing a seductive nurse outfit, Nia Lin stood behind the door, her heart weighed down by a mix of worry and desire. She secretly wished to stay by Su Shen's side for as long as possible, like a little bird seeking shelter in the midst of a storm. Asterisk by now, Su Shen's meals have become much more obedient, right? Asterisk, she thought. Asterisk. I really need to come up with a way to stay with him. I can't be a burden to him. Asterisk. Suddenly, Nia Lin's eyes sparkled as she noticed something intriguing in the room, almost as if it were beckoning her. After grabbing the weapon and steeling herself, Nia Lin stepped out and called out, "Su Shen." At that moment, Su Shen was poised to face the monster Jiang Xiaoji, but the call made him turn around in surprise. Nia Lin, dressed in the tight nurse outfit that covered all the right places while exposing just enough, held the whip that Su Shen had prepared earlier for an emotionally healing night. She said seriously, "Just a quick reminder, guys, this is definitely not a small matter." With a look that was half covered, half revealing, and a whip in hand, Nia Lin stepped forward and said to Su Shen, "Let me help you deal with it." Though Su Shen was trying to suppress the rising excitement in his body, he coldly turned back and replied, "Helping me without being scared enough to run away. That's not bad, but all you're doing is making me lose focus." Nia Lin was taken aback, looking at her body from head to toe, holding the whip in her hand, and asked in confusion, "Huh? How could that happen?" But outside of Nia Lin, no one else was confused. Su Shen and the others watching knew exactly why he lost focus. It was like a living picture, one that no one could take their eyes off. On the other side, the monster Jiang Xiaoji seemed to still hold on to some memories of its human past. Seeing Su Shen and Nia Lin exchange looks, jealousy flared up inside it, triggering a violent rage. Jiang Xiaoji bared its teeth, stuck out its tongue, and breathed heavily, its bloodshot eyes gleaming with fury. It let out a savage scream, and after each roar, it charged directly at Su Shen, its face twisted in a horrifying, nightmarish grimace. Su Shen, still distracted by the scene before him, was caught off guard by the scream of Jiang Xiaoji. He turned around, but it was too late to dodge a powerful blow from the creature that struck straight into his chest. Nia Lin crouched behind the door, witnessing the scene, and exclaimed in panic, "Oh my God, Su Shen!" Su Shen, but contrary to her fears, his body was unharmed, not a scratch in sight. Remembering the unexpected blow, the killing intent within Su Shen erupted, triggering his berserker superpower. The monster, Jiang Xiaoji, saw that Su Shen was unscathed and immediately leaped up, circling around behind him, baring its teeth and stretching its neck to bite at his shoulder. However, Su Shen's body was as tough as diamond. The monster's fangs only produced a dry, sharp crunching sound, as if it were biting into steel. It tried a few more times, but all in vain. Su Shen coldly looked down, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Oh, can't bite? I wonder, are all those fangs in your mouth just for decoration?" Power surged through Su Shen's body, and he concluded, "It's time to end this." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Shen grabbed Jiang Qiuji's arms, his movements so fast that one might think he was reminiscing about old times. He jumped backward, landing on the monster's back, and pinned its arms behind it, taking complete control. With his body literally burning with heat, Jiang Qiuji stared blankly, his eyes wide in shock. Su Shen, like a god of war, placed his foot on its head and coldly asked, "Are you ready?" Without giving the monster a chance to react, Su Shen swiftly performed the bone extraction technique, ripping off both of its arms before delivering a powerful kick that sent Jiang Qiuji crashing into the ceiling, taking a fatal blow. Blood gushed from its nose, its body trembling as the creature screamed in agony. Meanwhile, Su Shen gently landed, still holding tightly onto its arms, and casually tossed them at the monster as if throwing a toy. He remained calm, saying, "I truly wanted you to endure the ultimate pain during the apocalypse, and savor the feeling of dying from torture. But with this situation, I have to kill you first." Thinking the monster had collapsed, Jiang Qiuji unexpectedly crawled toward the corpses of Gao Kong and his group, using its tail to wrap tightly around them, preparing to devour them and enhance its body. It tilted its head back, opened its mouth to reveal its terrifying teeth, and began swallowing the bodies one by one. After digesting them, its arms regrew. Jiang Qiuji let out a triumphant scream as its body evolved into a fiercer form, veins bulging across its face. It roared at Su Shen with a venomous glare. Su Shen was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, "Your severed arms have already regrown." Miao Lin, witnessing the horrifying scene, stammered in fear, "No, this can't be possible." But contrary to her concerns, Su Shen smirked, showing excitement. "Very good, with the ability to regenerate your body, it means you won't be able to die so easily." He raised his head, his gaze filled with killing intent. "This also means I can tear you into 1,000 pieces." While the creature was still striking a pose, Su Shen rushed forward at the speed of sound, placing his hand on its shoulder, controlling its body. Jiang Qiuji panicked. Su Shen stood beside it, holding its hand, gently saying, "Let me see how many times you can regenerate your body." He pressed the creature's shoulder down, coldly stating, "Let's start with your left arm." With a sharp jerk, the left arm was torn off, causing the creature to scream in pain. Su Shen moved to the right shoulder, tenderly saying, "Next, let's do the right arm." Without hesitation, Su Shen ripped off the right arm, continuing his brutal torture. "Next will be your tail and legs." With each swing of his hand, another part of the creature's body flew into the air. He placed his foot on its head, pressing it down, speaking calmly and gently, "This is just your first round." Each time the creature regenerated its body, it appeared increasingly fatigued. As its arms, legs, and tail grew back, Jiang Qiuji lay there, gasping for breath. Su Shen smiled kindly. "You're ready. Now let's move on to round 2. Let's begin." Su Shen continued with the joint dissection, her smile filled with murderous intent, leaving Miao Lin in a daze. After the second round, the monster couldn't endure any longer, dragging itself in a desperate attempt to escape. Its eyes filled with fear as it looked at Su Shen. But every time its limbs started to regenerate, Su Shen would announce, "Time for the third round." Then the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth rounds followed. Su Shen, while torturing it, emphasized, "Turns out, it's not just the limbs. Your eyes, nose, and tongue can regenerate as well." Then came the 16th round. "Oh, the internal organs can regrow too. It seems that, aside from your head, all the other parts of you can regenerate as usual. Isn't 21 rounds enough for you?" Su Shen paused, her cold gaze looking down at Jiang Qiuji, who had now lost all of her form regression. Her face streaked with tears. She exclaimed, "Shen brother, now I know. I'm begging you to spare me." Su Shen replied coldly, "I originally intended to gouge your eyes out, but then I suddenly remembered one thing. I'm not a demon." Jiang Qiuji sobbed. "Why are you doing this to me? I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you treating me like this?" But Su Shen recalled what Jiang Qiuji and her lackey Wang Haoyu had done to her in her past life. Lift the foot, aiming straight at the monster's face. Of course, this was for revenge. A powerful kick. Jiang Qiuji's face was smashed flat. Nialin stood behind, her eyes filled with fear, anxiously asking, "Su Shen, are you okay?" Su Shen didn't answer, only turned around, his eyes glowing red. "Are you ready?" Nialin was startled, confused. Ready for what? Su Shen approached, one hand brushing her cheek, the other sliding down. A familiar gesture. "I showed great courage just now. Aren't you going to reward me?" Nialin tried to resist, but it was only a weak attempt. Her face flushed red. She hesitated about the reward. But here, the scene shifted to the rescue team's area. A member observed around, feeling the air was cooler, and silently thought, could this be a sign that the apocalypse is coming to an end? Luke Xiaofeng appeared from behind, hesitating. "Captain, there are a lot of people over there. It looks like they're moving closer to our area." The captain, a platinum-haired girl with sharp eyes and a sizzling figure holding a gun, squinted as she observed the crowd approaching. Realizing something was off, she hesitated. "Those people, that crowd, they're the mutated drop demons, moving from the Lu Cheng Hotel to the rescue point, staggering and screaming eerily. Among them, a drought demon that looked like Jiang Qiuji was sent flying dozens of meters by Su Shen, dazed and stunned. The team leader broke into a sweat, astonished. The undead. The ferocious horde of undead is charging. Evacuate the civilians at the rescue point immediately. I'll take care of stopping these undead myself." Lu Xiaofeng, flustered and worried, shouted. "But team leader, she's firing nonstop. She's signaling. It's an order." With a heavy heart, Lu Xiaofeng muttered, "Team leader, please don't die." The team leader, shooting while cursing, snapped, "Lu Xiaofeng, shut your rotten mouth and get the hell out of here." Returning to the main scene, after taking down Gao Kuang and Jiang Qiuji, Su Shen and Nialin entered the bedroom. His entire body radiated light, his hair slicked back with a fierce edge, eyes coldly fixed on Nialin. "Next, I want you to experience firsthand the limitless power of Berserker." Berserker, the moniker for berserk warriors, struck terror into enemies with their savage, beast-like frenzy. For Nialin, Su Shen's dinner, she was certain she would endure countless poses, like an immortal planting radishes, an old farmer pushing a cart, or carrying a plow over mountains. Nialin looked at Su Shen, his body emanating a godlike, lustful strength, and panicked, clutching his legs tightly as she screamed, "What? Again? How many times is this already?" Su Shen was like a beast brimming with primal lust, pinning Nialin down, his gaze full of longing. With eyes as cold as ice, Su Shen warned his prey. "The harsh heat wave has passed. Of course I have to go outside, but before I do, I'll leave you with some unforgettable memories." Nialin, with her back turned to the enemy, remained alert like a wild cat ready to pounce. But in this situation, her vigilance seemed almost meaningless. Hearing Su Shen's words, she hesitated before asking, "Can't you take me with you?" Su Shen did not appreciate having his dinner questioned repeatedly. He immediately crushed Nialin's hopes, as if his sewing machine had reached full speed. His eyes flashed with a fierce light like an evil demon taking form, and he coldly declared, "Those who wish to be by my side must meet two conditions. First, they must be of value to me. Second, they must absolutely obey my orders." In a daze, Nialin pressed her hands tightly against the bed frame, her eyes narrowing with each rhythm of Su Shen's sewing machine. Gasping, she replied, "I understand." Several hours later, around midnight, Su Shen, in his might, had brought down his prey, Nialin, with the most intense rounds of fire. He temporarily stopped the torture and checked the weather outside. Seeing that the air had cooled down, Su Shen prepared to carry out his plan. As he raised his hand to open a dimensional space, he muttered to himself, "It seems that Nialin has completely surrendered to me." He pulled out an off-road vehicle and spoke urgently. "We need to seize the current moment and return quickly before the seawater floods inland." Su Shen recalled his previous life when many drought demons, haunted by the rescue points, caused a zombie wave that attacked fiercely. The incident led to the death of countless civilians and soldiers, while scattering weapons and creating both large and small armed factions. As he passed through a certain area, Su Shen witnessed gang members from the underworld engaged in a fierce gun battle. One of them was firing wildly, grinning maliciously, thinking he would reach the target area smoothly. However, unexpectedly, a few mosquitoes aimed guns at the front of Su Shen's vehicle, their faces grim, seemingly urging him to die quickly. They shouted, "The vehicle in front, stop immediately for Tao." Su Shen sat in the vehicle, his face as expressionless as a stone, coldly responding, "Am I sick? How dare you stop the vehicle to rob someone at this time?" Without saying another word, he floored the gas pail, causing the vehicle to shoot forward at full speed. The gangsters were stunned, their faces pale, sweat pouring down. The one standing in front was frozen in place, speechless. Two henchmen ran in panic as if their lives depended on it. The car driven by Su Shen ran over them before they even had a chance to react, killing them instantly. After taking care of the thugs who didn't know the difference between heaven and earth, Su Shen left them to sleep peacefully right where they fell, then continued his journey toward the target area. As he neared the subway station, he remembered that this place had collapsed in his previous life due to a crack and a wave of zombies wreaking havoc. Standing on a high point and looking down, Su Shen muttered, "The number of people dead underground must be in the tens of thousands." The zombies below were drawn to the sound of the engine and immediately gathered together. Su Shen observed their red, bloodshot eyes and thought to himself, "These zombies were definitely attracted here by the sound of the engine." He clicked his tongue in regret. It's a shame not all drought demons have the crystal cores in their heads. If I had to open up each head, it would really be a waste of time. Su Shen drove to the area around his old university, where the air was still and quiet like a cemetery. He muttered, "Maybe I should check out the situation here first. I just realized this is the first time I've returned to the technical university since graduating." Arriving in front of the building, Su Shen stopped the car, stored it in a spatial pocket, and quickly entered the building. As soon as he stopped in front of the door, he was faced with a drought demon chained by the neck, its bloodshot eyes glaring at him as it growled menacingly. As he was about to take another step, a voice rang out. Behind the drought demon stood a man with long hair, a robe-like appearance, accompanied by two muscular lackeys. The man sat with his legs crossed, arrogantly warning, "Boy, you need to show respect when stepping into our territory. The first thing you need to do is hand over your backpack to me." Su Shen played the part of the weakling, reaching into his backpack, pretending to tremble. But in reality, he took out a chicken drumstick dipped in fish sauce from a different space, stammering, "Can you help me? Please spare me. I have a chicken drumstick with fish sauce here." In the apocalypse, when food and water were scarce, all three rogues looked at the chicken drumstick with wide, astonished eyes. The leader gaped. "Chicken drumstick? What kind of time is this that you're actually still holding onto a chicken drumstick? Throw it over here. Throw the drumstick here quickly." Seeing how much the thugs were drooling, Su Shen smirked and tossed the chicken drumstick in front of them and the two drought demons. The group pounced on it, scrambling like wild beasts, forgetting who was the leader and who was the lackey. Elbows were thrown. Necks were squeezed in familiar fashion. "This one's mine. Get out of the way." Just as the long-haired man was about to grab it, Su Shen yanked on the string tied to the drumstick and pulled it back. The gangsters fell silent, their faces like clowns who had been pranked. Su Shen shook the chicken drumstick, mocking, "I sincerely apologize, but you truly do not deserve to eat this drumstick." Offended, the gangsters went wild, shouting, "You damn bastard! How dare you trick us?" Beat the hell out of him. One swung a club like Sun Wukong, another growled like a gorilla, and the third held an axe as though he were chopping wood. But before they could make a move, Su Shen drew a gun from an alternate space, leaving them stunned, feeling as though they were standing before the scythe of death. 3 gunshots rang out, sending all 3 to the afterlife. Su Shen continued walking, muttering, "I really remember that in my past life, there weren't this many idiots. Could it be that my warnings have helped more people survive, and this actually happened?" He left behind 3 corpses with bullet holes in their foreheads, smoke still wafting, and then proceeded toward the biological laboratory on snakes. Standing before the door, Su Shen tore the broken lock apart, observing that it seemed no one had been here for some time. Upon entering, a foul stench hit his nose. He looked around, noticing many dead snakes, and the air was thick with the smell. Suddenly, Su Shen's gaze stopped on a glass cage. He smiled, "Found you. Inside was a snake with 4 horns on its head, biting the head of another snake, its cold, sharp eyes fixed on Su Shen. It smiled, the future leader of the Water Snake Legion. The Golden King snake watched as the snake devoured its own kind. Su Shen laughed, haha, so this is how you survive. He recalled in his past life when this snake caused chaos worldwide, eating countless people, even nearly swallowing him whole. Su Shen fell silent and continued. In a week's time, when the flood would arrive, this snake would begin to mutate. It was uncertain how much it would evolve to resemble its ancestors. If they couldn't resist it, Earth would be in grave trouble. He sensed why this snake seemed to have evolved somewhat intellectually. It seemed he needed to be cautious around it. Lost in thought about the Golden King snake, Su Shen suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside the door. A group of strangers, armed with weapons, appeared. Sensing Su Shen's presence, they became immediately alert. Su Shen squinted, coldly asking, "Who is it?" The thugs outside, with fierce expressions, hid behind the wall, loudly threatening, "Come out here, we know you're hiding in there." Despite their aggressive words, fear was visible on their sweating faces. Su Shen responded coldly from inside. "This is the critical moment. I cannot be disturbed by you." But before he could finish speaking, a shadowy figure appeared at the door, startling him. Huh! A woman with silver hair, quick and nimble, swiftly charged into the group of thugs. It turned out that they weren't targeting Su Shen, but her instead. The thugs screamed in panic. "That filthy bitch is hiding here." The leader gestured, and they all rushed towards her. But the silver-haired woman acted first, with terrifying speed. She snapped the neck of one thug, then trapped another between her legs, spinning mid-air to bring him down effortlessly. The last thug, who hadn't had time to raise his gun, was grabbed by the neck and screamed, "You filthy bitch!" A loud crack echoed as his neck snapped and he collapsed. After dealing with the 3 thugs, the woman was suddenly faced with Su Shen, who pointed a gun at her head. He complimented her. "Good skills." Before Su Shen could say anything more, the woman reacted quickly, swiping the gun away and crouching to leap up, attempting to subdue him. But after several unsuccessful attempts to twist his neck, she realized that his neck was as hard as steel. Fear mixed with confusion, she muttered, "Why can't I twist it?" Su Shen stood still like a statue, allowing her to struggle. In the midst of the scuffle, the two of them ended up in an awkward, close position. The woman, now panicked, shouted, "Ha! Wait, what are you doing?" Finally, Su Shen restrained her, tying her with artistic red ropes, pointing the gun at her and asking, "Who are you?" The girl, drenched in sweat, her clothes soaked through, still maintained a resilient expression. "I am the captain of the Shanghu Special Forces, Bai Shang. I advise you to behave appropriately and release me immediately." Su Shen furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing the name Shanghu. "Shanghu? Then do you know someone named Liu Xiaofeng?" Bai Shang, surprised, responded, "You know Liu Xiaofeng?" Su Shen recalled the time he had restrained Liu Xiaofeng and replied seriously, "I saved his life." Then, he listened as Bai Shang recounted the events. Su Shen opened his backpack to take out ingredients for black pepper grilled beef, nodding in acknowledgement. "I see," he said. He pierced the rare beef with a fork and continued. "A group of fugitives took over the school as their base. They took the students hostage to threaten others, and then stole weapons from your team." Bai Shang continued her story about Liu Xiaofeng. "That's right. After the zombie wave attacked the rescue point, Liu Xiaofeng led everyone to evacuate first. But he didn't expect the fugitives from the prison to infiltrate among the civilians." Su Shen, chewing the beef vigorously, glanced at Bai Shang and said slowly, "Mom, so I can't entirely blame you for all of this." Bai Shang, irritated by Su Shen's dazzlingly provocative demeanor, immediately spoke up in defense. "As long as I have a weapon in hand, there's nothing about these people that scares me." But sweat beaded on her forehead, not only because of the strikingly artistic posture, but also because of the scene of Su Shen leisurely eating a steak right in front of her. Struggling to restrain herself, she forced her voice out. "How much longer are you going to dazzle me? Stop dazzling me already." Su Shen looked at Bai Shang, flashing a mischievous smile like someone holding all the cards, and asked with subtle implication, "Then you have to promise me you won't use your legs to clamp my head like just now." Bai Shang swallowed hard as she eyed the fragrant steak and replied, "In that case, I'd like to have some steak too." Su Shen studied her body, tightly bound by the glaring red ropes, teasing her as if he could hardly suppress a laugh. Yet, with just a few swift movements, he quickly untangled the knots, restoring Bai Shang's freedom. From within the space, Su Shen pulled out a rifle with a scope, handed it to Bai Shang, and reminded her, "I have my own business to attend to, so I can't help you much, just a little firepower." Then he walked away coldly, bidding farewell, "Move quickly, and don't bother me." Su Shen had never liked interfering in others' affairs, as long as no one provoked him. Shen brother would not act on his own initiative. His main goal at this moment was to wait a week after the Great Flood struck, so that the Golden King snake could grow, then kill it to take its essence. Bai Shang received the gun, sighing inwardly. She realized that Su Shen wasn't exactly a bad person, and with his help, her plan would have a better chance of succeeding. She called out to him, "I plan to attack their stronghold." Only by doing this could she retrieve the stolen items, which would help the people trapped in the current environment survive. Looking at Su Shen's back, Bai Shang hesitated, hope rising in her chest, then continued, "So this might be the only time we meet." Before she could finish, Su Shen interrupted her. "Military supplies." It seemed like something clicked in his mind, and he turned back to his backpack, saying as he walked, "Wait a moment." Like a magic trick, Su Shen pulled a long, heavy sniper rifle out of his small backpack, leaving Bai Shang speechless, her eyes wide with surprise. As he readied the gun, he explained, "Lu Xiaofeng is a friend to me. On this mission, I'll be coming with you." The scene shifted to the university's administrative building, where Su Shen had once graduated. A group of escaped prisoners from the prison was holed up here. Behind them, male students were tightly bound, held as hostages. The leader, with a fierce face, sat between two women who were flirting with him. They asked about the name of the subordinate who had just returned from reconnaissance, inquiring about how things were outside. The subordinate trembled before the authority of the boss and hesitantly reported, "Boss, all the brothers are preparing and waiting outside. We will definitely catch all the people hiding in the dormitory." The leader grinned coldly, showing his teeth. "Good. Let those who don't obey charge forward and serve as cannon fodder. If they don't listen and want to die, just eliminate them." While the group of fugitives was still absorbed in discussing their futile plans, Su Shen suddenly burst in, kicking the door open. The abrupt action stunned everyone, as though they had been splashed with a bucket of cold water. Upon entering, Su Shen coldly spoke, "Sorry, are you all having a meeting in here?" The subordinates froze, terrified. The one who had just reported, seeing Su Shen barging in without permission, angrily pointed his finger at his face and shouted, "Who the hell are you? How did you get in here?" There are more than 20 people guarding and protecting the area outside. Looking at the bewildered faces of the lackeys, Su Shen slowly walked forward, hands in his pockets, and calmly responded, "Huh. You're asking how I got in here." He raised his hand, making a gun gesture, his eyes cold as ice. "It's thanks to this." The henchman was about to speak when his head suddenly disappeared, blood splattering everywhere in front of the horrified group. The deserters trembled and screamed, their faces dazed as they stared at the bizarre scene. The leader, eyes wide in shock, stammered, "Damn it, what's happening?" This guy just pointed at his head. For a second, why did his head disappear? Su Shen pointed forward, coldly warning, "Move again, don't even twitch, or you'll be joining your ancestors." The leader's face was flushed with veins bulging, sweat pouring down as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Kid, don't back out of this game." Back before the henchman was taken down, Bai Shang, from her sniper position, squeezed the trigger and confirmed through her earpiece that the target had been eliminated. Prior to this, Su Shen and Bai Shang had meticulously planned. Su Shen volunteered to infiltrate the enemy's area, while Bai Shang provided support from the laboratory building with her sniper rifle. She continued to observe through the scope, anxiously reminding, "Su Shen, there are a lot of deserters in the room. You're in a very dangerous situation." She emphasized that it was far too risky for him to charge into the enemy's stronghold alone. Bai Shang recalled when Su Shen had proposed the plan, only asking her to provide support. He spoke from afar. "All you need to do is hold this sniper rifle and support me from the building across. I'll go directly over there and lure the enemy out. When I signal towards any of them, you take care of them." Thinking back, Bai Shang regretted, "I really agreed to this." She was like a tigress protecting her mate, throwing herself down the stairs with all of her strength, growling through the earpiece. Su Shen, find a way to draw them away. I'll come rescue you right now. As Bai Shang rushed, the leader's order came through the earpiece. Kill this kid for me. Bai Shang gritted her teeth, swearing. Damn it, it's too late now. She sped up even more, her eyes bloodshot, yelling, damn it. Thinking that Su Shen had already met his end, she regretted agreeing to the reckless plan. The moment she reached the area where the deserters were hiding, Bai Shang raised her gun, aimed inside the room, and shouted furiously. Su Shen, I'm here to avenge you. But the scene before her was completely opposite to what she had imagined. The entire group of deserters, from the leader to the underlings, had been taken out by Su Shen. Lying motionless on the floor, unconscious like branches thrown around in a storm, Su Shen, still holding the leader's neck who had lost consciousness, lifted him up high, calmly saying, Ah, you're late. There's not a single supply here. After purging the administrative building, Su Shen, while taking down the gangsters, stored all the supplies into a spatial pouch, much like a monk collecting war spoils. He coldly announced to the henchmen before him, all the items here, for now you keep. If you survive and live honestly in the future, maybe I'll be in a good mood and give you a little. Life isn't always like a dream. The captain of the condemned crew was in a half-dead state, his neck gently caressed by Su Shen, his body floating in the air. He gasped weakly, trying to muster the last of his breath to threaten. Su brother, you can't kill me. If you do, the one standing behind me won't let you off. He thought that being a condemned prisoner meant he could act tough. But meeting Su Shen was truly a death sentence in the literal sense. Su Shen tightened his grip, the neck of the leader cracked with a snap, turning his threat into his final words, as if preparing for him to meet his end on the first day of the lunar month. With a cold, ice-like expression, Su Shen declared, Don't worry, those people will soon be accompanying you. Back in the present, Bai Shang hurriedly ran from the building across the street to rescue Su Shen, only to witness an unbelievable sight. The condemned prisoners were scattered across the ground, while Su Shen calmly dealt with the last one. She was stunned. Did you kill all those people? Su Shen quickly covered up. I've just been regularly practicing sports, and since the supplies in this area have run out, those people must have been so hungry and exhausted by now. Bai Shang nodded after hearing the explanation, finding it reasonable given the context of the apocalypse where anything could happen. However, her curiosity and sense of responsibility as a member of Team Shanghu led her to ask, is it possible that someone else here could have taken their supplies? If everything's been wiped out here, then what will the other students do? Su Shen didn't respond, silently thinking to himself, if necessary, I'll share some supplies from the spatial pocket with them. Well, I'll have to see how they behave first. This school, where Su Shen had once studied, was so familiar to him, like a map etched into his mind. Thanks to handling the group of death row prisoners, he had gathered quite a bit of information. He turned around and headed out the door, saying to Bai Shang, Let's go, shall we head to the girls' dorm? Bai Shang, still in a daze from what had just happened, asked, Why are we going to the girls' dorm now? Has she asked? She hurriedly ran to catch up with Su Shen. He glanced back briefly and explained, Just now, while carrying out the task, I did ask around. Lu Xiaofeng and the other students have all been gathered in that area. The scene shifted inside the room. Su Shen had just dealt with the execution squad. The bodies hung from the ceiling, but one female corpse suddenly stirred, making a strange noise. The woman opened her eyes, her gaze eerie, as though she had witnessed everything, from the beginning to the end. Outside the administrative building, a death row inmate wearing an iron mask that covered his jaw and sporting a bad boy hairstyle appeared. He was Gang Ye, a man who had just escaped from prison, casually shoving his hands into his pockets and strolling along. Gang Ye clicked his tongue in displeasure. That kid seems to have run out again, causing trouble. Entering the building, he was indifferent, not even sure if he was already dead. Only a short while later, Gang Ye's subordinates searched everywhere and found a girl hanging from the ceiling, shouting loudly, Report, we found her, boss. The team leader was still alive. The girl, with her disheveled hair and a body half covered, half revealing, covered in a web of scars, was indeed the leader of Gang Ye's group. Knowing her twisted preferences, Gang Ye wasn't in a rush to worry, merely clicking his tongue. Tetch, what a pity. In contrast to Gang Ye's indifferent attitude, his subordinates hastily shouted, Hurry up and take the leader down. A man quickly cut the rope binding her, tensing his muscles, and slowly lowered her to the ground. As soon as her feet touched the floor, she leaned on the chair, stood up, her body weak but still maintaining her composure, and spoke to Ganya. That was just a brief flirtation with death. Ganya, right now, I need comfort and attention from you. Ganya immediately pulled the thorned rope from his back, squinting his eyes, and flashing a devilish smile. Is that so? Ganya, a close comrade, lashed his whip repeatedly across her body. Despite the pain, she moaned in pleasure, like a twisted melody. Ganya asked in a low, intrigued voice, "And how do you feel now?" Unlike most people who would panic in the face of a beating, Sister Na smiled charmingly, clearly satisfied, and replied, "Ah, much better now." Seeing her recovery, Ganya asked carefully, "Then, you must have seen it, right?" He helped her sit up. Ganya asked again, more urgently, "So who dared to steal my supplies?" Sister Na stuck out her tongue, closed her eyes, and answered vaguely, "It was someone like a demon." After waking up from her daze, she coldly added, "Su Shen." The scene shifted to the girls' dormitory, where Su Shen and Bai Shang met Lu Xiaofeng and the other students. Seeing Lu Xiaofeng injured, Bai Shang anxiously shouted, "Xiaofeng, how did you get hurt?" Lu Xiaofeng smiled, trying to reassure her. "Captain Bai, I'm fine. It's just so good to see you safe and sound." He placed a hand on his stomach wound and looked at Su Shen with suspicion. "Su Shen, what are you doing here?" Bai Shang explained. "This person said he's the one who saved your life." Su Shen paid no attention to her words and turned to Lu Xiaofeng. "Ah, Xiaofeng, your injury looks pretty serious. Let me check how bad it is." Lu Xiaofeng untied the bandage and explained, "Actually, it's just a regular scratch. At first, it didn't seem too serious, but for some reason, this wound has become worse over time." Su Shen examined the ulcerated wound, thoughtfully stroked his chin, and then confirmed, "The Thao tribe are those who eat human flesh. Their claws carry harmful bacteria and corrosive viruses. If the proper medicine isn't applied in time, it could be life-threatening." Lu Xiaofeng remained calm, as if not afraid of death, but still hesitated. "It's just that I feel if I die like this, I would truly be unwilling." While Lu Xiaofeng was still conflicted, Su Shen reached into his mystical backpack and pulled out several medicine boxes, thrusting them into his face. "Take these. It should be enough." Lu Xiaofeng was stunned, shocked. Bai Shang, witnessing Su Shen's generosity, also asked in surprise, "Where did you get all these medicines from?" Su Shen responded, nonchalantly, almost offhandedly, "I told you already, I am the one who saved his life." In his mind, he rummaged through memories from his past life, recalling a figure of unparalleled power, known as the Divine Man, whose combat strength was comparable to that of a nuclear missile. Su Shen thought to himself, if Lu Xiaofeng is indeed the person he suspects, this investment will definitely never fail. With Lu Xiaofeng's upright and righteous style, Su Shen believed that this was a bet worth taking. Having received help from Su Shen that was more valuable than diamonds, Lu Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel indebted, yet his heart was still heavy with curiosity. He asked, "Right now, I owe you a favor, but I know you didn't come all the way here just to give me medicine. Tell me, what is it that you came for?" Su Shen's face was as emotionless as a block of ice, and he coldly warned, "Everyone here, the Great Flood is coming. You all need to evacuate quickly." Like a prophet, he explained. The extreme heat has caused glaciers in colder regions to melt, leading to saltwater intrusion. When that happens, this entire school will surely be submerged by the Great Flood. Su Shen's words left everyone dumbfounded, half believing, half doubting, as though standing in front of a vague prophecy. Bai Shang looked at him with suspicion, hesitated, and asked, "Great Flood? Right now?" At that moment, a villain appeared. Fang King, a former classmate of Su Shen, recognized him. She thought Su Shen had ulterior motives, placed her hand on her chest, and angrily protested. "Ridiculous, where is this Great Flood coming from? It seems like you're trying to find a way to kick us out of here and monopolize the resources of the school all by yourself." Su Shen glanced at the person who had just spoken and immediately recognized Fang King, a classmate from his year. She was from a wealthy family, a famous feminist at the school, always trying to create a divide between men and women. He thought to himself, his gaze cold and sharp. Fang King paid no attention to Su Shen's silence, focusing instead on the backpack he was holding in front of his chest. Hunger and curiosity made her uneasy. She arrogantly asked, "Hemph, is there food in that bag of yours?" Without waiting for Su Shen to respond, Fang King, with her privileged habits, rushed forward, attempting to snatch the backpack, yelling, "Let me see what's inside." If this had been in his previous life, Su Shen might have handed over the backpack right away. But now, things were different. To anyone who dared to rush in and try to take something by force, Su Shen immediately responded with a powerful slap. Fang King was no exception. The slap made her cheeks swell up, as if she had been stung by a bee. Holding the broken tooth she had just lost, she trembled and asked, "You dare hit me?" Everyone expected Su Shen's actions to provoke a negative response. But Fang King, being the kind of person she was, had earned no sympathy. As they saw her take the slap, the students around them erupted in excitement, cheering her on. "Well done. Who told her to mess up the rhythm?" One of them said. She dared to claim a whole dorm room for herself. "I've been annoyed by her for a long time." A different voice chimed in. "Exactly, isn't it just because she has a little money in her house? Hurry up and kick her out, tell her to leave." Su Shen glanced at the crowd and clicked her tongue, looking at Fang King. It seemed that her living situation wasn't all that great. Fang King was so angry that her face turned red, her cheeks contorted as she glared and shouted at the men, "How dare you treat me like this? Fine, I'll go find my father and tell him to kill all of you." Feeling wronged, she stormed off, not knowing whether she was actually going to find her father or just making empty threats, causing the others to laugh quietly. Bai Shang watched as Fang King ran off, then asked anxiously, "Su Shen, will this cause any problems?" Su Shen, who usually avoided answering directly, replied evasively, "She wants to find her father. Do you still want to stop her?" As Fang King walked away, she continued to curse, calling the men in the country all kinds of lowly names, especially that bastard Su Shen. These people could never compare to the gentleman abroad. But what she didn't know was that behind her, a large hand was silently approaching, its intent malicious. Gang Ye, hearing the name Su Shen, quietly moved closer, one hand covering her mouth while the other tightly restrained her, his eyes twisted with perversity. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Little treasure, tell your brother where that Su Shen is." After speaking with Lu Xiaofeng and Bai Shang, Su Shen left to carry out his plan. As he said his goodbyes and stepped out of the dormitory, he silently thought that the evacuation of the civilians would be temporarily handled by Bai Shang's group. He opened his phone and looked at the picture of the Golden King snake, telling himself that the most important thing now was to wait for the Golden King snake to complete its mutation, and then eliminate it. He wondered if he could acquire water manipulation abilities. While lost in thought, a groan from a nearby car startled Su Shen. He quickly noticed Fang King was tied up and hung from a crane by Gang Ye, continuously groaning and begging for help. "Su Shen, help me." Su Shen felt no sympathy, only mocking her. "Oh, you found your father so quickly, huh?" Gang Ye stood proudly on top of the car, looking at Su Shen as if he wanted to devour him, laughing loudly. "Ha, I'm Gang Ye, from the evolution base." He glared menacingly. "Are you Su Shen? I didn't expect you to dare steal our resources. I thought you were some kind of terrorist with 3 heads and 6 arms." Su Shen's gaze turned cold as he questioned, "You're from the evolution base?" Gang Ye slapped the back of the truck. "That's right. Since this is our first time meeting, I specifically prepared a gift for you." He unlocked the container, pushed open the door, and inside was a group of mutated drought demons, their eyes glowing red as they snarled and charged out. Gang Ye stood on top of the truck, pointing at the drought demons, challenging them. "So, I want to ask you, are you ready to die?" The battle between Su Shen and Gang Ye caused a loud commotion, startling Bai Shang and Lu Xiaofeng, who were in the women's dormitory. Bai Shang anxiously glanced at the direction where Su Shen had just left. She was worried about Su Shen and also concerned about Lu Xiaofeng's injury. She gave an order. "I'll go out there and take a look. Xiaofeng, you stay here and make sure everyone is protected." "But Lu Xiaofeng owes Su Shen his life, so there's no way I'm not going with you." Back to the battle. Gang Ye laughed loudly from the top of the truck, Watching as the zombies rushed towards Su Shen, Fang King hung suspended from the crane, being taunted by Ganya. Su Shen, this girl is your classmate, right? I'll give you a chance to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. All you have to do is kneel and beg for mercy, and I'll let her go. Su Shen raised his hand at his chin, thinking, actually, saving her isn't out of the question. A few minutes ago, he was slapping Fang King, but now he changed his tone to one of affection, giving her hope. She screamed, "Really? Su Shen, you are such a good person. Then quickly kneel down and save me." But Su Shen looked up coldly and interrupted, "There's one problem." Fang King was confused. "What do you mean by a problem? Didn't you just say you would save me? I clearly heard you say that you'd save me." Realizing that Su Shen was mocking her, she became furious, her eyes bloodshot. She said, "You were the one who said you would save me, and now you're changing your mind. Are you even a man?" Su Shen recalled her earlier insults about men in their country, and sneered, "That's not up for debate. Of course I'm a man, but I feel I'm not worthy of saving you. Maybe I should contact those foreign gentlemen and see if they would be willing to save you instead." Su Shen's words made Fang King tremble with anger, sweat pouring down, her eyes filled with hatred. She said, "So this is the kind of person you are. Just because I called you cowardly and petty, you're going to take revenge on me over a single sentence?" She yelled, "Do you think I'll apologize to you? Then humbly beg you to save me? The truth proves that you are nothing but a cowardly man. Lowly, despicable coward. I don't need a lowly scumbag like you to save me." But before he could look down, Su Shen pointed below and smiled. "Oh, is that so? I hope you remember every word you just said." Fang King, with her alluring figure, was dressed in a crude dress by Ganya, becoming the target of the zombies. They climbed on top of each other and sank their teeth into her body. Overwhelmed with pain, Fang King screamed, "Ah, save me, Su Shen. I was wrong. Please save me. Please save me." Gang Ye laughed loudly, pointing at Su Shen. "Ha ha, you're truly the type to watch someone die without lifting a finger. But that's all right. In the end, you'll go down with this bitch anyway. Right now, let me broaden your horizons and show you the techniques of our evolution base." He pulled out a jar of powder-like substance and smeared it on his face with a proud expression. "As long as I apply this powder, it'll make the zombies down there obey me." Su Shen's face remained cold, filled with sarcasm. "Oh, so you're applying it to your bones. Truly this is quite useful. I think it might make the zombies mistake you for one of their own." The words hit Gangya's low IQ. He stood there, confused, sweating, staring at the jar of powder he had just clumsily applied to her. Panicking, he spat out random curses. Disgusting. Like an innocent child who had been tricked, Ganya exploded in anger, shouting, "Damn it, all of you come at me. Tear her to pieces." The zombies growled and charged at Su Shen. Calmly, he assumed a defensive stance, crossing his arms like Wakanda the Black Panther, and used his spatial abilities. From his hands, two sharp swords materialized. From a close-quarters assassin, in an instant, Su Shen transformed into a swordsman on par with Zoro from One Piece. He darted through the zombies, swinging his swords, decapitating heads, severing necks, chests, limbs, moving gracefully like a dragon soaring through the sky. After his performance, Su Shen gently landed on the ground. Ganya, thinking Su Shen had been done for, sneered, "That damn kid, still daring to fool around in front of me when he's about to die." But when he saw the zombies standing still and Su Shen suddenly appearing in front of him, he was taken aback. "Ha, how the hell did you get up here?" Bai Xiang and Lu Xiaofeng arrived at the battlefield, seeing Su Shen surrounded by zombies, and Ganya acting cruelly. Worried, Bai Xiang exclaimed, "It's over, Su Shen." She looked at Ganya, panicking as she was surrounded. Ganya, enraged by Su Shen's prank, yelled, "What are you standing there for? Get over here right now." Su Shen brushed the dust off his clothes, calm and composed. "Stop shouting. It's pointless." The sword strikes from earlier were now taking effect, and the zombies slowly collapse, their bodies disintegrating. Su Shen explained, "Because you're just wasting your strength." Ganya stood stunned, horrified. "What is this? How is this possible? There's no point in talking about it." Su Shen activated his space ability, stepped in, and appeared coldly behind Ganya, I never intended to have any interaction with your evolution base. He grabbed Gangya's face, holding his head immobile. Gangya panicked. Su Shen reminded him. But who told you to keep coming after me trying to kill me? He pulled Gangya's head forcefully, speaking as he did. Well, in that case, I can't spare your worthless life. Gangya, in pain, his eyes bloodshot, screamed. What do you plan to do? I'll stop. Su Shen gave a chilling smile, pulling hard as Gangya's neck cracked, splitting open with a horrifying sound. The scene was grotesque. Those with weak hearts should skip ahead for a few seconds. Bai Shang witnessed Su Shen handle the group of zombies and Gangya, standing frozen as he silently thought, taking care of that person in the blink of an eye. It had been the same back then. This definitely wasn't something simple that could be done just through daily physical training. What kind of monster is this person? Su Shen held Gangya's severed head in one hand, his other hand casually in his pocket, coldly stating, dealing with these small fries, I might as well hold back a bit. It'd be better if I had a more reliable helper by my side. The scene shifted to the Liu Cheng Hotel, where the temperature was cool and the air was filled with a hint of moisture. Inside the presidential suite, Nia Lin still hadn't shaken off the feeling of being relentlessly exhausted by Su Shen the entire night. She curled up, her mouth wide open, as if she was still dreaming of being relentlessly ravaged by Su Shen. Nia Lin gasped for air, one hand reaching down as she moaned. Don't be surprised if you wake up suddenly. Her cheeks flushed, sweat pouring down her face as she groggily called out. Su Shen jumped up, his face red, and she screamed, Don't leave me. Nia Lin, in a thin nightgown that clung to her body, her figure radiating vitality, was panting as if she had just escaped a terrifying nightmare. A nightmare? I'm sure you've already imagined it for yourself after those images, just now. Right? Haha. Her tired eyes, breathing heavily, muttered, dreaming about him again. Why hasn't he come back yet, after all this time? Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from outside, causing Nia Lin to startle and turn around in confusion. She recalled Su Shen's words before he left, cold and engraved deeply in her mind. If you're useless, then what right do you have to stand by my side? Those words struck like a knife, jolting Nia Lin awake. She gritted her teeth and whispered to herself, Su Shen, I will never be a burden to you. Not allowing herself to sink further into the dream, Nia Lin sprang up, gripping the pistol by her side. With determination, she thought to herself, I will be your strong right hand. The sound of clattering footsteps from the room next door shattered the silence. In her seductive nightgown, Nia Lin looked like the lead character in a police versus robber game that men would certainly love. Smirking, she coldly pushed open the door and stepped outside, her gaze sharp like that of a hunting leopard. But as she entered, she froze. There was nothing unusual. Nia Lin scanned the room, muttering, the sound definitely came from over here. Unexpectedly, another loud thud came from behind, making her anxiously turn around. A flicker of fear crossed her mind as she wondered, when did that thing appear behind me? In front of Nia Lin, a drought demon bared its teeth and growled, its bloodshot eyes causing her to freeze in place, sweat pouring down her face. She stood motionless as if frozen in oblivion, silently thinking, it appeared behind me. If anyone had been here, she would have screamed for help. But now, all Nia Lin could feel was her heart pounding wildly, panic rising in her chest at the sudden appearance of the undead creature. Still in her seductive nightgown, Nia Lin slowly stepped back, her eyes never leaving the horrific figure of the drought demon closing in. She thought, when did it appear behind me? Desperately searching for an escape, she took another step back, but suddenly her backside collided with the edge of the table. Glancing around, she realized one side was blocked by the drought demon, another side by a chair, and behind her was the table. There was no way out. Sweat trickled down her face, and she thought to herself, this is bad. I'm trapped, with the table and chair blocking me. As she fumbled for a way to escape, Nia Lin glanced down at her hand and realized she was holding a pistol. Relief flooded her, and she thought, that's right, I have a gun. Despite her sexy appearance, she was a bit clumsy by nature. In her haste, she raised the gun, but in the process, she accidentally bumped into the chair, causing the gun to fall onto the table with a loud clatter. The drought demon, agitated by the noise, became even more frantic, its red eyes glowing like fire, its mouth dripping with grotesque saliva. Rushing towards the sound, Nia Lin dared not look at the terrifying scene. She shrank back, yet still maintained her alluring S-curve figure. Realizing that the drought demon was attacking, she closed her eyes in despair, thinking that this time she was surely going to die. But strangely, the drought demon did not charge at her. It seemed to be blind, bypassing the delicious prey in front of it and instead snapping at the chair. Realizing that what it had bitten was not food, the drought demon backed away in confusion, sniffing the air around Nialin. Nialin slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was still alive. Seeing the drought demon sniffing, she gently leaned back, pushing herself up against the table. However, the posture felt a bit awkward. "Are we brothers?" she thought, staring at the drought demon's bloodshot eyes. "Why does it keep sniffing like that? Could it not see anything?" I have to admit, the eyes of this drought demon do look kind of dazed, like a character from the movie Asterisk, Sweet Home, and The Lucky Blind Worker Asterisk. It kept getting closer, inhaling the scent of Nialin's body. She tried to retreat, but the S-curves of her body made it difficult to dodge, as if caught in a tragic farce. Nialin's face twisted with frustration as she thought, "I've just escaped one death, but now it's standing so close to me. If I make even the slightest noise, she would definitely be eaten by it. What should I do now in this situation?" While the drought demon growled and kept sniffing the scent on her body, Nialin suddenly remembered the gun she had just dropped. "Gun? That's right, I just need to get the gun." She turned around, thrusting her hips back, stretching her body to reach for the gun on the table, striking a pose that would make anyone drool. It was only an inch away from her grasp. Nialin muttered to herself, "Just a little more." But in the midst of her inviting posture, the drought demon suddenly noticed the noise she made went wild and roared as it turned its ears toward her. Nialin froze, looking back into the drought demon's bloodshot eyes, silently thinking, "It's over." The monster was right behind her, growling horrifically, throwing her into panic. But in that life and death moment, the image and words of Su Shen flashed in her mind like a flame, reigniting her will. "My resources are limited, and I can't keep you just because you're beautiful. Finding the core in the monster's head grants you special abilities. I will never harbor a useless person." Those words struck Nialin's pride. She gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury, and shouted, "I am not useless." With that, she kicked back with the heel of her high-heeled shoe. She aimed directly at the eyes of the drought demon, driving deep into them, leaving it stunned even though it was already blind. Ha! Next, she delivered another kick to its skull, her thick heel piercing deep into its brain. Nialin placed one foot on the drought demon's head, sat on the table, her eyes cold and teeth gritted. "Let's see if there's a core inside your head." But as she pulled her foot back, the drought demon suddenly grabbed her ankle. Panicking, Nialin cried out but refused to submit. Applying the philosophy that when the enemy comes to your door, even women fight, she stomped her thick heel into its remaining eye. The drought demon couldn't withstand it and collapsed at her feet. Nialin sat up, her backside resting on the table, watching the creature slowly fall. She noticed the axe on the table, approached it, hefted it onto her shoulder, and muttered, "Su Shen, it's a pity you're not here to see this. I'm not as useless as you think." With her foot pressing down on the drought demon's face, she confirmed, "Let's see if there's a core in your head." The scene shifted to the College of Engineering, where Bai Shang and Lu Xiaofeng were. According to Su Shen, the student evacuation was organized, and Bai Shang contacted her brother Bai Ming to lead a support team to protect the students in the snake biology laboratory. The Golden King snake, the one Su Shen had been paying attention to, began to mutate. Su Shen stepped forward, his gaze as cold as ice, staring directly at the snake. "Let me see how much you can transform," he said. He placed a bucket of water in front of the Golden King snake and spoke, "I've also specially prepared a large bucket of water for you." The snake, now with awareness after its mutation, did not react but slowly slid off the table and into the bucket of water. Su Shen smiled. "Oh, you know that you need to swim in the water for your body to fully mutate. Well, that's good. It saves me the trouble of doing anything." As the Golden King snake touched the water, its body immediately began to transform. Its entire form expanded far beyond its original size, causing the plastic bucket to crack and bulge as if it were about to explode. Su Shen was taken aback. Just in an instant, it had grown so much. The Golden King snake had entered the first stage of mutation, standing tall with large wings growing from its back. Its blood-red eyes stared at Su Shen. He remained cautious, slowly saying, "You've grown this large already in the first stage of mutation. Luckily, I only brought a small bucket. If a flood really came here, it would be hard to deal with." One hand in his pocket, the other revealing a sword, Su Shen gazed at the Golden King snake and warned, "But if you choose to submit now, to serve under me, I might consider making you mine." The snake had gained intelligence after the mutation, recognizing Su Shen's strength, and chose to head straight for the window to escape. Su Shen suddenly exclaimed, "You want to run? Looks like this little guy is starting to show some intelligence and understanding." With its massive weight, the Golden King snake smashed through the window, escaping outside. Su Shen didn't hesitate, charging after it with his sword, thrusting it into its back while gritting his teeth. "Is this how snakes run away? Too bad your speed isn't fast enough to escape." But instead of piercing through, the sword broke in half upon hitting the snake's scales, as tough as steel. Su Shen sighed, holding the broken sword in half. Are its scales really this tough? The Golden King snake realized Su Shen couldn't break through its scales, and turned back to counterattack. Su Shen, unfazed, jumped into the air and declared, "If the sword won't work on you, I'll just punch you to death then." He threw a powerful punch to the top of its head, causing the snake's upper body to slam down hard onto the ground. But the Golden King snake refused to back down, coiling its long body around Su Shen, tightening, as if to show affection. Controlled by the snake, Su Shen grimaced, "So this little brat can actually restrain me now. Looks like it's getting smarter." Su Shen's eyes were as cold as ice as he observed the Serpent King's ruthless expression. In a deep, low voice, Su Shen asked, "Was your previous attack just a decoy? Was your real goal to capture me?" The Serpent King did not answer Su Shen's question, for it could not speak. Instead, it opened its terrifying jaws wide, aiming directly at Su Shen, preparing to strike and swallow its prey. But at that moment, the scene suddenly shifted to Bai Shang's group, leaving Su Shen's fate hanging in the balance, promising to be revealed shortly. Bai Ming turned his head and looked back, asking Bai Shang with a teasing tone, "Why are you still standing there staring?" Not stopping, Bai Ming continued to mock his younger sister, his face expressing amusement. "What's with that look? Are you regretting letting that handsome guy, Su Shen, slip away?" Bai Shang slightly turned her face away, responding in a sharp tone, "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Bai Ming hesitated for a moment, his eyes studying his sister as he asked again, "Do you really like that kid? But if he stays here, isn't he just asking for death?" Bai Shang immediately shook her head, her voice firm, "He definitely won't die." Bai Ming, curious, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you sure?" Bai Shang's eyes flickered with a mix of surprise and fear, slowly recounting, "The first time I met him, I could feel that he was not only strong, but his eyes, deep, cold, and full of mystery, seemed like a monster hiding within. I believe we will definitely meet him again." The scene shifted back to Su Shen and the Serpent King. In an instant, the monster bared its fangs, ready to tear into Su Shen. Suddenly, a strong arm of his shot out, as fast as lightning, grabbing its throat tightly. The snake's head thrashed violently, but it couldn't escape the powerful grip, which was like a steel vice. Su Shen's entire body suddenly transformed, his eyes, cold as death's gaze, locked onto the beast. He stomped heavily on the creature's back, his voice deep and full of authority. "You think you can really capture me?" Looking into the Serpent King's eyes, filled with fear, Su Shen continued, his tone icy. "I've heard that snakes have such advanced nervous systems that even when their heads are chopped off, they can still bite. But what does that matter?" With terrifying strength, like a berserker, Su Shen effortlessly flipped the Serpent King over with one hand, delivering a powerful strike that slammed the monster into the ground. The sound echoed like thunder as the enormous beast, which had only just risen, met its true master. Su Shen walked closer, one hand gripping the neck, the foot pressing into the mouth of the serpent, gentle yet utterly ruthless. He used his hands to tear the Serpent King in half. After swiftly bringing down the monster, Su Shen surveyed the surroundings and eventually found the crystal core. He picked it up, his eyes glinting with excitement. "I found it." Su Shen stared intently at the crystal core, feeling the powerful energy radiating from it, which only fueled his curiosity about the strength he was about to gain. He murmured, "Let me see what kind of power you can give me." Suddenly, the cityscape changed drastically. Just a few hours ago, The searing heat had caused everything to writhe in agony, but now a torrential downpour fell relentlessly, as if seeking to drown the entire world. If the scorching heat had suffocated the will and endurance of humanity, then this flood and thunderstorm was like a sharp blade poised to erase human civilization. Tidal waves and floods surged, sweeping everything away in the city. The citizens, frantic, searched for an escape route, their faces etched with terror and despair as they confronted the natural disaster unleashed by the earth. Even powerful inland cities like Chengdu could not resist the wrath of nature. The area around the technical university, with its relatively low elevation, had only a few administrative buildings and some skyscrapers left standing, having yet to be consumed by the floodwaters. The one chosen by fate, after absorbing the Serpent King's core, plunged into the torrent of water. He glided smoothly, feeling his body become more agile than ever before. Breathing, movement, everything was different compared to before. Su Shen slid across the surface of the water, like a silent wave, yet full of power. He thought to himself, as expected, after absorbing the Serpent King's core, my body has started to change in order to adapt to the new power. When his body made contact with the water, a transformation occurred. Not only did small, tough scales resembling those of a snake sprout, but his physical strength and speed were also significantly enhanced. His eyes became sharper, able to capture light even in the dimmest of environments. In particular, a thin membrane formed around his eyes, protecting them when submerged underwater. Su Shen realized that his breathing had also become strange. Bubbles rose around him, yet he felt no discomfort or difficulty breathing. It was as though he could absorb oxygen through his skin, much like the traits of a water snake. He wondered, could this be the advantage of a water snake? Su Shen swam for a while, escaping from the administrative building, surfaced, and continued to contemplate his new powers. While he couldn't directly control water, the ability to breathe underwater was already a significant advantage. He suddenly recalled the Lu Chang Hotel area. The measurement point is still stuck. If the flood from upstream arrives, the likelihood of that area being submerged is very high. But the raging floodwaters, carrying debris and materials like sharp blades hidden in the dark, make it a dangerous challenge to swim upstream. Su Shen looked up at the sky and commented, "The volcanic eruption seems to have reached its peak." Chengdu, far from the volcano, still had a clear sky. However, as volcanic ash rose and spread everywhere, the end of winter was drawing near. Su Shen's face suddenly became serious, and he silently thought, when the apocalypse comes, human civilization will just be a fragile joke. To avoid becoming prey in nature, I can only keep strengthening myself. Su Shen began to recall his past life. After the Great Flood, many powerful forces rose in Chengdu. This area, with its low and marshy terrain in the south, became the domain of the Water Serpent Army and the Female Iron King. To the south of the city was the Cannibal Tribe, a gathering of ruthless fanatics. To the west, the Rat Army, under the rule of King Rat, held control. Meanwhile, to the east lay the territory of the powerful Skull Hunter. In his past life, Gao Kong and Duan Ye had occupied the Lu Chang Hotel, and Su Shen had narrowly escaped death at their hands multiple times. But in this life, he muttered, Duan Ye, Gao Kong, and those people, I had already planned to deal with them first. In order to become stronger, I must gather all the remaining soul cores as quickly as possible. Sitting atop a building, Su Shen slowly pondered his plan. The cannibal tribe had a large number of people, with many scattered camps. The whereabouts of the Female Iron King were mysterious, though they could be traced. As for the King Rat, he remembered a clue from his previous life, a plague that broke out at the University of Science and Technology. If that were true, the King Rat was definitely hiding there. With quick action, Su Shen could seize its soul core without much effort. As Su Shen was deep in thought on the rocky outcrop, contemplating his plan, the water below suddenly rippled. He lowered his head to look and noticed a growing number of water demons gathering. Su Shen frowned slightly and muttered, seems like I'm getting too bored. Watching the water demons tighten their encirclement around the area, Su Shen smiled provocatively. Looks like I've been surrounded by these guys. The scene shifted to a signal tower in Shu City. The floodwaters from the Great Flood still hadn't completely submerged the pillar. At the top of the tower, two young men clung tightly, their faces filled with clear fear. Why is the flood happening right now? The younger brother, while trying to climb higher, suddenly noticed some movement beneath the water. He turned around and signaled to his older brother. "Look under the water. It seems like someone is swimming toward us." The older brother was a little younger than the younger one. He'd heard it but appeared skeptical. "You're making too much noise. If anyone were under the water right now, they'd be dead for sure." Despite his tough words, he turned around to take a look. When he saw a figure indeed swimming toward them, he was so shocked that he stammered, "Huh? What is this?" Both of them recognized Su Shen, gliding across the water like a skilled swimmer breaking through waves. They silently marveled, wondering how this kid hadn't been drowned by the flood yet. The older brother's face showed clear signs of anger as he gritted his teeth. "If it weren't for the base ordering us to track him, we wouldn't have gotten stuck in this damn flood. If he dares to come here, I'll kick him straight in the face and make him fall into the water." The younger brother, still gripping the post, looked more closely at Su Shen and then said, "But I think his swimming speed is too fast, and it seems like something is following him." The older brother stared in confusion, horrified as he saw a group of ghosts closely trailing Su Shen. Both of them screamed in unison. Where did the demons clinging to this kid's back come from? Seeing Su Shen glide upstream against the rushing current, both brothers were stunned and blurted out, "How could he swim against the current so quickly?" Watching Su Shen and the water demons charging toward them at an incredible speed, the two brothers panicked and screamed, He's swimming straight toward us." The younger brother immediately shouted, threatening Su Shen. "Su Shen, we're from the evolution base. We warn you, stay away from here." Hearing the threat, Su Shen gave a slight cold smile. A normal person wouldn't say anything, but you guys dared to mention the evolution base. Looks like you've come to the right person. Su Shen was skimming the floodwaters when he heard the threat from the two brothers from the evolution base. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and his voice was deep, filled with authority. "Evolution base. Have your lackeys survived for too long?" He silently pondered, his eyes flashing with curiosity. "Perhaps I should investigate what they're plotting." In an instant, Su Shen made a decision. With a powerful push off the water's surface, he shot up into the air, heading straight for the two from the evolution base. The sudden move startled the two brothers, sending them into a panic. Normally, a jump from the ground with such force would be unimaginable, let alone Su Shen, who glided across the waves like an extraordinary fish, performing this move on the surging water. The two brothers were continuously shocked, moving from one astonishment to the next. Su Shen's foot seemed to land with precision, striking a solid point of support right on the face of his younger brother. The young man's face immediately contorted, resembling a demon's grimace, yet carried the confused look of a child being mugged. Su Shen's powerful kick turned his younger brother into an unwilling footmat. Veins bulged from his face to his neck as he gritted his teeth, trying to endure the tremendous force of Su Shen's foot. However, with that force, the younger brother instantly lost his balance, sliding off the pillar and falling freely into the rushing waters. A desperate scream rang out, accompanied by a look toward the elder brother, as if to say, "Brother, I'm falling freely. This is really bad, right?" The elder brother, gripping the pillar tightly, watched in panic as his younger brother fell, helpless. Fortunately, in that crucial moment, with a hair's breadth between life and death, he reached out just in time to grab his younger brother's hand, saving him from a catastrophic fall. One hand clung to the pillar, while the other held his brother, suspended in midair. The elder brother gritted his teeth, his entire body straining with bulging veins, his muscles tight, as if about to tear apart in an attempt to counter the weight. He roared, "I've got you now. Quickly, grab the pole." The younger sibling hung below, struggling, but the weight of their body prevented him from pulling himself closer to the pole. Panicking, he screamed, "I can't reach the pole." The elder brother could feel the weight of his sibling's body and knew he couldn't hold on much longer. Gritting his teeth, he tried to reassure him, "Don't be afraid, I will definitely pull you up." But the younger sibling, understanding the perilous situation and the deep bond between them, painfully made a decision. "Brother, I'm too heavy. Let go. If you don't, we'll both die." The elder brother immediately looked down, his eyes heavy as he shouted, "No, I will never let go of you. We live and die together." Su Shen, watching from above, witnessed the emotional sibling scene that felt straight out of a drama, unable to hold back tears at their strong connection. He coldly sat on the edge of the pole, looked down at the two siblings, and spoke. "Tell me, What do you know about the evolution base? Even in such a life-or-death situation, the siblings remained resolute. The elder brother gritted his teeth and retorted, "Give it up. I will never say anything to you. Even if you kill us, someone will avenge us." Su Shen glanced down at the water demons rising, their grotesque arms stretching out, waiting for the prey to fall. He coldly complimented, "Well done, quite brave, but don't blame me." Before Su Shen could act, a water demon with a long arm suddenly grabbed the ankle of the younger brother, who was hanging in midair. It yanked hard, pulling him straight into the floodwaters. Though he had previously accepted the sacrifice to let his older brother survive, the younger brother could not help but panic, screaming, his face filled with horror as he was dragged away from his brother's embrace. Su Shen stood above, looking down, and calmly explained to the older brother, "He was pulled down by the water demons. You can't blame me." But the older brother paid no heed to Su Shen's words. Seeing his younger brother being swept away, he immediately let go of the column and plunged into the water, shouting, "No, I'm going down to save him." The sibling bond was truly admirable, and both sank into the cold water. When the older brother opened his eyes, he was horrified to find a water demon with sharp teeth and bloodshot eyes right beside him. Before he could save his brother, he had no idea how to save himself. In that moment of desperation, the younger brother could only silently mutter, "It's over." He looked at the water demon raising its claws. The older brother attacked, closed his eyes, raised his hand, and thought to himself, "Well, it's better to die with you than to fight against these water demons under the water." But just at that moment, Su Shen suddenly appeared. A cold sword slashed cut through, splitting the water demon in front of the older brother in two. With a demonic appearance, Su Shen glided over the water as if it were solid ground, his sword strikes as swift as lightning. The water demons fell one after another in front of the astonished siblings. Both of them seemed to have just escaped the grasp of the Grim Reaper, panting heavily. The older brother looked at Su Shen, his eyes full of astonishment, silently thinking, "Is he really human? He's terrifyingly strong." After a moment, Su Shen pulled both of them up to the rooftop of a nearby building. Grateful for the life-saving intervention, the older brother immediately spoke, "We owe you our lives. Now, I will tell you everything we know about the evolution base." Still catching his breath after narrowly escaping death, the older brother continued, "We were sent by the evolution base to monitor you. The base is actually located at the University of Science and Technology, led by Mr. Liu, along with the researchers in the laboratory. We are just pawns, doing menial tasks at the command of our superiors." Hearing the mention of the University of Science and Technology, Su Shen immediately thought of King Rat. He silently pondered. The rat plague that broke out before also originated from there. It seems King Rat is directly related to this evolutionary base. Su Shen asked further, "Is there any mutated rat being studied in the laboratory?" His brother shook his head and answered honestly, "Only the researchers know about the experiments. We really have no idea about this matter." Although only a little information had been gathered, Su Shen immediately made a decision. "Anyway, we must take action first, get a clear understanding of the situation there to prepare before the rat plague erupts." The scene shifted to Lu Cheng Hotel, where the floodwaters had almost submerged the entire area. Duan Ya, her eyes filled with unease, stood before the rising water level. She gasped for breath, her face as if painted by a talented artist, vivid down to the smallest detail. After absorbing the essence crystal as instructed by Su Shen, Duan Yi tried to sense the new power within her body, but it seemed nothing happened. Drenched, she stood there in confusion, wondering whether she had succeeded. The floodwaters had already risen to her ankles. Suddenly, tentacles began to wriggle at her feet, as if foreshadowing a dramatic scene in the next episode. She tried to lift her foot and exclaimed, "Has the water really risen this much?" The great flood nearly engulfed every building in the city, and Lu Cheng Hotel was no exception. The floodwaters had risen to the highest floors, each wave surging powerfully, as if it intended to wash everything away. Du Wenye stood in the building, not only hearing the fierce crashing of waves outside, but also noticing strange rustling sounds all around her. The noise made her uneasy, as though something was lurking. Earlier, Ye had taken down a business associate, a man who had once offered a lucrative business opportunity, but because he was a friend of a blind fortune teller in a past life, nothing had come of it. Fortunately, she managed to retrieve a spirit core from his brain. According to Su Shen's advice, Duan Ye decided to absorb the spirit core, as she didn't want to become useless. And this was the only way to stay by Su Shen's side. However, this action caused her body to undergo a strange mutation. Duan Ye's eyes turned blood red, as if they contained the torrent of energy about to erupt. Her entire body burned unnaturally, continuously emitting painful groans, as if she had been drugged. Her body, though alluring, was now undergoing bizarre phenomena. Duan Yi widened her eyes, sticking out her tongue as though falling into a state of masochism, clutching herself tightly to suppress the pain spreading throughout her body. In particular, there seemed to be a strange twitching on her chest, as though she were being shocked by an electric current. Eventually, Duan Ye's strange and excruciating state began to subside, leaving her in astonishment and with unanswered questions. Duan Yi widened her eyes, gazing up at the ceiling, her face tired, her breath heavy yet steady, like a rhythm full of vitality. However, deep within her eyes, there was still a glint that was hard to describe, as if concealing an unspeakable secret. In a posture similar to the Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball Z*, each bead of sweat rolled down her scorching body. Duan Yi wondered, have I succeeded? The floodwaters from the Great Flood had risen to the floor she was standing on. The cold water touched her heels, causing Duan Yi to suddenly realize that the water had reached this level. But she was unaware that beneath her feet, strange objects had started to emerge, scattered around her in an eerie, unsettling mess. She looked up, but in an instant, Duan Yi felt a strange and unusual sensation within her body. She startled, and just then, a water snake with a head full of sharp, jagged teeth suddenly lunged toward her, wrapping its slimy, slick body tightly around her. Duan Yi panicked and exclaimed, "What in the world is this thing?" The scene seemed like it had stepped right out of a horror movie, making anyone who witnessed it shudder. The water snake tightened its grip, secreting a sticky, glimmering mucus that enveloped Duan Yi's body. The more compact parts of her body still managed to endure, but the curvaceous, firm, and lively shapes on her body seemed to writhe, trying to break free from the clutches of the disgusting, slimy substance. Duan Yi trembled with horror, screaming, "So slippery, sticky, and gross. How disgusting!" While still dazed by the slimy layer clinging to her, the grotesque head of the water snakes suddenly appeared right in front of her. Inside its mouth, a row of sharp, jagged teeth glistened like a nightmare for those afraid of cavities. The snake swayed back and forth, stared at Duan Yi for a few seconds, and then suddenly lunged forward to attack. Everyone thought Duan Yi would just freeze and accept her fate, but no, she was a supporting character of the main protagonist. How could she easily fall? Duan Yi squeezed her eyes shut, turned her face to the right, and instinctively, her hand shot out to grab the snake's head with lightning speed. But the monster wouldn't allow her to retaliate so easily. It wrapped its tail tightly around her arms, leaving Duan Yi to mutter, "I'm done for." A series of slippery, slimy tentacles tightened around her body, putting her in a perilous situation where she couldn't move. The slimy tendrils tightened even more, pushing Duan Yi to the brink of despair, her entire body feeling completely bound. As she desperately searched for a way to escape, more water snake demons suddenly appeared in front of her. They displayed their sinewy bodies, threatening as it was. Duan Yi couldn't help but sigh. Why are there so many of them all of a sudden? This is so annoying. She didn't even have time to adapt to her abilities. But in that critical moment, the memory of Su Shen's teachings suddenly flooded back to her. His voice echoed in her ears. "As long as you find the crystal core and consume it, you'll gain a special ability. But they're just normal monsters, so we can't get any crystal cores from them," Duan Yi said, in her torn nurse's uniform, her eyes hesitantly glancing at the apple taken from Su Shen's spatial pocket. She asked in confusion, "How can I use this if I don't even know what kind of ability I have?" Su Shen looked at her with a stern expression, instilling confidence in her. "Focus and try to feel. Feel yourself, the environment around you, and the changes in everything. Then, try to control the palm of your hand." Back in the present, with Su Shen's teachings deeply ingrained, Duan Yi smiled, suddenly realizing that she could feel it now. Successfully activating her ability, she looked at the terrifying monsters before her. Suddenly, countless nerve fibers in their bodies became clear to her. Duan Yi understood what needed to be done. She roared, "Is this the brainstem of these monsters?" The moment the words left her mouth, Duan Yi's eyes turned bright red. The voice roared with power. "Stop right there. As the words left her lips, the grotesque tentacles immediately froze, standing still as if turned to stone by her command. The tentacles wrapped around her body loosened, no longer daring to tighten. Du Wenye looked at her body, now sticky and covered in filth, sighing, "How disgusting! I'm all sticky and slimy." She reached for the axe beside her and slung it over her shoulder. In the outfit, stained with muck, Du Wenye's perfect figure stood out even more, like a warrior stepping out of legend. Looking at the monsters before her, her eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. "I'll make you look like leeks," she said. Then, Du Wenye swung the axe, hacking horizontally and vertically, attacking fiercely in all directions. Just a few minutes later, the room was flooded with fresh blood, and the grotesque tentacles were completely eradicated. When she was done, Du Wenye lifted her skirt and started walking away, muttering, "The men people are disgusting. I have to go soak in a bath to clean up." But as she turned her back, a foot appeared quietly, and a voice full of sinister intent echoed, startling Du Wenye, "Can we take a bath together?" Du Wenye, still holding the axe, spun around, her eyes filled with anger, ready to threaten her enemy. But before her stood Su Shen, completely naked. She emitted an eerie green light. Seeing her so strong, Su Shen silently praised, "You're not bad at all. You even know how to use weapons to protect yourself." The appearance of Su Shen made Du Wenye feel less afraid, and her face relaxed. She was stunned, unable to believe that Su Shen was really here. Looking at the person who once made her tremble like a sewing machine, Du Wenye couldn't hold back her emotions. She jumped straight into Su Shen's arms, burying his face into her double mountains. Su Shen could only exclaim, "This is really great, it's Su Shen. It's really you. You come back to me. I was so worried you might die." But the alluring curves of Du Wenye unintentionally created straight lines on Su Shen's body. She blankly felt something hard pressing against her and asked, "Huh? What's that hard thing you're pressing into me?" Realizing that Su Shen was not wearing anything, Du Wenye blushed, embarrassed, and waved her hands in a flurry. "You jerk! Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Su Shen scratched his head, smiling bitterly. The tide came up earlier, it was so dirty, I had to take everything off. Come on, let's go take a shower." As they entered the bathroom, the clear water flowed out, allowing Su Shen to enjoy the refreshing sensation. "It's so comfortable. Only when stepping out the door do I realize that home is still the best place." While Su Shen lay back in the bathtub, Du Wenye, sitting across from him, blushed as if she was about to have a fit after meeting him again. Su Shen asked, "By the way, what kind of ability did you awaken?" Du Wenye moved behind Su Shen, her eyes sparkling, her cheeks flushed. She placed her hand on his shoulder and gently massaged it. As she did, she asked in return, "Have you figured it out already?" Su Shen, half in a daze, smiled and teased, "Not yet, I just figured it out by the temperature on your lips." Her answer made Du Wenye blush even more. "The temperature on my lips? What special temperature could my lips possibly have?" The artist, perhaps worried that Su Shen wouldn't be able to handle it, had cleverly made sure Du Wenye was wrapped in a towel to cover the sensitive areas. Su Shen continued, "What's your ability then?" Du Wenye did not hide it and answered directly, "Maybe it's a mental control type ability." Su Shen, curious, asked back, "Do you think your mental control ability would have any effect on food?" Du Wenye paused her daydreaming, stood up, and answered, "I'm not really sure, or maybe I should try this ability on you." Su Shen was startled and looked behind him. "Try it. What are you trying on me?" The image before Su Shen made his pupils contract. Du Wenye, in a bright red demon outfit, with lace edges partially covering and partially revealing, and the points of her wings behind her, looked more seductive than ever. She used a sweet, enchanting voice. "Master, what would happen if I tried it like this?" Under the influence of the mental control ability, Su Shen not only froze up but also exuded a deadly energy. Du Wenye observed the mental force surging around him and thought to herself, "Is this Su Shen's mental energy? If he hadn't consented, I might have been eliminated long ago when I tried to control his mind." Su Shen's eyes were bloodshot as he laughed loudly. "Ha, so this is how it is. It really is quite an impressive ability." He shouted excitedly, "I want to train you until your legs go in two directions." "Ha! Yeah." Meanwhile, outside the Lu Cheng Hotel, the great flood continued to rise. After Su Shen finished training Du Wenye, it was already dawn the next day. The floodwaters were near the top of the hotel, and gunshots rang out from the building's rooftop as water snakes were eliminated one by one. Duanya, dressed in a ragged rabbit outfit, was being guided by Su Shen, learning how to use a gun. He spoke sternly. Focus your mind, then use your willpower to hold the gun steady and shoot. Duanya turned back and asked softly, "But aren't you supposed to be heading to the University of Science and Technology? How do you still have time to teach me how to shoot?" Su Shen turned his back, stepping inside as he explained, "I want to spend half a day helping you master your shooting skills. You mentioned before that you were studying medicine, right?" Duanya was confused. "Yes, that's right. Is there a problem?" Su Shen didn't answer, merely signaling for her to follow. "Come with me. It's time we start tapping into your potential." A moment later, Su Shen took Duanya off the Liu Cheng Hotel on a yacht he had just acquired. Duanya felt a bit awkward in the bunny outfit Su Shen had given her, and softly said, "Su Shen, isn't it going to be a bit strange if I go out wearing this?" Su Shen looked her over and laughed lightly. "It's fine. Even if you weren't wearing anything, no one would dare do anything to you." As Su Shen leaned back in his seat, sipping his glass of wine, he calmly admired Duanya's perfect figure. She steered the yacht, turning to ask, "Do you want to go to the University of Science and Technology now?" Su Shen stared into his wine glass in deep thought. "Sure, I want to meet a close brother of mine. I don't even know if he's still alive." Duanya, with an alluring posture, one hand on the steering wheel and the other holding her bag to prevent it from falling, said, "Don't worry, don't stress. Good people are always protected by heaven." She added with a smile, "Yeah, that's right. Looking at me like this, I must be blessed a lot, huh? Bro." After a while, Su Shen's and Duanya's yacht finally arrived at the University of Science and Technology. Duanya looked up at the scene inside and signaled to Su Shen, "We've arrived. This is the University of Science and Technology." As she finished speaking, she observed the devastated surroundings. The walls blocking the entrance, strange sentries, and the faint deathly aura creeping through the air. Thanks to her abilities, Su Shen sensed the lurking danger near the main gate. Suddenly, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he sharply turned to the right, on high alert. A figure on the watchtower immediately fired at the yacht. Bang, bang. Luckily, Su Shen reacted in a flash, rushing to shield Duanya with his body. The shooter didn't seem to be a professional, or was just firing a warning shot, as the bullets only grazed and hit the side of the yacht. A loud, grating sound echoed, and a disheveled, filthy face appeared from above the lookout, its voice full of suspicion. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Su Shen glanced in the direction of the voice, silently thinking that this was where the mutated Rat King had risen in his past life at the University of Science and Technology. He calmly stepped out to the tip of the ship and replied slowly, "We're here to join the evolutionary base. Could you please open the door for us?" The filthy-faced man, also known as the face of the examination jar, looked at Su Shen, a man completely naked, with contempt. But when his eyes shifted to Duanya, dressed in a tight-fitting dress, her alluring pale skin, he immediately changed his attitude, licking his lips with evident desire. "To think there's a tasty rabbit like you here. Little sister, if you warm my bed tonight, I'll let you in. As for that jumping fool, he can go back to wherever he came from." Both Su Shen and Duanya seemed to have prepared for this moment, remaining unfazed by the provocation. Su Shen kept a cold expression, unresponsive, as Duanya stepped forward, holding a steaming plate of fragrant braised pork. She smiled sweetly and said in a gentle tone, "Handsome, could you open the door for us, just for the sake of this delicious braised pork?" After the apocalypse, even a plate of braised pork was enough to make ugly-faced Nang hesitate. He exclaimed, "What? Braised pork? Is it really braised pork?" He pointed down and ordered his underling, Lu Dao, "Hurry up and open the door, quickly. It's been so long since I've seen meat." Lu Dao, though confused and unsure of what was happening, hurriedly responded with a yes and opened the door. The gates of the University of Science and Technology slowly opened, allowing Su Shen and Duanya's yacht to enter. As they entered, ugly-faced Name jumped off the boat and arrogantly shouted, "Stop the boat here, then bring that braised pork dish to me." Lu Dao looked at the plate of meat in Duanya's hands, feeling something was off, and hesitantly spoke up. But as if on cue, ugly-faced Name immediately roared and cut him off. Go away, all of it is mine. What he didn't know was that Duanye had used her psychic powers to manipulate his mind. In ugly face name's eyes, the braised pork dish gleamed and smelled delicious. But in reality, it was the arm of a water demon. Under Duanye's control, his brain had been triggered, making him believe he was holding a gourmet meal. He excitedly said, "OMG, this is really snot. For the sake of this delicious braised pork dish, I'll let you go in first. And you, kid, take those two into the lab area." Lu Dao, ignoring the older man, who was lost in the dish of meat, led Su Shen and Duanya forward, saying, "I'll go ahead and show you the way. If we all end up staying in the base, helping each other is only natural. The bottom floor is reserved for the elderly, children, and some people of lower status. I'll take you two upstairs to find a cleaner room." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Dao unexpectedly bumped into a child who was slowly stumbling forward. Annoyed at being blocked, he shouted, "Hey kid, what's wrong with you? Are your eyes on the back of your head? Can't you walk properly?" The child fell to the ground, trembling as she explained, "I'm sorry, I felt a little dizzy." Duanya, with her medical instincts from school and her compassionate heart, immediately stepped forward, gently lifting the child into her arms and asking with concern, "It looks like this little one is really hungry and too weak to go on. Little one, where are your family members?" The girl clutched her stomach to suppress her hunger, gritting her teeth as she shakily replied, "They went out to find food, but they still haven't come back." Duanya, like a fairy in a time of trouble, took a loaf of bread from her bag and offered it to the girl. "I have a loaf of bread. You can eat this to ease your hunger. Is that all right?" The girl hesitated, afraid that if she took the bread, Duanye would go hungry. She trembled as she spoke, "But if you give me bread, Sister Rabbit will also be hungry." "Sister Rabbit?" Duanya blushed when she was called Sister Rabbit. Seeing the poor girl, Su Shen couldn't maintain his cold demeanor any longer. He stepped forward to explain, "Don't worry, Sister Rabbit won't get hungry." The little girl, still holding her stomach, gritted her teeth in disbelief. "You're lying to me. How could anyone not be hungry right now?" Su Shen smiled bitterly. Seeing that the girl didn't believe him, he decided to showcase his abilities. From a different space, he pulled out a gigantic pot of sour and spicy rib hot pot, which made Lu Dao, standing behind, exclaim in panic, "Where did the hot pot come from so easily?" The little girl, shaking from hunger, widened her eyes in astonishment at Su Shen's magic, and stammered, "Huh, is it really hot pot? Brother, I also want to be your woman." The innocent words coming from the child's mouth left Duanya speechless. Her face darkened as she transformed into a demon and quickly shoved a piece of bread into the girl's mouth. Children shouldn't speak nonsense. Eat up. While Su Shen and Duanya were doing their good deed, hurried footsteps came from behind. A domineering voice called out, causing Su Shen to turn around. "Ah, how despicable, and yet there's still someone cooking food here." 3 henchmen, with arrogant expressions, looking as tough as toilets, walked over, kicking the basket and shouting, "Go away, you filthy commoners. Don't you know hiding food for yourselves goes against the rules? All supplies must be handed up and then exchanged for contribution points." The leader, with his rather handsome hair, gritted his teeth, his eyes rolling back in anger, threatening, "But I don't remember anyone exchanging food for contribution points these past few days, so which one of you dares to break the rules?" The little girl next to Duenya, seeing these people trembling and shrinking away, called out in fear, "Sister Rabbit." Duenya patted her to comfort her. "Don't be scared, I'll make sure they talk to us properly." She turned to Su Shen, her eyes full of meaning. Su Shen understood and nodded in agreement. Duanya immediately used her psychic powers to create an illusion of a lavish banquet in front of the 3 henchmen. She smiled and said, "I'm tired of talking. Isn't what you all want just good food? These dishes were specially prepared for you. Here, take your time and enjoy to the fullest." Duenya's eyes glinted with a fierce red light as her mind control powers began to take effect. At the moment, the 3 henchmen were presented with roasted chicken, cold beef, fish in sauce, and premium pig's trotters. All 3 of them stared wide-eyed, shouting with excitement, "That's meat! So much meat, guys! It smells so damn good, can't stand it! All of this is for us! Get out of the way, I want to eat this delicious food too! This place is truly a paradise!" The three of them dove in, chewing hungrily, oblivious to everything around them. Stylish hair named chewed and slobbered, glancing over at Duan Nia with admiration. "Ha ha! The little girl is actually quite sensible, huh? Well, today, I'll go easy on you. No punishment." But when he looked over at Su Shen, his tone immediately turned fierce. "And you, the newcomer, since you disrupted the rules of this place, you'll have to pay the price." Hearing this, Su Shen merely raised an eyebrow and asked calmly, "Oh, you're going to punish me?" The leader's voice deepened, filled with irritation. "Bring them out here." At his command, several underlings dragged out two people with their necks chained. Their veins were bulging, as if they'd been injected with some kind of poison. The leader growled, "Your punishment is to fight to the death with these two. Either you kill them, or you'll be the one to die." Su Shen looked closely and realized that these two were the brothers who had once been trapped in the floodwaters. He thought to himself, what happened to these two? The girl next to Duan Ye, while chewing on bread, looked blankly at the two men chained up and exclaimed, "These are my older brothers. What's happened to you guys?" Seeing her brothers shackled, the girl couldn't hold back her tears and rushed forward. "You evil people, let my brothers go." Duan Ye quickly held her back and reminded her, "You can't go over there. Their condition and behavior are a bit strange." The henchmen, chewing on their illusionary food, looked on and said, "They just messed up the mission, right? They don't even have enough value to make up for the losses, so they were sentenced to death. But it'd be a shame to just kill them. So I'm keeping them around for the brothers to have a little fun." The ringleader, eyes bulging, gnawed fiercely as he growled, "But I didn't expect you two to know each other. This is getting interesting. All right, I've made up my mind. If you lose this fight, I'll toss your little sister and these two guys into the water for the water demons to feast on." Su Shen briefly glanced at the two unfortunate brothers, shackled like wild beasts. In its heart, he couldn't help but wonder if these two had somehow fallen into some strange state of madness, and whether they had been injected with some kind of drug that had caused them to lose their minds. Control! At this moment, the one-eyed rogue, who was greedily devouring the food he had taken from Su Shen, suddenly shouted loudly, ordering his subordinates to release the two brothers, who were now in a frenzied state. As soon as his words ended, the subordinates immediately removed the chains. The two brothers, now completely out of control, charged towards Su Shen with a ferocity akin to wild beasts. Had they been ordinary people, they would have been torn apart or beaten to death by now. However, it was unfortunate for them that Su Shen was no ordinary person. He was a supernatural being with a physique that had been enhanced twice. Calmly, he extended one arm forward, facing the oncoming danger. The surrounding people, witnessing Su Shen's actions, thought he had been so frightened that he had lost his senses, which was why he had acted in such a strange manner. But at that very moment, something unexpected happened. In the blink of an eye, Su Shen, with one lightning-fast arm, delivered a fatal blow to the older brother's neck, then followed up with a hard slap to the younger brother's face. In an instant, both brothers collapsed to the ground, unconscious, completely unaware of their surroundings. At that moment, the little girl, who was believed to be the younger sister of the two brothers, witnessed the entire event. Seeing her two brothers knocked down, she screamed and cried out in despair. "Brother," she cried out, struggling to break free from Duan Nia's grip. Seeing the little girl anxious to the point of despair, Duan Nia could only try to hold her tightly, while gently reassuring her that her two brothers would be fine, just temporarily unconscious. The one-eyed thug, who had witnessed the entire scene, was momentarily stunned, a mix of surprise and anger flashing across his face. He turned to the two brothers who had just been taken down by Su Shen and cursed at them. What a bunch of useless trash. Knocked out so easily. But in the blink of an eye, he quickly shifted his focus to Su Shen. With a venomous look on his face, like that of a poisonous snake, he stared at Su Shen and spoke. "I'm in a good mood today. If you hand over all the supplies, I'll pretend nothing happened." Su Shen, with an icy-cold expression, replied disdainfully to the one-eyed man. "Why shouldn't I hand over supplies to you?" One of the thugs under the one-eyed man's command immediately growled in threat. "Damn it, new kid. Here at the University of Science and Technology, everyone has to follow Boss Liu's rules. Only then can you survive in this chaotic world." The one-eyed man chimed in with a smug tone. "That's right. We don't keep useless people around here. If you want to stay, you need to earn contribution points by searching for resources or supplies, Only then can you exchange them for points to survive. Upon hearing the phrase contribution points, Su Shen silently thought to himself, what are these contribution points? They are nothing more than a new form of currency, not real money, but clearly offering great benefits to those who set these rules. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Shen coldly replied, this rule doesn't sound too bad, but unfortunately, all our food has been consumed by you guys, and now there's nothing left to trade. At that moment, a strange voice came from behind the group of squinty-eyed thugs, wanting to contribute points. Why don't you work for me? A large, rotund man, dressed in bizarre attire resembling the indigenous tribes of Africa, stepped out from the crowd. Upon hearing this voice, the squinty-eyed thugs were startled and stammered. It turned out that this large man was Captain Go, the leader of the gang. The expressions on Su Shen and Duan Nia's faces, when they looked at this hefty man, were clearly filled with surprise. Beside him was another man, whose mouth was locked shut with a wooden rod tightly tied, leaving only 4 upper and 3 lower front teeth visible. Evidence of brutal violence. This man's actions were even stranger. He was carrying a makeshift palanquin made of crude materials on his back. On the palanquin, the large man sat proudly, and beside him was a girl clad only in lingerie. Below the palanquin, several other individuals in a similar condition to the man with the locked mouth were hunched over, carrying loads. The scene evoked images of ancient slaves being forced into submission and humiliation. Suddenly, one of the bearers stumbled and fell forward. The burly man furrowed his brows, clearly displeased. His eyes gleamed with ruthlessness. In his hand, a sharp spear materialized out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, he hurled the spear with force, piercing the chest of the unfortunate man who had tripped. The man screamed in agony, his eyes rolling back, blood pouring from his mouth. With a final scream, he collapsed, dying an untimely death. Su Shen and Duan Nia, who had witnessed this, couldn't help but shudder. Normally, they only killed in self-defense, but these people were different, ready to take a life over the slightest mistake. After carrying out the act, the burly man rested his chin on his hand, looking at Su Shen's group with a look of disgust, as if he were eyeing weak prey. He spoke. You see, I'm short on people. That kid over there, come here and take the place of the one who just died, and the little rabbit girl. He pointed at Duan Nia. Every day, I'll give you either a box of fresh meat or instant noodles to serve me. You should know, in this apocalypse, production has long ceased. I've put quite a bit of effort into getting you here. After all, the captain named Gu suddenly grabbed the head of the girl beside him and pressed it tightly against his body, a perverse smile appearing on his face, his eyes gleaming with a suggestive gleam. He had long grown weary of girls like the one in his arms, but Duan Nia, in his eyes at that moment, was truly a precious gem, a rare treasure amidst the chaos. Seeing the fat guy speak up, the one-eyed thug immediately chimed in, turning to shout at Su Shen's group. Our captain has generously invited you, so don't be foolish and fail to appreciate this opportunity. One of the captain's subordinates also joined in, his tone full of excitement. This time is a good deal. The captain has a new woman, and we get to share in the old one. It's bliss beyond words. Before the thugs could revel in their gloating, a cold question from the captain named Gu made them all freeze in place. Wait a minute, what is that smell? What did you guys just eat? At the sound of the question, the thugs were struck as though by lightning, their hearts screaming in panic. Damn it, earlier, driven by greed, they had secretly eaten the meat without informing the captain, an unforgivable crime that would cost them dearly. The group hurriedly bent down, bowing repeatedly and pleading without stop. I'm sorry, Captain. Captain, we won't dare to repeat it again. Please give us another chance. From now on, no matter what food it is, big or small, we will make sure to present it to you first. Upon hearing their pleas, Captain Gu's face showed an expression that was hard to describe, as if he was considering something. He had clearly guessed that his subordinates had stolen something to eat, but for the moment, he did not want to investigate further. Instead, he roared, Damn it, shut up. I'm not here to be lenient with a bunch of fools. What the hell did you just eat that you're trying to cover up? Get the hell out of my sight. Su Shen and Duan Nia couldn't help but feel suspicious upon hearing this. Could it be that this fat guy had detected Duan Nia's ability to control minds? But that didn't make sense. He shouldn't be immune to her powers. The group of one-eyed thugs were now also confused, about to explain what they had eaten, when suddenly their faces changed. Sweat poured down like rain, and panic-stricken, they looked down at their stomachs. At that moment, the whole group suddenly clutched their bellies, screaming in pain, and one of them even spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It turned out that the piece of meat from the aquatic monster's corpse they had just eaten had caused their bodies to react violently. The whole group was screaming and running to find a restroom, bewildered, wondering why they were experiencing such stomach pain. Seeing his useless subordinates in such a miserable state, Captain Goo could not hide his anger. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and he muttered curses under his breath. Damn it, how did I end up with such a bunch of idiotic subordinates? One day, I'll have to kill all these pests to feel better. Su Shen observed the fat man, a hint of suspicion rising in his heart. He couldn't sense any special abilities from him, but he could feel an extraordinary strength far beyond that of an ordinary person emanating from his body. However, compared to Su Shen, who had undergone 2 rounds of physical enhancement, this fat man was no match. Moreover, under his influence, the group of one-eyed thugs seemed to have broken free from Duan Nia's mental control. Su Shen thought to himself, I don't know what kind of man this Li boss, who stands behind that Captain Gu, really is, but judging from that fat man's demeanor, he's certainly no ordinary figure. Killing this gang of thugs right now might cause trouble for my plans, so it's best to first locate the mutated rats asterisk. Seeing that Su Shen remained silent for a long while, Captain Gu spoke up as a reminder. Hey kid, what do you think of my offer? Su Shen replied indifferently, not interested. Surprisingly, even though he had been bluntly rejected, old Gu did not flare up. Instead, he burst out laughing, his tone full of hidden meaning. Don't worry, sooner or later, you'll all be on your knees begging me. Then he ordered one of his underlings, Lu Dao, to drag the corpse of the man he had just skewered back to their hideout. Lu Dao hastily agreed and hurried off to carry out the task. As old Gu's root gradually disappeared from sight, Su Shen grew pensive, his eyes reflecting deep thought. Seeing his expression, Duan Nia spoke sadly. I'm sorry, Su Shen. My spiritual strength isn't strong enough to deal with that Captain Gu, so my ability has no effect on him. Noticing her self-blame, Su Shen comforted her. It's not your fault. These people even managed to survive after consuming the flesh of sea monsters. We need to be more cautious with every step we take. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out from behind them. You've offended the personal guards now. They won't let you off so easily. A young man, about the same age as Su Shen, appeared, dressed in a manner identical to the group Su Shen had encountered earlier. What was strange was that this young man knew Su Shen's name. Frowning, Su Shen skeptically asked, Do I know you? Why you want to help us? The young man was stunned, pointing to himself and replying, It's me, Yuan Yang. I'm Tian Yu's roommate. We last met when you came to school. The scene shifted to a ruined building not far away. The Captain Gu, with a terrifying expression, turned to Lu Dao and ordered, Lu Dao, keep an eye on that girl. Don't let them escape. Lu Dao was startled for a moment, hesitating as he asked, Captain, what do you mean? Before he could finish his sentence, old Gu's expression turned sinister, licking his lips with a malicious grin. In his mind, the image of Duan Nia in a seductive bunny outfit flashed. He thought to himself, a woman as beautiful as her was truly a rare find in the apocalypse. At the University of Science and Technology, in a ruined apartment complex much higher than the surrounding buildings that had been submerged by floodwaters, the apartments were connected by makeshift wooden bridges, crooked and looking as though they could collapse at any moment. Inside a shabby room of that apartment building, someone was being intravenously rehydrated, accompanied by a soft yet anxious voice. Although your reserve medication isn't much, fortunately, it's enough to temporarily keep them safe. Their lives are not in danger. The one speaking was none other than Duan Nia. She was meticulously taking care of the pair of brothers who had been injected with stimulants and knocked unconscious by Su Shen earlier. Although both were still unconscious, their faces showing clear signs of pain, their condition had significantly improved, offering a glimmer of hope. The younger sister of the two men stood nearby, seeing the improvement in their condition, unable to hold back, and spoke up. Thank you, Big Sister Rabbit. You're really amazing. At this moment, Su Shen was having a conversation with his unique friend Yuan Yang. He turned to ask, I just remembered, all the students are gathering here, right? Yuan Yang nodded in response. Yes, that's right. Anyone, male or female, as long as they're still alive, come here for shelter. Tianyu often helps everyone, so this area is basically considered the territory or external department. What's the external department? Su Shen asked, puzzled. Before Yuan Yang could answer, a figure appeared from behind, speaking in place of him. That's right. Our external department is very strong. Even if we face the Beast Clan, we'll take them down one by one. Fellow student, are you interested in joining? Yuan Yang looked toward the person who had just spoken and exclaimed, Brother Tianyu. It turned out that the young man who had just appeared was Tianyu, the friend Su Shen had been searching for. Tianyu was dressed in ragged clothes but had accessorized them with many unique items, giving him a rugged yet cool look. Especially, the swimming goggles worn crookedly on his head and the shotgun slung over his shoulder made him look like a warrior wandering through an apocalyptic world. Yuan Yang pulled Su Shen forward and bragged, Brother Tianyu, look who I've brought here. Tianyu took off the swimming goggles, looked closely, and immediately recognized his close friend. He burst into laughter, swearing excitedly, Suzi, you're amazing. Damn it. I thought you were dead. Never imagined you were still alive. This is awesome, bro. The two exchanged a tight, heartfelt hug. Su Shen responded enthusiastically, Tian brother, it's been a long time. Tianyu eagerly continued, let's go. It's been so hard for us to meet again. We have to grab a drink. Luckily, I just went out to get supplies, so we can have a good time for a few days. Suddenly, Tianyu's gaze stopped at one spot, his expression frozen in shock. Looking closely, you recognize the girl in front of you. I've met you before. You're the legendary beauty of the school, the cold goddess Duan Nia. Duan Nia, caught in her bunny cosplay outfit, blushed in embarrassment, shyly replying, Those things are all in the past now. Everything's different now. Tianyu was still excited and turned to ask Yuan Yang, Sao Mio, how is the legendary goddess here, and why is she wearing this bunny outfit? Yuan Yang, his ears ringing from Tianyu's loud voice, covered his ears and slowly asked, Hey, is she Senior Duan Nia from the medical school? Duan Nia, feeling awkward, walked up to Su Shen and whispered, Su Shen, I want to change clothes. I'm too embarrassed to wear this in front of the juniors. Just look at them. Su Shen wrapped his arm around Duan Nia's waist, nodding as he listened to her. You should go change. Who could stand seeing you in such a sexy bunny cosplay? Yuan Yang and Tianyu, witnessing this scene, were furious. They couldn't hold back and ended up with nosebleeds. Yuan Yang, jealous, voiced his frustration. Why is he hugging the goddess like that? Tianyu nodded in agreement. It's so annoying. Seeing Duan Nia was about to change, Tianyu quickly suggested, Sorry, it's a bit messy here. You can sit wherever you like. You can use this room to change. Duan Nia thanked him, and then stepped into the room. Su Shen noticed that Tianyu had his own room and teased. Tianyu, you're something else, having a private room, so luxurious. Standing nearby, Yuan Yang explained, I admire him too, but that's because he exchanged contribution points for it. Tianyu turned to Su Shen, asking suspiciously, But why don't you guys carry any bags? Where are you getting clothes to change into? Su Shen didn't answer directly but instead asked back, Brother Tian, are the missions you usually take dangerous? Tianyu adjusted his swimming goggles that were about to slip off and laughed loudly. Dangerous? What danger? Our luck's been great, always clean and safe. Look at me. Do I look like I'm living in the apocalypse? Since you've come here already, don't leave. Join my team. I can even protect both of you. Besides, Duan Nia is a skilled doctor. She only needs to tend to the wounded without having to search for supplies. But there's one thing I have to warn you about first. Sensing Tianyu's tone turned serious, Su Shen asked, What is it? Tianyu continued, From now on, can you stop stirring up trouble and letting the goddess run around out there in a bunny cosplay outfit? This is the apocalypse. What exactly are you trying to pull? Su Shen noticed his friend was worried. Not wanting to explain much, he simply smiled. Tian brother, don't worry, I'll protect her well. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Shen was tapped on the head by Tianyu, who said, Is that so? Have you forgotten who used to get bullied in high school and couldn't fight back? And you wouldn't even let me hit those guys. Su Shen, feeling embarrassed after the tap, laughed awkwardly when the old story was brought up again. Tian Yu continued to remind him. Be careful with that bodyguard captain. He's no good. All the girls he's taken an interest in haven't had a good ending. Duan Nia is just too beautiful, he won't let her go easily. At that moment in the changing room, a shadow silently appeared behind Duan Nia. The person's bloodshot eyes stared at her while she was undressing. Suddenly, he pressed a sharp knife to her neck and threatened her to stay still. Duan Nia was startled but kept her composure, asking calmly, Who are you? What you want? It turned out the attacker was the bald girl who had appeared earlier, a subordinate of Captain Gu. She leaned close to Duan Nia's ear and whispered, Captain Gu sent me to take you to a place to rest. The bald girl continued, her tone laced with insinuation. You're a girl. How can you sleep with a bunch of men? Duan Nia responded coldly, I'm fine here. No need for you to worry. Seeing Duan Nia's refusal, the bald girl lowered her hand to her lower abdomen, seemingly to tease, then said, That's not enough. The captain specially invited you to come over. Duan Nia realized that lingering with this crazy girl wasn't a good idea, so she immediately activated her hypnotic ability, using her mental power to hypnotize her opponent, while saying, I've already said, I don't mean it. In the blink of an eye, the bald girl was under control, her eyes becoming vacant, her body stiffened, unable to speak or move. Seeing that her opponent had fallen into the trap, Duan Nia coldly asked, Can I let go now? The bald girl immediately stepped back, dropped the knife, and stopped her threatening actions. Looking at the person who had just attacked her, Duan Nia appeared tired. Using mental power to forcefully control someone was very difficult, but dealing with the bald girl for a short time was still within her ability. As for the rest, she decided to leave it to Su Shen. As soon as she finished speaking, Duan Nia walked toward the door, intending to leave the room. Suddenly, a horrifying event occurred. The bald girl, with a crazed look in her eyes, drove the knife into her own hand. Fresh blood poured out, but she seemed unconcerned with the pain. This reckless act was to stimulate her nerves and break free from Duan Nia's mental control. Noticing something unusual, Duan Nia turned back, startled to see that the deranged girl was using her pain to forcibly keep herself conscious. Snapping out of the daze, she ignored her wound, gripped the knife tightly, and charged straight at Duan Nia like a wild beast out of control. One hand clutched the knife, the other pinned Duan Nia's neck against the door, her leg pressing down hard to restrain any movement, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. She growled, almost fell into your trap, you troublesome brat. Outside, the crowd began to sense that something was wrong. The noise echoing from inside made them anxious. Yu and Yang shouted loudly, Duan Nia, what's going on in there? Changing clothes, why all the commotion? Senior schoolmate, say something. Though the shaven-headed girl had covered Duan Nia's mouth to silence her, the prolonged quiet only deepened everyone's suspicion. Su Shen can't wait any longer. He yelled, Duan Nia, I'm coming in. In a flash, he smashed the door open and stormed into the room. The moment she saw Su Shen, the shaven-headed girl shrieked a threat. Looking for death, are you? Before he could react, she lunged at him like a hunting leopard, the sharp blade in her hand aiming straight for Su Shen. Tian Yu realized the situation was critical and rushed forward to shield Su Shen, shouting loudly, Su Shen, be careful. But the moment the bald girl heard the name Su Shen and clearly saw his face, her pupils contracted, cold sweat poured down like rain, and her expression turned frantic, as if she were facing her worst nightmare. Su Shen, with eyes as sharp as a blade, intently observed the deranged girl. In her mind, terrifying memories flooded back like a slow-motion film. Back at the technical university, Su Shen had been a demon in her eyes. Scenes of him slaughtering her comrades flashed vividly in her mind. Memories she never wished to recall. Although she had killed many herself, her instincts told her that facing Su Shen meant the most brutal death. In sheer terror, the bald girl did something that stunned everyone. Instead of continuing the attack, she rushed to Su Shen, knelt before him, and raised her head with a dazed look in her eyes, her voice trembling. Master, please punish me. Tian Yu stood in shock at this scene, murmuring, Master, what the hell is going on? Su Shen exuded an aura of death, his gaze as cold as ice, and he slowly asked, Who is your master? The girl with the shaved head, her gaze filled with enchantment, responded, Master, do you really think my sincerity is not enough? Without pausing, she suddenly stripped off all of her clothes, exposing her body in front of Su Shen without any hint of shame. Tian Yu and Yuan Yang, both still virgins, gaped in disbelief at this crazy scene. Tian Yu, unable to maintain his composure, muttered, "Damn, is she really stripping? Su Shen, your tastes are something else." But just as Tian Yu finished speaking, the girl's gaze abruptly shifted. A smoke bomb, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, was thrown by her in the middle of the area, creating a dense cloud of smoke that obscured their vision. Tian Yu immediately realized, "Oh, it's a smoke bomb. She's trying to escape." It turns out this was all diversion. Using her memory of the terrain, she ran like a wild animal, searching for an escape route. But she barely managed to take a few steps before a strong hand grabbed her chin. Without any warning, Su Shen appeared, holding her firmly as though she were a chicken. With a cold gaze and a deep voice, he growled, "Did you really think you could escape so easily?" The girl with the shaved head trembled in fear, recalling the scene of Su Shen slaughtering her own comrades. She screamed and begged, "Wait a moment, you can't kill me. Do you remember the little girl you once saved? She and her 2 brothers have been taken to the beast arena. If you kill me, they will die." But Su Shen cut her off with a disdainful expression. "So what? Get lost." With that, he threw her from the top floor of the building into the water below. Though it was water, only the lucky ones had a chance of surviving. Tian Yu heard her threat and, with doubt, asked Yuan Yang, "Who is the little girl she mentioned?" Yuan Yang explained, "That's Xiao Mei and her 2 brothers. The guards must have taken them while we were away." "What should we do, Mr. Tian? If we don't save them, they'll be eaten by the rats there." Upon hearing old rats, Su Shen couldn't help but ask, "What are old rats? You came here to find mutant rats, didn't you?" Without waiting for Tian Yu and Yuan Yang to respond, Su Shen led the group straight to the beast arena that the bald-headed girl had mentioned. Tian Yu, seeing Su Shen remain calm as if nothing had happened, hurriedly asked, "Su Shen, you're so calm. Aren't you the least bit disturbed? The captain, Gu, and Xiao Mei's 2 brothers are at a dome building not far from here." He looked at Xiao Mei and declared in a cruel tone, "Your 2 brothers failed their mission, and that's a death sentence. But if you step into the beast arena, I might consider giving them another chance." His smile revealed pure disgust, without a hint of mercy, even for a child. The older brother couldn't hold back and shouted, "Xiao Mei, run away, don't believe him." But old Gu only sneered, "Too late to run now." With a glimmer of naive hope, Xiao Mei asked, "I won't go anywhere. Will you really let the 2 Su brothers go?" Old Gu laughed loudly and replied, "Of course, as long as you survive." He pointed behind Xiao Mei. A cage door was raised, and from inside, a mutated rat emerged. Its body was 3 times the size of Xiao Mei. Its front teeth jutted out, and its bloodshot eyes seemed like they wanted to devour her whole. Xiao Mei sensed the danger, her face turning pale, her body trembling with fear. When she turned her head, she was horrified to see the rat's sharp-toothed mouth lunging toward her. In an instant, it sank its teeth into her arm. Xiao Mei screamed in pain, her frail body unable to resist as she was dragged away by the rat. In her mind, the joyful memories with her 2 brothers rushed back. She remembered the time when the second brother excitedly held up a bag of mushrooms, saying, "Xiao Mei, look, I found so many mushrooms." Xiao Mei hesitated. "Brother, these mushrooms aren't poisonous, are they?" The eldest brother, standing nearby, snapped angrily, "How could I let Xiao Mei eat something unsafe?" Without waiting for their reaction, the eldest grabbed the bag of mushrooms and began chewing them vigorously, muttering, "Let me try first. If I don't die, then you can eat them." The 2 siblings were horrified as they watched the eldest brother foam at the mouth and ramble on, with too many red marks in the sky. They panicked, thinking the mushrooms were poisonous, and shouted for him to spit it out. Then the memory of the 2 brothers leaving for a mission appeared. "Xiao Mei, wait for me to complete the mission, and you'll get some contribution points." The second brother added, "That's right, I won't let you go hungry anymore. Be good, don't run around. Wait for me to bring back some delicious food." Back to the present, the 2 brothers were hanging from the beam, watching anxiously as Xiao Mei was attacked by a rat. Despite being tied up, they shouted, "Xiao Mei, run! Don't worry about us. You need to survive." Old Gu, irritated by the shouting, ordered his subordinates, Shut them up. Make those two stop yelling. The two wooden planks beneath the brothers' feet were kicked away, leaving them suspended in the air, their ropes tightening around their necks. If they weren't saved soon, they would suffocate to death. Xiao Mai saw her older brother in critical condition, and no longer caring about the wound on her hand, she screamed, "Big brother, second brother." Realizing that the only way to save him was to defeat the mutated rat, she gritted her teeth, picked up a wooden stick, and thrust it with all her might into its bloodshot eye. The rat screeched in pain and released Xiao Mai. She quickly ran to her brother's side, crying uncontrollably. "Big brother, second brother, I'm here to save you." Tears streamed down her face. Her two brothers were the only family she had left. She couldn't lose them. But even though the rat had been blinded in one eye, it recovered quickly. It crazily lunged at Xiao Mai, using its front paws to kick her hard in the back. Xiao Mai fell to the ground in agony. Old Gu, watching the scene, laughed loudly. "That little girl thinks she can save anyone? What a fantasy! You all don't deserve to live." Xiao Mei's face was covered in dirt, her tears never stopping as she repeatedly called, "Big brother, second brother." But the rat had caught her, ready to tear into her. Seeing her two brothers hanging by ropes, their necks tightening, inches away from death, Xiao Mai could only scream in despair. Why? Why is this happening? We just want to live. Help me, someone. Please save us. When Xiao Mai thought that all three brothers would lose their lives here, Su Shen suddenly appeared. With what seemed like a gentle motion, he swung his hand and delivered a slap. The strike, though seemingly simple, was as powerful as a sledgehammer, sending the head of the mutated rat flying off. Blood spraying from its neck, and it died instantly. Xiao Mai, in her moment of despair, watched this scene in shock, her eyes wide and mouth agape, silenced by the astonishment. The group of Tian Yu nearby couldn't help but panic. Tian Yu muttered, "This kid's too impulsive." Just a moment ago, he had praised him for staying calm. But now everything had gone upside down. Captain Go, who had been grinning ear to ear just moments ago, was now stunned, cold sweat dripping down his face as he stared at the mutated rat that had been killed with a single slap. Su Shen lightly furrowed his brow, his expression one of disappointment. "Is this all the strength you have? Seems like this old rat is just a bit bigger than the others." Still, what disappointed Su Shen the most was that this rat didn't have a core, and it appeared to be different from the usual mutated creatures. Captain Gu forced out a sinister smile, glancing at Su Shen and growling, "Damn it, if you want to die so badly." Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of another cage door opening echoed. A new group of mutated rats was released, each one larger than the last, their bloodshot eyes gleaming with a murderous thirst. Although Su Shen recognized the group of rats, he remained calm and unfazed. On the contrary, old Gu confidently spoke up, "Then let me help you fulfill your wishes." At that moment, Xiao Mei's two older brothers had been rescued by Su Shen's group and their friends. Tian Yu and Yuan Yang supported the two barely conscious men and moved them to a safe place. Tian Yu advised, "First, let them rest. Then they can do whatever they want." The eldest brother, though exhausted, smiled and looked at Xiao Mai. "Xiao Mai." With a worried look, Xiao Mai asked, "Big brother, second brother, are you both all right?" The second brother, in a weak voice yet full of affection, replied, "Luckily, it's because of you, Xiao Mai. You were the one who saved us." Xiao Mei tightly hugged Duan Nia, shaking her head in protest. "It was because of brother Su Shen that everyone was saved, not me. Although she's still young, the little girl is very thoughtful and knows exactly who saved all three of us." At that moment, the sound of wet footsteps echoed, leaving water droplets trailing on the floor. It was none other than the bald girl whom Su Shen had thrown into the water. Strangely, despite being drenched, she appeared to be unharmed. Beside her was a young man wearing glasses, looking like an intellectual. He held a glass of wine, his cold, sharp gaze looking down at Su Shen and the others. The man asked the bald woman, "Is the man below the special research subject you mentioned?" She slowly replied, "Yes, boss. If we can exploit his genes, we'll solve the genetic instability problem for the future." Hearing this, the man wearing glasses seemed momentarily surprised. "Is that so? These rats were created using the latest technology, much larger and more vicious than before. But if he dies here, he wouldn't even be worthy of being our special test subject." As soon as he finished speaking, The group of vicious mutant rats charged forward. But in the blink of an eye, Su Shen moved with lightning speed. He swung the dagger he pulled from his space ability, leaving sharp gashes on the rats' bodies. Tan Yu and the Chao brothers stared in shock. Had Su Shen really just wiped out all those mutant rats in an instant? Is this the same Su Shen Tian Yu knew? Captain Go, though somewhat frightened, was not as surprised as the others. He growled, "Damn brat," but Su Shen paid him no mind, only feeling disappointed that the rats didn't have any core fragments. Suddenly, a voice came over the loudspeaker. "Attention, this man is the test material I need. Old Gu, Tian Yu, capture him for me." Old Gu laughed loudly, full of glee. "Haha, the boss already said it. This time you're finished." On the other hand, Tian Yu cursed. "Damn it." He turned to Su Shen, his gaze complicated. The man wearing glasses gave further orders, telling them to capture Su Shen, regardless of whether he lived or died. It seemed like the test subject didn't need to stay alive. Su Shen, hearing these words, remained calm, not the least bit angry. Yu and Yang anxiously urged Duan Naya, "Senior schoolmate, hurry and run. This situation is bad." But Duan now was resolute. "I won't leave. As long as Su Shen is here, I won't go anywhere." Her absolute trust in Su Shen moved everyone deeply. Old Gu, excited, mocked Tian Yu. "Tian Yu, I heard you two are brothers, right? But our existence depends on the boss. What will you choose?" Su Shen looked at Tian Yu with suspicion. "Tian brother, what's going on here?" Tian Yu sighed and explained. "The person upstairs is Liu Exavyun. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, he developed a kind of strength-enhancing drug that allowed him to take control of the entire school. But this drug drains life force, making users dependent on it. Without the drug, we'll be weaker than anyone else." After hearing this, Su Shen nodded and looked at Tian Yu. "If I told you I have a way, would you come with me?" Tian Yu looked dejected. "I'm sorry, Su Shen, I had no choice." Old Gu laughed crazily. "Ha, how interesting. Brothers turning on each other." He swung his twin stiletto knives towards Su Shen. The force from his body erupted, creating a gust of wind that blew Su Shen's hair. But at that moment, Tian Yu suddenly shouted, "Today, I'm not choosing anything." He charged forward and delivered a powerful kick to Old Gu's face. The fat man was caught off guard, sliding across the floor, stunned as he stared at Tian Yu. "Tian Yu, you!" After a few seconds, he roared, "How dare you betray the boss?" Tian Yu sneered and replied, "The boss can go to hell. He just wants to control me with drugs. Worst case, I die. What's the big deal? But anyone who dares lay a hand on my brothers, I'll fight to the death with them." Hearing this, Su Shen smiled, thinking to himself, "Tian brother, you're just like you used to be." Before he finished speaking, Tian Yu charged toward old fat Gu like a whirlwind. Old Gu was not afraid in the slightest and sneered. He had been caught off guard by the sneak attack earlier, but now he was ready, determined not to let Tian Yu have the chance to repeat it. He shouted, his voice full of rage, "You really want to die? Today, I'll crush all of you." He mocked Tian Yu, "Just relying on you. Dream on." Tian Yu leaped forward, both hands clenched tightly, channeling all his strength into his fists. In an instant, he unleashed a barrage of rapid punches, as fast as lightning, targeting Old Gu's body. But the thick layer of fat on the man's body acted like a steel wall, causing Tian Yu's powerful blows to dissipate, as if stones sinking into the sea. Although Old Gu was hit, he still arrogantly laughed out loud. "Ha! The boss knew you would betray him, so he only gave you the level 1 medicine. As for me, I'm using level 2 medicine." Upon hearing the mention of level 2 medicine, Tian Yu's face turned pale. He clearly understood the huge difference between the two types of medicine. Old Gu, pleased with himself, continued his psychological attack. "My fat is the strongest armor. No one can harm me." As he spoke, his hand swung the flowing star's strike, launching it towards Tian Yu with lightning speed. Tian Yu realized he had been distracted by the psychological warfare and quickly raised his arms to block. But the force of the strike was too great, far beyond his ability to withstand. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out, and Tian Yu staggered, his body almost collapsing. Seeing Tian Yu in such a miserable state, Old Gu laughed with pleasure. But then, his expression turned cold, as if he were looking at someone about to die. He growled, "Die." With that, He pressed the button on the handle of the flowing star's strike, and a surge of electricity crackled, flashing near Tianyu's ear. Tianyu's expression changed, realizing the danger from the electric current, but it was already too late to escape. At that moment, Su Shen appeared beside him, like a shadow. He leaped up and kicked fiercely at old Gu's flowing star's strike. Despite the electric current still arcing, Su Shen remained unfazed, his powerful kick causing old Gu to lose his grip. The mace flew off by inertia. Su Shen, with a mocking tone, repeated old Gu's earlier words. "I heard no one can hurt you, right?" Tianyu, Duan Nia, and Yuan Yang watched in astonishment, eyes wide. Even Duan Nia, who was familiar with Su Shen, couldn't help but be stunned. Yuan Yang reacted more violently, his mouth agape. On the upper floor, Shi Yun observed everything from beginning to end, his eyes betraying a hint of worry, though he tried to maintain his composure. It was clear he had misjudged Su Shen's strength. At that moment, two flowing star strikes reversed direction and pierced old Gu's body. One struck his left eye, the other pierced his chest. The electric current from the mace continued to spread throughout his body, causing him to collapse, no longer capable of fighting. Shi Yun, from the upper floor, showed no fear. Instead, he chuckled lightly, as if everything that had just happened only piqued his interest further. To him, Su Shen was an ideal specimen for research, a step forward in his ambition to create the perfect human. He spoke up. "Su Shen, I'm giving you a chance. Join my experiment, and I'll help you evolve into the most perfect human being." Su Shen responded with a look full of disdain. "The perfect human you speak of, isn't it just a rat?" Shi Yun adjusted his glasses, slightly surprised. "Oh, so you guessed the direction of my research." "Exactly. The rat's genes are the closest to humans. I'll use rat genes to create an army of rats, conquer the world, build a paradise. Are you excited?" Su Shen scratched his ear at the delusional words, dug into it, and mocked. "Yeah, that's the kind of stupid feeling." Humiliated, Shi Yun suppressed his anger, though it was evident. He ordered the girl with a shaved head to fire. She immediately aimed from the window, but instead of a bullet, she fired a dose of drug aimed straight at old Gu, who was barely hanging on to life. As the drug took effect, old Gu's body morphed horribly. His sharp teeth, the flowing star's strike, became a part of him, and his left eye was pierced, then regenerated on his left chest. He now looked nothing short of a monster. Tian Yu, the Xiao Mai Duan Nia siblings, and Yuan Yang gaped in horror. Duan Nia muttered, "What are they researching? How can they turn a human into something so disgusting?" Shi Yun smugly explained. "Fat Gu used to be a wrestler, with a layer of fat serving as perfect armor. The third-level medicine he just injected helped him enhance and regenerate. Su Shen, you're no match for him." He looked at Su Shen, his tone arrogant. "Now do you see the power of evolution?" Su Shen raised his middle finger in disdain. "What power? It's just turning people into monsters." Offended, Shi Yun's anger flared, and he ordered, "Old Gu, kill him, then extract the jealousy from his body." Old Gu had now turned into a monster, roaring as he charged like a massive ball of flesh, moving at an incredibly fast speed. Tian Yu and Duan Na were extremely worried, as no one knew just how strong Su Shen really was. But Su Shen remained calm, extending both hands to stop the spinning ball of flesh. Electricity from flowing star's strike shot into his body. Though it didn't cause any damage, it still gave the unpleasant sensation of being bitten by ants. Su Shen frowned, his eyes flashing with anger. "If you've been bitten by ants, you kill the ants, right?" he muttered, ready to counterattack. With a mocking tone, Su Shen looked at old Fat Gu. "You think slapping two batteries onto a weapon can electrocute someone to death?" After speaking, he stopped the spinning ball of flesh, his hands moving like lightning to reach into the flowing star's strike, crush it, and pull out a battery. "Then let me show you what it feels like to be electrocuted." Su Shen shoved the battery straight into old Gu's mouth. Old Fat Gu couldn't hold back, grinding his teeth and crushing the battery. The sound of the battery's casing shattering blended with the sparks of electricity that shot out. Boom! Just a few seconds later, his mouth exploded, with sparks flying like fireworks. Su Shen calmly turned his back, his stance exuding an indescribable coolness. Tian Yu and Duan Nia, watching from a distance, stared in shock. Had they really taken down the mutated old fat goo? Xie Yun, observing from above, was also surprised. Su Shen had used the battery explosion to deal damage, an unexpected move. But Xie Yun quickly sneered. Is that all? The third-level drugs have a strong regenerative ability. Sure enough, old Goo quickly regenerated, with his mouth, eyes, and nose growing back, though not as intact as before. Xie Yun, pleased, mocked. Now, you're surely helpless in the face of evolutionary strength, aren't you? Su Shen, seeing old Goo's rapid recovery, remained unfazed. In fact, he was even more interested. He spun around and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Before old Goo could react, he landed a direct punch to his face, followed by dozens, even hundreds, of sharp, rapid punches raining down all over the mutated body. The sound of fists hitting thick layers of fat echoed like drums, sending chills down the spines of those around them. To conceal his abilities, Su Shen moved so quickly that it created a cloud of dust, obscuring visibility. Even Tian Yu and Duan Nia couldn't make out what he was doing. From above, Xie Yun frowned in confusion. What is he up to? Within the smoke, Su Shen silently thought, this guy keeps healing. Xie Yun's research is still valuable. This can't be allowed. He activated his spatial ability, summoning countless fragments of concrete, steel, and large stones, throwing them toward old Goo. The sound of thunderous crashing echoed like a storm of materials slamming into the fat man's protective layer. The people outside were thrown into confusion. What's that noise? Xie Yun, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, still couldn't understand what Su Shen was doing. As the dust cleared, a figure emerged. Tian Yu and Duan Nia squinted their eyes, seeing Su Shen sitting atop a small mound piled high with cement, steel, and building debris. Below, old Fat Goo was buried, unmoving. Xie Yun couldn't hold back his shout, damn it, I don't care who you are, or how you managed to drag that pile of trash here. You dare slap me in the face. I'll make sure you die without a grave. Look around, you all are about to die. Su Shen glanced around and saw countless red, bloodshot eyes of the mutated creatures surrounding them. He sneered, it's fine. I wasn't planning on letting you guys go anyway. He made a fist in a challenging manner. Whatever you've got, bring it. I'll handle it all at once. Duan Nia's group was startled. They were surrounded by mutated rats, and those who had once been taken to the lab, now turned into human-like monsters. Su Shen looked at Tian Yu and Duan Nia, clearly stating the goal. That Xie Yun up there, if we don't deal with him, this will never end. This place is up to you. Duan Nia recalled what Su Shen had once said, if you can't prove your worth, you're not qualified to be by my side, and immediately accepted the mission. Don't worry, I'll help everyone hold them off here. Su Shen turned and left, his demeanor calm, but not forgetting to remind them, if you can't hold out, shout loudly. I'll come back. Watching him disappear, Duan Nia issued a serious command to Tan Yu's group. Everyone, listen carefully. We'll take care of these, even if there are a lot of rats. You still use your abilities. Her eyes shone brightly as she gave the order, just keep killing. I'll handle the control. From the observation room, Xie Yun sneered in disdain. Humph, the traitors are hopping around. I'll turn you all into food for the rat people. A supervising staff member reported, Su Shen has wiped out all the security. He's about to break into Miss Yun's area. Xie Yun's expression darkened as he roared. What? He dares go in there. Push the revelation gene into test reagent number 5 immediately. A researcher, anxious, replied. The gene is unstable. The risk is far too high. But Xie Yun was resolute. Do it now. The researchers had no choice but to check the subject's physical indicators, preparing to inject him with the newest gene serum. Xie Yun's gaze was cruel, determined to administer the latest genetic drug. Meanwhile, Su Shen remained unaware of Xie Yun's scheme. He stepped into a chamber filled with experimental creations. They were nurtured in glass pods brimming with nutrient fluid, their forms grotesque. Some with multiple eyes, others resembling aquatic monstrosities. Su Shen halted before a particular glass pod. Inside was Yan Yan, an old acquaintance. She was imprisoned, clothed only in scraps of fabric, connected to a breathing tube. Stunned, Su Shen recalled the last time he had seen her at the tavern. Fate is truly mysterious, he thought to himself, before smashing the pod with his fist and lifting her gently, as though cradling a princess. Yan Yan stirred awake, her voice trembling as she recognized him. "Are you Su Shen?" He answered. "It's me. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here." Still dazed, she whispered faintly, "I'm hungry." Before he could say more, a voice thundered from behind. "Let her go." Su Shen turned around and saw two streams of blue attacks rushing towards him, moving as fast as lightning. He released one hand, still holding Yan Yan with the other, and caught the attacks in the palm of his hand. Shi Yun pointed at Su Shen, his voice harsh. "Take your filthy hands off Yan Yan. She is the woman I've chosen." Su Shen recognized the attack as an ice-type ability. "You mock me, the woman you've chosen? Do you think this is a supermarket?" Shi Yun sneered coldly. "After the apocalypse, ordinary people are nothing but insects. I hold the power of evolution, and I will become the ruler of this world. For her to be my woman is her honor." Su Shen shook his head. "You're truly as crazy as they say." Yan Yan, dazed, clung tightly to Su Shen and whispered, "Don't go. Don't leave me. I'm so scared." Su Shen comforted her. "It will be fine. I won't leave you." Seeing this, Shi Yun's jealousy flared, and he yelled, "Let her go. She's mine." He charged forward at full speed. Without hesitation, Su Shen kicked a bulky object towards Shi Yun. Shi Yun easily broke through the attack, but when he looked back, he saw Yan Yan kissing Su Shen. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fury. At this moment, Su Shen and Shi Yun were locked in a passionate kiss. After that moment, when their lips parted, Shi Yun slightly lowered his head, his eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness, his voice still trembling with emotion. He looked at Su Shen and whispered, "You said you were going to leave me last time, didn't you? This is what you owe me." After speaking, Shi Yun smiled faintly, then seemed to lose all strength. She fell into a deep sleep, and no matter how many times Su Shen called her name, there was no response. Witnessing such an intense and emotional scene, Shi Yun, the bystander, felt an overwhelming surge of rage, like a wildfire spreading uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, his cold, sharp eyes narrowing, and through clenched jaws, he uttered each word with bitter resentment. "How dare you do this? If it's going to be like this, then let's die together." With that, Shi Yun ripped off his clothes, revealing a muscular, sinewy body that seemed to be carved from stone. But immediately after, his form began to transform in a bizarre way. His teeth grew long and sharp like knives, his body shriveled, exposing a jagged ribcage. His fingers elongated, and sharp claws gleamed with a cold light. In the blink of an eye, Shi Yun had completely transformed into a humanoid rat, his grotesque appearance sending shivers down anyone's spine. He snarled at Su Shen, his eyes full of malice, as if to declare, "Now, I will show you the power of a god." Su Shen showed no sign of fear. With one arm around the sleeping beauty, he casually stuffed his other hand into his pocket. A cold smile played on his lips as he responded with indifference. "Come at me." The words were short, but sharp, like a blade, filled with challenge. In the next moment, after successfully provoking Shi Yun, Su Shen gently laid the exhausted girl down in a safe corner. He even thoughtfully handed her a chocolate bar to temporarily satisfy her hunger. Suddenly, Su Shen's sharp eyes detected something unusual behind him. A creature, half human, half rat, appeared. Its body was covered in thick fur, claws long and menacing, and its face, old and grotesque, looked like something stray out of a nightmare. It growled, its voice dripping with contempt. Still distracted at this point, "You really want to die, don't you?" With that, it lunged at him like a wild beast, its mouth wide open as though to tear Su Shen apart. Yet Su Shen remained unnervingly calm. With a swift flick of his hand, he cleaved the vicious creature's body in two, blood spraying everywhere, staining the air red. Su Shen furrowed his brows slightly, lost in thought, muttering to himself, "What is this thing?" Meanwhile, Shi Yun sat in the corner, slowly nibbling on the chocolate. Her face was a mixture of exhaustion and helplessness. Between bites, she mumbled to Su Shen, "Are all the people below your friends?" Su Shen turned around, his gaze as cold as ice, and replied succinctly, "That's right." Hearing this, Shi Yun stood up abruptly, grabbing the chair next to her. She firmly declared, "I won't take anything from you, without paying you back." Clearly, she wanted to do something to repay the life-saving favor and the chocolate. Without hesitation, she swung her arm, and threw the chair straight at the window, shattering the glass. With a confident demeanor, Shi Yun declared, "Leave the ones below to me." Before jumping out to face the danger, she leaned against the window frame, her body wrapped only in a few strips of bandages. Looking both seductive and resilient, she turned back, her sharp gaze reminding Su Shen, "This Shi Yun doesn't die that easily, so you better be careful." Without hesitation or fear, she leaped straight out of the building. Her arms and legs spread wide, her body free-falling like a mighty bird. As she neared the ground, Shi Yun's body suddenly expanded, growing enormous, her physical strength skyrocketing. Finally, she landed with a powerful thud, using her enormous backside to create a terrifying shockwave, shaking the earth, crushing the wooden fence and everything around her. A girl with a seductive figure, wrapped in only a few strips of bandages, suddenly appeared from the sky, now enormous, leaving everyone around her dumbfounded. With wide eyes at this strange sight, Shi Yun softly exclaimed, "My bottom hurts so much." Perhaps the fall from such a great height had left her a little dizzy. The people around her were still stunned, unsure if they were seeing things. One of the witnesses wondered if they had misjudged what they saw. It took a few seconds for Xie Yun to regain her composure after landing. Despite feeling some pain, she was unharmed, even crushing a few rats and breaking several objects around her. With a charming clumsiness, she introduced herself, "I'm Xie Yun, a friend of Su Shen, here to help everyone." Duan Nia, still in disbelief, asked, "Help, you say?" Suddenly, Tang Yu shouted, "I see it." The words made Xie Yun realize something. She screamed, clutching her lower body with both hands, and scolded him, "Pervert." But the story didn't end there. The bloodthirsty rats began to attack again. Shi Yun sprang to her feet, stepping over Tian Yu's head and declaring loudly, "Leave this to me." Her appearance was a repayment for Su Shen's life-saving act. To her, these rats were no different than ants. One snap of her fingers, and they would be crushed. Tian Yu stood below, grumbling, "Don't step over my head like that. It's so unlucky." Shi Yun's gigantic foot gently squashed a rat before it could even scream. But when she discovered what was stuck under her foot, she realized that the rats were everywhere, swarming in large numbers, each one ferociously climbing over the fences, ready to tear apart any living creature. They rushed towards her, seeing the human as a lavish feast. Shi Yun shouted in panic, "Why are there so many rats?" Fear caused her to lose control, her feet stomping wildly as she screamed, "Get away! This is disgusting." Not only were the rats crushed, but the people around her also panicked and ran away, shouting, "Run, she's gone crazy. Be careful, or you'll get trampled." Tian Yu continued to groan, since Xie Yun had stepped over his head, muttering, "I told you, this is so unlucky." Above, Su Shen observed the entire scene, his eyes cold but unable to hide his astonishment. He couldn't help but marvel, surprised that Xie Yun, despite her appearance, possessed such a powerful ability. As he was engrossed in watching, he didn't realize when the rats had arrived. Thousands of rats, each more disgusting and filthy than the last, raced up to Su Shen's body, swarming from head to toe, so many that it seemed like they would bury him alive. Yet Su Shen remained calm, coldly saying, "Indeed, even after being slashed in two, you still didn't die, huh?" Su Shen was submerged by the vicious swarm of rats. Not even the top of his head was visible anymore. From within the chaos, a furry hand with sharp claws like blades suddenly reached out. A mouse king manifested, its massive body towering over all other rats, exuding an aura of aggression and cold-blooded menace. It wore a contemptuous smile, as though mocking the entire world. Simply put, its body was immortal, unable to die so easily. It seemed the small rats had given their life force, aiding the rat man's miraculous resurrection. Below, the situation was no better. Suddenly, the entire swarm of rats stopped their movement, standing upright on two legs, as if manipulated by some invisible force. The people, including Duan Nia, were stunned by this bizarre sight. "Why have these rats suddenly stopped moving?" Duan Nia exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment. The entire rat army simultaneously lifted their heads, their cold, piercing eyes fixed on the figure above, where the Mouse King stood proudly atop the building. At this moment, only its massive silhouette remained visible, while Su Shen seemed to have been swallowed whole by the Mouse King, or rather, by Xie Yun. Xie Yun stood triumphant, his haughty gaze looking down on the people below, like a king at the pinnacle of power. He was now the Mouse King, the ruler whom every intelligent rat bowed to, a monster that made anyone who witnessed him tremble and flee in terror. The group of Tai and Yu still did not realize that the Mouse King was actually Xi Yun, who had gone mad and undergone a terrifying transformation. They only vaguely guessed that this monster was the one controlling the entire swarm of rat-like creatures. The rat army, numbering in the tens of thousands, looked like a powerful legion, lined up neatly, kneeling at the feet of the Mouse King, creating a scene that sent chills down everyone's spine. Suddenly, a massive hand gripped the wooden fence. It was Xi Yun, also known as Yan Yan. At this point, she had completely lost control. Her face darkened, and her eyes burned with a fiery red glow. She slammed the fence towards the hideous rats in a frenzy, screaming, "Get the hell out of here!" With a colossal body, as large as the building where the rats stood, Yan Yan radiated an aura of murderous intent. She turned to face the Mouse King and roared, "Hey, you rotten rat! Where is Su Shen?" Xi Yun, in the form of the Mouse King, calmly replied, "Su Shen no longer exists." He then declared that he would deal with Yan Yan for daring to speak so rudely to him, truly seeking death. Yan Yan paid no attention to the threat. The killing intent within her only grew stronger. Her cold gaze swept over the swarm of rats that swarmed her arm, biting and tearing, as if they wanted to devour her whole. While the rats continued their frenzied assault on Tan Yu and Duan Nia, after meeting the Mouse King, they became even more savage, biting and tearing with greater ferocity. The swarm was so vast that even a giant like Yan Yan gradually grew exhausted. She collapsed to the ground, resisting weakly. Mouse King Liu Shiyun burst into hearty laughter, triumphantly declaring, "With this army of rats, I shall conquer humanity and turn this world into my very own kingdom of mice." Suddenly, a hand pierced straight through Liu Shiyun's chest, accompanied by a steady voice. "Sorry, I had to find the core, so it took me a little while." Another hand emerged, forcefully ripping open the Mouse King's chest from within. The act sent Xi Yun into panic, his eyes brimming with terror. He asked himself, "What in the world is happening? Didn't I completely devour the protagonist already?" It turned out that the scene of Su Shen being swallowed was nothing more than an illusion conjured by Xi Yun's imagination. In just a few seconds, Su Shen calmly stepped out from within the Mouse King's body, tearing it apart. At that moment, he appeared like a reborn war god, his aura overwhelming, unstoppable. Xi Yun, still in the Mouse King's form, trembled in disbelief at the sight before him. Su Shen coldly gazed at the gleaming purple stone in his hand and declared, "Now, your core belongs to me." He was as sharp as a sword, ready to eliminate any enemy that stood in his way. The rats seemed agitated, beginning to attack wildly. They bit and tore at anything they could, even sticking their heads through the iron bars, their sharp teeth resembling tiger claws, making for a gruesome sight that sent shivers down one's spine. They not only squeezed through the gaps in the bars, but also emerged from the sewer's alleys. Anywhere there was a crack became their path. Watching the twisted forms of the rats, it seemed as though they were hunting for something. After a while of searching, they converged on Tan Yu and his group, the nearest prey. Some of the rats were even carrying skulls, while others had severed human arms clenched in their jaws. The brutal and horrifying scene caused Tan Yu's face to turn pale. The confidence he had at the start had vanished, replaced by a look of panic. He ran while shouting a warning to his team. "These rats are coming through the cracks. Watch out for the sewer pipes below. They could appear anywhere." As soon as Tan Yu finished speaking, a rat suddenly poked its head out of a drain near where little Mei's older brother was standing. The older brother, with his thick mustache, noticed the danger and tried to run, but a furry hand with sharp claws suddenly seized his ankle. In an instant, it dragged him down into the sewer. He barely had time to curse before the rats swarmed him, biting and tearing him apart. In a moment of despair, he used all his strength to cling to the ground, but every effort was in vain. His 10 fingers slid across the surface, unable to grasp even the slightest hope of survival. His younger brother and little Mai witnessed their older brother being dragged away by the swarm of rats, standing frozen, screaming in agony. Little Mei's face turned pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. Both of them were surrounded by another group of rats, unable to run to save their elder brother. In that life-or-death moment, the eldest brother still tried to give his final instructions, Remember to take care of each other. Forget about me." But before his words could be fully completed, he was pulled into the drain by the mutated rats, disappearing without a trace. The ground became eerily quiet, as if nothing had ever happened. The younger brother tightly held little Mai on his back, continuously calling out, "Big brother." Little Mai cried out loudly, her face drenched in tears, yet helpless in the face of the monstrous creatures. At that moment, Tin Yu was drenched in sweat, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion and helplessness. He thought to himself, "There are too many of them, with just a few of us. Who knows how long we can hold on?" Nevertheless, he kept fighting, summoning his last bit of strength and shouting, "Come at me!" From all directions, the rats rushed at him like arrows. Tin Yu, exhausted, gasped for breath, his body covered in scratches and wounds, his hands barely able to move. On Yan Yan's side, the situation was no better. The rats clung tightly, gnawing at her body. In the midst of the crisis, hunger struck, causing her enormous form to shrink gradually. Duan Ne witnessed this scene and silently thought that stopping the monsters was impossible. Tin Yu was nearly exhausted, breathing heavily, his heart full of despair. He thought to himself, "With just the few of us, sooner or later, we'll be devoured by these heartless rats. Only the gods can save us now." Suddenly, a colossal figure loomed on the roof. Tin Yu's face changed, his pupils contracted, and cold sweat drenched his body. The figure suddenly leaped high, stomping down hard on the ground, creating a surge of dark purple energy that surrounded it. Its body was distorted, no longer human-shaped, resembling a demon lord rising from the depths of hell. Tin Yu stammered, unable to speak, only able to tremble before the terrifying sight. Su Shen seemed to have recognized the true nature of the creature before them. It was the Mouse King, but not the Mouse King they had faced before. Now, it had become corrupted, transformed into a horrifying entity of darkness. Its entire form resembled a swirling cloud of blackness, exuding an evil aura that sent chills down the spine. Its power was so overwhelming that even the fierce rats dared not utter a word, only trembling and bowing their heads in submission. The footsteps of the monster seemed to rise from hell itself, each step so heavy that it shook the very earth and sky. No matter how ferocious the other rats were, none dared approach, only standing at a distance, their eyes fixed on it with utter fear. Duan Ne witnessed this scene, her eyes wide open, unable to believe what was happening. She muttered to herself, "Could it be that Su Shen has been swallowed by this monster?" It wasn't fear, but the pain of loss surged within her heart as she thought that Su Shen had been killed by the monster. The monster slowly advanced. The creature, rather Su Shen, raised its gigantic hand to examine itself, as if this form wasn't something he had willingly transformed into, but one that had been manipulated by the lingering consciousness of the core. The layer of blackness covering his face gradually faded, revealing part of his normal face. Su Shen hadn't expected the core to still have such a strong consciousness, attempting to devour him. Gradually, the blackness on Su Shen's face continued to fade, spreading down his neck and shoulders. Half of his body returned to normal, like light driving away darkness. Confidence filled him, knowing that even though the core wanted to consume him, it could not overcome his iron will. "Su Shen, it's really Su Shen!" Tin Yu exclaimed, his face filled with shock, unable to contain himself as he shouted, his eyes shining brightly. At this moment, Su Shen's face had completely returned to normal. He turned to Tin Yu with an expression as cold as ice, and said, "Tian brother, you've worked hard." As soon as the words left his mouth, the rats, seemingly waiting for an opportunity, all stood up and charged towards Su Shen like arrows. Tin Yu, panicked, shouted with all his might, "Be careful!" But Su Shen remained calm, his eyes burning red like flames. He uttered a single word, "Get lost!" The rats seemed to be struck by a spell, their eyes wide and their mouths agape in terror. They immediately turned around and fled in a panic, as though they would be destroyed if they didn't run fast enough. The hordes of rats trampled over each other, squeezed through the iron gaps, slithered down the sewers, and squeezed through ventilation holes. It was a chaotic scene, like the rats' apocalypse. The people around were stunned, unable to understand why they were so frightened. Tin Yu, with a dazed expression, mumbled, "Su Shen, he only said one word, 'Get lost,' didn't he?" And yet it scared them into fleeing in panic. From the scene filled with crazed, mutated rats, The once crowded yard was now completely empty. Not a single rat in sight, big or small. Watching the rats flee before him, Su Shen thought to himself, although I'm not the Mouse King, the suppressive power of the core crystal is still enough to make them tremble in fear. Suddenly, Tianyu coughed violently as if her lungs were about to burst out. Su Shen hurried over to ask, but Tianyu, exhausted, had no breath left to respond. From behind, a voice rang out. The drug that was injected into Tianyu is actually a kind of poison. The speaker was Yan Yan. She explained that this drug initially gave people limitless strength, but the more the power was used, the deeper the poison would penetrate, corroding the body. Su Shen looked up at Yan Yan, his voice low. So what should I do to save Tianyu? Without hesitation, Yan Yan replied, in Liu Shiyun's laboratory, there is a corpse. As long as you use its blood to create a serum, Tianyu can be saved. Following Yan Yan's instructions, Su Shen immediately set out to find Liu Shiyun's laboratory. Standing before the room, he frowned slightly, sensing a strong, oppressive aura, as if an invisible storm was waiting to strike. He wondered if this was really the place Yan Yan had mentioned. Without delay, he pushed the door open and entered. The room was dark and cold, resembling a deep, mysterious cave. As he moved forward, a translucent white screen appeared. Su Shen walked through it, a strange feeling rising in his mind. He checked his body, but found nothing unusual, concluding that the screen was likely created by mental energy. Looking up ahead, Su Shen couldn't help but be astonished, thinking to himself, wasn't there only one corpse in this laboratory? But in front of him was the slender figure of a young girl sitting in front of a computer screen. Though she hadn't turned around, it seemed as though she had sensed his presence. A calm voice rang out, "Are you here?" The girl slowly turned around, her delicate face clearly visible under the dim light. Before Su Shen could react, she continued, "You're Liu, aren't you?" The question left Su Shen stunned, thinking to himself, which Liu are you talking about? But when his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the display case next to him, he froze. In the glass reflection, the face of Liu Shiyun appeared. Yet it was his own face. Su Shen suddenly realized he had turned into Liu Shiyun at some point. Everything began to make sense. It wasn't that the girl had mistaken him, but rather he had become the person she recognized. He wondered if he was having hallucinations. Not wanting to get bogged down in this situation, Su Shen told himself he had to snap out of it and quickly find the corpse. But just then, the girl, referred to as Xiao Master, gently called him closer. Before Su Shen could respond, his body moved on its own, agreeing, and he stepped toward her. He realized he had been pulled into an illusion, recreating the memory of Liu Shiyun. You are merely a character in this story, unable to act according to your will. Suddenly, Xiao Master took off her jacket, revealing a seductive, form-fitting nightgown that accentuated her full chest. Su Shen, in the form of Liu Shiyun, stood frozen, asking in confusion, "Master, what do you mean by this?" Xiao Master smiled and replied, "I just felt a bit hot, wanted to be more comfortable." Su Shen nodded. "Ah, I see." He changed the subject, his gaze shifting to the overturned crab on the tray. "So, what of this crab?" Xiao Master looked at him and asked in return, "Do you know about my slave?" Liu Shiyun pondered for a moment before answering. "Is it a type of parasitic creature commonly found on crabs?" Xiao Master chuckled softly and nodded. "Yes, it's an amazing creature. One that knows how to use its host to protect itself and survive." Her words carried an implication that made the atmosphere grow heavy with tension. Suddenly, Xiao Master approached Liu Shiyun from behind, wrapping her soft arms around his neck and gently pressing her chest against his back. Her face flushed, her eyes sparkling with intent. She whispered, "Isn't it interesting like this?" Her voice, gentle yet irresistibly seductive, made Liu Shiyun respond, stunned. "Actually, it is a little." He hadn't yet figured out how to react when Xiao Master's hand slid down to his abdomen, making the atmosphere grow even more tense. Her chest pressed tightly against him, deliberately rubbing, her eyes filled with teasing seduction. Liu Shiyun curved his lips into a smug smile and asked, "Really?" He spun around, pulling Xiao Master into his arms, teasing, "If you keep acting like this, then the experiment won't be interesting anymore." Xiao Master responded without hesitation, I always preferred practice over theoretical experiments. Their eyes lingered on each other with intimate affection. Liu Zhiyun smiled. Then today I'll have to study diligently. In that breathless moment, Xiao Master leaned against the glass window, panting as she gazed outside. She noticed that tonight's moon was unusual, larger than usual, glowing a fiery red like a burning sun. Even so, the two remained lost in each other before the window. Suddenly, Xiao Master cried out, "It's too hot! Close the curtains, quickly!" That was the moment when the earth was struck by a climate anomaly, the night turning strangely scorching. Time passed, and Xiao Master and Liu Zhiyun each occupied a corner of the room, exhausted, with no desire to continue. The scorching heat from outside seeped in, making the air within the four walls suffocating and heavy, like a warning of the terrifying stillness that was engulfing everything. Liu Zhiyun spoke up, his cold gaze directed at Xiao Master. "Miss, we don't have much food left. I'll manage the remaining supplies." His voice was soft, but carried a clear intent, as if he was trying to seize the little food that was left. Xiao Master was about to protest, but the words barely left her lips before she hesitated. She realized Liu Zhiyun was plotting to keep all the food for himself. As time passed, the scorching disaster continued to rage, as though it was burning away all life. Today, Liu Zhiyun could no longer hold back his fury. The spark that ignited it was Xiao Master finishing the last of the food, a treasure more precious than gold in such dire circumstances. He screamed in madness, beating and kicking her mercilessly, as if that little bit of food mattered more than her life. Xiao Master collapsed to the floor, trembling, covering her face and apologizing. "The hunger made me lose control." But her feeble defense did nothing to sway Liu Zhiyun. He grabbed a sharp knife, his eyes icy, and growled, "You ate so fast, which means there's still time. The food you just ate might not even be digested yet." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Master was overcome with sheer panic, like a lamb awaiting the butcher's blade. A blood-curdling scream echoed, blood splattering in all directions, blending with the eerie sound of a blade cutting through flesh. In the end, she was slashed across the abdomen, collapsing to the floor, her eyes rolled back as if she were already dead. Liu Zhiyun chuckled with delight, smugly declaring, as expected, "It's still in her stomach. Now I have food." In his hand was a viscous, black substance, freshly extracted from Xiao Master's stomach. After killing her, Liu Zhiyun made an unusual discovery. The rats that had fed on Xiao Master's flesh suddenly underwent a violent and frenzied mutation, though the evolution was far from perfect. He used her blood for experiments, and after a period of research, he found that the serum from Xiao Master's blood could neutralize toxins. What astounded him even more was that Xiao Master was still alive, despite her body undergoing continuous mutations. From a beautiful girl, she had now transformed into a half-human, half-demon creature, her head covered in sharp spines, her abdomen hollowed out, leaving only her spine connecting to her lower body. Her entire body was drenched in blood and viscous fluids, chained and suspended in the air. Looking at the results of his research from her body, Liu Zhiyun couldn't help but praise her, calling her the perfect research specimen. He hissed with satisfaction as he saw the data, and it was no exaggeration to call it the apocalypse gene. Thanks to her, he had discovered the perfect gene sequence capable of evolving in this chaotic world. But Liu Zhiyun's ambition did not stop there. A bold idea flashed in his mind. He wanted to perform a brain surgery on Xiao Master to uncover the hidden mysteries. She remained silent, offering no resistance, but that did nothing to calm the frenzy in his mind. He looked at her with a sinister smile and said calmly, "Anyway, you can't die." After saying this, he grinned maniacally and grabbed the chainsaw, ready to cut off her head. But just at that moment, a haunting voice whispered in Su Shen's ear. It turned out that Xiao Master was using her mental powers to hypnotize and manipulate Liu Zhiyun within Su Shen's illusion. "Quick, eat the sparkling purple stone in his hand." Despite her continuous enchantment, Su Shen, in Liu Zhiyun's form, refused to comply. Growing impatient, she snapped, "Why won't you eat it?" Su Shen's cold voice rang out, "Because it's just a piece of rotten meat." Without hesitation, he crushed the purple stone, an object created by Xiao Master within the illusion. She stared at him, her eyes filled with a mix of surprise and doubt. "How did you recognize it?" Su Shen replied, his voice frosty, "It's simple. If the core of you were truly in my hands, you would have been dead long ago. At that moment, the illusion shattered, and Su Shen's true form slowly emerged, while Lu Shiyun's appearance gradually faded away. Xiao Master cried out in shock. You actually managed to break my illusion. Damn it, it took me so long to find a human suited to come here. Her voice faltered. The words left unfinished. The scene inside the room gradually became clear. Xiao Master had now revealed her true form, a monster suspended within a strange machine. Her upper body intact while her lower half had already been severed by Lu Shiyun. Looking at the creature that had once been a beautiful girl, Su Shen remained expressionless. In his eyes, there was only one goal: to tear open her skull with his own hands. Slowly, he raised his right hand, his fingers extending toward her head. Sensing the deadly intent, the girl-turned monster let out a trembling scream. I'm only a pitiful soul forced into this. Don't you want my power? I'll give it to you. Just spare me, I beg you. Yet Su Shen's gaze stayed cold and unshaken, unmoved even by her desperate cries. His voice was calm as he said, when a slave crab invades the body, it seizes the host mind. Before his words had fully left his lips, Su Shen's icy hand pressed down upon the creature's head. Without the slightest hesitation, he prepared to split her skull. The monster kept pleading, her voice growing ever more frantic. Her voice was as fragile as a thread searching for a glimmer of hope to survive. I am just a poor wretch, forced into this. Didn't you want my power? I will give it to you. Please spare me. Please. But Su Shen calmly ignored her, continuing his unfinished words. Do you think I will give you a chance? As soon as the words were spoken, blood erupted like a torrent. The monster's skull was split open by Su Shen's cold hand. After retrieving the core, her body began to disintegrate, like dust swept away by the wind, disappearing completely into the air. Su Shen looked at the scene, his eyes flashing with a hint of surprise, muttering to himself. So, without the core, the body just disintegrates. Holding the glowing core in his hand, he reassured himself that there shouldn't be any problems this time. But suddenly, he remembered something that made his heart feel heavy. If she's turned to dust, then where am I supposed to find the antidote for Tianyu? Without hesitation, Su Shen dashed off, determined to search the laboratory, telling himself the vial of antidote had to be somewhere in that room. As for the crab slaves, after parasitizing, root-like branches would infiltrate the host body, connecting the parts and manipulating its behavior. This type of parasite turned the host into a complete slave, losing all sense of free will, like a puppet controlled by a small but powerful creature. The floodwaters had receded, and the city had become arid, but the air still felt heavy, saturated with anxiety. A group of people had gathered amidst the desolation of an apocalyptic landscape, whispering about the events that followed the retreat of the floodwaters. Has anyone noticed anything strange? One person spoke up. After the water had drained away, the bodies that had sunk to the bottom suddenly began to mutate, and then heavy footsteps followed one after another, forming an endless chain of sound across the ground. Suddenly, a voice urged them to hurry. Stop looking, we need to leave now. That's Su Shen's group. At this moment, Yan Yan appeared, her face filled with concern, and she gently called out, Sister Duan Nia. Duan Nia turned around, her gaze lingering on Yan Yan's bewildered face. The girl had just joined the team. Yan Yan asked, her voice full of curiosity. Where is Su Shen taking these medical students? Duan Nia sighed and replied, because the rats are trying to escape, they are hiding near the University of Science and Technology. That place is no longer habitable for humans. The remaining medical students are valuable talents for the future, so Su Shen plans to take them to a safer resettlement area. Upon hearing this, Yan Yan felt an overwhelming sense of unease rising within her. She exclaimed, Doesn't that mean the journey ahead is going to be really long? But I'm already starting to feel hungry. This is not good at all. She was about to run off in search of Su Shen, but Duan Nia raised her voice firmly, forbidding her to leave. At the same time, she caught hold of Yan Yan's wrist, keeping her in place. Startled, Yan Yan looked down at the hand that held her and asked in confusion, Why? Duan Nia's cheeks flushed lightly, her gaze softening as she answered, Because you're with us now, and that means you must follow the rules. Though her words were stern, deep inside, Duan Nia only wished to protect Yan Yan. The thought of what had happened earlier made Duan Nia uneasy. When Su Shen had pressed her into a corner, she could not understand why he acted that way. Her eyes back then had been filled with both bewilderment and worry. Su Shen had appeared with an unfamiliar allure, his hand tightening against her cheeks, his eyes mysterious, his voice low yet carrying a darker undertone. "Don't be afraid, I'm just feeling a little warm." Then, without warning, he kissed her with sudden intensity. Duan Nia's face betrayed her shock and confusion. Though they had shared many passionate nights, this time Su Shen's behavior left her unsettled. Anyone would have imagined that a storm of desire had swept the two of them away. Even now, as she recalled it, Duan Nia felt a quiet sense of grievance. She could not help but wonder, was Su Shen's sudden frenzy caused by the side effects of the essence core? Meanwhile, Su Shen's thoughts were elsewhere, already laying out plans. After the floodwaters had receded, bacteria, viruses, and even plants had undergone drastic mutations. Many resettlement zones had fallen apart for lack of doctors, and resources had become scarcer than ever. If he could seize this chance, he might be able to build a settlement of his own. Su Shen made careful plans, taking one step at a time, calculating every move and retreat, confident that no matter how many new forces emerged, he would still have the strength to face them. This harvest was quite successful. He had found a way to create the serum and the recovery medicine for Tianyu and the others. All the equipment and research materials in the laboratory had been stored in his private space. Moreover, the crystal core of the Mouse King not only enhanced Su Shen's violent mutant abilities, but also boosted his physical strength, even granting him ice-based powers. Though he had only managed to condense a small amount, he was confident that he could upgrade it in the future. The crystal core of the mutated female corpse in the laboratory also granted him mental abilities. However, unfortunately, he did not receive illusion-based powers. Suddenly, Tianyu's voice broke Su Shen's train of thought. "What's that sound over there?" Su Shen immediately activated the newly acquired mental ability, a skill to sense the heat emitted from the blood of living creatures within a 30-meter radius, like a thermal sensor. Thanks to this, he discovered the manipulator tribe lying in ambush around them. Out of nowhere, a shout came from Yuan Yang. "Look up above." The sight before them left everyone stunned, a person suspended in midair in an eerie manner. Who is that? They wondered, their hearts filled with suspicion. In the blink of an eye, a short-haired girl screamed in panic as she recognized the person. Here is the English translation as requested. "That's Ru, my roommate. There's no time left. We have to save her right now." Her voice was filled with urgency. Another person volunteered to step forward. "I'll go immediately." But Su Shen coldly interrupted. "Don't interfere. We should continue our journey." His words immediately met with a wave of anger from the people around him. They criticized him as cruel, cold-blooded, and unacceptable for being indifferent to a life. The short-haired girl shouted, her eyes blazing. "Damn it, none of you guys are real men. You want me to watch her die without saving her? I can't do that." The short-haired girl glanced at the group of male students, her voice urging, "Hurry up, go save her." Slapped with harsh words, the two male students immediately moved forward, determined to untie the rope holding Ru. They kept comforting her, their voices gentle but firm. "Don't worry, we will definitely save you." But just as they were in a hurry to untie the rope, two spears suddenly shot toward them like lightning, tearing through the air. Without time to react, both were pierced through the chest by the spears, a fatal blow that couldn't be undone. The faces of those around them turned pale, stunned by the unexpected situation. The knave students were horrified to realize they had fallen into a deadly trap, but it was already too late. From the second floor of the building, two manipulator tribe members, wielding axes and hammers, charged down like predatory beasts, ready to finish off the confused group below. A male and a female student were surrounded by the two large, vicious manipulator tribe members. Both stood frozen, unable to say a word. One of the manipulator tribe members grinned maliciously, slowly sticking out his tongue, licking the girl's face with a look full of lewd intent. "You're so cute, little girl. Using you as bait will definitely attract even more people." He shamelessly groped her all over, without any sense of restraint, as if there was no one else around. The manipulator tribe member seemed very pleased with the short-haired girl, casting a greedy glance at someone called Shun, and spoke in a tone full of desire. "This seductive scent, Shun bro, can I take a turn first?" Hearing those cruel words, the girl's face grew even paler, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Please spare me." But the manipulator tribe member only sneered. Suddenly, a scream rang out. "Damn it! Let her go." The remaining male student rushed towards the girl without hesitation, but the manipulator tribe member in front of him merely curled his lips into a smirk, swinging the gleaming axe through the air, striking directly at him. Fresh blood sprayed out like a fountain, staining the ground red. The male student's lifeless body fell with a thud, his bravery meeting a tragic end. The manipulator tribe member looked at the corpse and sneered. Food must be recognized as food. He continued to cling to the girl, refusing to let go, even suggesting cruelly that perhaps they should keep her alive so she could bear children. The girl's clothes were torn and ragged after the brutal attacks. Meanwhile, Su Shen's group had left long ago, but the shrill screams of the short-haired girl, Xin Ru, still echoed in the air. Du and Nia turned anxiously to Su Shen and asked, "What happened to them?" Su Shen replied, his voice cold as ice, "Those who think of themselves as saints can only bring disaster upon themselves." Du and Nia looked at him, her eyes filled with worry. Was the woman hanging from the rope earlier a trap? Su Shen nodded, his eyes reflecting seriousness. She asked again, "Then, are we safe now?" He answered, his voice deep and calm. "Quite the opposite. We are surrounded by the manipulator tribe." Su Shen could sense their presence, lurking everywhere like ghosts, waiting for the right moment to strike. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with panic, the fear spreading like a tsunami. They couldn't believe they had fallen into such a dangerous situation. Su Shen gently reassured them, his voice steady but resolute. Indeed, that's the case. He took a deep breath, deciding to use the second mental ability he had just acquired, necromancy. This ability allows him to manipulate and control a horde of zombies. This time, he plans to use them to deal with the manipulator tribe, making them experience the sensation of being surrounded, hunted like prey under the scythe of death. The manipulator tribe was tightly surrounded by the mutated corpses controlled by Su Shen. Seeing the horrifying scene, they were stunned, wondering when these mutated corpses had appeared. But their fear was quickly replaced by a surge of fury, and they charged forward, slashing without hesitation. One of the manipulator tribe members tightly grasped a mutated corpse and decisively threw it towards the ones ahead, causing them to fall to the ground like falling dominoes. But when one of the manipulator tribe members looked down from the upper floor, he realized that Su Shen's people had vanished. Upon discovering that the prey had escaped, the manipulator tribe leaped from the high windows. But as soon as they touched the ground, they were intercepted by Su Shen. He stood there, his gaze as cold as a blade, his voice sharp. "Where do you think you're running to?" Instead of being afraid, the manipulator tribe smiled smugly. One of them yelled out, "Look, there's still one idiot looking for death. Kill him first. He really doesn't know what fear is." Upon hearing that the manipulator tribe was about to make a move, Su Shen remained unfazed. Calmly, with his hands in his pockets, he spoke slowly. "Too bad the manipulator tribe doesn't have a crystal core. Then let these aberrations play with you." Immediately, hundreds of aberrations rose from the darkness, like ghosts from the underworld, surrounding the manipulator tribe. They opened their mouths wide, eager to tear and devour, filling the air with the breath of death. Meanwhile, Su Shen's group had reached the safe zone known as He City. As they entered, a threatening roar echoed through the air. "Who dares to barge into He City?" Du and Nia turned towards the source of the question and replied, "We come from the University of Science and Technology, seeking asylum." No sooner had she finished speaking than a dark figure leaped down from the top of a building. Duan Nia and Yan Yan's group was startled. The shadow took form, revealing a muscular man holding a gleaming great axe. His presence was like a mountain, his face fierce as he bellowed, "We do not accept the useless. Leave now." In the face of this threat, Duan Nia remained unfazed. She activated her hypnosis ability, her eyes glowing with a mysterious pink hue, her voice as enchanting as the song of a siren. "Isn't this supposed to be a refuge? What gives you the right to stop us from entering?" In an instant, the man's gaze also shifted to pink, as if pulled into Duan Nia's trance. But he quickly regained his composure, slapping his head a few times, mocking, "Oh, it's just for the cat, merely a heretical practice, truly a useless thing." After speaking, he jumped up and swung the massive axe towards Duan Nia without hesitation. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Stop!" The person who appeared in front of Duan Nia was Xiao Feng, a young soldier. He raised his hand to signal to stop, then turned to explain to the man. Captain's son, they didn't come to seek protection. Why should I hold back? The man with the massive axe on his shoulder replied disdainfully. Do you dare to casually walk through the Manipulator tribe's territory? At this moment, Su Shen, returning from the Manipulator tribe's group, cast a sharp gaze like a sword toward the man. If that's the case, we might have to lead a group of dozens of medical students to another place to take shelter. Hearing this, the man called Captain's son, along with his group, couldn't help but be startled. What? Dozens of medical students? They were astonished. In this era, surviving medical students were rare treasures. Yet Su Shen was leading an entire group. Xiao Feng looked at Su Shen, his surprise clearly showing on his face. Su Shen, I can't believe you're still alive. He then turned to Captain's son, his voice full of conviction. Captain's son, they are my friends. I guarantee with my life that they are not spies of the Manipulator tribe. Moreover, if Su Shen says these are a few dozen medical students, it must be the truth. The people behind also stepped forward to advise. Captain, if Xiao Feng has said so, let them in. That's right, with medical students around, we don't have to worry about burying the patient alive. What if one day we fall sick too? Upon hearing this, Captain's son had no choice but to agree. He turned and walked inside, not forgetting to turn back and remind. No matter what, Xiao Feng, if they can't treat the patient, you'll be held responsible for the consequences. Immediately afterward, those following Captain's son came up, their expressions warm. Everyone, the captain has agreed. Please come inside. Xiao Feng looked at Su Shen, his voice hesitant. Sorry, Su Shen, don't take it to heart. The captain is just like that. Su Shen replied, his tone as calm as still water. It's fine, there are always people who make others uncomfortable. Xiao Feng glanced at him before changing the subject. Anyway, you guys came at the right time. We have a few people with a strange disease, and we really need help from doctors. Xiao Feng led Su Shen's group to a female patient who was unconscious. Her body was covered with strange white fungal patches, clustered densely like poisonous clouds tightly attached to her skin. At the sight of this bizarre scene, Yan Yan couldn't help but exclaim, Is this fungus? Xiao Feng replied with a frustrated expression, I'm not sure, but we tried to clean her up. Unfortunately, these strange creatures were growing faster, causing her to weaken even more. Su Shen spoke up, his tone serious. She's been infected with mutated bacteria. Now even plants are transforming. We need to warn everyone, be careful with these tree sprouts. Don't let anyone get injured. Duan Nia, with a curious gaze, closely observed the strange mushrooms and asked, Are these mushrooms turning people into food? Su Shen answered briefly, his tone as firm as if cutting through steel. That's about the gist of it. At the same time, Yan Yan quickly ran off to find a doctor, hoping they could prepare the necessary medicine. Looking at the girl before him, Su Shen suddenly recalled the mutated plants he had witnessed in his previous life. This was just the beginning. If not dealt with immediately, they would grow as rapidly as weeds and start attacking humans. At that time, the Manipulator tribe would take advantage of the chaos to invade the refugee area, turning humanity into livestock, sinking them into a life of servitude. The rise of the Manipulator tribe posed a great threat to Su Shen, unless he turned this refugee area into a base and prepared in advance. Thinking of this, he decided that he needed to understand the situation here more clearly. Suddenly, chaos broke out. The son of the city lord, Zhang He, rode his bike recklessly like a whirlwind, unstoppable. Holding a gun in his hand, he fired at the civilians while driving, his arrogant voice ringing out. Civilians, don't block my way. Su Shen noticed, his eyes flashing with curiosity. Someone's shooting in the refugee area? He turned to Xiao Feng and asked, Tiger Merchant Team, aren't you going to take care of this? Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and replied, The Tiger Merchant Team has been disbanded. Su Shen wasn't too surprised and continued to ask, Is this a condition for refugees to enter the city? Xiao Feng nodded. That's right, he's the son of the city lord, and he thinks the elderly and children have no value, so he often pushes them to their deaths. Zhang He glanced over at the group of newcomers, a clear look of displeasure on his face. More people showing up. Suddenly, he ordered the driver to head straight toward where Yan Yan was sitting, confidently showing off. Hey girl, wanna hop on? I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food. Yan Yan stood up, sluggishly making her way toward him. I'm so hungry I can't even stand. Can you carry me? Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, Zhang He couldn't hide his excitement. I'd love to. It's what I've been hoping for. Xiao Feng witnessed the scene and angrily shouted, Damn it, Zhang He, how dare you? He was about to charge at him and land a few punches, but Su Shen stopped him and calmly said, It's fine as long as he can carry her. Whatever happened is okay. Zhang He urged, Come here, I've prepared everything. Suddenly, a malicious smile appeared on Yan Yan's beautiful face. You're so nice. After saying that, she gathered momentum, jumped onto the car, and then gathered speed again. Her movement was as powerful as a sumo wrestler preparing to strike. Seeing this, Zhang He smiled broadly. But when Yan Yan's body was about to collide with him, she unexpectedly activated her special ability, causing her body to expand like a small mountain, ready to crush everything in her path. Seeing Yan Yan turn into a giant and charge directly at him, Zhang He panicked, quickly spun around, and jumped back, narrowly escaping the danger. But his car wasn't as lucky, getting crushed under her immense weight and turning into a twisted heap of scrap metal. Yan Yan stood up, slowly shrinking back to her normal size, as if nothing had happened. The horrifying noise attracted the attention of Captain Sun. He turned his head back in confusion. Hey, what just happened? Not only Captain Sun but also Bashang's group were stunned, their eyes fixed on Yan Yan, silently wondering what that thunderous sound was. Meanwhile, Zhang He, who had just suffered the consequences of the collision, trembled in fear, clutching his aching legs, and screamed in agony. My leg, my leg. Yan Yan, hearing his cries, stepped forward and teasingly said, City Lord, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to seize it. As she spoke, she deliberately pressed her foot down on his wound, causing the already intense pain to become even more excruciating, as if she were torturing him. A few people rushed over, worried, asking, City Lord, are you all right? Zhang He, his face filled with panic, pointed at Yan Yan and screamed out in accusation. She's a monster. He yelled that she had turned into a giant and broken his leg. In his frantic state, he ordered his subordinates, Quick, take her away. Two of his men immediately turned around, their eyes full of doubt, searching to see if there was indeed a giant monster, as he had claimed. At that moment, Duan Mia activated her psychic power from afar, targeting the two men. In an instant, they fell into a trance, their eyes glowing with a strange pink light. Then, they turned to Zhang He, defending Yan Yan. City Lord, clearly you fell off the carriage and broke your leg. The other person quickly responded, That's right, we all saw it clearly. Upon hearing this, Zhang He's face turned bright red with embarrassment and anger, as no one was supporting him. He roared, Shut up! In his rage, he accused the group of conspiring against him. He threatened, I'll go tell my father, and let him handle everything. As soon as he finished speaking, he yelled loudly, his voice echoing throughout the safe zone, Dad, save me. Captain Sun, who was standing aside, smirked, anticipating some fun. Before long, a luxurious black car rolled up and stopped right next to Zhang He. Behind it was a large team of bodyguards, fully armed and looking extremely professional. It seemed the person inside the car was his father, the city lord of the safe zone. The bodyguards, dressed in bulletproof vests and holding guns, exuded an air of authority. Xiao Feng, standing next to Su Shen, whispered nervously, That's terrifying. The city lord really did call in the city lord. Yan Yan, hands on her hips, mocked, Yeah, the city lord sure is something big. A pair of shoes stepped down from the car, calm and imposing. The middle-aged man in luxurious attire, exuding the demeanor of someone high-born, was none other than the city lord. Two tall, imposing men followed him, looking like street thugs. The city lord stood tall, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd as he spoke. Can someone tell me what exactly happened here? Xiao Feng hurried forward, his voice filled with worry as he tried to explain. City lord, my brother came here, seeking refuge with dozens of doctors. But city lord, Before he could finish, Zhang He rushed in, cutting him off, shouting loudly, Father, kill them all. Before he could even finish his sentence, he received a sharp slap across the face from his father. The city lord's face was full of anger as he shouted, "How many times have I told you? Treat everyone who comes to us with respect. Don't use the title of city lord to make a mockery of yourself." He immediately transformed into the image of a disciplined father, his tone turning serious as he began to lecture. "Remember, our ideal is to make this place a beacon in the apocalypse, so that everyone who comes here feels warm and safe." The crowd, witnessing the city lord reprimanding his unruly son right in front of them, began to whisper among themselves. Whispers spread. Even his own son is punished when he does wrong. It seems this city lord is a good man. Who would have thought there are still noble people like him in the apocalypse? After chastising his son, the city lord turned back, lowering his head slightly, one hand placed on his chest, and sincerely invited everyone to stay and pursue their shared dream together. He promised to offer the newcomers the best food and the best living conditions that his city could provide. Words, like a gust of wind, stoked the flames, causing the crowd to erupt in excited cheers. "Really? That's amazing. Let's just stay here," said the city lord of 10,000 years. In that instant, Xiao Fang let out a relieved breath, turning to Su Shen with the intention of offering some comfort. "Well, maybe we can rest easy and stay here now," he said. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Fang was stunned to realize that there was no one by his side anymore. The group of Su Shen had vanished without him even noticing. Night fell, the flames from the firewood crackling and casting flickering lights into the cold night, as if trying to dispel the eerie silence. Suddenly, a question rang out, breaking the stillness. But one asking was none other than Yan Yan. "Why aren't we staying in the city?" To answer her, Duan Ye spoke gently, his voice calm, like water flowing over rocks. "Did you forget that you broke someone's son's leg? Do you really think the city lord's soldiers, with their guns in hand, are just standing there for show?" Upon hearing this, Yan Yan lowered her head, her face showing clear signs of disappointment, like the moon hidden behind clouds. "Oh, so the three of us are really going to sleep in the forest tonight?" With that, she stepped closer to Duan Ya, her cheeks flushed with a soft pink hue. Her eyes sparkled as if waiting for something. "All right, but this is my first time. Could you give me some advice?" Duan Ya froze, her expression one of confusion as though she had just heard a riddle. "Yan Yan, what are you thinking about?" Before Yan Yan could answer, Duan Ye spoke seriously, her voice dropping as if predicting an uneasy night ahead. "I don't know if I'll be able to sleep tonight." As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Yan remained dazed, her mind in a whirlwind, mistakenly thinking that Duan Ye was hinting at something. In shock, she exclaimed, "Ah, is your stamina really that good?" At that moment, Su Shen, with a cold expression like frozen ice, suddenly interrupted their conversation, his voice sharp as a blade. "Stop talking. Someone is coming." He called out loudly in the distance, "Hey, you people over there, come out here." The sneaky group, caught off guard, jumped in surprise, as if a wild animal had been caught in the spotlight. They hadn't expected to be exposed so easily. With their cover blown, they no longer hesitated and stepped out boldly, even revealing their intentions. "You broke the city lord's leg. How can you think you can escape so easily?" Su Shen's face remained expressionless, his eyes as cold as ice, as he answered leisurely, "Escape? I just don't want to start a bloodbath in the city," because he would accidentally injure members of the Tiger Merchant team. Following Su Shen's words, the leader of the group sneered with disdain, his tone mocking as though he were laughing at the arrogance of the weak. "Massacre? A little brat without any weapons, and you still want to kill people." The man standing next to him, gripping a gun in his hand, looked on with contempt. "Move aside, don't waste time. Let me put a bullet in him and be done with it." Su Shen didn't argue, simply taking action. A powerful punch, like thunder, struck out, causing the upper half of the man to fly off in an instant. The leader stood frozen, sweat pouring down his face like rain, his eyes wide in shock, unable to believe what had just happened before his eyes. With one punch, his subordinate had vanished as if he had never existed. In panic, he quickly ordered his underlings, "Quick, open fire!" Though terrified, his subordinates managed to pull the trigger in time, unleashing a barrage of bullets at Su Shen. Like lightning, Su Shen drew two short swords and charged straight into the crowd. With each swing, he not only cut through the air but also claimed the lives of his enemies, his strikes sharp as the scythe of death. When it was the leader's turn, Su Shen suddenly stopped, the blades of his swords poised right in front of his face. The man was so terrified that sweat drenched him completely, and he screamed out in despair, "Just spare my life, and I will reveal an important secret about the city lord." "Oh, tell me more." Su Shen spoke, her voice laced with killing intent. Her gaze as cold as a sharp blade, drilling into the leader's eyes. Under the immense pressure and terrifying aura from Su Shen, the leader had no choice but to tremble and reveal everything. The city lord of the safe zone had a close relationship with the manipulator tribe. Recently, they had been conducting secret transactions with the manipulator tribe every week. Upon hearing this, Su Shen frowned, her voice dropping lower. "Secret transactions? What?" the leader stammered in response. "The city lord trades the refugees in exchange for food from the manipulator tribe." Hearing this, Yan Yan and Duanya's anger flared up like a torch in the night. Yan Yan, furious, raised her hand and struck the leader on the head, questioning him. "Do you really dare to trade human lives with the manipulator tribe?" The leader, feeling the sharp pain, trembled and answered, "These are all orders from the city lord." The scene shifted to another place, where a booming voice echoed like thunder on a clear day. "Wait a moment, what are you planning to do? Isn't it food?" There, a member of the manipulator tribe was gripping a human's neck tightly. His face twisted into a savage expression, like a wild beast growling at its prey, with a pile of rotten food nearby. He curled his lips into a sneer, his smile venomous, like a poisonous snake eyeing its prey. "I'll throw him at the Gave and Chai district before dawn." The manipulator tribe member growled. The human, his neck being squeezed, his face pale and panic-stricken, gasped in disbelief. "What did you say?" The manipulator tribe member didn't bother to answer. He coldly continued, "As for you, of course, it's the same old rule." With those words, he opened his mouth wide, revealing a row of sharp, dagger-like teeth, and sank them into the human's throat. A dry, cracking sound echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the manipulator tribe member tore through the victim's neck, ripping out the spinal cord as if pulling apart a piece of rotting wood. The guards, who were also the temporary victims, never had a chance to survive as the city lord never spared them. Yan Yan and Duanya, witnessing the horrific bloodshed, turned pale, their faces as white as paper. Although they were no strangers to scenes of death, the savage brutality of this act still made their hearts tremble like leaves in the wind. The bald man, having revealed all the secrets, trembled and nervously asked, his voice cracking with fear, "Can the people of Su Shen let me go?" Hearing the question, Su Shen's lips curled into a cold, icy smile. "Not so fast. There's still something else we need your help with, after you reveal all the secrets of the city lord." The bald man, tightly bound by Su Shen, was hung by a rope in a dark alley. Like a puppet caught in a spider's web, he struggled fiercely, desperately trying to break free. But all of his efforts were like water slipping through his fingers. Futile. At that moment, a few members of the manipulator tribe happened to spy him. One of them, suspicious, spoke in a deep voice. "Why is there someone hanging up there?" But his companions showed no interest, coldly replying, "Let it be. Just kill him and bring him back for food." The leader of the manipulator tribe tightened his fists, his eyes burning with murderous intent like the flames of hell, and rushed toward the man hanging. He growled, his voice rasping with savagery, "You will be my next meal." The man, his face as pale as a corpse, hastily stammered, his voice trembling, "Wait, I am." Before he could finish explaining his identity, the leader of the manipulator tribe landed a powerful punch to his stomach. Fresh blood spilled from his mouth, the pain spreading throughout his body like a tidal wave, knocking him to the ground in an instant. Suddenly, from behind, a massive figure appeared, accompanied by a deep, thunderous voice. "Ha! Did you break my new toy?" The manipulator tribe member was startled, terrified by the immense shadow. It was none other than Yan Yan, now in his giant form, holding the rope that suspended the bald man as though it were a mere toy. The manipulator tribe realized that the person before them was a psychic. The leader quickly reminded his comrades to be careful, as this was a psychic. Yan Yan subtly extended his giant hand, pointing directly at the manipulator tribe member who had just knocked down the man, his voice fluctuating playfully. "Are you going to be my new toy?" Suddenly, one of the manipulator tribe members noticed someone hiding on the upper floor of a nearby building, armed with a rifle, ready for ambush. It was Duanya, holding a sniper rifle with a cold, piercing gaze. The reminder from Su Shen echoed in her mind. The manipulator tribe has mutated further. Their skulls are probably so thick that even bullets can't penetrate. Looking through the sniper scope at the manipulator tribe below, Du Wonyi thought to herself, "Well then, let me see for myself." With that, she pulled the trigger. 3 shots rang out in quick succession, each bullet hitting the head of one of the 3 manipulator tribe members with pinpoint accuracy, like fateful arrows, leaving them no chance to resist. The manipulator tribe member caught in Yan Yan's grip witnessed the scene, his face filled with terror, as if he were staring death in the face. 3 shots, all to the head. He was still in shock when another bullet suddenly whizzed toward him. With lightning-fast reflexes, he dodged, his face turning smug as he roared, struggling to break free from Yan Yan's grip. "You think you can capture me with just that?" But at that moment, Su Shen silently approached from behind. He extended his hand and firmly grabbed the head of the manipulator tribe member. The man's gaze was filled with suspicion as he glanced backward, but before he could even recognize who his opponent was, he was struck by a terrifying punch from Su Shen. His head exploded like a watermelon being smashed, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The scene shifted to a cozy house, where dim lights bathed the room in a soft glow, and a conversation could be heard clearly. A voice spoke. "Su Shen, how did you manage to uncover the secret deal between the city lord and the manipulator tribe?" Su Shen calmly replied, "I've heard rumors before about several temporary bases where such dealings take place. Today was just a simple reconnaissance mission, but I didn't expect to stumble upon something real." At this moment, the interior of the house gradually became clearer. A wide, comfortable bed was conjured from Su Shen's space, offering a sense of comfort like an oasis in the desert. A table laden with a sumptuous, beautifully arranged meal was also brought out, creating a culinary masterpiece under the dim light. Du Wonyi lay on the bed, draped in an alluring gown, her face flushed and her seductive expression making it clear to anyone who looked that they knew exactly what was happening. Du Wonyi spoke in a calm voice, like a gentle stream flowing over rocks. "If the family wants to establish a temporary base, we could definitely find another place. There's no need to get involved in these troubles." Su Shen responded lightly, his voice calm like a breeze passing by. "Building a base required both time and effort. I'm not an expert in this field, so it's best to find someone reliable and experienced to collaborate with. And that person is in City." Hearing this, Du Wonyi had no further questions, for at that moment, both of them had been caught up in another matter, with no time to continue the conversation. Suddenly, Yan Yan entered wearing an alluring dress, her eyes sparkling like flames in the night, drawing everyone's attention. She pouted and said with a touch of playful annoyance, "Sister Du Wonyi, why are you two secretly doing this without me?" Du Wonyi immediately burst into laughter, replying quickly, all right, you can join us too." Hearing the conversation between the 2 girls, Su Shen was momentarily stunned, his gaze filled with disbelief. Did these 2 really want to do that with him right now? Du Wonyi and Yan Yan walked closer, their eyes fixed on Su Shen, both smiling radiantly like the full moon. "Thanks to you, we're able to live like humans in this apocalypse. So tonight, let us serve you well." The next morning, City Lord Zhang discovered that the bald man had been severely injured by the manipulator tribe. His mind was a tangled mess. He mistakenly believed that the transaction with the manipulator tribe had hit a snag, so he immediately decided to go to the manipulator tribe's camp to clarify the matter. At the camp of the manipulator tribe, inside a dilapidated warehouse, City Lord Zhang was having a conversation with the manipulator tribe group. Their leader was seated in a chair, his face as grim as the sky before a storm, questioning. "City Lord Zhang, your subordinate was severely injured, and I've lost 3 of my warriors as punishment. From now on, you must send twice the number of living people, or don't even think about any transaction." The burly man of City Lord Zhang's party looked shocked, his face revealing clear surprise, exclaiming, "What? Twice as many?" But before he could say more, City Lord Zhang raised his hand for silence. He looked towards the leader of the manipulator tribe, his voice calm as a still lake. "No problem. Then let's settle on that." Before the transaction could conclude, Su Shen suddenly appeared from the shadows, stepping forward. His voice, cold as a sharp blade, sliced through the air. "Indeed, City Lord, you trade in human lives without a second thought." These words startled both City Lord Zhang and the manipulator tribe, as though struck by a thunderclap. Enraged, City Lord Zhang shouted, his eyes blazing as he reprimanded. Su Shen, what are you doing here? But Su Shen remained as cold as ice, his gaze flickering with disdain. I heard that City Lord Zhang and the Manipulator tribe have a very close relationship, and I only came here specially to observe. The Manipulator tribe immediately approached, their faces as ferocious as wild beasts, forming a tight encirclement around Su Shen. Their voices were laced with mockery. You've come on your own. You got some guts. The leader of the Manipulator tribe, with a cold and vicious expression, like a starving wolf, stared fiercely at Su Shen, his voice as deep and ominous as if it were coming from hell. Kid, I don't know how you killed my 3 subordinates, but today you've stepped onto my territory. Don't even think about leaving here alive. Meanwhile, City Lord Zhang and his bodyguard had already left the area. Before departing, he glanced back, throwing a disdainful look and muttering, This kid is definitely going to die, but those who followed him into the base won't get away either. We need to clean them all up before they cause any more trouble. The scene shifted to the He City temporary base, where City Lord Zhang returned to his hideout, his face dark and heavy like a sky full of storm clouds. He immediately summoned everyone in the hideout, his tone grave as if announcing an impending storm. Everyone, a traitor has been discovered in our base. This statement caused a stir among the crowd, like boiling water splashing into hot oil. He pointed towards the group of people who had gone with Su Shen the day before. The declaration is that these people have betrayed us. City Lord Zhang began weaving fabricated stories, his tone smooth like that of a liar selling deceit. They disguised themselves as doctors to infiltrate the base, then secretly abducted refugees here to trade them for food with the Manipulator tribe. In his heart, a malicious thought flashed like a sharp blade. If you've ruined my plans, don't blame me for being ruthless. His words were like flames, sparking fury in the hearts of those around him. A powerful wave of emotion spread, and they couldn't hold back their angry shouts. These beasts, kill them. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a loud shout rang out. Wait! From the crowd, a man with a goatee stepped forward, his appearance exuding the experience of many years. He spoke up in defense of Su Shen's group. As far as I know, Su Shen is a very reliable person. These people came with him, and there's definitely no problem with them. As soon as his words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned toward him. The crowd around him gasped in surprise, all exclaiming, Oh, that's General Gao. Who is Su Shen that even the general speaks well of him? At this moment, City Lord Zhang could no longer control his anger, loudly retorting, Gao Yuwei, are you intending to protect them? But with nothing but empty words, and no evidence. How could he possibly prove they are not traitors? As soon as the words left his mouth, a sharp voice echoed from the top of the building. I can prove it. City Lord Zhang immediately looked up upon hearing it, his face momentarily showing surprise, but quickly shifting to panic. He muttered to himself, Is it him? Why? How is he still alive? Upon hearing Su Shen's name, General Gao's lips curled slightly into a subtle smile. It turned out the person in question was indeed Su Shen. He stepped forward, carrying a Manipulator tribe member, none other than their leader. Su Shen lifted the Manipulator tribe member up, smiled at City Lord Zhang, and said, City Lord Zhang, perhaps it's better to let him explain everything himself. The Manipulator tribe leader, beaten to a pulp by Su Shen, had his face swollen and lost several teeth, continuously begging, Su Shen, please spare him. Seeing this scene, both City Lord Zhang and General Gao could hardly believe their eyes. A small person like Su Shen had managed to subdue the leader of the Manipulator tribe, something beyond their wildest imagination. With a simple command, Su Shen spoke loudly. I want everyone to hear this clearly. Su Shen had the Manipulator tribe leader trembling in fear and confusion. Under the might of Su Shen, the leader had no choice but to scream out the truth. City Lord Zhang had betrayed everyone. The testimony of the leader of the Manipulator tribe was like pouring oil on the fire, stirring up the fury of all the residents in the hideout. City Lord Zhang stubbornly denied it, shouting, The accusations from the Manipulator tribe are nothing but baseless fabrications. He shamelessly turned the blame onto Su Shen, accusing, You were the one conspiring with the Manipulator tribe. But General Gao no longer believed him. With a cold, sharp gaze, he landed a powerful punch on City Lord Zhang, causing him to stagger. At that moment, The true face of City Lord Zhang was revealed. He smirked maliciously, casually admitting, yes, it was all my doing. But now, it's the end of the world. The areas with supplies have been taken over by the manipulator tribe, and they're just waiting for us to fall into their trap. He stared directly at General Gao, his voice filled with confidence. Now, killing a few lowly people to save so many others, I am clearly doing the right thing. You should all be grateful to me. Not stopping there, he continued to mock Gao Ui. You are truly outstanding, so noble, yet you've still eaten the food I traded for. What right do you have to criticize me? One person in the crowd, unable to contain their fury, pointed directly at City Lord Zhang and snarled, because you are a coward. Upon finishing his words, the man delivered a direct punch to the center of City Lord Zhang's face, causing him to stagger. The one who struck was none other than Su Shen. He stared at City Lord Zhang with cold, contemptuous eyes. You sold out your humanity just to exchange it for a bit of food, trading lives at the cost of others' sacrifice. In an era where the strong rule, perhaps that's a reasonable choice. But sadly, that's the choice of the cowardly, no different from beasts. We are not like you, and we will not accept such cowardice. Su Shen turned to General Gao, his gaze blazing with determination. We cannot continue to live in this depravity. Come with me, and let's build a new base, a place that truly belongs to the civilization of humankind. He extended his hand toward General Gao, his words full of courage. Su Shen remembered his previous life when he wandered through piles of ruins, searching for a place to rely on. A base that resembled an ideal society, one without the chains of class, or the sounds of hunger and despair. Everyone had enough to eat, their spirits had a refuge, all stemming from its founder, Gao Yue. But now, he was merely the deputy city lord here, and had yet to establish his own base. Su Shen was only making the inevitable happen sooner. Bai Shang spoke up, but establishing a base was far too difficult. The man beside him continued, we need to do our part. Relying on others forever isn't an option. Establishing a new base is truly the best way. Unexpectedly, City Lord Zhang burst into loud laughter, his tone full of mockery. Haha, do you all think you're saviors? You even want to set up a new base. Wild beasts rampage outside the city, zombies are everywhere, and even basic necessities and safety are scarce. Aren't you just leading others to their deaths? Zhang He, sitting in his wheelchair, followed up on his father's words. Father, if they want to go, let them. When they suffer, they will come back begging us. Mr. Zhang nodded, sneering. Oh, son, you're right. Some of the citizens began to speak up, their voices full of worry. The outside is too dangerous. I don't want to go and throw away my life. I'd rather be a coward. At least I'd still be alive. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang shouted loudly, his voice booming. Haha, listen carefully. If anyone believes in their fantasies, I, the Great One, will generously let you go. But make it clear if you leave this place, even if you starve to death, I won't care. Su Shen, sitting majestically to one side, spoke in a calm voice. Isn't it just food? Is this really such a difficult problem? Hearing this, a few people in the crowd began to murmur. What? He makes it sound so easy. Another voice interjected. That's not right. He could bring the leader of the manipulator tribe here, even turn him into a chair. Surely he could bring food as well. Another voice added. I heard he's a supernatural being, and incredibly strong at that. Zhang He, fuming with anger, shouted. Su Shen, do you think you're the savior of the world, or something? Stop fooling everyone here. Do you have any idea how much supplies a base needs? Su Shen calmly replied, my supplies aren't that much, just enough to sustain 2,000 people for a month. Mr. Zhang, upon hearing this, was shocked and thought to himself, Humph, isn't that about the same as the supplies in my own warehouse? Damn it, where did he get so many supplies from? On the other side, a group of guards were standing, when suddenly, Yan Yan rushed over from nowhere and grabbed one by the neck. She spoke in a cold tone. Why do you think Su Shen suddenly became so generous? The guard, stunned, was too busy staring at Yan Yan's chest to answer, making her frustrated enough to slam him down until he coughed up blood. Before he passed out, he mumbled, Ah, no wonder. Yan Yan immediately ran over to Duanya, cuddling her. Oh, Duanya, I'm so hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Duanya shook her head. Who told you to use your powers recklessly? Then she turned to report. We've already secured the sniper positions. Su Shen spoke up, his voice steady. General Gao, it is time to make a decision. Gao Yuwei stepped forward, his voice booming. Without enough food, without proper clothing, oppressed by others. I thought these people had already given up enough to survive, but in the end, they are still treated like livestock, sold to the manipulator tribe. I cannot stay here any longer. He called out seriously to Su Shen. I have decided to establish a new base with you. He shouted loudly. All of the hundreds of brothers in the team, those willing to leave with me, General Gao Yuwei, please step forward to establish a base where everyone can live with dignity, not like dogs here. The two captains shouted in unison, and the Tiger Merchant team and the White Tiger team gathered. At the command, soldiers from Mr. Zhang's side immediately rushed toward General Gao. Mr. Zhang shouted angrily. Damn it, what are you all doing? You are the City Lord's army. I am the City Lord here, and you are obligated to remain loyal to me. A voice rang out. Report, General, all members are present. Mr. Zhang bellowed. Old Gao, who do you think you are? Without my permission, no one is allowed to leave. At this moment, the two sides split into two factions, guns pointed at each other. The tension in the air was like a taut string ready to snap. Just one gunshot rang out, and both sides immediately rushed into battle. Unexpectedly, Zhang He, the useless man in a wheelchair, fired a shot and shouted, Damn Su Shen, you piece of trash. If you hadn't brought people here, my legs wouldn't be useless. Today, I want you dead. The bullet flew past Su Shen, and he immediately became enraged. Do you want to die? Su Shen instantly teleported, grabbed Zhang He by the neck, lifting him up high and tightening his grip. His voice was cold. Zheng Jianshu told the City Lord Army to drop their weapons, or I'll snap your son's neck. Mr. Zhang, his face full of anger, bared his teeth and shouted, Everyone, drop your weapons. Su Shen turned and said, General Gao, let your people evacuate the refugees now. Leave this place to me. He replied, Understood, Su Shen. We'll wait for you at Shangyun University. The old fox Zhang immediately gave a silent signal with his eyes and spoke. Su Shen, they're retreating now. Can you release my son? I'll let you leave. We'll each take a step back, how about it? From a distance, a sniper lay in wait to ambush Su Shen, but he coldly signaled Duan Ya on the roof, toward the 12 o'clock position. His beloved wife, Duan Ya, responded. Understood, Yan Yan. Stay still, don't hug me. She took a firing stance, and with a single shot, sent the sniper's bullet straight to his ancestors. Mr. Zhang was horrified. Did you arrange for the sniper? Su Shen calmly replied, It's all the same. Is that so? City Lord Zhang. I agree with your earlier proposal. I'm returning your son to you. With that, he threw Zhang He toward Mr. Zhang, his face filled with an expression of compassion. But I still have one question. Is that kind of meat delicious? Mr. Zhang was stunned. What do you mean? Why do you ask? But at that moment, he noticed Zhang. He had his mouth clenched tight on a durian, whimpering like a little dog. A loud explosion rang out through the smoke. City Lord Zhang suddenly mutated, but his son was already reduced to pieces, scattered everywhere. He screamed in fury, Su Shen, I'm going to kill you, you filthy dog. Su Shen stood proudly with the harem team, exuding an air of dominance. Duan Ya spoke up, Brother Su Shen. We've arrived. Su Shen's gaze was icy, as he thought to himself, It seems like the rumors from my past life were true. Zhang Jianshu was a beastman hiding among humans. I didn't expect him to be a second-tier beastman, but the next time we meet, he won't be so lucky. The scene shifted to another location, and the captain shouted loudly, All members, pay attention. Ahead is the supermarket containing the supplies Su Shen mentioned. Our objective is to deal with the manipulator tribe inside, and then transport the supplies back to the new base. The soldiers charged forward, full of vigor, but once inside, they were all astonished. It seemed that the manipulator tribe had been completely wiped out, not a single one left. The captain checked and found the supplies in a vehicle, with more than half a tank of gas enough to drive back to the new base. Sure enough, Su Shen didn't lie to us. There really is a whole vehicle of supplies here. Old Sun snorted. I thought we'd have to fight a tough battle, But who would have thought the mission would be this easy? Such a waste of time. A young man beside him remarked. Captain, I heard the general gave an important mission to Su Shen. Tasks like this used to be your responsibility. Old Sun became angry. A wimp like him dares to steal credit from me? The scene shifted to the radio station, where Yan Yan complained. Miss Duanya, why hasn't that stupid captain come back yet? Duanya replied. What? He's probably off saying the manipulator tribe in the supermarket has been dealt with by Su Shen long ago, and they just need to drive the supplies back. Even an idiot could do that. Yan Yan pouted. Who cares about him? Su Shen told us to handle the treatment for the refugees. I'm more worried they'll starve to death first. Duanya continued. We've arrived. We can go back, but wait until they get closer. It's going to be difficult to conceal your massive form with my psychic power. Old Sun reported. General, the supplies have been delivered. They really found the supplies. Su Shen didn't lie to us. He really can solve our food problem. General Gao nodded. Su Shen is truly our savior. Old Sun muttered. Hmph, that effeminate guy, he might not be good at anything else. But when it comes to brainwashing, he's definitely top-notch. Someone else interjected. General, at a nearby hospital, there are signs of activity from the manipulator tribe. It's probably a tribe with a few dozen members. General Gao was shocked. The manipulator tribe. Old Sun thought to himself, Su Shen, I'll show you who the true protector of everyone is. Bai Sheng's voice rang out. What? You want to move the armory? There's a military base nearby, but the entrance has been submerged by the floodwaters. That place is definitely a death trap, with bodies piling up. Xiao Feng added. Also, even if the three of us get in, how much could we really get? Su Shen responded. You two don't need to worry about it. Just take me to the armory. Bai Sheng nodded. All right, I've been there before. I'll go with you. But we have to take 2 cars. The armory is far away. Su Shen interrupted. The vehicles are simple. He took a pickup truck out of spatial storage. The two of them were astonished. Is this magic? Is this your special ability? Su Shen got in the car, his tone blunt. Stop talking. If you don't mind that I'm poor, get in. I'll give you a ride. And so, the 3 of them set off toward the military zone. On the other side, a group of people was swearing. Damn, why is the water pump still not working? Hell, I can't believe this. Picking useless people like this. Just throw them down as bait for the water demons. Supplies in the city were mysteriously disappearing. If they couldn't find anything in return, they'd definitely lose their lives. Don't blame me, those unlucky people will be thrown down as bait. The old man shouted, the water demons are attracted to the bait now. Anyone who goes down and pries open the door to return, I'll have the city lord reward you with a sweet girl. One of them spoke up. Before the apocalypse, I had no money and no women. Now that it's the apocalypse, I'm taking a gamble. On Su Shen's side, Xiao Feng recognized them as people from the city lord army. It seemed they were paying attention to this place as well. Bai Sheng replied, I know there's a path behind. We can fight the city lord army, but we need to dive to get in. Su Shen nodded. Do it your way. The 3 of them dove into the water. Bai Sheng suddenly noticed dozens of sharp eyes gleaming at the bottom, and in panic thought, water demon *. We're doomed. Su Shen appeared, reassuring her, don't be afraid. Bai Sheng was surprised, wondering how Su Shen could still speak underwater. He swiftly administered oxygen to her by pressing his lips to hers, the motion practiced. Bai Sheng thought he was giving her oxygen, but they were surrounded by water demons. The water demon arms reached out, ready to grab Bai Sheng. Terrified, she clung to Su Shen, thinking that if it came to it, she'd sacrifice herself with him. But after a moment, nothing happened. She wondered, have the water demons stopped? Looking at Su Shen, she realized his eyes had turned a deep red, as if activating some mysterious switch. Bai Sheng was stunned. Could he be controlling the water demons? Su Shen smiled, one arm around her, and said, now, let's get ready to hunt. Suddenly, a few water demons broke free from Su Shen's mental control and charged toward them in a frenzy. But Su Shen was unfazed by these small fry. He spoke, you all go ahead. I'll take care of the water demons. One by one, the water demons were swiftly eliminated by Su Shen, clearing the path for Xiao Feng and Bai Sheng to escape. When they surfaced, both of them breathed heavily as if they had just been rescued after a long time drowning underwater. Looking back, the bodies of the water demons floated aimlessly on the surface of the water. Xiao Feng asked in surprise, "Can Su Shan control the water demons? Is he really still human?" Bai Shang followed up, "How many more tricks is he hiding that we don't know about?" At this moment, Su Shan also surfaced, holding a crystal core in his hand, his voice slightly disappointed. "There were so many water demons, and I only managed to get a white core. The chances of it exploding are too low." Hearing this, the two of them exchanged surprised glances, and Bai Shang exclaimed, "Already got a white core, and you're complaining it's too little?" Xiao Feng added, "Although a white core can't grant special abilities, it can still enhance the power of those abilities." In the darkness, a pair of yellow eyes gleamed like headlights, focusing directly on the crystal core in Su Shen's hand. Suddenly, a cat pounced out and snatched the crystal core away. Su Shen froze, unable to react in time. Xiao Feng stared in confusion. "Why is there a kitten here?" Bai Shang explained, "To keep rats away, bases often keep cats. Looks like this cat was locked in the base and survived the apocalypse. But this cat's something else. It dared to steal the crystal core, right from Su Shen's hand." Su Shen frowned, irritated. He had never been afraid of anyone before, but now a cat had stolen his food. He took out the bag of food to tempt it. "Hey, little one, you can't eat that. How about I trade you this instead?" But the cat, as quick as lightning, darted forward and snatched the bag of food from Su Shen's hand, running away. Su Shen was furious, clenching his fist, his voice tinged with agitation. "I've been robbed by a cat. Twice. Indeed, only the toughest survived in the apocalypse." A little while later, Su Shen's group turned the power back on at the base, and the lights flickered back to life. Bai Shang sighed in relief. "Lucky for us, the power system is still working. Let's go. The weapons warehouse is up ahead." Bai Shang led the way and continued. Before the flood came, the survivors rushed to leave. But the supplies here definitely weren't taken. "We're here now. This is the place. These weapons and ammunition are enough to equip a team of 500. Before them was a vast military warehouse, filled with guns and supplies. Xiao Feng was stunned. "If we find tanks, we could easily equip 1,000 people." Bai Shang cautioned, "Hey, be careful." Su Shen replied, "Don't worry, Captain." Bai Shang remained uneasy. "The problem is how to get everything back here. The people from the City Lord Army could come in at any time, and a skirmish could break out easily. Call in for reinforcements would be too late." Suddenly, a loud noise shook the entire area. The two of them were startled, not understanding what was going on, when Xiao Feng drove the tank out, shouting loudly, "Su Shen, Captain Bai, I found the tank, but there's a monster chasing me." Xiao Feng's face turned pale, and she screamed, "Help me, quickly." Bai Shang was stunned by the scene. The mutated creature was firing heavily, but it missed, allowing Xiao Feng to narrowly escape death. He shouted, "Oh no, think of something fast. If it blows up the weapons cage, we'll all have to log out." Su Shen ordered, "Expand the spatial distortion and store all the supplies inside." Bai Shang was surprised. Can all of this be stored in the space? Even the cat was staring in confusion. Xiao Feng shouted, "Su Shen, your ability is so awesome, but can you store the monster behind us in the space?" Su Shen replied, "Mutated creatures that are still alive can't be stored." Bai Shang quickly said, "This is not the time to talk about that. I'll go distract the monster." Su Shen retreated first, and Xiao Feng looked for an opportunity. But before she could run, Su Shen scooped her up in his arms. She hesitated. What are you doing?" Su Shen replied, "The supplies are all in my space. I need to make sure you get to the base safely." Xiao Feng shouted, "Be careful." The mutated beast seized the opportunity to unleash its firepower, sending the tank flying. Su Shen ordered, "No more delays. I'll deal with the mutated beast. You go check on Xiao Feng." Bai Shang ran over to check, but not before warning, "Don't die on me." Su Shen stood tall in front of the beast, exuding a powerful aura, and said, "This is strange. I never heard of any mutated beasts like you around here in my past life. But it doesn't matter. Your crystal core will belong to me." At that moment, the entrance of the military base cave shook violently. The City Lord Army group stood stunned, not understanding what was happening. A young man said, "The explosion seems to have come from inside the base. Boss, the water level seems to be dropping rapidly. The explosion might have cracked the rock beneath." The chubby-faced man angrily shouted, "Damn it! Looks like someone beat us to it. Who dares to play tricks right under my nose? My nose is sharp. I'll have all of them killed soon enough." Seeing his subordinates remain silent, he yelled, "Hey, why aren't you listening to me? Don't you dare ignore me." But his subordinates were too busy looking at something, muttering, "Boss, there's a rabbit. I haven't had rabbit meat in a while, craving it so much. Maybe we should eat the rabbit first, and then move on. But this rabbit looks so strange." Looking at the rabbit's eerie gaze and smile, the City Lord Army's soldiers panicked, their legs stiffened, unable to move. Xiao Mu, confused, said, "Why does this rabbit smile so weirdly? It's not cute at all." Insulted, the rabbit became furious. A terrifying scream echoed as tentacles sprouted from its sides. The City Lord Army, gazing at its malevolent face, stood frozen, their mouths agape and eyes wide in fear. The tentacles quickly pierced their bodies. Xiao Mu Fatty now had a distorted face, no different from that strange rabbit. The scene shifted to Su Shen, who was locked in a decisive battle with the powder-fanged monster. Each punch he threw was powerful, but it was blocked by the creature. Not only did it fight back evenly, but the monster also unleashed laser beams in an overwhelming attack. A burst of energy shot out, and Su Shen had to dodge it with difficulty, thinking to himself, "If I get hit, it'll be more hurt than healed." He said aloud, as expected, "The body of a level 2 creature can compare to steel." His fists were reddened from the constant pounding. Yet the monster remained unharmed, just like the level 2 manipulator tribe members of Zhangjianshu before, completely immune to explosions. "My physical strength is still far from enough," Su Shen silently thought. The Fen-Tou beast seized the opportunity to attack. Su Shen quickly dodged the strike and shouted loudly, "Although it's tough, it's not like there's no way to deal with it. As long as I can deal with the parasitic vine rooted in its brain, the power within you will burst forth." But the monster reacted extremely quickly, using its tentacles like roots to tightly bind him. After locking onto the target, it unleashed its ultimate move, firing a pink energy beam, creating a shocking force, trying to turn Su Shen into dust. Su Shen used Space Leap to dodge inside. "It seems it's not as easy as I thought." Suddenly, the sound of mewing echoed. Su Shen was surprised. "Oh, is that you? Xiao Mio Mio. Hey, it's dangerous. Don't come over here." The cat walked with great momentum, emitting a strong aura, growling in intimidation. Su Shen looked at it and thought to himself, "Wait, no way? Are you a mutated beast too?" On the side, amidst the debris from the monster's energy blast, Bai Sheng anxiously called out, Xiao Feng, are you all right? Can you hear me?" From the pile of stones, Xiao Feng replied, "Captain Bai, I'm fine. Luckily I hid quickly. Otherwise, I'd have been a stone sandwich by now." Bai Sheng hurried over and said, "If it's fine, then good. I'll rescue you right away. Just bear with it a little longer." Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from afar. Bai Sheng was startled and shouted, "Who's there?" Playing the part of a god, pretending to be a ghost. The City Lord Army arrived, looking as if they were attending a gathering. Bai Sheng was surprised. "Is it you guys? Did you open the main gate? But what's wrong with these guys? Normally, their faces are already quite sinister, but now they look even more ominous." She shouted loudly, "No, damn it. Something's wrong with these people." Their faces twisted into eerie grins, especially the one with the pig-like face. He looked at Bai Sheng, as though he wanted to pounce on her, then turned towards Su Shen. Xiao Mio howled, its claws forming a visible strike that made the ground tremble, and its eyes ignited with a powerful force. "Which little brat just called me Xiao Mio? Step out here," Su Shen asked with a hint of dread. "Oh, so Xiao Mio has grown up, huh?" But its target wasn't Su Shen. It was the monstrous beast with the powdery fur. Su Shen thought to himself, "Dogs and cats just don't mix. No wonder they're enemies." He stepped forward and asked, "Did you use the crystal core to lure us here? Huh? You smelly cat. Are you serious? If you think I've shown enough power, do you want to team up with me?" The cat heard the voice full of power, breaking into a sweat, and hesitated in its steps. Seizing the moment, it was dazed. Su Shen jumped onto its back and said, "Then, as you wish, let's work together." Suddenly, he had a new pet to ride. Xiao Miao was angry but helpless. Su Shen and Xiao Miao coordinated, the atmosphere tense, as if preparing for a great battle. He shouted, "Let's go together." Xiao Hai Miao was fat, but Su Shen teased it so much that Xiao Hai puffed up its fur in frustration. The Fen Tao beast charged forward to attack, and Xiao Hai responded with its sharp fangs. Su Shen observed and saw that the scratches only caused a slight wound, muttering, "At this rate, we won't be able to deal any real damage. We need to coordinate." He patted Xiao Hai's head. "Fortunately, use your speed to dodge to the side and draw the vines away. I'll handle the rest." Though unwilling, Xiao Hai followed the instruction. When Fen Tao attacked, both jumped to dodge the shockwave, causing a hole in the wall, with water flooding in. Xiao Hai used its speed and agility to easily deal with the vines. Su Shen was satisfied as he jumped off the cat's back and gathered his strength for a punch, landing it directly on the monster's snout. The punch sent it flying far away, and seeing the result, he shouted, "This is how it's done. Let's press the advantage and keep going. Beat it to a pulp." Fen Tao went crazy, firing his cannon wildly, but Xiao Hai's speed was too fast. In just a few seconds, the beast's body was covered in wounds, from small scratches to large holes. Before long, it was torn into hundreds of pieces, and the crystal core fell out. Xiao Hai saw the crystal core, grinning with delight, and rushed over, but Su Shen was quick to grab it, and said, "This crystal core belongs to me. Don't even think about it." He swallowed the crystal core whole. Xiao Hai was dissatisfied, mewing angrily, as if it wanted to scratch Su Shen. But he didn't understand the cat language. Water from the outside kept flooding in. Su Shen spoke up. Seemingly the weapons warehouse was also submerged, and the wall had collapsed. This area would soon be submerged by the flood. He suddenly saw Xiao Hai crying for help, struggling in the water. The once imposing young beast now looked pitiful. Su Shen lifted it up and teased, "Ha, so you're scared of water, huh? Or do you want to roll with me? I'll take you out." Xiao Hai struggled, clearly refusing. Su Shen grabbed its neck and threw it back to where it was before. "Then I don't care about you. Fend for yourself." Xiao Hai, terrified, hurriedly clung to Su Shen, mewing, "Meow meow." Su Shen laughed. "Oh, regretting already, huh?" The little cat nodded continuously. Su Shen said, "This is your choice. I'm not forcing you." Turning back to Bai Sheng, she cursed in panic. "Damn it! These guys were clearly dead. How are they still here?" She kept retreating, surrounded by the evil city lord army. From behind the pile of rocks, Xiao Feng called out, "Captain Bai, the tank won't start. Don't worry about me. Just run." She responded, "Run? Where should I run to? We have to deal with them first." Suddenly, she was stunned. "Oh, is that a rabbit? But this rabbit is biting people. It's a transformed rabbit, using roots to control and drain the life energy from the city lord army, taking control of them." Bai Shang wondered, is it absorbing energy from those corpses? Before she could escape, roots from behind entangled her tightly, ripping her clothes, leaving only a few scraps to cover what was necessary. The rabbit revealed a terrifying face and opened its mouth to bite. Bai Shang struggled and cursed, "Damn it, I was too careless." Thinking she was about to meet her end, the tank suddenly started up, charging toward the rabbit to save her. Xiao Feng, furious, shouted, "You monster, die damn it. How dare you touch Captain Bai?" The cannon fired like fireworks, aiming straight at the rabbit's mouth, firing like a rain of bombs. In just a moment, the mutated rabbit shattered into pieces. Bai Shang was astonished. "I can't believe my eyes." Xiao Feng was panting, finally having finished everything. But he had noticed the crystal core fall into his mouth. The crystal core slipped right down his throat. Xiao Feng was stunned. This was the crystal core everyone had been searching for. His eyes lit up as he absorbed the power from the crystal core. Bai Shang anxiously asked, "Xiao Feng, are you all right?" Xiao Feng held his stomach and replied, "I'm fine. It's just that I accidentally swallowed the crystal core. My body feels uncomfortable." From afar, the sound of meow meow echoed. Su Shen approached and said, "So you've eaten the crystal core, huh?" Bai Shang was taken aback. Xiao Feng asked, "Why can't I feel any psychic power?" Is there a trick to it? Su Shen answered, if you want to master your psychic power quickly, the best way is to experience a battle. But let me take you outside first. He looked Bai Shang up and down and chuckled lightly. Bai Shang, your clothes. Bai Shang interrupted, I was just attacked by a mutated beast, and it ripped my clothes. It's fine, but you, Su Shen said, it's the apocalypse, and you're still keeping a cat. Su Shen smiled. Yes, from now on it will follow me. The scene shifted outside, where black crows flew across the sky. A dirty girl hummed pitifully from a street lamp, looking miserable. Not far from there, a manipulator tribe member was about to commit a depraved act on a young girl. The girl begged, please, let me go. He grinned lecherously. The more you beg, the more excited I get. Ha ha. It wasn't just one of them. Several others joined in, laughing mockingly. The sound was strangely soothing. Don't rush. Let's wait a little longer and hear her scream louder, more pitifully. They dragged the girl into a dark corner, where she cried and pleaded, please, don't kill me. Please, let me go. The leader approached, his grin widening as he spoke with twisted pleasure. You're serving me well. I'll keep you as my slave. But if I'm not satisfied, I'll hang you up next to that one and let you dry out as smoked meat. The girl was terrified, and though she didn't want to, she had no choice but to comply. She lay down, gritting her teeth. I don't want to become smoked meat. I'll do my best to serve the masters. The manipulator tribe member, clearly enjoying the situation, took a gleeful stance. Ha ha, good, very good. The screams echoed throughout the city. At that moment, Su Shen's car arrived in the area where the manipulator tribe was indulging in their twisted pleasures. Oh, someone's coming. Let's finish what we're doing first. We can play later. Xiao Feng stepped out of the car and walked toward them. The manipulator tribe angrily shouted, damn, where did this little brat come from? You're ruining the fun. Asking him to make us dinner instead. Bai Xiao nervously said, Su Shen, is it okay to bring Xiao Feng here to deal with the 3 members of the manipulator tribe? Su Shen, casually playing with a fat cat, replied calmly, don't worry, isn't it because I'm here as insurance? If he was the top-tier god, the human-shaped nuclear bomb, in his past life, there's no reason he wouldn't be able to do this. Keep going, and besides, to master a special ability, real combat is the best teacher. Seeing Xiao Feng standing still, the manipulator tribe felt insulted and rushed forward to beat him, shouting, you still dare to act tough in front of us? You're seeking death. Today's the day you're going to get a beating from me. They unleashed a flurry of attacks on Xiao Feng, from top to bottom, leaving no opening. Bai Shang panicked, realizing that this wasn't going well. At this rate, Xiao Feng would be beaten to death. Su Shen replied, no, he has already figured out how to use his special ability. The manipulator tribe member angrily remarked, then how come this little brat isn't even injured? Xiao Feng's body suddenly radiated with brilliance as he spoke. It's because most of the energy in your punches has been absorbed by me. They don't believe it and continue to shout. What are you joking about? Make him into a salad. Su Shen narrowed his eyes. Instead of saying absorb, it would be more accurate to say seize. Xiao Feng roared, activating his ability like a burst of brilliant green energy, starting to absorb the surrounding energy. The manipulator tribe was terrified. Let me go. Why do I feel like the strength in my body is being drained? Su Shen sighed. This ability is really powerful. Xiao Feng was like a black hole, frantically devouring the energy around him. Indeed, he was at the peak of his power. Suddenly, he noticed something and let out a sound of realization. From afar, a flying saucer zoomed in, making a whizzing sound, and swiftly cutting off 3 heads from the manipulator tribe. Xiao Feng stood stunned. Captain Sun, leading 500 men with imposing momentum, spoke out, it's a good thing I stepped in, or you would have been food for the manipulator tribe by now. If you want to show gratitude, hand over your food. Xiao Feng asked. Huh. Captain Sun nodded. Su Shen interrupted. Xiao Feng, get in the car first. I'll go get food for Captain Sun. But you all know, with the situation like this, I only have this much left. A little goes a long way, so please accept it, heroes. Captain Sun grabbed the offering, fuming. This is improved dog food. He shouted, Su Shen, you stay right there. But Su Shen had already ridden off, replying loudly, you guys wait here. We'll go ahead. A little brother asked Captain's son, "Why didn't you take the chance to kill Xiao Feng just now and instead helped him escape the encirclement?" Son answered, "You think I didn't want to? If my plate hadn't shifted inexplicably, that Lu guy would have already met King Yama. That little brother is treacherous. The general trusts outsiders like him more than us old men who've been through life and death. Xiao Feng has special abilities. We'd definitely be eliminated from the power core." Sun snorted coldly. "If Gao Yu Wei no longer trusts me, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's time to replace the boss of this base." On the vehicle, Su Shen asked, "Does that Sun have a grudge against you?" Xiao Feng replied, "No, that's just how he is. Don't mind him." Su Shen thought that Xiao Feng was incapable of defending himself against his own people. If I hadn't made a move earlier, he might have already been dead. If it's not personal enmity, then that person must have some hidden agenda. If there's a plot, he's probably already building a power base within the new base. If that's the case, it's better to deal with it decisively. The scene shifted to the construction site of the base wall, where Yan Yan was being praised by the workers. "Yan Yan, you're really amazing. With you here, our wall is being built as quickly as a toy. The effectiveness has doubled." Yan Yan replied, "But every time I have to eat a lot, can you all handle it?" One person cried, "As long as the protective wall keeps everyone safe, that's good enough." Yan Yan froze, exclaiming when she saw Su Shen's car returning from a distance. Su Shen's car entered the base area, gliding past streets being repaired by workers. After stopping, Hai Xiao Miao quickly jumped out. Su Shen called after him, "Hey, don't cause a ruckus, don't scare others like that." Xiao Hai obediently meowed, as if understanding his words. Bai Shen remarked, "He seems happy. I guess he hasn't been outside in a long time." Xiao Feng asked Su Shen, "Aren't you worried he'll run off?" Su Shen was putting the car into the spatial dimension and replied, "On the way back, I spent so much on bandages and food. Where else would he find treatment like this? Could he really run away with a life like that, like an emperor and his servant?" A moment later, at the large warehouse used to store supplies, Gao Yu Wei spoke up, "Brother, this is the empty warehouse you asked me to prepare. I don't know if it's big enough." Su Shen nodded. It's enough." A flash of light made old Gao exclaim in surprise, You have spatial abilities. Moreover, you moved all the military supplies here." In front of him was a pile of supplies stacked as high as a mountain. Su Shen continued, "With these weapons, the security issue of the base is basically solved." Old Gao turned to ask, "Brother, do you have spatial abilities? Why didn't you intend to hide them from us?" Su Shen laughed. "Now we are on the same team. If I can't trust you guys, who can I trust?" Old Gao nodded. "That's true. Without you, there wouldn't be a new base. We will definitely keep this secret for you." Bai Shang suggested to the general. "The new base hasn't been named yet. To honor Su Shen's contribution, why not call it Su Guan Base?" Old Gao pondered. Su Guan Base, meaning the light of dawn, symbolizes hope and rebirth. That's a great name, soaring to the heights. Let's go with that. Su Shen was surprised. Just like that, he thought back to his previous life, when the base founded by Gao Yu Wei was the last pure land in the apocalypse. Now that it's named after him, it feels like a great honor. Meanwhile, Xiao Hai was wandering around and accidentally stumbled into the operating room. A voice rang out, "Miss Duan, you're truly amazing. You dismantled this mutated plant so easily. If it weren't for Duanya's sister, this procedure wouldn't have been possible." Duanya replied, "Unfortunately, the environment here is poor, and many critically ill patients can't be treated. It would be great if we could send the manipulator tribe away from this hospital base. That way, we definitely have more medical supplies." Seeing Duanya holding a scalpel, Xiao Hai, doubtful and trembling, recalled the terrifying memory of witnessing his friend being castrated. Startled, he meowed and shivered. Duanya turned around, saw the little cat, and softened her voice. "Where did this little kitty come from?" She stroked him gently and looked for food. "You must be starving, right? Come back with me." She led Xiao Hai to her room, speaking as they walked. "Xiao Hai, let's wait for Su Shen to come back and ask if he can keep a cat." In these times, it was hard enough just to survive. She didn't know this was actually Su Shen's cat. As Duanya was about to step into the room, suddenly a figure lunged forward, grabbed her tightly, and shouted loudly, "Beauty, Come have some fun with your big boss." Startled, she snapped, "Who the hell are you?" That person pushed her down onto the bed, his imposing presence leaving Xiaohai so frightened he dared not move. Duanya opened her eyes and recognized Su Shen, asking, "Ha, Su Shen, when did you get back?" Su Shen had intended to tease her, but he hadn't expected to be found out. He laughed. "Oh, how did you know it was me?" She replied, "Who else is immune to my psychic powers besides you?" After chatting for a while, Duanye took Xiaohai to bathe, saying, "Oh, so you were brought back by Su Shen. You don't have a name yet, do you? With those golden light patterns on your fur, how about calling you Guangjin?" Guangjin was being pampered and was purring with pleasure. Su Shen walked in and asked, "Guangjin, that's a nice name, but weren't you supposed to help me with my bath?" Duanye replied, "That's right, but what about the weapons vault trip? Did you find anything useful?" Su Shen took out a crystal core. "Of course, with this, I can evolve into a level 2 human." Huan Jin stared at the crystal core, confused, thinking, didn't Su Shen swallow it back then? Su Shen smiled. "Sorry, it was a bit chaotic at that time. Actually, I stored the crystal core in a different dimension. This one brings intense desire, so I made sure to bring it back." He placed the crystal core into his mouth. Duanye was shocked. "Are you going to eat it now?" But it was too late. Su Shen began to change. His skin turned dark, red veins appeared, and a powerful force radiated from him. Caught by Su Shen, Duanya gasped, "Is this really what level 2 human looks like?" Loud noises echoed, and she helplessly cried out, "Su Shen, don't. I can't take it anymore." But Su Shen had no intention of stopping. Outside, Yan Yan was building a wall, and hearing the strange noises, she frowned. Huang Jin ignored it. Yan Yan, annoyed after hearing her sister reach her peak, grumbled, "Su Shen, you're back. Why didn't you come find me? You're really making me mad." She returned to her normal state and stepped inside, seeing her savior. Duanya shouted, "Yan Yan, hurry up, help me with Su Shen." Yan Yan blushed flustered. Su Shen exuded second-level strength and added, "Yan Yan, you came at the perfect time." At this moment, Duanya and Yan Yan were both being lifted to unimaginable heights by Su Shen. Both of them continuously called out Su Shen's name. The second-level human truly was on a different level. They were incredibly powerful. "All right, that's enough. I'm about to." After a bout of struggling on the bed, both were exhausted, nearly unable to move. Duanye gasped for breath. "I feel like I'm about to collapse." Yan Yan continued, "These side effects are too intense." Su Shen, the perpetrator, chuckled. "Sorry about that. It might be because I absorbed too many core crystals." Yan Yan pouted. "We, Duanya and I, have to improve ourselves quickly, or else we'll just be bullied by you in the future." Duanya asked Su Shen, "Now that you're a second-level human, has your ability changed drastically?" Su Shen, curious, replied, "Let me give it a try. First, my physique ability. It's the combination of the power of hardness and the agility of the shadow snake. After it turned black, my body became harder than steel. The surface still emitted a stream of energy, though it was unclear whether it could be pushed outwards." He directed his hand toward the two girls, testing the technique. Bedding flew everywhere as both of them tumbled off the bed. Su Shen laughed heartily. "Haha, it seems the attack power has gotten even stronger." He continued, "Next, the spatial ability. In the past, the space would only expand where I touched, but now I can create multiple small spatial portals within a 20-meter radius." Yan Yan, dissatisfied, said, "Su Shen, you bastard, you actually ambushed us." Su Shen chuckled. "The ice element ability has also progressed. Besides ice spheres, I can now form a layer of ice around my body. It's a bit useless, but it's still progress." Suddenly, he looked at the two girls and had an idea. If he focused the circulating energy on the surface of the ice and combined it with the spatial portals, he could launch attacks from multiple directions. He created a new move, firing ice spheres through the spatial portals with the force of bullets, attacking from various angles. Using this for a surprise attack wouldn't be bad. The two sisters were amazed. Yan Yan exclaimed, "Can a superpower really do that?" Duwenyi remarked, "If it evolves a few more times, Wouldn't it be able to do something like launching rockets? Su Shen continued. Finally, the spiritual perception ability. He activated the red eye mode and said, "The range of perception hasn't changed much, but I can now sense every cell in my body. Like the inner sight in cultivation novels." Suddenly, Su Shen realized something and was startled. Wait, this is... He was being pulled into another space, bewildered. Where is this place? A young girl's voice echoed. This is the consciousness space inside your mind. Su Shen, it's been a long time. We meet again. Su Shen was astonished, recognizing that the ragged girl was the very woman from the mutant rat research base. He asked, "It's you. Didn't you already vanish into thin smoke? Why are you here?" The girl's hair shot forward, binding him tightly. She replied, "Because when you swallowed my core crystal, it allowed me to parasitize your body. Now my true form has merged with you." Su Shen muttered, "Careless. I've fallen into your scheme." He realized that neither of his steel armor nor his spatial ability could be used here. The girl seized the chance to draw closer, intending to kiss him. But Su Shen was not so easily handled. He summoned a spiritual chain that coiled around her neck and shouted, "Don't even think about binding me." He used the chain on her, as though she were a pet. She cried out. He said, "All you really want is to seize my body, isn't that so?" The girl replied, "You're too strong. I can't take it from you." Su Shen said coldly, "Sorry, I don't believe you." He bound her even tighter, from head to toe, without leaving a gap. The girl frowned. "Su Shen, my strength is not on par with yours, but in the realm of consciousness, I am no less than you." Suddenly, her hair rose from the ground and wrapped around Su Shen, turning him into an Egyptian mummy. She gleefully said, "Now, no one can leave. It's better to have a conversation here, forever." Outside, seeing Su Shen standing still like a statue, Yan Yan and Duan Ye anxiously called out, "Su Shen, what's wrong with you?" In the realm of consciousness, Su Shen and the girl faced each other, both trapped and immobilized by the opponent's technique. The girl spoke up. "Su Shen, now we're both immobilized." He furrowed his brow, realizing she was right. This cocoon couldn't be broken, and wasting time like this wasn't wise. He asked, "Oh, so what do you want to talk about?" The girl replied, "Actually, I only need to absorb a bit of your supernatural ability to survive. It won't affect you. I'm not strong enough to take over your body." Su Shen was skeptical. "Why shouldn't I trust you? How can you leave my body?" The girl explained, "I need supernatural ability to live. If I go out now, I'll die. Unless you help me find a woman with supernatural abilities, whose body isn't too weak, has a balanced figure, and is somewhat good-looking." Su Shen laughed. "Haha, you're picky. But how would I know who's suitable?" The girl replied, "If I meet her, I'll tell you. Don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. I might even give you something good." Su Shen threatened, "No need for anything good, but if you cause trouble for me, I'll find a way to get rid of you." The girl pouted. All right, I'm scared now. Come on, smile, or I'll suffocate from the tension," Su Shen said. Both of them agreed to smile, marking the first sign of trust in their cooperation. Su Shen returned to the real world, confused. Duanya and Yan Yan were worried, nearly passing out. "What just happened to you? We called out to you, but you didn't respond," Yan Yan asked. "That's right. We thought your soul had left your body," Duanya added, half joking. "Leave my soul? Not possible. Such danger must be minimized to stay safe," Su Shen replied. In the consciousness space, the girl was astonished as everything around her began to freeze. She shouted, "Su Shen, how dare you freeze the entire space? You bastard! Let me out now." Su Shen was taken aback, as the ice-type ability had a strong impact on the consciousness space. He thought it would be best to find her a body as soon as possible. Suddenly, he remembered, wait, aren't there women at the base? He turned to Duanya. "Duanya, take me to find other women quickly." Both girls were stunned. Yan Yan questioned, "Aren't you satisfied yet? Aren't the two of us enough?" Seeing the expressions on their faces, Su Shen coughed and laughed awkwardly. "What I mean is, just take me to see how the other people in the base are doing. There's no need to search for women. Ha!" After a while, Duanya reported, "General Gao is taking count. At present, there are more than 1,300 people in the base. Over 400 are in charge of security, and they have already repelled several disturbances from the manipulator tribe and mutant beasts. The other men have built a temporary wall, which, with basic support, is now complete. Meanwhile, the women, children, and elders are clearing sprouted mutant plants within the base while also managing logistics. Yan Yan added, "Oh, that's right. Many people were injured while clearing the mutated plants. Thankfully, Duan Yi requested the medical students set up a surgery room, so the less severe patients are already back to work." Duan Yi said, "Everyone is working hard. We'll only be able to relax once the wall is completed." Su Shen replied, "Oh, really? It seems like we won't have much time to enjoy the peace." The scene shifted to the base's area, where General Gao and Bai Shang were discussing the fortifications. "The supplies and safety of the base are temporarily secured, but we urgently need to reclaim the medical supplies from the hospital taken by the manipulator tribe. Does anyone have any suggestions?" A young man proposed. "The hospital has fewer than 100 from the manipulator tribe. Captain Sun is the strongest warrior, the best in coordination. I suggest." Old Sun cut him off, eyes cold and sharp. "Wait a moment, why isn't Su Shen at the meeting? At first, he was the one urging us to build this new base. But now he's nowhere to be seen. Is he shirking responsibility?" General Gao's voice grew stern. "Captain Sun, watch your words. Without Su Shen, there wouldn't even be a Su Guang base, and you wouldn't have the chance to secure." Old Sun let out a cold snort. General Gao recalled his conversation with Su Shen. He had asked, "Why do you want me to have full control of the base?" Su Shen replied, "I have no interest in being a leader. You're the one I trust, so I'm at ease handing that task to you. But in the future, disasters will come one after another. Even with a base's shelter, if we aren't well prepared, sooner or later we'll be swallowed whole by the apocalypse." Old Gao answered solemnly, "I understand." He thought that a powerhouse like Su Shen would never allow his steps to falter. He was always in pursuit of greater strength. He then said, "All you need to know is this. When hardship comes, or when we face a formidable enemy, Su Shen will take action without hesitation." Old Sun sneered. "The hospital has dozens from the manipulator tribe, each a formidable foe. If there are heavy casualties, who will bear the responsibility?" General Gao replied, "Considering the importance, Xiao Feng will assist you. I ask Su Shen to take action to ensure safety." Old Sun slammed the table and stood up. "If the general has said so, I will take on the task. If there's nothing else, I will go prepare." Outside, the younger brother asked, "Captain, aren't we about to seize power? Why are we going to attack the hospital now?" Old Sun snorted. "I worry about Su Shen and Xiao Feng. Both of them have special abilities, not easy to deal with. If we secretly eliminate them during this mission, the base will be in my hands." From above, the two observed Old Sun. The young man said, "General Gao, as Su Shen said, he truly has ulterior motives." The elder replied, "Hope he doesn't choose the wrong path. By the way, has anyone been sent to investigate in He City?" The young man responded, "The field team should have already arrived. If what Su Shen said is true, there will be a major issue with the raid over there." The scene shifted to the safe zone in He City. Xiao Miao was feeling frustrated. "Ten Yu brother, you said Su Shen is so strong. Why not ask him to retrieve the 2 core crystals?" Tan Yu replied, "You must rely on yourself to become stronger. If you keep depending on Su Shen, when will you ever develop? He has already saved me once. Why ask him for help again?" Xiao Miao said, "Even so, I've fought against zombies and mutated beasts, and in the end, gained nothing. I'm not reconciled." Tian Yu interrupted. "Stop talking. Someone's coming." They hid carefully, seeing a group of rough men carrying pig spears, escorting a few beautiful girls with perfect figures somewhere. From a distance, a guard shouted, "Who goes there?" A young man responded, "Big brother, we're delivering goods. Look, these are all top-quality items." They were thoroughly inspected from all angles, and indeed, all of them were premium imported pomelo fruits of excellent quality. Even the assassin San Mao was present here. A young guard stepped forward, leading the group. "Follow me. I'll take you to meet the city lord." The leader of the group, his eyes gleaming with ambition, responded eagerly, "Bro, we've hit the jackpot again, haven't we?" The scene shifted to inside the city, where praises echoed nonstop, like waves crashing on the shore. Very good, very good. This batch of goods pleases me greatly. A man from the manipulator tribe, his face fierce like a wild beast, glared at the young girls, growling, "Which one of you can bear me a son? Whoever can will be allowed to live. This is your only chance." The girls were terrified, trembling like leaves in the wind, and sobbed in desperation. "Please, spare us." The manipulator tribe member showed no sign of sympathy, aggressively grabbing the girl and shouting at the top of his lungs, his voice thundering, "You're nothing but a breeding tool. You have no right to flatter or beg here, understand?" He couldn't be bothered to say more. Drawing his gleamy Excalibur Saker sword, he made her feel a cold edge. The girl screamed in pain. Just then, a young man rushed in, panting, reporting in a panicked voice, "City Lord Su Shen and his group have attacked the hospital." The City Lord's face turned furious, his eyes burning like fire, and he ordered, "Summon everyone, counterattack immediately. This time I will reduce Su Shen to dust." The young man, his voice trembling, continued, "But we've been starving for too long. We have no strength left to fight, unless we forcibly turn them into members of the manipulator tribe. But the evolution process takes time." While the City Lord was troubled, trying to come up with a solution, he suddenly heard the girl, "San Mao, speak," her voice filled with hidden meaning. "Or perhaps I could help you a little." He turned around in surprise, exclaiming, "What did you say? Help us?" The scene shifted to another place, where several young men were leading people towards them. They thought they would get a good laugh, only to be turned into pawns in the manipulator tribe schemes. They screamed in panic, "What do you want? Let us go." One of them, voice trembling, pleaded, City Lord, I'm your business partner. Why are you treating us like this?" But their eyes widened in utter horror when they heard the chilling, squeaky sound of weapons approaching. The City Lord of the manipulator tribe, with a cold, icy voice, declared, "That woman wants to help me build a manipulator tribe army. The only thing is, she needs to use you as conduits." The two young men, terrified beyond measure, screamed, "It's a scheme for revenge. She clearly wants to get revenge." Another one joined in, "Yes, City Lord, she's deceiving you." The City Lord, his gaze as venomous as a snake's, swung a spiked mace, growling, "Whether she's lying or not, I have to test it." The mace swung decisively, with the force of thunder, sending the two young men flying into the air like they were mere balls. Below, the manipulator tribe savagely threw people into a blood-red lake, as if cooking a pot of hellish hot pot. The sounds of desperate cries and pleas echoed, making the scene resemble a hellish underworld. Meanwhile, San Mao, like a wicked sorceress, poured a vial of green liquid into the blood lake. She muttered, "The use of second-generation enhancement drugs to accelerate the evolution of the tribe has been tested before. Just pour the drug into the blood lake, and although it's a bit unstable, it will speed up the process." The others were grabbed by the neck and thrown directly into the lake. A young man struggled violently and screamed, "Let me go! Help me!" But in the end, he was also thrown into the lake, overwhelmed with excruciating pain. San Mao, her voice as cold as ice, declared, "You should be grateful. Only those chosen are worthy of stepping into the blood lake, and only the strongest warriors can serve the City Lord." She gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with hatred. "Su Shen, if you hadn't destroyed the evolution base, I wouldn't have been captured as a slave, tortured mercilessly. This time, I will make you pay." From the blood lake, an arm emerged, followed by a young man slowly transforming from a human into a defective manipulator tribe member, crawling slowly out of the lake. Not far away, Tan Yu and Xiao Miao were observing the scene, their eyes filled with horror as they exclaimed, "Oh my God, they're trying to turn everyone into a group of gluttonous ogres." Xiao Miao continued, her voice filled with concern, "If this continues, all 2,000 people in the city will become the City Lord's minions." Without hesitation, the two jumped off the city wall, but unintentionally made a small noise. Tian Yu whispered, "We must bring this news back to the base, or a terrifying disaster will befall us." A manipulator tribe member snarled like a wild animal, blocking their way. "Unfortunately, none of you can escape." The two young men panicked when they saw a group of manipulator tribe members waiting with firearms. Xiao Miao cursed, "Damn it, we've been spotted." Tan Yu growled, "I'll hold them off. You find a chance to escape." The manipulator tribe member sneered maliciously. I think you guys should stay and become our dinner instead. The scene shifted to the early morning at the Sanctuary of Divine Light. A young girl cheerfully ran up and shouted, Su Shen Ji. He smiled and replied, Xiao Mai. How did you find the new base? Did anyone bully you? The girl was patted on the head and obediently responded, Who would dare bully me? I'm Su Shen Ji's woman. From a distance, old Gao called out, Brother Su Shen, Captain's son has gathered the people. But they are still hesitating about facing dozens of manipulator tribe members at the hospital. I want to ask for your help. Su Shen didn't hesitate and answered, No problem. At that moment, Yan Yan and Dulan Nia stepped forward to join the group. Old Gao, with a stern expression, added, Furthermore, Su Shen, I have one more request. The hospital is too close, and sooner or later, the base will become a huge threat. Moreover, the medical supplies there are invaluable assets for the future. Therefore, I hope you can leave those supplies for the people in the Sanctuary of Divine Light. Su Shen nodded, his voice firm. Don't worry, I will only take what is necessary. Everything else will be left for the people. Old Gao turned to introduce the team behind him. By the way, this time I brought the entire team of ability users from the base. A young man with silver hair, his voice full of determination, spoke. On this mission, we will absolutely follow your orders. Su Shen observed the team, noticing their full energy. They were all tall, strong men, accompanied by a petite girl with sharp eyes. He spoke up. Since you're following my orders, everyone, focus all your strength and prepare the plan to raid the hospital. His voice grew solemn, filled with caution. Everyone else stay at the base, keep a close watch, especially monitor any movements from He City. Upon hearing this, the entire group stared wide-eyed, incredulous, and exclaimed, What? When they learned that Su Shen intended to raid the hospital alone, without the need for support from the ability users, he pondered quietly to himself. Perhaps my actions will cause unpredictable changes in He City. The scene shifts to the territory of the gluttonous ogre, where Tian Yu and Xiao Miao are surrounded from all sides. Xiao Miao cursed. Are these damn manipulator tribe monsters playing with us? They're not giving us a single second to catch our breath. Chen Yu responded, his voice tense. This isn't good. We'll be exhausted soon if this keeps up. We need to end this fast. Xiao Miao turned to him, his gaze sharp. Do you remember the times we faced danger together on the front lines? Xiao Miao answered confidently. Of course, I'm the most experienced team member after all. A gluttonous ogre burst into laughter, the sound echoing like thunder. Haha, how long are you two going to chat? No matter what kind of stupid tricks you two are planning, you're both dead today. The gluttonous ogres raised their weapons, preparing to charge at Tian Yu and carve him up. Though unarmed, Tian Yu used his words to rally his spirit, shouting loudly to drown out the fear. Go to hell, you damn monsters! Instead of charging in with fists flying, he quickly threw a handful of lime powder directly into their eyes. The gluttonous ogres panicked, hastily covering their faces. One of them roared in frustration. Damn it, you two! I'm going to kill you both. Xiao Miao seized the opportunity and shouted loudly like an indomitable warrior. This is the moment. Hurry up and run, you bastard! Come and catch me if you can, you fools! But as he turned around, his face suddenly went pale, filled with extreme terror. A sharp spear unexpectedly pierced through Xiao Miao's body, causing him to let out a gasp and freeze for a moment. Tan Yu witnessed this scene and screamed in agony. Xiao Miao, the leader of the gluttonous ogre, with a victorious look in his eyes, raised the spear high as if showing off his trophy. Ah, a little snack has delivered itself to my door. This guy's a bit scrawny. I wonder if he's addicted. But why was he shouting so loud just now? Not enough to even fill the gaps between my teeth. Let them feast on him. He tossed the spear aside and ordered his subordinates. Xiao Miao was now like a beast surrounded by a pack of wolves, encircled by the gluttonous ogre. He whispered weakly, his voice barely audible. Tian Yu, brother. Tian Yu's eyes were bloodshot with rage, and he charged forward, intending to take on all 500 of them alone. He shouted loudly, Xiao Miao, hang in there, I'm coming to save you. But before he could act, one of the gluttonous ogres played dirty, swinging a sword and slashing at his back, causing Tian Yu to scream in pain. Xiao Miao used the last of his strength to yell, Run, Quickly, the gluttonous ogres, like a swarm of bees, rushed in to tear Xiao Miao apart. In that moment of torment, his body was torn into two. Tian Yu fell, helplessly reaching out with a cry of despair. "Don't, Xiao Miao." He clenched his teeth, his gaze burning with resolve. "Xiao Miao, wait for me. I will surely avenge you." Gathering the last of his strength, Tian Yu pushed forward, running for his life, breath ragged, not daring to pause for even an instant. He knew that the slightest hesitation would mean being struck down by a storm of spears. Through the rain of weapons, he hurled himself into the rushing river, twisting midair like a diver before vanishing beneath the waves. By the time the gluttonous ogres reached the bank, Tian Yu's trace was gone. One of them cursed bitterly, frustration in his voice. "Damn it, that brat slipped away. Such a pity, I'm starving. I want meat." Their leader, his voice ringing with authority, bellowed. "You want meat? Then wipe out everyone at the Sanctuary of Divine Light. There, you'll have more than enough to feast on." The gluttonous ogres, as if set ablaze, shouted together. "I don't care, I'm going there. As long as I can taste flesh, I'll do anything." A voice, filled with longing, added another name. "I want to taste the sweetness of a woman." The general's eyes burned with hatred as he growled. "Su Shen, this is Zhang Jianshu, the father of Zhangyi. Just wait, I will avenge my child." Radiating authority, he led San Mao and 500 subordinates straight toward the Sanctuary of Divine Light, determined to slaughter everything in their path. The scene shifted to the hospital, where the desperate cries of a young girl echoed, her tears mingling with her sobs, her body trembling with exhaustion. The wail of a newborn rang out. The girl, utterly drained after giving birth, was on the verge of collapse. A gluttonous ogre, elated, shouted, "My son, this is Feng Panzi, leader of the manipulator tribe at the hospital. Once merely a patient lost in delusions, obsessed with the thought of impregnating every woman around him, he had, after the apocalypse, risen to become the leader of the manipulator tribe there." The girl, gathering the last of her strength, tried to crawl away, her heart filled with the single thought that she could not remain in this nightmare. She had to escape. But before she could act, the gluttonous ogre seized her leg, holding her down, and growled, "You are nothing but a vessel for bearing children. How dare you rest? I will make you conceive at once." The girl was terrified beyond measure, pleading, "Wait, I just gave birth. How can this be possible?" But he disregarded everything, dragging the unfortunate girl into a new nightmare. The scene shifted to the city hospital. The army, led by Captain Sun, had launched an assault, retaking the hospital and its supplies. The gluttonous ogres were caught off guard, unable to react in time. Captain Sun's forces charged in, firing furiously like a storm, sweeping everything in their path. Captain Sun, holding an axe, hacked down one gluttonous ogre after another, shouting loudly, "Next, it's your turn to clear the way for the rest of the army." Lu Xiaofeng was stunned, responding, "Captain Sun, what do you mean by that? Are you telling us to go ahead unarmed? That's nothing short of sending us to our deaths." Su Shen and Duan Nie stood behind, clearly displeased. Captain Sun sneered, "Don't be fooled by the 100 or so soldiers with guns behind me. They are just ordinary people." Su Shen stepped forward, his voice cold. "Are you threatening us?" Captain Sun chuckled, as if mocking. "Isn't it normal for those with special abilities to go ahead?" Su Shen, unwilling to argue further, delivered a blunt warning. "Oh, is that so? But let me remind you, anyone who points a gun at us won't end up well." After speaking, Su Shen led the way, carving a bloody path for the army. Duan Nie and Lu Xiaofeng followed closely behind, always on high alert, knowing the enemy could appear at any moment. Captain Sun whispered to his subordinates, "Let them deal with the manipulator tribe first, and then we'll step in to kill them. No matter how powerful their abilities, they won't be able to withstand 100 guns." One of the subordinates grinned slyly. "Captain Sun, why not keep the sweet little thing, Duan Nie, for the boys?" The others chimed in, laughing loudly. "That's right, Captain Sun, let us have a little fun." The soldiers began to eye the woman, scanning her from head to toe. No one noticed the burning red glow emanating from her eyes, like a smoldering flame. One of them spoke up, "That woman? What a shame, having to kill such a beautiful girl." Captain Sun chuckled, "Well, then keep her for the rest of the boys." But before he could finish, the group suddenly grew confused. Captain Sun shouted, "Damn it, where did Su Shen and the others go? Why can't we see them? Damn it, go find them. Don't let them escape." Meanwhile, Duan Nia and Lu Xiaofeng were hiding in a corner. Xiaofeng, Duan now whispered, "Do you think they haven't noticed us?" Duan Nia replied, "I can use my abilities to control the nervous system of ordinary people. But Captain Sun also has a special ability. Perhaps he senses that something is wrong." Su Shen stood behind and continued, "Don't worry, he won't notice." He activated his spatial ability, and spatial gates appeared above the soldiers' heads. Ice bullets rained down, causing them to panic and flee, screaming in pain. "Damn it, we're being ambushed from behind." Captain Sun yelled loudly, "Quick, take cover, hide. Anyone who's slow is done for." Su Shen grinned, delighted, and said, "You guys should charge forward into the front lines. It suits you better." He used his ability to scatter the soldiers, making them run away with their backs bent, like those searching for mines before a pack of gluttonous ogres. Captain Sun cursed angrily, "Damn it, has anyone seen the enemy?" The scene shifted to another place, where the unlucky girl's eyes were wide open, her expression stiff as if her soul had left her body as she slipped away from this world. Feng Panzi snorted in anger. "Is that it? She died just like that? So weak?" Suddenly, he froze in surprise when he saw another girl being tortured by the gluttonous ogres. The poor girls were pinned to the ground by two gluttonous ogres, like prey before the beast's sharp teeth. Feng Panzi roared, his voice full of fury. "What the hell are you doing?" The underlings hurriedly responded, "Boss, we also want them to have children for us." Another one chimed in, "That's right, that's right. We want to be like the boss." The girl panicked, her eyes wide as she screamed, "Please, no, have mercy on me." Feng Panzi saw that his subordinates dared to act without considering him, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, "How dare you touch my people?" He swung his arm and landed a powerful punch, instantly killing two of his underlings. The shockwave shattered the wall and sent several others flying backward. From the wreckage, a giant figure slowly emerged. Feng Panzi appeared, astonished, and exclaimed, "So a few cowardly rats managed to sneak in here, huh?" Old Sun was shocked by the size of the leader of the manipulator tribe as he struggled with his underlings. One soldier, his face full of panic, shouted, "Captain Sun, look up there. Wasn't it supposed to be just a few dozen of the manipulator tribe? This was way too many." From the fourth floor, the manipulator tribe descended like a pack of wild beasts, surrounding Captain Sun's group. Old Sun yelled loudly, his voice echoing, "Quick, fire! Fire now, everyone! Fire!" The sound of gunfire rang out, but soon, the soldiers were horrified to realize that the guns were malfunctioning. Why are the bullets not causing any damage? They're all blanks. Someone must have tampered with them. Feng Panzi angrily shouted, "Chop off the limbs of these invaders. Turn them into bacon." Receiving the order, the manipulator tribe rushed forward, wielding weapons and attacking. A young, slender black man was immediately cleaved in half. Old Sun was surrounded by three large manipulator tribe members, but he was no ordinary person. He swung his axe in retaliation, striking with a blow that split all three of them into three pieces. Old Sun displayed his leader's authority, shouting loudly, "Get up, all of you. Even without guns, we must fight these beasts to the death." He cursed angrily. "Su Shen, that damn bastard, dared to deceive us. Once I kill all these gluttonous ogres, it'll be your turn." But the situation grew increasingly dire, with only a few dozen soldiers facing off against hundreds of gluttonous ogres. Captain Sun's group was surrounded on all sides, with no way out. Old Sun roared, "Everyone, focus with me and fight to the death, carve a bloody path." The underlings, armed with all kinds of weapons from knives, hammers to axes, seemed to be invigorated, shouting in unison, "Kill! Kill! We're going all out with them. All brothers, charge forward." The gluttonous ogres also screamed fiercely, "Kill them all. Not a single one spared. Rush forward and tear them apart." Both sides plunged into a bloody battle, neither willing to give way. Suddenly, one of the Sun team's captains was struck down to death. Another young man, terrified and sweating, discarded his weapon, planning to flee. He thought to himself, "The gluttonous ogres are too terrifying. It's best to escape now. Staying here will only lead to death." He abandoned his comrades, but unexpectedly stopped when he heard the cry of a child. Curiously, he looked around and was surprised to discover a newborn gluttonous ogre demon. Upon noticing his presence, it stopped crying and grinned in amusement. As the young man exclaimed in astonishment, the little gluttonous ogre used its earth-bending technique and sank into the ground. He was bewildered. Where did it go? However, without him noticing, the little demon silently emerged from the earth and unexpectedly bit into his calf. In an instant, it ferociously gnawed at the flesh here, then bit somewhere else. The young man screamed in pain. Ah, it hurts so much. Someone, please help me. After nearly finishing its meal, the little demon looked at its own body, delighted, and said, "Delicious. Turns out eating meat helps the body grow so quickly." Back in the midst of the battle, Old Sun fought fiercely, taking down dozens of gluttonous ogres. The team members marveled. Captain Sun is incredible. He alone has already killed over a dozen of them. At this moment, Fang Panzi appeared and spoke. "Looks like you're quite proud of yourself for killing a few of my minions." Old Sun, praised by his underlings, felt his warrior blood rise. He swung his axe down with a mighty roar. "Ha! Perfect timing. I'll chop you in two." But before he could savor his victory, Fang Panzi effortlessly blocked the blow with one hand. Old Sun was horrified, his eyes wide in disbelief. His powerful axe, which had once cleaved two men in half, couldn't even scratch this man. Before he could think further, a savage laugh echoed from behind. The little demon, gluttonous ogre, transformed its hand into a sharp blade and swung it down, severing both of Old Sun's arms. He screamed in agony, a howl of misery. The little demon, thrilled by the sound of his screams, stomped on Old Sun like it was some cruel game. It shouted, "Die!" But just as it was about to strike, a powerful kick came out of nowhere and landed squarely on the demon's mouth, sending it flying 10 meters away and rolling along the ground. Furious, it yelled, "Damn it! Who the hell kicked me in the mouth?" Su Shen, Duan Nia, and Lu Xiaofeng's group, exuding overwhelming force, stepped forward. Su Shen spoke. "Not today, kid. You're not the one doing the killing." Old Sun, struggling in pain, tried to retreat, using his legs to push himself back and escape. Feng Panzi suddenly let out an exclamation, twisting his head to stare intently at Duan Nia, his eyes devouring her from head to toe as he exclaimed, "Well, well, well, to think there's someone this beautiful." Facing his repulsive expression, Duan Nia felt a shiver of disgust. He burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha, looks like my luck today isn't bad at all. Perfect to be my wife and give this old man a few strong children." He turned toward Su Shen, his voice dripping with contempt. "Brat, since you personally delivered this beauty to my doorstep, I'll give you the chance to choose how you die." Hearing such vile words, Su Shen's face darkened, killing intent surging. In a sudden flash, he appeared before him, voice low and cold. "You sure talk too much." A devastating punch was unleashed, the shockwave shattering rock and earth, hurling Fang Panzi far away. Su Shen's face remained expressionless, his aura overwhelming, as he declared, "I choose to send you to hell." A gaping hole was blasted through Fang Panzi's body, yet his cells began to regenerate. He sneered wickedly. "So you're a superpowered one too. That means your flesh will surely be delicious." The little fiend, gluttonous ogre, standing to the side, spoke up to Fang Panzi. "Old man, you really like this woman, huh? Looks like you love her quite a lot." It turned its grotesque face toward Duan Nia. "But if old man likes you that much, then stay and be my mother." Hearing the disgusting words, Duan Nia was surprised but didn't react. Seeing her silence, the little demon took the opportunity to get closer, continuing, "Don't worry, my body is still growing, so I won't eat you for now. Besides, I've just eaten someone else." It adjusted its diaper, speaking with an excited tone, adding that after eating, it was a little thirsty for milk. Duan Nia paid no attention to the revolting gluttonous ogres and kicked forcefully with her foot. The little demon took the blow, its face planting into the ground, eyes rolling, yet it still grinned with delight. "Haha, is this what it feels like to be a mother? I really like it. Give me some milk." Another kick landed, leaving it frozen, unable to react. Duan Nia showed no mercy, landing repeated kicks, turning around to deliver a powerful strike to the little demon's snout. Seeing it dazed, she leaped into the air, spun mid-flight, and landed a decisive kick like a true warrior. The little demon was battered. It cried out in pain, but its face still wore a look of craving for more. Despite the repeated blows from Du-On-Nia, the little demon no longer felt the pain it had at first. It gradually adapted, laughing excitedly. "Mother, you're really strong." "Well then, it's your turn now." Du-On-Nia pulled her foot back, surprised when its body suddenly disappeared. She told herself, "It has supernatural abilities like that." Suddenly, the little demon appeared using Earth Escape, declaring, "I can hide in the shadows and attack you, and you won't even know where it's coming from." But just as it was about to reach her, something struck it hard in the face, sending it flying across the room. Where did Hai Xiao Miao come from? It mailed next to Du-On-Nia. Surprised, she asked, "Huang Jin, how did you get here?" The cat rubbed against her leg, mewing repeatedly. Du-On-Nia drew a gun from her thigh and instructed, "This place is dangerous. You'd better hide behind me." She used her spiritual perception to lock on to the little demon's movements. As soon as it appeared, she would fire precisely. The little demon, furious, dove down from above, shouting, "You damn filthy cat, how dare you kick me?" But before it could strike, Huang Jin delivered a fatal slap, making it scream in pain. Du-On-Nia was about to fire, but paused, confused. What just happened? Behind her, 3 massive claw marks from Huang Jin were clearly visible on the ground. The little demon, hiding in a corner, panted heavily. "Damn it, that was too close. I almost died. First, I'll hide, then return to the battlefield. The gluttonous ogre is closing in tight." Old Sun, having lost both hands, cried out in terror, ordering his subordinates to shield him. Lu Xiaofeng spoke calmly. "This place is far too dangerous. Everyone, stay close to me as much as you can." A gluttonous ogre sneered. "Ha ha! You think you alone can stand against us? You truly don't know your limits. Just look at you. So frail and feeble, it's laughable." Old Sun clenched his teeth, thinking bitterly to himself. "Lu Xiaofeng is a righteous man. Now my only chance is to rely on him to escape." He barked an order. "Lu Xiaofeng, I am the team leader. I command you to protect me and get me out of this cursed place." Looking at the old man's pitiful state, Lu Xiaofeng replied, "Protect you? Of course, no problem. But first, you must help me with something." Old Sun glared in alarm, shouting, "Hey, what are you planning to do?" Lu Xiaofeng grasped him by the neck, lifting him up. His power-stealing ability began to drain Captain Sun's strength. He said coldly, "Without your arms, you're already crippled. Why not let me borrow your strength? I'll wipe out the manipulator tribe and call it vengeance on your behalf." Old Sun's life was swiftly drained away, blood streaking down his face as he whispered, "We're comrades. How could you?" Lu Xiaofeng's expression darkened. "The moment you raised your guns at us, we became enemies. And once we're enemies, none can be spared." He activated his powerful ability to seize, causing Captain Sun's subordinates to scream in agony, turning into lifeless corpses devoid of any strength. Back at the Sanctuary of Divine Light, thanks to Su Shen's warning, everyone realized that the main army of the manipulator tribe was approaching. On the city wall, Bai Shang spoke up. "For now, let's proceed according to the plan we prepared." "Ma Yan Yan, why are you still here?" Yan Yan replied with a tired expression. "Before leaving, Su Shen told me to build the barrier wall. I really didn't want to witness the manipulator tribe destroying this place." Bai Shang, blushing, hesitated. "By the way, I've always had a question for you. When you and Du-On-Nia were with Su Shen, did you ever feel anything strange?" Yan Yan calmly answered, "At first, it was a bit awkward, but now that it's the apocalypse, who still cares about worldly rules? Besides, how could I, alone, handle someone like Su Shen?" She teased with a smile. "Speaking of which, Captain Bai, do you like Su Shen? You act a bit strange whenever he's mentioned." Bai Shang, embarrassed, turned her face away. "Stop talking nonsense. How could I possibly like him?" Yan Yan smirked. "It's only natural to be moved by a strong, handsome man like Su Shen." Bai Shang covered his face and murmured, "So this is normal. Huh." Suddenly, a young man shouted, "Captain Bai, look over there. A gluttonous ogre army is approaching." Even though they were mentally prepared, both of them couldn't help but shudder at the sight. Bai Shang gave the order, "Immediately report to the general. and instruct the civilians to evacuate right away. Yan Yan pulled out some food from her bag and started chewing noisily. Bai Shang was surprised. "Captain Bai, are we really going to abandon the base?" She replied, "Of course not, but we must ensure everyone's safety." Bai Shang asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" Yan Yan, holding the chicken leg, bit down hard and said, "The wall that separates us will definitely be destroyed. If Su Shen sees the base in ruins, he won't be happy. I remember those nights when he tortured me, and I can't stand that bastard's rage." With determination, she took out a strength-enhancing serum from her backpack and, without hesitation, injected herself, declaring, "I'm going in first." She quickly organized the troops, making it clear they would never abandon the base. After saying that, Yan Yan jumped down from the city wall. Seeing her bravery, Bai Shang couldn't help but exclaim, she doesn't care at all about her own safety. The moment Yan Yan hit the ground, her body began to grow. The impact of her landing caused the earth and rocks to tremble. She turned her gaze toward the trees beside her, using her hands to uproot one as a weapon, and shouted, "Come on, you all come here. I won't let any of you step over this line." Looking at her own body, Yan Yan was surprised as the enhancement drug took effect, making her body grow larger. She prepared for battle, thinking to herself that this was the perfect chance to deal with these unruly fools. Zhang Jianshu saw that Yan Yan was the only one stepping forward to face them, and, enraged, roared, "You think a single girl can stop us? You must be underestimating the Manipulator Tribe's army. Su Shen, all of you charge." The Manipulator Tribe immediately surged forward, attacking the base in a swarm, like ants attacking a nest. Yan Yan was briefly stunned by the sheer number of enemies, but quickly regained her focus, raising the large tree in her hands and shouting, "Not a single one of you will pass here." With a powerful swing, the ground and rocks shattered, and the Manipulator Tribe was sent flying in an instant. Another team jumped into the fray, attempting to engage in aerial combat by clinging to her arms. But with just a light slap, Yan Yan sent them sprawling, disbanded like insects crushed underfoot. Bai Shang, watching the battle from the sidelines, thought in astonishment, "Damn, why are all of Su Shen's people so strong?" But the enemy was too numerous. She wouldn't be able to hold out for long. I need to do something to stabilize the situation. She immediately left the fortress and began to take action. Meanwhile, Yan Yan used her powerful skill, swinging her staff like an indomitable warrior, shouting loudly, "Come here, you flies, taste the might of this young lady." The gluttonous ogres, seeing their companions being smashed to pieces, were panicked. One of them spoke up, "Mother, that woman is terrifying. She's a tough bone to crack." Suddenly, the girl Mao spoke up, her voice filled with excitement. "Who dares to step forward and kill this woman? Heh, are you all a bunch of cowards afraid of death?" The gluttonous ogres, their eyes glowing red, turned to look at her, muttering, "Oh, isn't that the woman? She looks quite delicious. Everywhere is meat. Let's eat her first." The group rushed in, intending to gang up on San Mao. She immediately unleashed a barrage of slaps to their faces, shouting, "If you're so brave, then go and deal with that woman." But the three gluttonous ogres suddenly froze, realizing that strange plants had attached to their heads, as if they had been covered in fungus for a long time. One of them panicked. "Huh? What the hell is this? Is it blooming? What day is it? Let me think. When I was brought to He City, I accidentally discovered a mutated plant that, when it came into contact with my blood, temporarily made me stronger. But the cost of my life. I once experimented on someone, and the results horrified her." At that moment, a gluttonous ogre underwent a transformation, its body becoming even more grotesque as it howled in agony. Three other gluttonous ogres also mutated, their bodies swelling up as they snarled like wild beasts out of control. Yan Yan watched the scene in shock and unease. Zhang Jianshu laughed with delight. "Haha, it looks great, very good, I love this transformation." He pointed and ordered, "The rest of you, attack. Those humans in the Sanctuary of Divine Light. You can take them however you want." The gluttonous ogres eagerly charged forward, the males devouring everything in sight, while the females held back. But immediately, one of them screamed in horror as his companion was blasted into pieces by a cannonball. A tank division appeared on the front lines, firing freely at the Manipulator Tribe. The gluttonous ogre lackeys panicked and retreated a few steps. One of them shouted, "Damn it, Where did they get all these tanks from? Run! Yan Yan. Relieved by the reinforcements, Yan Yan looked down at the steel convoy beneath her. Finally, help had arrived. But a transformed gluttonous ogre, covered in flowers and leaves, suddenly launched an attack. Vines wrapped tightly around her arm, and another one lunged at her, trying to bite. Yan Yan quickly reacted, blocking its mouth, but the other swung a blade from behind. She was horrified, eyes wide open, both hands bound, barely able to escape the danger. Just then, a drone swooped in, triggering a massive explosion that struck the gluttonous ogre from behind. Flames devoured him whole. Yan Yan was astonished. Huh! A drone! On the rooftop, Bai Sheng, controlling the drone, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Su Shen had brought these things back from the military base, though regrettably, there weren't many. Back at the hospital, the sounds of fists and kicks echoed violently. Su Shen unleashed a relentless barrage, punching several holes into Feng Panzi's body. Yet with his extraordinary regenerative ability, he only laughed smugly, mocking. This weak-looking brat actually has such a power. You're not as worthless as those other trash. Murderous intent surged within Su Shen, as though he wished to tear his enemy apart. Feng Panzi went on. But too bad, you're still far too weak to defeat me. He launched a counterpunch within the spiritual realm. Xiao Min bewildered, wondered. What on earth is happening outside? Everything around her was frozen still. She searched for a way out, but every path was sealed in ice. Irritated, she muttered. Who told Su Shen to seal this place so I can't sense the outside world? I really want to go out and see what's happening. With a fierce desire for freedom, she transformed her hair into a powerful technique. Determined that she could not be imprisoned forever, that she must break through this ice wall. The hair drill machine began to forcefully carve into the thick layer of ice. Outside, Su Shen continued to fight fiercely with Feng Panzi. Facing a tough opponent, he thought, this fat guy is tough to deal with. I need to win quickly. In the spiritual realm, Xiao Min's drill machine had pierced through the ice wall. Su Shen was stunned, a sense of unease creeping over him. Feng Panzi, grinning with satisfaction, threw a punch. Haha, kid, your end is here. Take my punch. Let's see if you can dodge this. Su Shen was hit with a flurry of punches, his clothes torn to shreds, his body motionless. His soul was dragged into Xiao Min's consciousness space. He was surprised. Has my soul been dragged into her consciousness space? Out of nowhere, Xiao Min lunged toward him, excited. Su Shen, I've been waiting for you for so long. She jumped to hug him tightly, but quickly realized something was wrong. The space around them was sealed off, and Su Shen was confused. Hey, what are you doing? Her cloud-like hair wrapped around him, forming a cocoon suspended in midair. He was perplexed. Hey, what do you want? Xiao Min replied, like this, you can't use your ice-based abilities anymore. Go ahead, try and use them if you can. Both of us will be frozen. Who told you to lock me in this freezing cave? This is the punishment for you. But she suddenly felt something strange, glancing down at the horse awkwardly. Wait, hold on. Your body is burning hot. Your heart is racing. Looking at Su Shen's Excalibur sacred sword, she questioned him. Are you a pervert? Why aren't you wearing clothes? Su Shen maintained a serious expression and replied, Can you blame me? Clearly, you're the one who dragged me in here. Xiao Min blushed, flustered. I didn't mean to. I was just a little curious. Looking down at his sword, she panicked. Wait a second. What is that? No, this is my first time. Su Shen, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise. What? Didn't you already? With Liu Shiyun? Xiao Min hurriedly cut him off, explaining. The illusions back then were all fake. I just wanted to trap him. She looked at him, her voice urgent. But you need to control your instincts. Su Shen, equally panicked, responded. Can you stop moving like that, going up and down like this? It's hard for me to stay calm. We need to get out of here quickly. Outside, Feng Panzi growled. You little brat, you think I'll let you off just because you're pretending to be dead? There's no way I'll let you off. He threw powerful punches that caused the earth and rocks to crack into pieces. In the spiritual realm, the cocoon shook violently. Xiao Min screamed. Ah, what now? I can't move. Her face contorted as if she were being beaten to a pulp, exclaiming in distress. The impact was so intense that the cocoon was slammed to the ground before bouncing back up. She screamed, "Quick, think of something. I can't take this anymore." Her cries grew louder and more desperate. Outside, Su Shen's body was battered and bruised, like a fish on the chopping block. Xiao Min inside the cocoon kept shouting, "What's happening again?" Up and down, with no end in sight. Her gaze grew numb, unable to understand why everything was in such chaos. Feng Panzi, his forehead covered in sweat, continued to strike and grab Su Shen, preparing to devour him, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha, in the end, you're just food on my plate." At that moment, a series of gunshots rang out from behind. Furious, he turned around and growled, "Is it you? You damn bitch, daring to ruin my fun?" Duan Nia aimed her gun and shouted, "Damn it, let him go." Feng Panzi shot her a displeased look and questioned, "You're the woman I set my sights on, and yet you dare point a gun at me?" Duan Nia replied coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Release my man, or don't blame me," Feng Panzi said in a frigid tone. "So you've been tainted as well." He recalled that before the mutation, he had been a true love-struck fool. He had promised that once he gave her 100 gifts, she would marry him. But when he brought her the 100th gift, she coldly responded, "That's right, let's not meet again." He was in pain, "But you clearly promised. You've accepted my last gift." She yelled, "Hemph! Do you really think a toad can eat swan meat? Why don't you take a look at how ugly you are? I only took your stuff out of pity." His face darkened, unable to believe it. "Didn't you say appearance isn't everything? Marry me. I am the one who truly cares for you." She cursed, "I worked hard to hook a rich second generation. Marry you? Are you out of your mind?" Tears welled up in his eyes. "Did you have a child with someone else?" She responded sharply, "Yes. Now get lost, you bastard." Kicked aside, he transformed from a love-struck fool into a killer, his voice cold and his gaze filled with disgust. He declared, "It turns out you've been tainted. It's okay, I'll lick you clean." He opened his mouth wide, his long tongue ready to lick Duan Nia, but she quickly shouted, "Huang Jin, we need to pull it away from Su Shen." After using his ability to seize and drain Old Sun's subordinates, Lu Xiaofeng was brimming with strength and confronted the gluttonous ogres alone. His face was fiery as he shouted loudly, "All right, the traitors are dead. Now it's your turn, you trash from the manipulator tribe." He was about to charge into battle when a loud explosion shook the wall in front of him. Feng Panzi was about to swallow Duan Nia and Wang Jin's strike, his saliva-covered tongue looking utterly disgusting. Duan Nia was thrown into the air, unable to dodge the attack. Her face was filled with panic as she thought, "Am I going to be fresh food?" But at that moment, Wang Jin transformed into a giant cat, using its soft fur to catch her. Duan Nia exclaimed, "Wang Jin, I should have figured it out earlier. The cat Su Shen brought back is definitely not an ordinary cat." From the side, Lu Xiaofeng activated his ability to seize, but before he could absorb anything, Feng Panzi's tongue struck his arm, forcing him to quickly pull it back. "Damn, that hurts. The gap in strength is too big. I can't seize anything." Both immediately ran according to the plan. Duan Nia shouted loudly, "Don't worry about anything else, just run first." Lu Xiaofeng, below them, exclaimed in shock, "Damn, that tongue is disgusting." Right behind them, Feng Panzi, like a bulldozer, his tongue sweeping away everything in its path. He yelled, "You can't escape." The scene shifted to Su Shen, still motionless in a corner, immersed in his mental world. Inside that space, Xiao Min sighed. Finally, it has stopped. After dozens of mental battles with her inside the cocoon, Su Shen coldly said, "I need to go out to take care of some things. It's best if you stay honest until I return. As for what happened between us earlier, we'll talk when I get back." Seeing his cold demeanor, Xiao Min, with a dreamy gaze, responded, "Whatever, just come back soon. I'll help you a bit, but that bastard of yours needs to take responsibility for what happened." Back at the Sanctuary of Divine Light, the sound of cannon fire roared as the human army, controlling tanks, charged forward to fight. A commanding voice rang out, "Everyone, make sure to maintain coordination between the infantry and the tanks. Attack the trash with more force." The manipulator tribe, the psychics, led the charge at a speed that left the gluttonous ogres stunned. On the other side, Bai Shang piloted the drone to assist Yan Yan. The drones dove straight into the enemy, exploding and causing the gluttonous ogres to deform, screaming in agony. Suddenly, Yan Yan tore out a large power pole, using it as a weapon to impale any gluttonous ogre in her path, turning them into skewered meat without hesitation. Du and Nia gave a thumbs up, shouting loudly, "Yan Yan, well done!" And anyone watching who hasn't liked it yet, hit that like button quickly. But because she was too focused, she didn't notice a tank being flung toward her. A massive explosion rang out, debris flying everywhere. Bai Shang was buried under the rubble, his life and death uncertain. Seeing this, Yan Yan screamed in horror, "Bai Shang!" A voice echoed, "No, we can't hold on any longer." The offensive from the manipulator tribe was too strong. Countless lives were lost at their hands. Heavy tanks were overturned, the defensive wall collapsed, and everyone panicked, retreating quickly. Seeing the situation worsen, Yan Yan's eyes filled with determination as she cursed loudly, "These damn beasts from the manipulator tribe. Zhang Jianshu, get ready, give the order, we're charging in soon, I need to find a girl first. Everyone, charge!" The gluttonous ogres cheered, preparing to feast, aiming at the beautiful human women. But suddenly, a giant foot descended. Yan Yan stomped hard, turning the gluttonous ogres into a mass of red pulp in the blink of an eye. Zhang Jianshu, astonished, cursed loudly, "You bitch!" He rushed at her like a beast, quickly climbing up her arm, shouting, "You've ruined my plans time and time again. I'm going to teach you a lesson." He jumped to the higher ground. Facing Yan Yan's wrath, she swung her hand, grabbing him, her sharp claws digging in, causing the ground to crack. But Zhang Jianshu managed to dodge, quickly crawling up her arm, delivering a powerful punch to her face. The sound of the impact echoed, and she crashed to the ground. Bai Shang struggled to crawl out from the debris, disregarding the blood on his head, shouting loudly, "Yan Yan!" Zhang Jianshu landed with a flourish, declaring smugly, "Now no one can stop me. I am invincible." But a surge of immense power, accompanied by a terrifying aura, surged toward Yan Yan. Her eyes glowed brightly as she stood up, her body transforming, growing taller as if reaching the sky. She roared, "This is the base that Su Shen painstakingly built. I must protect this place well before he returns. Anyone who tries to destroy it must die." Zhang Jianshu was struck with shock and fear. "What the hell is this?" From a vantage point high above, Yan Yan let out a chilling threat. "You damned insects, all of you, die!" Her eyes brimmed with murderous intent as she gazed down at Zhang Jianshu, small and insignificant like an ant. Her body now loomed colossal, tearing through the clouds. She clenched her fist, ready to unleash a devastating blow. Down below, Zhang Jianshu's face twisted in panic, barely able to comprehend what was happening. He shouted frantically, "Don't you wait! What the hell are you trying to do?" Yan Yan gave no reply. She swung her fist downward. The strike carried overwhelming might, forcing Zhang Jianshu to strain with everything he had to resist. Yet within mere seconds, the crushing pressure drove him flat into the ground, splitting the earth apart. Terrified, he gasped. "What? Just the force of a single punch. And I can't even move." He activated his innate power, screaming wildly like a madman. He thought his roar could boost his momentum, summon back his courage, but reality was merciless. Yan Yan's fist slammed down, pinning him so hard he nearly bit his tongue. The blow was so powerful that nearby buildings crumbled, collapsing floor by floor. The shockwave generated a violent gust, forcing everyone at the sanctuary of divine light to shield themselves, lest they be blown hundreds of meters away. Every face was struck with disbelief, their expressions etched with raw astonishment. One person exclaimed, "General, is this still the Yan Yan I know?" Another person added, "So powerful. With her here, the base is saved." Old Gao, with a serious expression, observed Yan Yan from afar and said, "I'm afraid things aren't as simple as they seem." At that moment, Yan Yan resembled a fierce beast, roaring loudly, displaying a terrifying strength. The roar shook the heavens and earth, and the generals hurriedly covered their ears, fearing they would go deaf from the deafening sound. One of them shouted, "Quick, cover your ears or you'll be left guessing the words from the shapes." But looking at Yan Yan, they noticed something strange. A red aura of murderous intent radiated from her, Old Gao was shocked. What's happening to her? Yan Yan seems to have lost control. He ordered, the special abilities team, immediately find Su Shen. Only he can save Yan Yan. A beautiful woman spoke up. Leave it to me, I'm the only speed-type ability user. She immediately dashed off as fast as the wind, determined to find Su Shen before both friend and foe were wiped out. The scene shifted to the hospital, where Su Shen slowly walked along a path filled with ruins, stretching his limbs. The manipulator tribe around him had nearly been wiped out. Suddenly, he realized that Xiao Min had followed him into the real world. Surprised, he let out an exclamation and asked in confusion, "Why are you out here?" The girl immediately responded, "Maybe it's because after the recent incident, I discovered I can freely enter and exit your body." She pointed ahead. "Hey, following this trail, we can catch up to that fat guy." "Right." Su Shen spoke indifferently. "I can manage on my own. Don't get in my way." Xiao Min, feeling disregarded, frowned. "Hey, I'm here to help you. Don't be ungrateful." Su Shen waved his hand dismissively. "It's enough that you're not causing trouble. Go back and wait for me obediently." But Xiao Min wasn't one to listen easily. She happily threw her arm around him, her hair stretching out for meters, sticking to the wall. She said, "Well then, let me show you what I'm capable of." He felt uneasy. What is she planning to do? Xiao Min pulled with force and soared through the air. Laughing loudly, "I'll wrap my hair around the roof and swing across like Spider-Man." The situation unfolded too suddenly. Su Shen was startled. "What? Don't make a mess." But the faster you go, the more exhilarating it is. Su Shen, helpless, could only shout, "You crazy woman." She grinned. "See, isn't this much faster?" Su Shen was taken aback. "Is this really possible? Your imagination is so wild." But Xiao Min expression suddenly froze as she pointed. "Hey, what's that over there?" Su Shen followed her gaze, his eyes also wide with surprise. A massive figure. It could only be Yan Yan. Xiao Min recognized her and said, "Oh, it's her. But what's she doing over there?" Su Shen responded, "It seems like something's going on over there. If not, Yan Yan's abilities wouldn't be spiraling out of control like that. At this rate, she'll end up self-destructing soon." She was worried. Self-destruct? Hemph, that's not a good solution. The situation was growing tense. Below, Duan Nia and Lu Xiaofeng were facing off against Feng Panzi, a 1-on-3 battle. Lu Xiaofeng combined his strength with Wang Jin's, shouting, "This is all the power I've taken, and now I'll finish you off." Xiao Min commented, "This young man hasn't fully mastered his abilities yet, and with a first-tier mutated cat, neither of them are a match for that second-tier brat." Despite the damage they caused, their attacks only angered Feng Panzi. He swung his tongue, suppressing both Lu Xiaofeng and Wang Jin. He snarled, his gaze terrifying. "Woman is my pain. I'm starving, and I'll make you pure again, just like before." The tongue struck toward Duan Nia's clothes to shreds. With the strength of a second-tier manipulator tribe, even Su Shen would find it hard to win swiftly. Now, Su Shen faced a difficult choice: to save Yan Yan, who was at risk of self-detonating at any moment, or to rescue Duan Nia, who was facing a deadly blow from Feng Panzi. Just as his tongue was about to make contact with Duan Nia, a lock of Xiao Min's hair flew toward him, tightly wrapping around the filthy tongue. "You're shocked," she said. "What? You can control my power." Su Shen entered a combat-ready state and shot forward, prepared to tear Feng Panzi apart. With a face stern and full of resolve, he spoke in a low, yet somewhat proud voice. "Children make choices, but I take everything." Xiao Min, hearing the arrogance in his voice, couldn't help but respond excitedly. "Suit yourself. However, I only exist in your consciousness. No one else will be able to see me. From here on, it's up to your own skill." Su Shen landed with the fierce intensity of a blazing inferno, his presence as formidable as an undefeated war god. Seeing her lover come to her rescue, Duan Nia sighed in relief, her eyes lighting up as she joyfully exclaimed, "Su Shen, this is great. I knew you'd be fine." But at that moment, Su Shen's face darkened, his eyes sharp and cold as blades, staring fixedly at Feng Panzi. The man was slowly advancing, his posture arrogant, as though he wished to swallow everything in his path. Feng Panzi roared, his tone full of arrogance. "What the hell do you think you're doing? You little punk! You dare to interfere with my business. If you don't move out of the way right now, I'll just crush you along with it. But Su Shen paid no attention to the provocation. His gaze swept over, focusing on the new surge of power churning within his body. He silently thought to himself, looks like I can really tap into this ability. With a smile as dangerous as a sharp blade, he declared, then let me use you as a test subject. Immediately, a surge of sinister energy erupted, wrapping around Su Shen like dark serpents. They shot towards Feng Panzi, binding his entire body, from his muscular arms to the filthy tongue that had spoken such arrogant words, now pierced through like meat on a skewer. The black tendrils tightened and gripped his body, extending like a dark spider's web, slowly lifting him off the ground, suspending him in midair. Despite still trying to act tough, Feng Panzi screamed, "Ha ha, even your punches can't hurt me, let alone these little tricks of yours." But those words didn't last long. The black tendrils began to tighten like cold steel ropes, strangling their prey. Feng Panzi, panicked, screamed, wait a minute, you little brat. Let me go. What do you actually want from me?" Looking back from a distance, he was like a piece of pork belly hanging on a rack, ready to be thrown into a pot of boiling water. The initial arrogance had vanished, leaving only the sound of desperate wailing. Su Shen shoved his hands into his pockets, standing tall like a general on the battlefield, and coldly replied, "I'm planning to tear you apart into little pieces. Outside, they sell shredded chicken, but I'm about to make shredded pork tongue to see if you can recover from this." He clenched his hand tightly, the dark energy immediately tightening around Feng Panzi, who shrieked in agony. In just a few seconds, a deafening explosion shook the heavens, and the entire building collapsed. Feng Panzi was reduced to nothing but pieces of rotten meat, officially leaving the stage. Standing nearby, Yaju's eyes widened in shock, his mouth forming an O shape, silently thinking, Su Shen has grown stronger again. I need to work harder to catch up with his pace. Su Shen turned to him, his voice firm. You must quickly return to the sanctuary of divine light. Huang Jin and Xiao Feng are in your hands now. Nan nodded obediently. Got it. Looking back, both of them were heavily injured. Xiao Feng spoke, his voice weak but still strong. Su Shen, don't worry. We're fine. In another corner, the city girl was speeding, searching through every nook and cranny to find Su Shen. Exhausted and panting, she leaned against a pillow and muttered, I'm completely drained. If this keeps up, I won't make it in time. Suddenly, she froze, sensing a surge of energy rushing toward her. Turning around, she saw Su Shen speeding like an arrow straight at her. There was a loud collision, and she was tossed and spun in the air, crying out in pain. What's his rush? Watching Su Shen grow farther away, she shouted. Su Shen! Wait! Su Shen heard the call but didn't stop. His mind was set solely on the sanctuary of divine light. Xiao Min worried, spoke up. Do you really want to go there? If we make the wrong choice, we'll all end up there. Su Shen replied, his voice full of determination. If they're mine, I can't just let them go easily. Besides, I've fought too hard to build this base. Xiao Min looked at him, her eyes shining with admiration for his loyalty and righteousness. Her cheeks faintly flushed. She added, I'm afraid your Yan Yan won't be able to hold out much longer. If that's the case, I'll have to use that move. The Space Leap activation. Thanks to his spatial ability, Su Shen's movement speed skyrocketed, and he glided through the buildings like a shadow. Xiao Min was stunned. Huh? What just happened? The younger sister from the street market gaped. Did Su Shen just suddenly, am I seeing things? Can this really be done? Su Shen silently calculated. In the past, his space jump could only cover 3 meters. If used repeatedly 3 times, his body would feel like it was being torn apart. But now, having reached level 2, the distance he just covered was 8 meters. With this thought, Kong Brother turned himself into a solid form, his body as tough as steel, shooting forward like a burning, erratic piece of coal. Xiao Min panicked, screamed. Wait a second, I have a bad feeling about this. What exactly are you trying to do? Su Shen, like a rocket, accelerated faster and faster, shortening the time it took to return to the sanctuary of divine light. He answered, I want to push my limits, using the space jump consecutively. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. The younger sister from the street market, standing next to her, could only stand there, mouth agape. What? Su Shen just disappeared. At the sanctuary of divine light, screams echoed. "Run, you crazy giant!" Yan Yan's body grew larger and larger, smashing through everything in its path. A gluttonous ogre, with glowing eyes, gazed at her gigantic body, laughing loudly. "Haha, this tall woman looks really interesting. I need to climb up and get a better look." Another one shouted in panic. "What the hell is that guy doing? Does he want to die? Is he crazy? He should be running away by now." But that guy seems even more intrigued. "Haha, dying because of a woman is a sweet death. Don't you want to climb up and see what the real thing looks like?" Another one looked toward the darkness between Yan Yan's massive legs and murmured, "I'd never seen that place before." So the whole group scrambled to climb up her tights, shouting excitedly, "Haha, this is perfect for climbing. I feel like I could reach the top easily." Another one yelled, "Damn, he's taking advantage of this opportunity so quickly. I want to see what the real thing looks like in person too." The whole group cheered as they raced to the top of Yan Yan's snow-white mountain, growing more and more excited. "Haha, I can't wait any longer. Let's go together." But just as the gluttonous ogres were about to reach the summit, Yan Yan, with her terrifying strength, lifted an entire skyscraper. The gluttonous ogres continued shouting, "Good, hurry up, attacking from the inside should be easier." Old Gale, below, gave orders, supporting fire to distract the damned manipulator tribe. A single throw brought down a building, not only knocking away the gluttonous ogres but also injuring several people severely. The scene at that moment was truly terrifying. Yan Yan had lost control, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. If this continued, everyone would be in danger. Bai Shang was stunned. "Wait a minute, it seems like something is coming." A flash of green light streaked across the sky. Su Shen had appeared on the battlefield of divine light. Yan Yan was shocked. "That was fast. Seems like it's Su Shen." Old Gao added, "He's finally back." Xiao Min are worried, said Yan Yan is getting stronger and stronger. "If this continues, I'm afraid Yan Yan will explode." Su Shen's voice was filled with concern. "We need to wake her up before things go beyond our control." At this moment, four gazes met in the tense air. Yan Yan sensed the presence of the stranger and immediately turned, her eyes blazing with fiery hatred. With a powerful motion like thunder, she knocked over the nearby satellite column. Su Shen was as quick as lightning, dodging the strike, but even he couldn't hide his astonishment. She's completely lost her consciousness. Su Shen immediately leaped onto Yan Yan's massive arm, moving swiftly like a hunting leopard. But with Yan Yan's immense power, a single clap of her hands nearly crushed him, as if swatting a mosquito. Su Shen tumbled to the ground, accidentally landing on her soft, white, captivating pair of legs, only to be violently bounced off by their incredible elasticity. He sighed and muttered, "Looks like I need to deal with this stubborn manipulator tribe first." Su Shen fell freely, facing the swarm of manipulator tribe members that gathered like ants to honey. Xiao Min couldn't help but exclaim, her voice full of astonishment, "Yan Yan, where did you buy these fishnet stockings? They're of such high quality. Can they really stretch out like that?" Su Shen answered, his tone calm, "But I sigh. Must be the effect of Yan Yan's abilities." Without hesitation, he activated his new power. Streams of dark energy erupted, shooting out like black arrows aimed directly at the gluttonous ogre. One unsuspecting gluttonous ogre, laughing with glee, shouted, "Ha! Now no one can stop me from entering that sacred area." He was about to charge toward the beast when a strand of dark energy coiled tightly around his neck, tightening like a noose. Su Shen appeared, radiating an aura of overwhelming power, his eyes as cold as ice, his presence exuding authority. "There are places that only I can touch. Who dares to come near? Your fate is sealed." The gluttonous ogre, bound and struggling, howled, "What do you want to do? Let me go!" But Su Shen only smirked, lifting his throat, suspending him in midair. He gradually suffocated from the lack of oxygen, his eyes bulging. Not just one. Any gluttonous ogre that dared to climb onto Yan Yan would be hanged by Su Shen, slowly dying in despair. On the other side, curses erupted like roaring waves. One of them yelled at his sister, San Mao, "You are the most wicked woman I've ever met. We were all once human, but you forced us to become like this." He lunged forward, ripping off her cloak. San Mao, both surprised and furious, gripped her staff tightly and shouted, "You bastards, how dare you!" With a swift strike, she plunged the staff into the man's eye, blinding him and making him scream in agony. "Damn it, you all can die. Damn the filthy woman, daring to attack us." San Mao showed no fear, coldly sneering. "Enjoy yourselves while you can, because it won't be for long." She stepped back, leaping freely to the ground below, shouting, "This is my gift to you." The staff struck the earth with tremendous force, like a giant tree root. The gluttonous ogres were terrified and wanted to flee, but it was too late. A new mutated creature, vicious like a beast from the depths of hell, appeared, crushing every enemy in sight, leaving no one behind. The creature charged straight towards Yan Yan, intending to attack her. A gluttonous ogre, lucky enough to survive, laughed loudly. "Haha, I'm the first to arrive, but I'm not in the center yet." At that moment, Yan Yan lifted her leg, and a loud, anguished scream echoed as the gluttonous ogres clinging to her were flung off. Those who were quick enough held on, while the slower ones fell, their bodies crushed like insects underfoot. One of them shouted, "Be careful, this woman is raising her leg." With terrifying strength, Yan Yan delivered a crushing kick that shattered the mutated beast's skull. Her face lit up with excitement, growing more and more intense with each stomp, as if she was grinding everything beneath her feet into oblivion. A few gluttonous ogres still tried to hold on, dreaming of reaching the treasure. One of them laughed. "Haha, luckily I was quick-witted enough to escape death." But he was immediately struck with terror as he saw Su Shen rush forward, sweeping through the gluttonous ogres like a storm, each one torn apart by him, decisive and ruthless. After dealing with the gluttonous ogres, Su Shen jumped high into the air. Yan Yan watched him, her gaze blank, as if she were staring at an unfamiliar creature. Old Gao cheered, "Fantastic! The manipulator tribe has been completely wiped out, but the battle is not over yet." Bai Shang was worried. But Su Shen, how is he going to wake Yan Yan up? At this moment, Su Shen was suspended in midair, his gaze fixed firmly on Yan Yan, hoping that this confrontation would awaken her consciousness and help her regain control of her body. But Yan Yan seemed to be driven by some wild instinct, her hands intertwined as if she wanted to embrace Su Shen in a dangerously affectionate manner. However, that was just a guess. Suddenly, Su Shen's eyes flashed with caution as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from her. Yan Yan, her face filled with terrifying excitement, tightly clasped her hands together and raised them, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Su Shen's head. Old Gao and Bai Shang were horrified, both shouting in unison, "Su Shen, be careful." It was dangerous. Yan Yan's strike was coming fast, just inches away from him. In that split second, with his life hanging by a thread, Su Shen activated his space jump and narrowly avoided the attack. Yan Yan, not recognizing her lover, continued to throw punches with such force that they blew away half the buildings around them. After the strike, she looked around in confusion, as if she had just hit thin air and no longer saw her target. Old Gao's eyes widened. Did he actually dodge that deadly blow? Bai Shang continued, "But where did Su Shen go?" At this moment, in a soft, pure white, and completely enclosed space, Su Shen couldn't help but blush, not expecting to find himself in such a situation. Xiao Min spoke up, her voice tinged with suspicion. "Oh, a direct confrontation really doesn't seem quite right. But, Su Shen, where are you hiding?" A voice echoed from the crevice in the massive body of Yan Yan. Su Shen, his tone booming like thunder, shouted loudly, "Shut up already." Yan Yan heard the sound near her but couldn't see anyone. Her eyes frantically scanned the surroundings, searching in confusion. Suddenly, a crack appeared on her body, causing Xiao Min to be startled and urgently call out, "Su Shen, look, why is this?" It seemed as though Yan Yan's body had reached its limit, unable to expand any further. Su Shen felt a wave of unease surge within him and immediately activated his spatial jump, escaping in the blink of an eye. The sight before him left him stunned. Yan Yan had reached her breaking point, her eyes blazing like headlights, roaring like thunder. Cracks appeared all over her body, like dry earth splitting open, revealing a terrifying surge of power leaking out. Old Gao and Bai Shang were both taken aback, simultaneously exclaiming, "What is happening? Couldn't it be?" Su Shen realized that Yan Yan's body couldn't take any more. Her eyes were shining brightly. The gentle demeanor she usually had was now replaced by a roar like a wild beast, akin to a Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball on the verge of exploding. But as she transformed into this state, she feared she might vanish. Deep within her soul, Yan Yan sank into a cold memory, too cold. Each time she opened her eyes, all she saw was endless darkness. How many times had she woken up in despair, lying on that cold operating table, the needles piercing deep into her skin, the pain unbearable. In this apocalyptic world, she was nothing but a guinea pig in someone else's lab. If there were any gods, please help me. I am willing to give everything in exchange for a chance at freedom. Just as she closed her eyes, ready to surrender to fate, a familiar voice called out, Yan Yan, causing her to open her eyes wide in astonishment, wondering, are there gods? It was Su Shen. After countless failed attempts, he decided to use his ultimate move, jumping straight into her massive backside, and yelled, haven't you forgotten yet? I don't need useless people around me. Su Shen's 5 fingers spread wide, activating his special ability as he shouted, wake up right now. A thunderous noise rang out, and Su Shen struck with full force at Yan Yan's behind. She screamed in pain, as if calling out, Mom, help me. The cry was so real that it jolted her awake. Bai Shang witnessed the somewhat sensual scene, blushing and muttering to himself. At this moment, Su Shen was still there. Yan Yan, in intense pain, but also incredibly excited, felt the wave of familiar memories rush back. She recalled the first time she met Su Shen, when he was like a beam of light, chasing away the darkness in her heart. His kindness and thoughtfulness at the B restaurant, and their fateful reunion during the apocalypse, had freed her from despair. The moments she spent with him, even when tortured, were deeply etched in her mind. The simple happiness she found with Su Shen, even during the end of the world, was something she could never forget. But the situation had become dire. Su Shen realized that everything was nearly beyond saving. A blinding light spread throughout the area, signaling that Yan Yan was about to self-destruct. Her roar reached its peak, followed by a devastating, almost dreamlike explosion. Golden beams of light shimmered across the sky. Old Gao struggled to speak, "Is it over?" But as the dust cleared, Su Shen and Yan Yan were gone. Looking up at the brilliantly golden sky, everyone was stunned. No one remained at the scene but them. Bai Shang collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Could it be that Su Shen and Yan Yan, she just saved me and I didn't even get to say thank you? Suddenly, old Gao shouted, "Look! Over there, in the sky!" Su Shen still tightly held Yan Yan, the traces of his ability lingering on him. But Yan Yan's body was covered in cracks. Old Gao anxiously said, Yan Yan is seriously injured. Hurry and take her to the hospital. Suddenly, a figure rushed down from the sky. Duan Nia and Wang Jin appeared. Duan Nia spoke up, "Leave it to me. I'll take her back to the base." Old Gao exclaimed in surprise, "This girl has really grown up." Su Shen called out, "Duan Nia, I trust you know how to save Yan Yan. I'm leaving this task to you." At the base, Su Shen carried Yan Yan into the bathtub as directed by Duan Nia. The older brother, seeing this, asked curiously, "Oh, is there something in the water?" Duan Nia, changing her clothes, explained, "Normal surgery won't be effective for this type of injury. I've added evolutionary recovery medicine to the water." Su Shen checked but didn't see the injury healing. Confused, he asked, "Healing? I don't see anything happening." Duan Nia was astonished. "Impossible. I've improved this medicine many times." Su Shen pondered. Could it be that this type of wound requires ability energy to heal? Duan Nia nodded. "That makes sense. But what should we do?" Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Ah!" When Su Shen leaned down to kiss the crack on Yan Yan's forehead, in just a few seconds, the crack disappeared. Su Shen was stunned. "It's a success." Duan Nia blushed and quickly turned away. "Well, that's great. As for the remaining wounds, I'll leave them to you." Su Shen carried Yan Yan, staring blankly at her body, covered in cracks, silently thinking, there are too many spots to kiss. Outside, a voice called out, "Su Shen, quickly come see what I've brought back." Duan Nia stepped out to respond, standing in for her lover. Su Shen was helping Yan Yan with her injuries. Bai Shang was astonished. Is he also hurt by her? Xiao Feng laughed. Then later, have him heal me a bit too. Duan smiled awkwardly. Ah, that's not really suitable. She changed the subject. Let's talk about this stone. What should we do with it? Xiao Feng explained. Do you remember the leader of the manipulator tribe, the one with the loud mouth? This is the crystal core I found in his ruins. It emits a strange light. It must be a crystal core. Duan was astonished. What? A crystal core? Xiao Feng nodded. That's right. With a crystal core this size, only Su Shen can handle the abilities within it. Duan blushed as she looked at the massive crystal core, filled with worry. She clearly understood Su Shen's brutality when influenced by a crystal core. Back then, with Yan Yan around, she could barely tolerate it, but now it was only her. Bai Shang hesitated. Do you need my help with anything? Duan hesitated for a moment, her eyes examining Bai Shang's shy demeanor, silently wondering if she might. Seeing Bai Shang's bashful expression and her alluring figure, Duan turned to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, Bai Shang, and I need to talk. You can go ahead and leave, she said. She quickly pushed Xiao Feng out of the room, leaving him confused and still hoping for Su Shen's treatment. The door slammed shut, and Duan pressed herself against it, thinking to herself, though she didn't want to, Su Shen would only continue to grow stronger, and she couldn't let him face this power alone. Bai Shang was still in the room, stunned by Duan actions, repeatedly asking, Duan is something going on? Duan approached her, her sharp gaze as if piercing through her soul, and whispered softly, I need you to confirm something. You like Su Shen, don't you? The question struck like a knife to Bai Shang's heart, causing her to freeze. Her face momentarily flustered, and her eyes widened in shock. In the private room, where Yan Yan was recovering, Duan gently adjusted her leg while speaking to Su Shen. Luckily, with your help, Yan Yan's wound is almost completely healed. I'll take care of the rest for her. She paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, Xiao Feng didn't bring back a spirit core. Su Shen frowned in surprise. A spirit core. Duan still focused on her work, nodded in confirmation. Yeah, it's in the living room. You should go check it out. Su Shen paid no attention to the strange expression that briefly appeared on Duan face, simply nodding. All right, I'll leave Yan Yan to you then. He pushed the door open, stepped out, and suddenly froze in place in front of the object. Upon closer inspection, he murmured, This is a black stone. Could they have mistaken it for a spirit core? The massive black stone emitted a strange glow, resembling a mysterious, shimmering black star. Su Shen gently touched it, feeling its unusual hardness. Thinking to himself, no wonder they got confused. Even I, in my previous life, only heard of black stones, never actually saw one. After the apocalypse struck, countless bizarre things appeared, and black stones were among them. Su Shen threw a powerful punch at the stone, and a loud crash echoed. But the black stone remained unmoved. He nodded to himself, muttering, just as the legends say, it's as hard as diamond. A rare material that only emerges during the apocalypse. He recalled in his previous life how the black stone was associated with Wang Tong, a legendary figure who wielded a black sword forged from the stone and roamed freely. Su Shen stroked his chin and smiled. It seems my luck in this life isn't bad at all. The opportunity that belonged to Wang Tong is now mine. He opened the spatial portal, took the black stone into it, and silently thought to himself, when I find a blacksmith, I'll forge a black sword. A few minutes earlier, in the room, only Duan and Bai Shang remained. After the blunt question about her feelings for Su Shen, Bai Shang shyly asked, Why did you suddenly bring this up with me? Duan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. After Su Shen absorbs the crystal core, he will be cursed by a very powerful spell. If it's not broken, Bai Shang anxiously interrupted. But what if it can't be broken? Duan hesitated, her eyes filled with uncertainty. I'm not sure, but I do know that we absolutely can't let it happen. Moreover, Yan Yan really needs my care right now. Before she could explain further, Bai Shang moved closer, her face serious. Leave the curse matter to me. Duan hurriedly reminded her. Things aren't as simple as you think. Just calm down and let me explain. But Bai Shang, with her resolve for Su Shen, was unwavering. It's fine. Whatever you need me to do, I'll handle it, don't worry. Duan sighed and explained everything in detail, from beginning to end. In the rush, Bai Shang was handed an odd cosplay outfit. She stepped out, pulling the hem of the dress down while silently regretting. Why did I make such a hasty decision? Why do I have to wear this weird outfit? Do I still have to say such weird things? Thinking about breaking the curse for Su Shen, Bai Shang worried whether Duan Neo was deceiving her. Bai Shang stepped out, not seeing the black stone anywhere, feeling a bit uneasy. But since Su Shen's fate was tied to the base's safety, she told herself that she needed to confirm the curse situation first. Had he absorbed the core yet, there was nothing left but to adapt to the situation. She held the tray of wine, hesitated, and walked towards Su Shen. Girl, Su Shen, lost in thought, suddenly turned around. His gaze swept over Bai Shang's maid outfit, and for a moment, he froze. She repeated girl but couldn't utter another word. In her maid dress, Bai Shang trembled, trying to lower her head, murmuring, Master. Su Shen stood frozen, his mind overwhelmed with questions. Master? He muttered. Hem. Inside the room, Duan Naya was taking care of Yan Yan, while also feeling anxious. Bai Shang is okay, right? The curse seemed like the most reasonable explanation she could think of. She had prepared well for her, but how long would she last? Thinking about helping Su Shen break the curse, Duan Nia's legs shook. She silently promised, once Yan Yan is better, Min will help. Outside the base, the soldiers began cleaning up the aftermath. Some of the young men frowned in exhaustion. After finally driving away the manipulator tribe, they now had to deal with the rotten corpses. Are you saying we can't rest? Captain White Tiger shouted. Stop being so sentimental. If the plague breaks out here, do you know what the consequences will be? A young man panicked. Boss, look over there. The captain was surprised. Look at what? The young man stammered. The bodies of the manipulator tribe. They're gone. The entire team froze. The captain refused to believe it. What? The bodies grew legs and ran away. Other teams reported similar findings, their faces filled with terror at the unprecedented phenomenon. In Su Shen's consciousness space, the female corpse suddenly opened her eyes and muttered, "Ha." She turned her head, sensing a familiar aura, and murmured, "This feeling, it's what I've always been waiting for." She was overjoyed. Finally, it's here. I've been waiting for this moment. But as she tried to sense it more clearly, she clicked her tongue. The distance is too far, can't pinpoint the location. Only way is to rely on Su Shen. At this moment, Bai Shang, in her role as the obedient maid, gently poured wine for Su Shen. He thought to himself, could this be Duan Nia's doing? What is she planning now? Seeing Bai Shang's shy demeanor, he nodded in approval, but also found her bashful expression quite amusing. Bai Shang shyly recited Duan Nia's script, Master, whatever you wish to do with me, I'm at your service. The words almost made Su Shen choke on his wine. Bai Shang was startled. Ah, what's wrong with you? Su Shen coughed violently, hurriedly explaining, it's nothing, just the wine. Before he could finish, Bai Shang took the glass of wine and shook it. Could there be something wrong with the wine? Let me try. She drank the entire glass, leaving Su Shen stunned. Looking at the bottle of wine, he saw the alcohol content was 64%. Bai Shang's cheeks turned bright red as she smacked her lips. It's so spicy. Come to think of it, this is my first time drinking. After the drink, Bai Shang suddenly grew confident, slamming her hand down on the table and knocking everything over like a drunken general. She closed her eyes, shouted loudly, and was full of excitement. Su Shen sighed, already drunk this quickly. Bai Shang gave him a mischievous look and placed her high heels on the chair in front of Su Shen, which surprised him. She smiled, her voice soft and teasing. How could I be drunk? I still want to help you lift the curse. She moved closer, gently stroking Su Shen's face, but he coldly pushed her hand away. Oh, is that so? He said, even though there's no reason to refuse a piece of meat delivered to my mouth. I don't like the feeling of having the roles reversed. He looked at her with a sharp gaze, then let me make it clear, the relationship between us. Bai Shang froze, dazed. The relationship between us. Su Shen activated his supernatural ability, releasing an overwhelming pressure that left her in shock. He growled, that's right, you seem to have forgotten who the master is. The wave of pressure struck Bai Shang's consciousness, almost knocking her off balance. She quickly realized what was happening and obediently knelt, her eyes filled with hesitation. Master, I was wrong. Su Shen bared his teeth, a satisfied smile crossing his face. Very good. Just as he was about to continue, a familiar pressure within the realm of consciousness made him pause. He muttered, "Huh, is this the sensation of a spatial consciousness?" Before he could finish speaking, Su Shen was pulled into his own subconscious space. The moment his feet touched the ground, he sighed, looking frustrated. "I was having fun. Why'd you drag me in here?" As usual, the female corpse suddenly jumped at him, arms outstretched, attempting to hug him. "Su Shen, it's appeared." Finally, it had appeared. Su Shen stood there, bewildered, completely confused. What? What do you mean?" Before he could respond, he was overwhelmed by the female corpse, her body crashing into him like a wave. She was both laughing and crying, her eyes pleading. "Su Shen, you have to help me this time." Su Shen frowned, his expression full of confusion. "What do you mean?" she urged. "Look carefully." The female corpse excitedly shouted right next to his ear. "The body that is suitable for me has appeared." She bounced up and down, as if trying to drag Su Shen along, hoping to enhance her sensing abilities. Reluctantly, he followed her movements, asking, "Is the body you asked me to find last time the one that's appeared?" "It's here, but why drag me into this?" Female corpse's eyes glowed brightly as she shouted, "I can't sense its location, so I need to borrow your strength." Immediately, she formed a cocoon, enveloping both of them in the tight space. Su Shen sighed, feeling trapped like a fish caught in a net. "What do you mean by that? Do you see me as a signal amplifier?" Female corpse smiled mischievously. "Something like that." She swiftly climbed onto Su Shen's body, and threads of the cocoon shot out, binding him like a puppet in a bizarre dance. Su Shen yelled, "Seriously? Wait a minute, is this the method you were talking about?" Female corpse gave a cunning smile and nodded. "Exactly." With that, the cocoon shot upward into the sky before suddenly plummeting back down, crashing violently into the ground. Su Shen felt dazed, while female corpse was lost in ecstasy, her face showing the satisfaction of having completed a masterpiece. "I can sense it now. Let's take our spirits there." Guided by female corpse's mental power, Su Shen gazed toward the strange green light, where an enigmatic woman awaited. Her hair was as fluffy as clouds, and her entire body emitted a strange green aura as she controlled the gathering of zombies. Su Shen muttered, "Is this the corpse tide?" The female corpse nodded. "Yes, it's over there. It's summoning the corpse tide." Su Shen was surprised. "I thought only the corpse king could summon the corpse tide." "Then is that person the physical body of the female corpse king? Is it safe to be this close?" The female corpse smiled. "Don't worry. As long as there are no strong fluctuations, it's safe in this mental state." Before we could finish speaking, a sudden mental shock startled both of us. The female corpse panicked. "What's happening?" Su Shen suddenly remembered Bai Shu in real life. At this moment, Bai Shang was drunk, his body staggering. Seeing Su Shen unmoving, he muttered, "So the forbidden spell really took effect. Master, let me help you dispel the forbidden spell." Without saying more, she jumped onto Su Shen, riding him like a drunken knight. This strong action caused Su Shen's brain to tremble, and both his and the female corpse's spiritual power exploded outward. The female corpse king immediately sensed this, glaring and shouting, "Who's there? Come out!" Su Shen and the female corpse were startled. The female corpse panicked. "Have we been discovered? What is that woman doing?" Bai Shang, like playing with a doll, continued her actions, causing the female corpse king to erupt with power. She shot towards them at a terrifying speed. Both of them shouted in unison, "She's coming! Run, damn it!" But looking at the situation, they both exclaimed, "It's too late now." At that moment, the female corpse king, with a ferocious smile, rushed towards them, her face haunting like a demon's. Su Shen startled awake, gasping for breath, his heart pounding, his head throbbing as if struck by a hammer. He rubbed his temples, wondering, "What's going on? Why does my head hurt so much?" The female corpse's voice echoed, "You just had a bit of your spiritual energy bitten and devoured. With your strength, you'll recover quickly." Su Shen was surprised. "Aren't you affected?" The female corpse turned around, swaying her tattered hips, and replied, "Who says I'm not? I almost got a piece bitten off just now." Su Shen sighed and said, "You saw it yourself. The female corpse king is not easy to deal with. Besides, She controls tens of thousands of corpse tides. The more corpses there are, the stronger she becomes. I can't risk provoking such a terrifying being just to help you, unless you offer something valuable enough for me to take that risk." The female corpse gritted her teeth, understanding his meaning and reluctantly accepted. "If you help me, after we succeed, I will agree to become your servant, obeying your every command as repayment." She knelt on one knee, paying her respects to Su Shen. But Su Shen was not easily persuaded, and he sneered. "Are you joking? Just speaking nonsense. How could I risk my life?" The female corpse was anxious. "Then what must I do for you to believe me?" Su Shen extended his hand, his voice cold. "Unless you give me your soul core." The female corpse was taken aback. "What? Giving you my soul core means handing over my life, doesn't it?" Su Shen turned his face away, indifferent. It was up to her. The choice was hers. The female corpse gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hesitation. But in the end, she made her decision. She spread her hand and offered the soul core. "I understand now. I hope you keep your word." Su Shen took the soul core, a flash of satisfaction in his eyes. "Rest assured, from now on, you're mine, and I'll help you fulfill your wishes." The female corpse lowered her head, reluctantly bowing. "I hope so. If there's nothing else, I will return now." Su Shen frowned. "Hey, is this how a servant behaves? You haven't even addressed me properly, and you already want to leave." The female corpse vanished instantly, leaving Su Shen stunned, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. "Never mind, I've got the soul core now. No need to worry about it anymore." He recalled his past life, when the female corpse king had led the great sweep of Xiangdu, plunging everyone into darkness. If he didn't want a world full of corpses, she had to be dealt with. It seemed that the time had come. As he left, Su Shen held up the soul core. The eerie smile revealed a set of sharp teeth. 2 days later, Su Shen left the sanctuary of divine light. Bai Shang stood watching the carriage gradually disappear, a hint of longing in her heart. Xiao Feng was surprised. "Bai Shen, aren't you going with Su Shen?" She closed her eyes and shook her head. "Why shouldn't I go? There are still many matters at the base that need my attention." In her heart, she told herself, "I am too weak right now to help him, but one day I will catch up to his pace." At the same time, outside the sanctuary of divine light, heavy rain poured down. Duan Nia and Yan Yan were taking shelter at a gas station after a mission. They had started a fire to keep warm. Yan Yan looked at the falling rain and nervously asked, "Sister Duan Nia, even at this time, fires are prohibited at the gas station. Is it safe to do this?" Duan Nia, with a melancholic gaze, answered curtly, "If you're so worried, go outside and face the rain." Yan Yan smiled awkwardly. "Heh, my body has only just recovered. I'm not going outside." She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Sister Duan Nia, where did Su Shen go? The weather makes me a little scared." Duan Nia, as per Su Shen's account, shared the information with Yan Yan right in front of her. He couldn't buy a large quantity of fuel, so he couldn't stockpile enough supplies. That's why Su Shen is now tirelessly searching for any remaining gasoline. Hearing that, Yan Yan was startled, exclaiming in astonishment, "Huh? Then when will he be back? I'm so hungry I feel like I'm going to die." While the two girls were chatting lively, suddenly the sound of quiet footsteps from an uninvited guest approached. This person's arrival made both Yan Yan and Duan Nia instantly feel a sense of alertness. "Ah, who's that?" A small man, trembling from the cold, was covered in patches of ice, walking with shivers, muttering to himself, "It's so cold, I'm freezing." Yan Yan, stunned, asked, "Uncle, why are you covered in ice?" Without hesitation, the man suddenly dashed straight into the blazing fire, his face twisted as if he had lost his mind. "I'm so cold." Duan Nia and Yan Yan were frozen in shock at this bizarre scene, exclaiming in panic, "Is this person crazy? Why is he charging straight into the fire like that? The smoke is too much." But it seemed that the cold on his body, when it came into contact with the fire, produced a thick, toxic smoke, causing both girls to hurriedly cover their noses and cough violently. "This smoke is dangerous. Cover your nose quickly." After a while, several figures appeared, smiling wickedly, their voices dripping with sinister laughter. "Hey, this move from the boss is truly 100 shots, 100 hits. Yet they turned out to be two young girls. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have used this old man to release the poison. A group of unfamiliar people suddenly appeared in front of Duan Nia and Yan Yan. By this point, it seemed both of them had inhaled a large amount of poisonous smoke, their bodies turning limp, drained of all strength. The group approached, looking at the two helpless girls lying on the ground, their figures still attractive, and one of them licked his lips. "Little girls, you've got quite a nice figure. Once I'm done playing with you, I'll sell you to the New World base. I guarantee you'll have a blast over there." At this moment, even though Duan Nia's legs had lost all strength, and she had no power to stand up and run, she still struggled to raise her gun, urgently warning the people in front of her, "Don't come any closer." The leader of the group, who also seemed to have some kind of supernatural ability, showed no fear upon seeing the gun, sneering instead, "A gun? In the face of supernatural powers, what good is that toy?" Without hesitation, Duan Nia pulled the trigger, only to be horrified when she realized the gun didn't fire a single bullet. In panic, she exclaimed, "Has the gun been frozen?" Yan Yan huddled close to Duan Nia, her voice filled with warning as she threatened the group. "I advise you all to leave immediately. If my Su Shen comes back, you better watch out." With a smug look on her face, she grinned broadly. "That man who just went outside, he's already been targeted by someone else. And moreover, he's been targeted by a DCOS woman. He might not even survive the night. The one targeting Su Shen was a lunatic with special abilities, holding a chain in his hand, swiftly searching for him. Little treasure, I'm here." Earlier, she had created a vast, sealed space. After bidding farewell to everyone at the base, Su Shen quickly entered this area on his own to face this new woman. The mad woman didn't know where Su Shen was hiding, but now it was she who had taken the initiative to hunt him down. While dragging the chain along, she called out into the space, "Who's out there? Xiao Gang went in alone into my sealed space. I warn you, that's an extremely dangerous move. But for me, it's actually just perfect." The mad woman puffed out her cheeks, releasing a dense cloud of poisonous fog that engulfed the area ahead, forming a thick mist that filled the room. She then gently took a step forward, smiling wickedly as she sweetly called out to Su Shen, "Little handsome, where are you? Come out here now. This whole place is filled with toxic gas. Just a little inhale into your lungs, and it will make the rigid desire fire, sacrificing body irresistible." As she was walking down a hallway, the crazy woman suddenly spotted a tall shadow in a hidden corner. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Oh, so you're here. Come over to me, let me help you." As she spoke, she struck a provocative pose, with a figure that could only be described as quite a looker, then slowly made her way towards the shadow, extending her hand. But as she drew closer, she was unexpectedly struck with a sharp pain. The shadow was merely a mannequin that Su Shen had set up, cleverly placed in that corner to lure her into the trap. Looking at the weird mannequin in front of her, the crazy woman exclaimed in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" While she was still in confusion, Su Shen silently appeared from behind, his cold voice causing the crazy woman to stare in shock. "Who are you?" The crazy woman, a person with the power to summon fire, who feared neither heaven nor earth, now being toyed with by someone else, turned furious, her face turning purple with rage. She swung her iron chain violently towards Su Shen. "Son of a bitch, you dare to mess with me." But that power seemed nothing more than a joke before Su Shen. With a single hand, he gripped the chain tightly, then slowly reeled her in. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free. After carefully examining the chain, Su Shen calmly asked, "Is this weapon made by a blacksmith?" As he spoke, Su Shen yanked the chain sharply, pulling the mad woman toward him, and then grabbed her cheek tightly, causing her to shift from one surprise to another, her panic growing. With just one hand, Su Shen lifted her up and brought her face close to his, coldly asking, "Tell me, where is this blacksmith?" The mad woman, confused and not understanding what Su Shen was asking, fearfully replied, I don't know what you're talking about." Suddenly, the female corpse appeared in Su Shen's subconscious, turning to him and asking, "Is this blacksmith really that important?" Su Shen clicked his tongue and responded, "The power of the female corpse king is too strong. If we can find the blacksmith, our chances of winning will increase significantly." Hearing this, the female corpse immediately took action. "Then let me infiltrate her consciousness and find the answer." The female corpse's fingers quickly elongated like lightning, stabbing straight into the madwoman's forehead, causing her to turn pale. What are you doing? After embedding herself into the madwoman's subconscious, the female corpse spoke. I've got it. The blacksmith is located in a base called New World. Although the specifics are still unclear, this is what's in her mind. The madman collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Please, don't kill me. I know you've already touched my brain. From now on, as long as you have a thought, my brain will be torn apart into pieces. Su Shen was confused and turned to the female corpse. The female corpse looked just as bewildered and replied, I didn't do anything. But the madman had already knelt down, his back arched toward the sky, begging desperately. I can feel something binding my brain. As long as the master spares my life, I am willing to be the most loyal dog to the master. Su Shen understood the situation and gave a cold smile. Oh, this is quite interesting. Let me see just how you can be such a loyal dog. The scene shifted back to the old gas station, where Duan Nia and Yan Yan were facing a critical situation. Suddenly, it was as though they had been hit by a spell, and their bodies began to heat up strangely. Yan Yan panicked and asked, Sister Duan Nia, what's happening? Why do I feel so hot? Duan Nia also felt the strange heat and nodded in agreement. I feel the same. Could there be something else in the smoke? The young man leading the trio of people heard this and laughed loudly, confirming, of course, it's something that makes people feel good. He turned around and smirked at his two subordinates. Brothers, wait until I finish playing, then it'll be your turn. The two subordinates looked like excited dogs seeing their master. But just at that moment, Duan Nia and Yan Yan suddenly stopped their act. Both stood up, clicking their tongues in apparent boredom. Yeah, Sister Duan Nia guessed it right, there's indeed something like that. Duan Nia waved her hand nonchalantly and replied, What's so hard to guess about that? This action caused the leader to freeze, shocked. Weren't you poisoned? Yan Yan replied seriously. Sorry, your poison doesn't work on people with special abilities. When Yan Yan confirmed that they were both people with special abilities, the group's morale dropped, and they quickly pulled out their gear. What? People with special abilities? Dan, you guys, get the stuff out. The two subordinates immediately drew out two guns that looked like water pistols. They quickly spread out, forming a triangular encirclement to trap the two girls. Number 1 done, number 2 done. Yan Yan looked at the toys in their hands, feeling a sense of familiarity, and exclaimed, Oh, water guns! The boss's face lit up with excitement as he bared his teeth, confirming that these were high-pressure water guns. With these and my special abilities, I can attack you from all 3 directions. He spoke as he raised his hand, enveloping his body in a cold aura, then shouted loudly, Spit everywhere! Fire away, you guys! As ordered, the two subordinates immediately pulled the trigger. With the boss's special ability, the columns of water quickly transformed into sharp, ice-cold arrows, speeding away at a breathtaking pace. But as fast as they were, they didn't strike Duan Nia or Yan Yan. Instead, they unexpectedly pierced straight into the boss's chest, causing him to cry out in panic. The boss possessed the ability to turn water into ice, but he couldn't turn ice back into water. He could only watch helplessly as 2 ice arrows were embedded in his chest, then grimaced and asked his subordinates, What the hell are you two idiots doing? But when he looked forward, he was horrified to realize that Duan Nia had completely controlled his 2 subordinates, using them as human shields. Damn it, these useless idiots have been controlled by that woman. The boss muttered bitterly, clutching his chest and retreating. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. He recognized them as belonging to his teammate and hurriedly called out, Mr. Duji, that's great, you're back. He joyfully pointed towards Duan Nia and Yan Yan. It seems your man is dead now. But his joy didn't last long. The game has only just begun to turn. Duji stepped forward, gritting his teeth, and delivered a crushing blow that dislocated the jaw of his subordinate. The man was stunned, filled with frustration, and turned back in confusion. Mr. Duji, the subordinate began, but Duji coldly advanced, looking at him with a sharp, icy gaze, and growled, Shut your filthy mouth right now. The man climbed up, holding his face in silent indignation. Duji turned abruptly, leaving his subordinate sprawled on the ground, then approached Su Shen, bowing deeply in respect. "Master, this man just insulted your people. May I ask how you wish to handle this?" The subordinate, witnessing his leader's sudden shift in attitude, broke out in a cold sweat, each word searing into his mind. He looked towards Su Shen, who was gently patting Du Jie's head. Su Shen stepped closer, caressing Du Jie's head, and smiled coldly. "Indeed, a good little dog. This person is in your hands now. Deal with him however you see fit." Quick as lightning, 3 of Du Jie's men rushed to carry several cans of gasoline outside. Du Jie shot a cold glance at them. "Warning, move all these cans outside. I want to gift them to our master." The 3 of them quickly worked in silence, not daring to complain. But in a secluded corner, the bald man grimaced and whispered, "Boss, Du Jie is now someone else's dog, but we can't be like that." The boss's face was filled with veins, and he wiped the sweat off, nodding in agreement. "That's right." Summoning all his courage, he stepped forward and shouted at Du Jie. "Du Jie, this gasoline is something we struggled to get. How could you just give it away?" Du Jie briefly glanced at Su Shen, her eyes filled with fear, before turning back and slashing the whip towards the underling, shouting, "Do you want to die?" In a flash, all 3 of the underlings were struck by the whip, pain coursing through them as they turned pale, their eyes wide, whining in agony. Du Wanya and Yan Yan watched with a hint of unease. Su Shen slowly stepped behind Du Jie and reminded her, "Don't kill them just yet." Hearing Su Shen's command, the 3 underlings shouted in frustration, "Damn, that bored-looking guy. Whatever you do, Du Jie, we're with New World. If you let us go, we'll pretend this never happened." But their words fell on deaf ears for Su Shen. He raised his hand and used Xiao Master's abilities, coldly saying, "Xiao Master is the female corpse. Brothers, I'm sorry. I don't have the habit of leaving loose ends." From Su Shen's hands, a surge of power shot forward like tree roots, splitting into 3 directions and embedding straight into the foreheads of the 3 men. Veins bulged across their faces as they stared in horror. Suddenly, the boss's head exploded in front of everyone's astonished gaze, and the other 2 met the same fate. Du Jie, once the leader of the group, turned pale and stammered. Their brains exploded. Su Shen pondered deeply, not expecting it to happen so abruptly. He recalled Xiao Master's words, that there was a parasitic monster called a brainworm inside Du Jieng's head, but it had died, thanks to his poison-related abilities. Du Jie was immune to it. Just now, he had killed the 3 brainworms inside these men, causing their deaths as well. Someone was trying to use the brainworms to control the entire New World. He thought he needed to find a way to make Yan Yan and Duan Ya immune to the brainworms. Turning to the 2 girls, he noticed the mix of worry and fear on their faces. Su Shen called out to Du Jie. She immediately fell to her knees, bent over with her backside in the air, and lowered her head, saying, "Master, please give me your orders." Su Shen opened a spatial portal and asked, "Do you know how to drive?" Du Jie hesitated before answering, Yes, I do." Su Shen pulled out a truck and said, "Good, then you drive." The illusion left Du Jie startled. Where did this truck come from? But she quickly obeyed the order, driving the modified truck straight to the Su Gong base. Du Jie thought to herself, "I'm the small leader of the New World, but now the current of life has turned me into someone else's puppet. Still, as long as I live, I can survive on tree bark or mutated food if I have to." But her frustration boiled over as she saw Su Shen, Yan Yan, and Duanya in the back of the truck having a hot pot feast, raising their glasses in cheers. Du Jie gritted her teeth, saliva dripping from the smell of the hot pot. But where would she even find hot pot? The broth had long since gone bad. The smell is wafting over here. She glanced back, about to take action, but quickly dismissed the thought. Calm down. She couldn't risk her life just for a meal. Food was just a petty thing. Suddenly, a pop sound echoed. The cap of a Coca-Cola bottle opened. Du Jie's ears seemed to amplify it 100-fold, her face turning red. Coca-Cola. They even have Coca-Cola. She stole a glance and gaped in disbelief. Yan Yan walked over, holding out a can of Coke. "You haven't had Coca-Cola in a long time, right?" Du Jie hesitated. "For me." "Really?" She thought to herself. Why the sudden kindness? What does she want? Yan Yan smiled coldly. "Don't worry. Su Shen loves being called master by women. Go ahead, drink it." Du Jie was stunned. Is that really true? Su Shen glanced at Yan Yan, a hint of confusion in her eyes, unsure of what to say. This Yan Yan actually dared to talk behind her back. Hearing this, Duan Nia casually raised her hand to cover her mouth, a subtle smile playing on her lips, her mouth tightly pressed together as if to hold back her amusement. Yan Yan remained calm, speaking slowly to introduce herself. "Oh right, my name is Yan Yan. From now on, we'll be teammates." Duji felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this and replied softly, "Ah, hello." The word teammates made her pause. A doubt suddenly rose in her heart. Teammates? Could it be that she was implying that I was forced into this just like her? Well, it made sense, didn't it? In this apocalyptic age, isn't it only natural for women to rely on men to survive? Moreover, there was no woman strong enough to resist the allure of a hot pot or sweet words. Duji thought to herself, but immediately reminded herself, unfortunately, those sugary treats won't work on me. Sooner or later, I'll... Lost in thought while fiddling with the can of Coca-Cola in her hand, Yan Yan suddenly picked up a fragrant piece of lamb, holding it right in front of Duji's face, smiling brightly as she said, "Lamb's ready. Open your mouth." For a moment, all of Duji's thoughts vanished. The hot pot meat, something she hadn't had the chance to enjoy for a long time, made it impossible for her to hold back. Her face lit up with pure contentment, and she gently parted her lips, letting out a soft ah. But unexpectedly, a stream of poisonous green smoke escaped from her mouth. If this weren't the apocalypse, people would probably call it the stench of breath. Right. Yan Yan frowned slightly, surprised, and exclaimed, "You're still exhaling poisonous gas from your mouth? Is this your special ability?" Duji puffed her cheeks, chewing the meat noisily, slowly savoring the sweet flavor of the hot pot broth, then happily replied, "Yeah, my poison can knock men out or even kill them, and for women, it's like a burning flame of desire within their bodies. But for those with special abilities, the effect is somewhat diminished." Upon hearing this, Su Shen immediately had an idea. "There's a way. If we make use of Duji's special ability, perhaps we can make Duan Nia and Yan Yan immune to the brainworms." While deep in thought, Yan Yan suddenly approached, her gaze dreamy, as if under the influence of that toxic gas. She swayed slightly and looked at Su Shen with an enchanting stare, whispering, "Su Shen, I'm so hot. Can you help me?" Her words startled Duji, who panicked and exclaimed, "Ah, wait, I didn't mean to." Su Shen stepped closer, pulling Yan Yan toward him, his gaze flicking toward Duji as he sternly reminded, "Focus on driving." Duji stood dazed at the scene, stammering as he tried to process it, unsure of how to react. At that moment, Duan Nia stepped out, placing her foot on the dashboard, reclining in the seat, and letting out a long sigh as if surrendering. "Looks like I'll have to make room for the two of them." Duji, upon hearing this, was startled, immediately blurting out, "Huh?" Duan Nia turned and smiled softly, asking, "Oh, by the way, can you tell me about New World?" After savoring a delicious bite of hot pot, Duji's expression softened, her eyes tinged with a mix of frustration and loneliness. She spoke with a slightly hoarse voice, "Is there anything to eat after I tell you? I'm starving to death here." Duan Nia gave a gentle smile and replied, "Of course." Duji gently pressed the gas pedal, driving while asking, "All right, tell me what you want to know." Duan Nia gazed ahead, her eyes distant, slowly asking, "How did you join New World?" Duji flashed a faint smile, responding immediately, "I joined through a beauty contest." Looking up at the desolate towering building, Duji nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the three of them. Indeed, New World might not be vast, but it was the treasure trove of MT's world. It was home to the slave auction and black market, the beauty contest, the arena, and countless other things. Yan Yan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at the towering skyscraper. But then, she suddenly tilted her head, curiosity shining through her expression as she asked, "Why are there so many people standing in front of the gate? What are they doing?" Duji explained in a flat, even tone, "Those are the nameless ones in the eyes of the world. To them, New World is like a brilliant lighthouse in the midst of an apocalyptic storm. Everyone longs to join, but the harsh conditions force many to stand outside and watch in helpless longing." Su Shen, having heard enough of the introduction, spoke decisively, "Let's go. Let's check it out." At that moment, a hand shot up, holding a gleaming ID card. A small old man shouted, his voice piercing the air. There is only one way to join New World. Possessing this card means escaping all dangers and hunger. But to obtain it, you must participate in the challenge and prove you are worthy. The old man pointed toward the registration table for the challenge on the other side, and the crowd began murmuring. A challenge? As expected, no resettlement area will accept the useless, not even New World. The old man shouted again, his voice firm and sharp. There's a limited number. First come, first served. Upon hearing that, the crowd immediately descended into chaos. What? There are still limits. I want to register. Don't even think about competing with me. Damn it, I want to join too. Wait, why can't women participate? Duji spoke up, his voice respectful. Master, the ID card is managed by the City Lord's Guard team. This is beyond my ability. I'm afraid you'll have to go through the challenge first. Yan Yan pouted, clearly annoyed. This is such a hassle. Why not just charge in and find the blacksmith directly? Duji shook his head and responded seriously. Too dangerous. The City Lord's Guard team consists of individuals with special abilities. Duanea interjected, her tone thoughtful. From what Duji said, this blacksmith must be someone secretive and cautious. If he finds out we plan to attack, they'll probably kill him immediately. Su Shen nodded and started walking, speaking calmly. So first, we need to be a bit more humble. I'll go check out what this challenge is about. Duji, responsible for leading them through a different entrance, immediately responded, full of determination. Understood, master. Suddenly, a man pointed at Su Shen, shouting loudly, Hey, newbie, with you we'll have just enough for a full team. The challenge is about to begin. Lately, more and more mutants are gathering at the mountain behind. This challenge requires spider hunting, but I advise you all to stay outside the area. Don't be foolish and venture deep into the mountains. Whoever brings back 5 spider corpses or a spider egg before nightfall will pass the challenge. A loudmouth shouted, questioning. Wait a minute, what do you mean by 5 spiders? 1 is already difficult enough, let alone 5. Moreover, spider eggs are in their nests. Do you want us to crawl into the coffin ourselves? The leader chuckled coldly. If you can't get the eggs, just bring back the spider corpses. If you don't want to, then try crossing that iron net. But I warn you, anyone who goes alone will become a tasty snack for the mutated spiders. Good luck. The loudmouth, swinging a machete, called out to Su Shen. Kiddo, the other teams have already set off. Are you coming with us? Su Shen replied coldly. Are you asking me to do the heavy lifting for you? No need, I'm going alone, and I'll be fine. I heard there's a spider den in the mountains, so I'm heading there. The others sneered, one of them spat on the ground. Such an ungrateful type. The boss grinned maliciously. Let him be. People like that will die out there sooner or later. All we need to do is stand here, wait for the other teams to bring back the prey, then steal it from them. After a while, deep in the forest, Su Shen softly called out, his voice as gentle as if soothing a child. Little spider, where are you? Come out now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a swarm of mutated spiders appeared from all directions, as numerous as a beehive that had just been disturbed. Su Shen muttered, quite a lot of them. He wasn't sure if they had mutated spirit cores, but seeing how ugly they were, he doubted it. Anyway, he was looking for the white bone spirit. He twirled his wrist and muttered, checking how many spirit cores he could gather. In an instant, Su Shen vanished like a shadow. With a single strike, he crushed the head of a mutated spider, the severed head falling neatly into his hand. He sped forward like a whirlwind, sweeping through everything, heading straight for the spider's nest. Titch, not a single spirit core. This was disappointing. But from behind, a gigantic mutated spider with 8 glowing eyes like cameras stared at him menacingly. Meanwhile, the group of sisters was busy with something else. A shout rang out, come join the Rose Beauty Contest. The top 3 will receive a lifetime free ID card. Yan Yan said, curious. A beauty pageant? Not far away, a delivery man was watching. This was the 7th beauty, the runner-up in last week's beauty contest. With just 3 packs of instant noodles, she'd belong to whoever bid the highest tonight. The crowd clamored, 4 packs, 5 packs. Duji sighed. If you don't make it to the top 3, the only way to stay in New World is to become a tool for men. But with 2 beautiful women like you, There should be no problem. The three of them entered the competition area, and Yan Yan shook her head with a sigh. It's truly pitiful for that girl. Dua Nia curiously asked, "Is there a weekly beauty contest here?" Duji replied, her voice even but full of implication. Yes, the winner each week continues to compete for the monthly championship title. But not everyone chooses this path. Some women opt for the arena to survive. In short, New World opens up narrow paths where everyone has to make the most of their value. For most women, obtaining food and safety without risking their lives is more precious than gold. She paused, glanced at the two of them, and continued, "Hurry up and change clothes. I'll wait for you outside." As she closed the door, Duji sighed again, her voice deepening. "You only have this heaven-like life because you're following a master." Suddenly, a rough voice rang out, "Duji, you've brought two goods this time. I saw the two girls outside. Bring them into my room immediately." Hearing that lecherous tone, Duji coldly responded, "City Lord's bodyguard, you have only one eye." He chuckled smugly, his voice full of self-satisfaction. "I have to taste their flavor a bit. If they serve well, I'll grant them 2 ID cards." Duji hesitated, her voice trembling slightly. But, he interrupted, clasping his hands behind his back, striking a posture full of arrogance. "No buts, I say it's done here." He smirked, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "That's right, poisoning them like this is what makes it fun." Duji cursed inwardly. "Damn, if I offend him, the ID cards will never reach me." With no other choice, she quietly opened the door and stepped into the room. A faint, poisonous breath escaped from her mouth, causing the air in the room to grow thick and suffocating. Yan Yan and Dua Nia began to feel their bodies burning, as if they were being scorched by an invisible flame. The two sisters clung to each other, their voices trembling as they questioned, "Why? Why are you poisoning us?" Their bodies reacted more and more violently, shaking so uncontrollably that they could no longer stand, only able to lean on each other, letting out weak cries for help. "Sister Dua Nia, Yan Yan, don't." From outside came the sound of clinking wine glasses, followed by the mocking laughter of two men. The ringleader spoke. "Still, the boss gets things done swiftly. What's important is, every time there's a beautiful woman, he never shares with me." The one-eyed man grinned lecherously like an old goat. "Who said we're blood brothers? Besides, a beauty of this caliber, looking like this, is as rare as a pearl in stone. Maybe 1 in a million." The other man chimed in, his voice full of excitement. "Just mentioning it gets me all worked up. Why haven't those two girls arrived yet? Don't rush it. Duji still needs to poison them first." The door of the room suddenly swung open, and two alluring figures stepped in, like radiant flowers amidst desolation. Seeing the hand-picked beauties, the one-eyed man smirked with delight, his voice dripping with lewdness. "Judging by that expression, looks like the poison is already taking effect. I'm really looking forward to the wonderful time ahead." The subordinate eagerly chimed in, his eyes sparkling. "All absolute gems. The curves are so perfect, I could just drool. Boss, you go first. Respect for your seniority." The one-eyed man gave a quick glance and immediately chose Dua Nia. "Then I'll pick this long-haired beauty." The iron hook was raised near her chin. "This type of girl is exactly what I like." The subordinate, seeing Yan Yan seemingly fall into his arms of her own accord, was delighted. "Boss, this is the first time I've touched such a gem who's so proactive." The one-eyed man laughed loudly. "Of course, it's all thanks to Duji. Once this is done, we'll have to reward her." The two men looked at each other, their eyes shining like the taillights of a car. In unison they laughed. "Now, let's eat and drink, brother." Both were excited, hugging and kissing each other with wet smacks. It felt like a single moment of spring night was worth 1,000 gold. But something seemed off. Suddenly from behind, 3 people, Dua Nia, Yan Yan, and Duji, appeared. The scene before them was completely opposite of what had just occurred. The two brothers were happily engaged with each other, completely lost in their illusion. Dua Nia smiled coldly. "These two beasts are easier to control than I imagined." Duji admired. Her special ability was truly ruthless, causing these two young men to forget their swords. Yan Yan, still affected by the poison, trembled as he questioned, "You poisoned us just for these two? You've made us suffer with that feeling until now." Duji looked innocent, defending herself. Of course not. My master said that my poison could help build resistance against deep brain control. I was worried that if you two got too close to the city lord's guards, you'd fall under deep brain control. Dua Nia absent-mindedly touched her own body and nodded. You did well. To prevent deep brain invasion, we need to maintain this state throughout our time in the New World. But I can handle it, while Yan Yan is about to take matters into his own hands. Yan Yan groaned. What? But that's too difficult. Then we have to quickly get the ID card. Duji asked anxiously. And what about them? Dua Nia replied coldly. They'll take care of each other. If you like, stay and watch. Duji glanced at the two men, listening to their disgusting sounds of intimacy. Oh, darling, you're really strong. She couldn't bear it and quickly ran outside, calling after them. Wait for me! Ignoring the two brothers fighting with their swords. The scene shifted to a forest. One man muttered, the lantern tower looks like that. It's just a trick. We're here for the Spider King's core. But where is the spider's lair? The underlings behind him whispered. Boss, did we get lost? He snapped. Above is the old man, below is the man. What about the rest? Suddenly, the group froze. Hey, why are there so many dead spiders? And each one is headless. One of the underlings exclaimed with a pale voice, Boss, looks like someone got ahead of us. Meanwhile, the sound of fighting echoed loudly. Su Shen fought bravely on his own, dodging every attack from the mutated spiders as if performing a dance. Suddenly, a spider thread shot out from the darkness, attaching firmly to his hand. Su Shen frowned. Careless. From above, a gigantic spider appeared, as large as a chariot, with egg eyes glowing bright like headlights. He exclaimed, I can't believe there's still a spider this big hiding here. It's probably about to reach level 2. But whether it's level 2 or 3, it's still only worth Suvlog giving it a little pressure. On the sidelines, several young men were hiding in the shadows, observing. One of them asked, Who's that guy? Going in alone to charge into a spider's den like that? Another whispered, Boss, that guy doesn't look weak. What should we do now? He grinned maliciously. What should we do? Obviously, we watch the show. A guy like this, who doesn't know his own limits. I just hope to see his body hanging in the web. But Su Shen's face was filled with killing intent. He easily tore apart the sticky thread on his hand, his gaze as sharp as a blade. With a strong yank, the queen spider was left terrified. Su Shen leaped up and threw a punch that landed like a thunderstrike, instantly smashing the queen spider's head. Witnessing this terrifying power, the young men were pale with fear. One of them gasped, Is he a disciple of Saitama? One punch, and the Spider King was dead. The lackeys immediately drew their weapons, their eyes flashing with cunning, preparing to seize the soul crystal. But just after the order was given, the situation suddenly reversed. The boss found himself with a sword pressed to his neck by his own subordinates. His gaze was filled with treachery. All set, boss, they replied in unison. The boss, unfazed, burst into a loud laugh. Ha ha. Very good, very good. Your blades are sharp, you guys didn't follow me for nothing. You've mastered this skill already. The two underlings smirked. Boss, how many times have we used this trick? How could we not be good at it? We've hit the target 100 times. One of them shot a glare at Su Shen and growled. Kid, just wait. I'll show you just how dangerous we are. Meanwhile, Su Shen was still engrossed in admiring the glittering crystal core, completely unaware of the dirty plot brewing behind his back. Ah, found it, the crystal core. Here it is, he murmured, his voice full of satisfaction. Just then, the boss shouted the incantation for his spatial shifting ability. Within seconds, Su Shen was startled as the space around him warped, two cold blades pressed against his neck, while two chains tightened around his waist. The boss, holding the crystal core, laughed gleefully. Heh, finally, the crystal core is mine. What a bargain. Su Shen remained calm, his eyes cold as ice. Shifting positions, huh? Nice ability. And you even prepared chains in advance. It seems you guys have used this trick to trap people more than once, huh? The boss chuckled sinisterly, his voice full of mockery. Ha ha, you're quite the chatterbox for a useless piece of trash, aren't you? Don't even know how to write the word death, huh? Su Shen sneered, his voice low and dangerous. A useless piece of trash, huh? So, do you consider yourself a hunter? Even experienced hunters sometimes get taken down by their prey. The words came out with a sharp edge, causing the boss to shudder. He screamed, "Oh, let's see how you're going to kill me. Go on, kill him." His underlings immediately raised their knives, shouting, "What? You think you can kill us? We're gonna make you die." But just as the sharp blades came down, they suddenly snapped in half as soon as they made contact with Su Shen's body, as if striking a steel wall. The group was left wide-eyed in shock, their spirits almost leaving their bodies, as all the knives shattered. They stared at the broken pieces of metal in their hands, unable to believe their eyes, wondering who on earth this guy was. A few minutes ago, the boss had been arrogant, but now he was drenched in sweat, mumbling, "His skin is as tough as steel. Could he be a second-level ability user?" His underlings gasped in fear and exclaimed, "What? You're second level?" The boss nodded, his voice trembling. There's no doubt about it. He had the thick skin and bones of a second-tier mythical beast. Just then, a loud cracking sound rang out, and the iron chains shattered into pieces. The boss screamed in horror. "Big trouble! The chains are broken! Quickly, split up and run!" The group panicked, running for their lives, muttering, "Damn, how could someone level up so quickly?" Su Shen smiled maliciously, tearing off the last few remaining chains and beginning the hunt. The other's eyes flickered with fear, like prey targeted by a wild beast. "Think you can run? Not so easily." The killing intent radiated from him, filling the air as if it wanted to swallow the entire forest. The boss used every ounce of strength to flee, still shouting, "So what if you're at level 2? Wait until I collect a few more crystal cores. I'll level up to 2 soon enough." But his face twisted in fear as he sensed the killing intent right behind him. Su Shen was like the embodiment of death itself, shouting, "Give me back my crystal cores." His fist shot forward, mere centimeters from the boss's face. The boss knew that if the punch landed, it would be the end of him. With quick thinking, he shouted, "Swap position." In an instant, one of his subordinates, who had been running behind, appeared in his place, confused and not understanding what had just happened. The boss narrowly escaped death, falling to the ground, gasping for air. "Enough. I almost lost my life. But I managed to hold on. I'll remember this day. Sooner or later, I'll repay you." On the other side, the unlucky subordinate's eyes widened, his face twisted with pain. A deep wound opened across his chest, blood pouring out. Su Shen pulled back his hand and said coldly, "Using your comrades as shields?" He gave a faint smile. "In that case, I only need to look for you." His eyes shone with sharp light as his psychic power spread, sweeping across the forest like waves. 4 figures running in different directions became clear before him. The leader gasped for breath, nearly out of strength but too afraid to stop. How did it track me? His heart raced in panic, eyes darting around, unsure which way to run. No time to think, just run. But Su Shen moved like a hunter chasing prey, surging forward. "As long as I follow you, I'll catch them all." The man's eyes widened in fear, seeing Su Shen still closing in. He shouted, "Impossible." His gaze trembled as Su Shen's sharp, blade-like eyes locked onto him. "How is he so fast?" "He found me again." Desperately, he muttered a spell. Shift, change form. At once, another subordinate appeared to take his place. Right at the coffin's closing position, the boss's name managed to escape once again, but sweat poured out, and he could barely breathe. "Damn, how did it find me? I have to get out of here immediately." On the other side, Su Shen casually searched the subordinate, bringing a tragic end to the unfortunate one. The second substitute demon, he snorted lightly, activated his night vision mode, and muttered, "Letting it escape would not be good." Suddenly, he turned around, his eyes lighting up when he saw the familiar figure running towards him. "Oh, walking right into the trap." The boss cursed as he ran. "Damn it, the hell's wrong with this? Every time, I get ambushed from behind. This time, I'll keep an eye on my back to see how you sneak attack me." But before he could finish boasting, he felt something was off. Looking ahead, his eyes bulged in horror. How did you find me?" Su Shen only smiled faintly, his killing intent thick in the air as he spoke. "You wouldn't believe it, but this time, you came looking for me." In front of Su Shen, the boss's face drained of all color as he shakily asked, "You came walking into the trap yourself?" He refused to accept it, shouting, "Damn it, even so, don't think you can kill me." Shape-shifting and casting the spell, But before the incantation was complete, Su Shen threw a light punch, and the boss vanished, literally. He waved his hand to brush off the dust and coldly said, "Too slow." The scene shifted to another location, where Huang Jin crawled out from the backpack, mewing a few times. A voice rang out. "This is the backstage of the beauty contest. This is the backstage of the beauty contest." Duji took the lead, lifting the curtain to signal them to enter. The two were taken aback, and all three of them paused, stunned, and muttered, "Oh." Before them stood not only themselves, but also dozens of other girls. Their gazes were unfriendly, yet they looked ready to devour them whole. Duji couldn't help but say, "Compared to these ugly people, you two would win just by closing your eyes." Yan Yan whispered, "Why do I feel like their gazes are anything but friendly?" Duan Nia cautioned, her voice steady, "Better safe than sorry." Suddenly, a girl stepped forward with an arrogant tone. "Stop right there." Duji glared. "What do you want?" From afar, the sound of high heels echoed, followed by a cold, sharp voice. A woman appeared with a delicate face and a figure as hot as the summer sun, her aura rivaling that of any beauty. She spoke loudly. "I just wanted to see who dares to cause a scene here." Yan Yan was stunned, instantly recognizing her. She was none other than big star Lin Mei Nai. Lin Mei Nai paid no mind, arrogantly continuing, "No one here is qualified to be my competitor in this competition, so get lost." Before anyone could respond, Dua Nia interrupted, her voice thick with a hint of gunpowder. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the famous big star known for sleeping with the director." Hearing the attack, Lin Mei Nai was momentarily surprised. Her tone turned bitter. "Isn't this my best friend?" She was only a blur as she swiftly passed by Duji and Yan Yan, with lightning speed. Her long, slender legs swung up, delivering a lethal kick straight at Duan Nia. But the wife of Su Brother was no ordinary woman. Even though she was still dazed from the poison, Duan Nia only needed to tilt her body slightly to avoid the incoming strike. Lin Mei Nai was relentless, spinning around to kick again. Duan Nia smoothly intercepted the blow, the collision intense. The two old friends were now locked in a fierce battle, neither willing to give way, like two wild beasts fighting to the death. Lin Mei Nai snarled, "I really didn't expect you to still be alive." Duan Nia's face darkened as she coldly replied, "Really sorry to disappoint you." Yan Yan, curious, interjected, "Sister Duan Nia, do you two know each other?" Duji innocently added, "Aren't you best friends?" Duan Nia shouted in frustration, her voice full of indignation. "Have you ever seen a best friend who puts hair removal cream in shampoo, laxatives in water, or stuffs a dead rat in the wardrobe?" Lin Mei Nai shot back bitterly, "You're the one always pretending to be so noble, but wanting to steal all the spotlight. You knew my dream was to become actress, and yet you still fought me for the lead role." Duan Nia replied calmly, "I only went with a friend to the audition. I never intended to be an actress." Lin Mei Nai shouted furiously, "Moreover, didn't you sleep with that director afterward?" "Shut up, it's all your fault, you vixen. Otherwise, why would I have needed to sleep with that old man?" Duan Nia burst out laughing, adding mockingly, "Ha, so being beautiful is my fault too, huh?" Yan Yan whispered, "This is the first time I've seen Sister Duan Nia like this." Lin Mei Mi snapped, her eyes sharp as blades. "You still think you're in the right? I'm a famous star now, known in every household. Tell me, is there any man who isn't enchanted by me?" Duan Nia retorted with a sneer, "But now it's the new world, who even recognizes you anymore. All I see is our Miss Lin here loves to provoke. Then let's see who's truly more alluring." Duan Nia showed not a trace of fear, ready to confront her. With just a glance, it was already clear who the real champion was. At that moment, the host's excited voice rang out, "Dear audience, thank you for your patience. The New World Beauty Contest is about to begin." The crowd erupted in cheers, applause thundering like storm. "It's starting soon. How thrilling. This is the kind of life worth dreaming of. Didn't we risk our lives for the city lord just for a moment like this? I've been starving and scraping by for a month just to bring home a beauty tonight." The host continued, "In addition, today's champion will be personally welcomed by his city lord." Hearing this, everyone looked up at the glowing red window in shock, exclaiming in surprise, "What? His city lord is coming too?" On the other side, Duan Nia whispered, so we can actually meet the city lord. No wonder all the women want to win the championship. Yan Yan nodded in agreement. If we ask the city lord to help find a blacksmith, it'll definitely be done quickly. Dua Nia nodded, her voice firm. Therefore, she must not win the championship. Yan Yan, still grimacing from the poison, muttered weakly, "We still need to ask Su Shen to detoxify me. It's unbearable." Meanwhile, Lin Mei Ni's gaze was venomous. "This competition, from the host to the judges, has all been bribed by me. You think you can challenge me with such a group, but to prevent you from escaping, the rewards for my subordinates will not be lacking." Next, the judges appeared. One of them, sitting in the middle, spoke up. "Why aren't you two sitting down?" The two young men, brothers with sharp features, spoke in unison. "We don't know why, but after waking up, our backs hurt so much that we can't sit." "That's right. If Nu Wen Xiao hadn't woken us up, we would have missed the competition." Nu Wen Xiao, who had just been mentioned, merely smiled and said, "It's just what I should do." He thought to himself, "Before this, I only knew that these two brothers were lecherous. When I found them, both were stark naked, dueling with swords, and it would be strange if their butts didn't hurt. It seems I've uncovered some earth-shattering secret. I wonder if I'll be silenced to keep it quiet." The host shouted loudly, "Let's see who will claim the championship and step into the elite class of the new world. Come on out now." Cheers erupted as the three sisters of the Su Shen family, determined to win, stepped onto the stage. "Let's go out. Of course, we didn't come here for this trivial title." Suddenly, Lin Mei Ni's henchmen drew their weapons and charged forward, attacking recklessly. "Do you think this is a fair competition? First, kill these three women." Duan now whispered, and the actions unfolded as expected. The henchmen laughed gleefully. "Ha ha! This is how the world works. Whoever has the bigger fists makes the rules." Yan Yan snorted coldly, "These riffraff? Leave them to me." The henchmen, provoked, charged toward her. "You're asking for death." Yan Yan smirked, a dangerous smile, her eyes glowing red. Her body grew massive, like a giant. A punch with the force of a hammer sent the fat woman among the henchmen flying, crashing straight into a house. The others screamed in terror. "What? Can she really grow like that?" Yan Yan bent down, her gaze sharp and cold. "Now it's your turn to fly to the sky." Outside, the cheers erupted. Lin Minai stepped out, her graceful walk sending the audience into a frenzy. "Ah, it's the big star, Lin Minai." Just with her extravagant entrance, the judges awarded her a score of 3.9. "This is the first time I've seen a female star like this. Champion, champion." Praise, Lin Minai arrogantly thought to herself, "Duan Nia, do you think I look down on you? This is reality." But then, the announcement sounded, and the next person appeared. Lin Mei's expression changed to one of astonishment. "What? What's going on?" From behind, a figure slowly stepped out. The sky was ablaze with light, the sound like fireworks exploding, yet there was something strange about it. "Oh my God, what's exploding in the sky?" On stage, Duan Nia appeared in a magnificent outfit, with white wings like an angel descending from heaven. The audience gasped. "This person is even more beautiful." Lin Minai was stunned, her mouth hanging open, as she realized what was falling from the sky wasn't fireworks, but the blood and limbs of the others. They dropped right at her feet, creating a chilling scene. Her face turned pale. Trembling, "Are those the limbs of those people? What on earth is happening?" The judges spoke up. "Backstage competition is truly brutal. Unfortunately, it seems all the women have been wiped out, so who will be the winner?" Yan Yan whispered, "Is it okay to show up now?" Duji replied, "Those people have already been punched flying into the sky. You were way too ruthless." On Lin Minai's side, she screamed, "Duan Nia, you forced me into this." She reached into her collar, tore her clothes apart, exposing her bare body before the entire crowd. The men below spurted nosebleeds and shouted, "A perfect 10. I'm the real winner." Duan Nia laughed with contempt and walked away, leaving behind a curse. "That woman's completely insane." From the highest floor, the city lord gave an order, his deep voice resounding, "Bring down the identity cards." The white rabbit girl respectfully replied and carried 3 identity cards down. Mu Xiao exclaimed in surprise, "Ha! The city lord already sent the cards down so quickly." The White Rabbit girl explained. These are the identity cards granted by the city lord, 3 in total, matching the number of people left on stage. Lin Mei Ni's eyes lit up as she asked, "So I can meet the city lord now?" Yan Yan hurriedly rushed forward, shouting, "Count me in too. That makes exactly 1 card for each of us upstairs." The old man pointed in a direction. Nu Xiao understood and declared, "The city lord has issued an order. You defeated Lin Mei Ni. Congratulations to her. Not only will she enter the new world, but she has also been chosen by the city lord to live on the top floor." Lin Mei Ni exclaimed in astonishment, "Can I finally go up to the top floor and become someone above everyone else?" The White Rabbit girl, who was leading the way, suddenly asked, "Does she like fish?" Lin Mei Ni was confused, not understanding the meaning, and Yan Yan turned to Duan Nia in disappointment. "Huh? Did Sister Duan Nia lose? We won't get to meet the city lord." Duan Nia answered coldly. "Anyway, the ID card is in hand. The rest can wait." A moment later, they entered the inner hall, and the White Rabbit girl respectfully announced to the city lord, "Miss Lin is ready." The old city lord Shangming, who appeared young despite his age, sighed. "Youth is truly wonderful. But unfortunately, I'm old now. That desire has long faded. For someone as old as me, it's all so meaningless." He looked at Lin Mei Ni, who had now been transformed into a mermaid, or rather, a strange sea monster. He grinned wickedly. "No wonder Big Star really was beautiful. But don't look at me like that anymore. You should be grateful to become a fish." The maid stepped forward. "City Lord, the child has arrived. It has been examined and is in very good health." The old man glanced over and gave a cruel smile. Very well." Turning to the boy, he asked, "So, little one, are you afraid?" The boy replied, his voice trembling, "I'm not afraid, sir. If it weren't for the city lord adopting us, we would have starved to death." Shang Ming held a handful of squirming centipedes, his gaze vicious. "Don't be so polite. After all, you children are the future." His special ability activated, gradually draining the boy's life force. Lin Mei Ni screamed in panic, her cries incessant. Shang Ming whispered with enjoyment, "Ah, the jealousy only children have. Such a pity. It doesn't last long each time I absorb it." The maid respectfully said, "You have claimed all the women here, and you can make them bear as many children as you wish." The old man nodded, still not satisfied. He needed to collect enough essence stones to level up his ability. "A rotten man like me is the one who can become the eternal city lord of this place. This will be the beginning of my immortal life. Quickly deal with those women down below." Downstairs, Duan Nia cried out in pain. "Ah, Duji's poison is unbearable." The two sisters clung to each other. Yan Yan moaned, "It's so uncomfortable." Duji replied, his voice soothing, "To resist the brainworm, we must endure a little. The ID cards are ready. I'll take you both into the city." Suddenly, 2 figures rushed forward. Duan Nia questioned, "What do you want?" The 2 bald-headed brothers grinned wickedly. "It's rare to meet a beauty like you. We've decided to sell blood once more to buy 2 of you." Nu Xiao, standing beside them, marveled, "How generous." Duan Nia felt uncomfortable. What did he mean by that? Duji explained, "Do you remember me saying that women here are just commodities? Even if they have an identity, they are no different. The value of each one is a crystal core. Everyone knows how precious crystal cores are, so no one." The 2 bald-headed men interrupted, laughing like wolves. "But we're very strong, and what's important is the addictive flavor of you women." Yan Yan snorted coldly. "But is there a chance that this desire isn't directed towards us? Let me help you recall your memories." Duan Nia activated her psychic ability, and the 2 men froze, their painful memories flashing vividly as they remembered the time they fought against each other. Meanwhile, a young man stood before the carcass of the mutated spider, sighing slowly. "The spider is dead, and the crystal core is gone." But he smiled. "Fortunately, my target wasn't the crystal core." He swung his sword a few times, casually tossing the spider's legs onto his shoulder. "These legs will do." Suddenly, he grew alert as Su Shen appeared, launching a punch. The young man was no pushover. He struck back with a counterblow. But to his shock, this person's strength was overwhelming. He hurriedly spoke. Wait, I didn't come here to steal the core, nor do I want to fight you." Su Shen frowned. And why should I believe you? The young man replied, believe it or not, that's up to you. But it's the truth. I know you're very strong, but if you force me to go all out, you might not gain the upper hand. My goal is only those spider legs. Why not stop and become friends instead? He smiled. I'm Wang Tong, and I'll be deeply grateful. Su Shen was startled. Wang Tong, the Black Blade powerhouse from his past life. How could he be here? Could it be he was also searching for a smith? Su Shen nodded. In that case, let's be friends. Take the spider legs. Wang Tong thanked him and asked, are you also here to join New World? What's your name? Su Shen answered, I'm Su Shen. I heard New World isn't bad, so I came to take a look. What do you want those spider legs for? Wang Tong chuckled. Just doing a favor for a friend who asked me to find them. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave. All right, Su Shen, let me give you a word of advice. Whatever you do, never touch the New World identity card. Su Shen is confused. Why is that? Wang Tong only responded, trust me, just don't touch it. Seeing Wang Tong leave, Su Shen muttered, what secret does this ID card conceal? Never mind, I'll just follow him for now. Maybe I'll find the blacksmith. On the other side, a young man with a knife threatened, hey kid, hand over the mutated creature you caught. Another one chimed in, Big Brother's right, there's someone who brought a spider back, but on closer look, this guy only brought the spider's leg. It took Wang Tong only a few seconds. Several slashes of his blade flashed, cutting the group into pieces. He snorted, clearly annoyed. Su Shen observed from a distance, thinking to himself, no wonder he's a peak-tier second-level powerhouse from his past life. He's no weaker than me. But after absorbing this crystal core, I could reach level 3. A moment later, at the city gate, Su Shen handed over his ID card. The gatekeeper was surprised. This is the first time I've seen someone put their ID card in a box like this. Another one whispered, what a strange person. Both widened their eyes. The Spider King was taken down so quickly. Good thing the captain left an ID card behind before leaving. Congratulations. You're now part of New World. Su Shen took the card, still skeptical. Is there something strange about this card? Wang Tong said, don't touch it. Suddenly, a stream of black smoke rose from the card. What was this black smoke? Around it, a soft pink aura appeared. Xiao Min, as if she had just gone through an emotional storm, rushed forward to confront. What did you do, suddenly causing the brain worms to invade here? Luckily, I was quick enough to eliminate them all. Su Shen was surprised. Brain worms invading? I just held the ID card, and it started emitting black smoke. Xiao Min nodded. So the ID card was the medium for the brain worms to spread. Was there a danger to Duan Nia and the others who were holding the card? Over at the main building, Shang Ming suddenly exclaimed in shock. The maid asked, my lord, what happened? He answered, his voice cold. Someone is trying to infiltrate the inner city. Those 3 women are certainly accomplices. Yan Yan was trembling all over, struggling to calm herself in the face of the dangerous situation. She exclaimed, why does this feeling suddenly feel so intense? I can barely take it anymore. Duji encouraged firmly. Come on, maybe it's the poison killing the brain worms. Look, Duan Nia is staying calm. Have you remembered yet? The 2 of them, stripped of their dignity, screamed as if they were having a fit. Ah, no way, this can't be real. You bitch, don't even think you can fool us. But the pain in my ass is real, isn't it? Whether it's real or not, you all know it deep down. And you were provoked. Enraged, the 2 thugs charged forward like 2 sharp arrows, aiming straight at Yan Yan. She nimbly dodged, causing their attacks to miss the mark. A deafening explosion shattered the wall behind her, sending debris flying in all directions. The crowd of spectators cheered enthusiastically, as if watching a thrilling performance, but quickly turned to panic, fleeing when they realized the imminent danger. They jostled and screamed, "Get out of the way! Move aside!" Du Ji, stunned by the chaotic scene, exclaimed, "Shaolin Temple? Is this the unbeatable headbutt technique? The building's collapsing!" The 2 thugs with shaved heads proudly boasted, their voices dripping with arrogance. "Our skulls are now sharper and harder than steel. Those who used to mock us have been crushed by our heads. Nothing can withstand a blow from us now. We're stronger than even steel." They laughed loudly, but Yan Yan remained unfazed. She coldly replied, "Too much talk, just charge with your heads, right?" At that moment, the two of them attacked once again, lightning fast. Yan Yan shouted, "They're coming. Move quickly." Mu Angxiao, with a dangerous smile, made his move. Duan Nia's hand suddenly radiated invisible force, tightening its grip on the enemy. Yan Yan was completely suppressed, crying out, "Aw, someone is holding me tight. But why can't I see anyone like this? They've even neutralized my abilities." Duan Nia, with her cold, sharp gaze, noticed the figure behind the curtain. The short-haired man above them sneered, "You figured it out, huh? But it's a little too late for that." He charged forward, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. In the critical moment, Duan Nia activated all of her powers, but an enormous, invisible hand suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Yan Yan broke free from the control, transformed, and roared, "Got you! Where are you going?" Mu Angxiao exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Duan Nia, with eyes as sharp as knives, replied, "Lucky for me, I had already controlled those insignificant fools to act as cannon fodder." 3 audience members were forced to hide beneath the stage, their bodies controlled by her, like puppets. The senior brother gritted his teeth in anger, cursing, "You bitch! Let my brother go." He shot forward like a missile, and Yan Yan sneered, "Guess whose head is harder between the two of you?" The man cried out in terror, "What do you want to do? You bitch, stop right now." In the blink of an eye, Yan Yan smashed the elder's head into the younger's lower body, creating a catastrophic collision, likened to the most agonizing moment in history. The elder became the younger's laxative, his face contorted in pain. After dealing with the 2 bald guys, Yan Yan casually tossed them aside like trash, coldly saying, "Hey, you there, it's your turn to count the numbers now." Mu Angxiao responded arrogantly, "You're not worthy of me lifting a finger." He was about to strike a decisive blow when, unexpectedly, an invisible force clamped tightly onto Yan Yan's legs, preventing her from moving, even though she had reverted to her normal form. She exclaimed in surprise, "My ability has been forcibly suppressed." Duji quickly responded, "Let me help you." Invisible strikes continued to land, restraining the 2 sisters. They cried out, "Aw, stop it, you bastard! Surely many brothers watching must wish they could have Mu Angxiao's abilities, right? That's just how it goes for us." Duan Nia screamed loudly when she saw Yan Yan falling into a disadvantageous position. Yan Yan. But she immediately became alert, realizing a new danger was emerging. Using her ability, she controlled a few insignificant pawns as shields, sending them out of the game in a state of terror. Mu Angxiao exuded a dangerous aura, sneering. The feeling of danger. Was she really willing to sacrifice her pawns so easily? Truly, one cannot underestimate the cunning of a woman. At that moment, Yan Yan and Du Ji were bound tightly from head to toe, and the more they struggled, the tighter the restraints became. Yan Yan cried out, "Let us go. I was careless again." Mu Angxiao was surprised. "Are you really planning to use those wings as weapons?" Duan Nia took off her wings, holding 2 sharp weapons in her hands, and coldly said, "This is enough to deal with you." Provoked, he grinned and frowned at the same time. "Interesting, huh? A big mouth, huh? Well then, I'll play along." The scene shifted to another location, at the entrance to New World, where they carelessly walked into the desolate area, the air thick with the atmosphere of a living graveyard. Xiao Min asked suspiciously, "Is this the inner city?" Although the environment was bearable, the people here looked like walking ghosts. She continued, "Why is she walking so fast? Wait for me." On the other side, Wang Tong cautiously entered a broken-down area. He spoke, "Fu Su Su, I brought back what you wanted." A seductive woman was busily forging weapons and replied, "Excellent. With these spider legs, we can go rescue my grandfather." Wang Tong continued, "Once we save the deputy master, we'll leave here quickly." Looking at the spider legs, she reassured him, "All right, don't worry. As long as you help rescue my grandfather, I will definitely help you create the strongest weapon." She glanced up at the towering building, her eyes full of determination. A moment later, the 2 of them used climbing equipment. Wang Tong asked, "Is this the equipment you made?" Su Su nodded, "Yes. The Spider King's claws can provide enough adhesion force, ensuring we can safely climb to the roof. Grandfather is locked by the city lord at the highest point." He wondered, "Then why don't we go up from inside the building?" She responded immediately, "We can't do that. We absolutely cannot enter the building." From below, Su Shen observed the two of them, wondering, "Is that person the blacksmith? Are we also going up?" But he didn't choose the same method as them and directly climbed into the building. "It seems like there's no one around." Xiao Min was suspicious. Entering was really easy, so why did they have to climb the wall? But as they passed through the corridor, a strange shadow appeared, and a giant insect suddenly pounced down from behind. Su Shen quickly dodged, and both were astonished at the scene before them. Xiao Min screamed, "Su Shen, look ahead." Now, I know why they didn't go inside. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from below. Wang Tong asked in confusion, "Su Shen, you're here too?" Su Shen answered seriously, "You're the blacksmith, right? Finally found you." But before they could greet each other, both turned pale when they saw a nest of mutated insects behind Su Shen. They shouted loudly, Hey, don't come over here." The swarm of maggots rushed forward like a storm. Wang Tong accelerated, exclaiming, "How disgusting! The thing I hate most in this world is bugs." Fu Su Su was left behind, panicking and shouting, "Hey, why are you running so fast?" She tried to catch up, but suddenly a pair of strong hands wrapped around her waist. Su Shen appeared as quickly as lightning, pulling her out of danger. With incredible speed, he caught up to Wang Tong and stomped on his friend's shoulder. Su Shen soared into the air and shouted, "Brother Wang Tong, handle those bugs down there for me." Wang Tong, dissatisfied, shouted back, "Hey, what's this based on?" But before he could say more, the swarm of maggots closed in, and the killing intent surged. He threw hundreds of punches like a pirate king, scattering the mutated maggots. Fu Su Su was still in shock and demanded, "Hey, who the heck are you? What do you want with me?" Su Shen calmly responded, "My name is Su Shen. I need you to help me forge a blade." Su Su was taken aback and asked, "Forge a blade? Why should I help you?" He smiled, "I can fulfill one of your requests." Su Shen took her to the top of a building. Su Su nodded once. Just then, an old voice echoed, "Su Su." An old man, holding the photo in his hands, said sadly, "As long as you're fine, no matter how much suffering I have to endure, Grandpa can bear it." Suddenly, a loud explosion made the old man startle, nearly causing him to faint. Through the smoke and dust, Su Shen carried Su Su and broke through the wall. She called out loudly, "Grandpa, I'm here to save you." The old man trembled. "Is it really you?" Su Su replied, Hey, all right, put me down." The old man hurriedly stopped her. "Wait a moment, girl. Didn't I tell you that this place is very dangerous? I told you not to come." She dusted herself off stubbornly and responded, "Grandpa, haven't I already found a helper? All the skills I have, I learned from you. So this old man here is the blacksmith you've been looking for. If you want to forge the ultimate weapon, you need to save him first." Su Shen stepped forward and said, "If that's the case, Grandpa, let me take a look at these chains." The old man replied, "Please, just call me old assistant." Su Shen tried to break the chains but failed, surprised. The old man chuckled proudly, "It's useless. Young man, these chains may look ordinary, but they're made from mutated materials. What's more, I personally forged them, so they are extremely sturdy. No one can break them." Su Su knocked his head, scolding, "You old fool. What's there to be proud of being trapped by your own creations?" The old man shouted, What can I do if the city lord uses my life to threaten me?" Su Shen pondered, "So that's how it is. What would happen if we used a harder material like this to forge weapons?" The old man answered, "Harder material, huh? Well, that's obviously not a problem. But this is the hardest material you can find in the new world. Where else could I possibly find something tougher now?" Su Shen smiled, took out a gigantic crystal core, radiating mysterious power. Su Su was astonished. "Is this a rock? Where did you get this from?" The old man was stunned. "This stone contains a power unlike anything I'd ever seen. Where did you get it from?" Su Shen asked, "Do you think a sword made from this could cut through the vacuum of space?" The old man answered loudly, "Of course, that would be no problem at all. But the grade of this raw material is quite difficult to refine, so that part is still up to you." Su Shen was surprised. "Oh, is that so?" The old man continued, "The city lord locked me on the roof of the building, forcing me to create mutated materials. The tools I used were also special. Susu pushed a large wooden stick and exclaimed, "Is this a wind blower? This thing can barely be moved." The old man explained, "This bulky thing usually requires 10 strong people to push it, but they all went to watch the beauty contest. So today, it's up to you." Su Shan confidently took off his shirt. "It's fine, just leave it to me. I can handle this easily." Looking at his well-defined muscles, Susu exclaimed, "With this, you're already impressive enough." The old man glanced him over, hoping it wasn't just for show. The spirit core emitted an intense heat. Despite wearing little, Susu still complained, "It's so hot." The old man grumbled, "Quit dragging your feet. Hurry up and push the stone into the furnace." The two of them worked together to push the stone into the furnace. Susu yelled, "It's too hot. I can't stand it." The old man replied, "It's not done yet. We need to wait for the next step." Suddenly, a figure appeared. City Lord, accompanied by his female secretary, his voice commanding, "Who dares to intrude in my building like this?" The old man was startled. That person just now was the City Lord. Susu brandished her sword and rushed forward. "Are you the one who locked my grandfather up here?" She slashed fiercely, but the female secretary retaliated in a flash, knocking Susu back. Susu braced herself, enduring the barrage of devastating skills. The old man called out anxiously, "Susu." The female secretary held her sword to Susu's neck, shouting, "Dare to disrespect City Lord? You'll pay the price with your life." She swung her sword, her eyes burning with fury, and the strike was decisive. Both grandfather and granddaughter were terrified. The old man pleaded, "Please, don't." Susu was terrified to the point of panic, her eyes tightly shut as she screamed in distress. At the critical moment when everything seemed lost, a powerful punch landed squarely on the female secretary's face, distorting her features. Wang Tong appeared like a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, striking her so fiercely that she couldn't lift her head. But the secretary refused to yield. With an angry expression, she sprang up and performed a graceful 360-degree spin, aimed straight at Wang Tong. However, all her attacks were effortlessly dodged by him, as light and smooth as the breeze brushing past leaves. Wang Tong wasn't about to let her cause any more chaos. He swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, squeezing tightly without letting go. With a growl, his muscles bulged as his strength overwhelmed her, causing her to tremble in pain. There was a sharp asterisk crack crack asterisk, and with his tremendous power, Wang Tong tore her apart as easily as ripping a piece of paper. Witnessing such terrifying strength, the old deputy and Su Shen stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief. Su Su looked at the upper body of the female secretary, wondering, "Is she dead?" Wang Tong stood before her, majestic and imposing, his voice deep as he asked, "Are you all right?" In that moment, Su Su was shaken, her heart almost leaping out of her chest. She whispered softly, "He's so handsome." He turned around, slightly surprised. "Huh? What did you just say?" But suddenly, something moved on his shoulder, and his expression darkened. Hero hadn't even managed to look cool for 3 seconds before panicking at the sight of a small centipede. He screamed, "Ah, there's a bug." Immediately, a sharp sword sliced through the centipede. Su Su, feeling embarrassed, said, "That the bug has been dealt with. Thank you for saving me earlier." Wang Tong was taken aback. Being thanked by a girl for the first time made him a little flustered, and he awkwardly replied, "Ahem, you were very brave as well." Su Su beamed, happy to receive the compliment, but before they could continue the conversation, the city lord bellowed in a commanding voice, "You little brat, how dare you harm my people? Do you know what the consequences are?" Wang Tong, unfazed, stepped forward and mockingly looked at the old man in the wheelchair. "You're the city lord? You look pretty weak to me." The city lord gave a cold smile, his body suddenly trembling. From his flesh, hundreds of grotesque centipede legs erupted, and his form twisted into a gigantic centipede, ferocious like a monster straight out of a nightmare. He roared, "What about now? Since I've revealed my true form, I can only kill every single one of you here. Get out. All of you leave." Suddenly, tens of thousands of centipedes, hidden throughout the building, surged up, flooding the rooftop like a tsunami. Below, Mu Wan Shao laughed gleefully. "This is how we do it, my brothers. If the city lord has already given the order, then there's no more time to dance around with her. Let her die." His opponent at this moment was Duan Nia. Hearing his arrogant words, she clenched her fists, her face turning serious, ready for a life-or-death battle with the wicked-looking man. Mu Xiao was beyond excited, shouting loudly. Duan Nia was suddenly struck by an invisible force, relentlessly attacked from left to right, as powerful as Su Shen's punches. She cried out in pain, her voice faltering. Duji and Yan Yan were firmly bound, helplessly cursing. Damn it, Sister Duan Nia is surrounded. The audience below, who had been enjoying the spectacle, now shouted, "Hey, you bastard, don't mess her up. We're still waiting for the fun here." After a brutal round of attacks, Duan Nia was exhausted, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth like a trickle of strawberry juice. Mu Xiao mocked her. "You can't even see your opponent, so there's no way you could avoid an attack from someone invisible. Even if you're a psychic, you wouldn't be able to sense where the strikes are coming from. Doesn't that feel helpless?" Then he continued, "If you're so good, why don't you just kill me with one blow?" Suddenly, a surge of power rushed towards Duan Nia at a terrifying speed. Yan Yan anxiously shouted, "Sister Duan Nia, be careful!" But the invisible attacks all missed. It was as if Duan Nia had been guided by a sixth sense, nimbly dodging, her body flowing gracefully like Lin Ming in a dance, escaping the encirclement of the three dark shadows. Mu Xiao was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "You dodged it?" he screamed. "How did you do that? You clearly couldn't sense them." But he was taken aback when he saw, through the gap between Duan Nia's legs, that the three dark shadows were stained with red. Stammering, he said, "Did you wear wings to collect a few drops of essence from the ground to splash on the invisible ones?" It was too late to realize. Duan Nia delivered a swift kick to his face, shouting, "Stop mumbling. Shut your filthy mouth." His breath made her grimace. The powerful kick sent Mu Xiao reeling, his front teeth wobbling. Duji and Yan Yan cheered. "Sister Duan Nia is always the best." Duji yelled, "Like a gourd, hurry up and kick him out for me." Suddenly, a loud explosion from the building startled all three sisters. Duan Nia glanced over, wondering, what just happened? A massive swarm of centipedes poured down like a tidal wave, causing Yan Yan and Duji to go pale, their skin crawling. "Where did all these bugs come from?" Yan Yan exclaimed in panic. The crowd that had been cheering earlier was now running for their lives, screaming, "Help! The bugs are biting me. It hurts so much. Get out of here." Mu Xiao laughed maniacally. "Haha, the insects have been unleashed. Everyone here will become food, and you'll all join the ghosts in the afterlife." Duan Nia didn't let him babble any longer. She pressed her foot down hard, making him choke and cough as if he was suffocating. He tried to scream for help, but three shadows charged from behind and attacked. Duan Nia coldly asked, "You want to die?" She crouched down, delivering a powerful kick like a penalty shot from seven-legged camel, sending Mu Xiao flying like a ball. The three shadows collapsed, powerless to resist. Duji was stunned. So it turns out the invisible ones were just stuffed bunnies? A handle fell out of Mu Xiao's bag. Duan Nia curiously picked it up and fiddled with it, recalling the days of gaming and having breakfast with friends. "Is this a game controller?" As she infused her spiritual energy into it, the mutated stuffed animals stood up, their eyes glowing with malicious intent. Duan Nia immediately understood and began controlling them with the joystick. Instead of having them attack, she turned them into servants. One became a chair, while the others began giving her a professional massage. She laughed. "Not bad. Not bad. These puppets work pretty well. Just the right amount of strength. Easier to control than I thought." Suddenly, Yan Yan screamed in panic, "Help!" A mutated swarm of centipedes rushed toward them like a storm. Duan Nia flinched, realizing her two younger sisters were still in danger. The plush animals immediately positioned themselves in front of Duji and Yan Yan, while the others hurled large rocks, knocking the centipedes away. Thanks to this, a stone wall was quickly erected, protecting the three sisters. They breathed a sigh of relief, temporarily safe. Yan Yan, still in shock, asked, "The outside is full of insects. What are we going to do?" Duan Nia reassured her, "Don't move. I'll untie you all." Wang Tong charged forward, using his body to shield Su Su from the brutal attack. The blow was so strong it made his body tremble with excruciating pain. Su was horrified, her mouth agape, her legs weak, and she collapsed to the ground, looking up at him. In a trembling voice, she screamed, "Wang Tong, you've fallen. Your body is immobile." Su quickly rushed over, holding Wang Tong tightly and anxiously asking, "What happened to you?" He gritted his teeth, his pupils narrowing, his gaze cold as it fixed on the monster. This monster is not easy to deal with. Think of a way to get everyone out first. Suddenly, sharp legs emerged from the ground, surrounding them both in a deadly encirclement. The monster's eerie, savage laughter echoed. "None of you will leave. Stay and be my food. Become my descendants." Wang Tong felt hope slowly fading away, his eyes flashing with a final trace of worry. "We're dead." Su was still trembling with fear, instinctively letting out a scream, her eyes tightly shut as if trying to escape from reality. Just when both of them were drowning in despair, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, pulling them out of their perilous situation. Su snapped her eyes open in shock, and Wang Tong quickly recognized the figure, muttering, "Himph!" The monster with those cold, squinting eyes full of discomfort, sizing up the newcomer. A strong hand gently left Su's waist, and Su Shen's deep voice rang out, "Are you all right? You two go over there and help the old deputy. This big insect is for me to handle." He struck the wooden beam with a forceful smack, his tone laced with provocation. "Not finished yet." Suddenly, the old deputy appeared, his body slightly swaying as the red flames erupted nearby. He trembled, panic in his eyes as he looked down at his hands. Strange, why hasn't this black stone shown any signs of melting? Couldn't it be that even such a strong fire can't melt it? Hearing this, Su Shen furrowed his brow in suspicion and turned to ask, "Is there something wrong with this black stone?" The old steward immediately shook his head, his voice firm. "Perhaps it should be said that this black stone is far too perfect. I'm afraid there is only one way to refine it, but that way requires paying a price. Therefore, you must agree to one condition of mine." Su Shen replied with a cold gaze. "What condition? As long as it can be done, I will give it my all." At this moment, the old steward no longer appeared flustered. His sharp eyes gleamed with a domineering light. "Take my granddaughter to the City of Freedom." Hearing the words City of Freedom Su Shen was startled and instinctively repeated them. According to legend, this was the only doomsday fortress built by the government, known as the final paradise of humanity. Even in my past life, I had only ever heard of it. Moreover, without the slightest hesitation, he nodded. "That won't be a problem. But does the City of Freedom really exist? Do you know where it is?" The old steward waved his hand, his expression solemn. "You've heard of the City of Freedom as well. In that case, since you've agreed, rest assured and hand this black stone over to me. We'll discuss everything else after we leave this place. Also tell Su to come here and assist." Su Shen returned to reality, deep in thought. The City of Freedom, huh? If such a place truly exists, it's definitely worth seeing at least once. In any case, I must first obtain the blade. Everything else can wait until afterward. Your body is suspended, surrounded by a brilliant red glow. First, let's deal with this annoying insect. Hearing the arrogant words, the monster let out a low growl. "Himph!" It opened its mouth wide, its eyes and enormous jaws glowing fiercely as it charged straight at Su Shen. "Seeking death. Watch me swallow you whole with one bite." Before it could say more, Su Shen lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch. But he froze in shock when he saw that the monster was completely unharmed. Indeed, it's the armor that the old craftsman made. I put all my strength into the attack, yet it had no effect. The monster's fiery red eyes closed in, its mouth wide open as it charged. The two clashed fiercely, destroying the building piece by piece. Outside, Wang Tong and Su, witnessing the scene, gasped in astonishment. Are they trying to bring down the entire building? Su helped Wang Tong and quickly reminded him, "We must hurry and remove the chains from Grandpa's legs and get out of here." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out. They turned toward the source of the fiery red light where the old craftsman was. It was Grandpa. They rushed over to find the old craftsman sitting on the ground, one of his legs severed, a blood-stained knife still in his hand. Wang Tong, horrified, opened his mouth in shock. "What happened? Old craftsman, Tears welled up from fear as she trembled and asked, "Grandfather, what happened to your leg?" Her eyes flashed with hatred and suspicion. Could it be Su Shen's doing? Do I have to kill him? But the old man shouted in a hoarse voice, suppressing his pain. "Come back here. You must understand, the finest materials are not cold, lifeless objects, but beings full of spirit. Only the blood and flesh of a blacksmith can unleash their true power." Su gritted her teeth, trying to hold back her tears. But the old blacksmith placed the blade down and spoke calmly, "It's just a leg, not a life. What's so sad about it? For a blacksmith to have the chance to forge a weapon of this caliber, there's no doubt it's the greatest achievement of a lifetime." Wang Tong knelt down quickly and began bandaging his wound. "Old master, you can't die. You still owe me a weapon." The old man looked at them seriously. "I won't last much longer here. You two must help me." They both responded in unison, "Yes." In another corner, a small figure appeared. A black cat, glowing with the reflection of flames, entered the laboratory where the mermaids were held. They were girls trapped in test tubes, their eyes reduced to mere whites with strange marks around their mouths. Suddenly, the cat noticed something unusual. The girls' eyes were glowing brightly, and strange insects were crawling out of their mouths. At the forge, the smoke billowed thickly. The old foreman nodded. The sword tempering method had indeed proven effective. Let's move on to the next step. Wang Tong used a large pair of tongs to lift the black stone. "Old foreman, with such a large piece of material, do you think it's possible to make another sword for me?" The old foreman shook his head, his tone teasing. "Dream on. Once the forging is done, it will only be enough for one sword. What a pity, this stone always gives me a very familiar feeling." Wang Tong returned to his work. "Old man, you should take a rest. Leave the task at hand to me." Su, holding a stick, took a deep breath and struck down fiercely, repeatedly. On Su Shen's side, the monster pierced through the building, closing in on him. "You're strong, but I've met someone even stronger. The armor I'm wearing was originally meant for him, but now I'll use you to sacrifice for my banner." Su Shen remained unmoved and asked calmly, "Who is this stronger person you're talking about?" The monster sneered. "Either way, you're going to die today, so there's no need for you to know too much." Su Shen remained calm, confidently replying, "Just based on you." The monster laughed savagely. "I know you're asking that old man to help you forge weapons, but I've already made preparations." Su Shen's gaze flickered slightly. On the cat's side, the zombie in the test tube stopped moving, and blood began to flow out. Just as it was about to leave, a swarm of venomous insects erupted, shattering the test tube. The cat panicked, its meows high-pitched, and it rushed towards the forge. Su noticed and quickly approached. "Where did the little cat come from? Little cat, hurry up and leave, it's too dangerous here." But the walls around them collapsed, and venomous insects swarmed in. "We're surrounded by insects. Oh, where did this stinky cat come from, bringing all these insects with it?" Old Mr. Fu's shout rang out, drawing Su Shen's attention. But the moment of distraction allowed an attack. The monster roared. "You should worry about yourself first." Su Shen managed to block it, holding firm as the venomous insects swarmed the building. In the sky, a giant foot descended from the neck of the insect swarm, landing on the forge. "We're about to be crushed." Suddenly, Yan appeared, extending her hand to shield them, but the venomous insects burrowed into her hand, causing her great pain. It hurt so much. She still held up Duan Nia and Dujie. Duji, anxious, said, "This is bad. The insects are burrowing into Yan's arm. Damn it, I'm too far away. My poison isn't strong enough." Duan Nia frowned, determined. "This won't do. Let me give it a try. These pests are living creatures, so I can influence them." She raised her hand, a pink force pushing the poisonous worms back. Yan's body, which had been burning with pain, relaxed, surrounded by a pink glow. Duji was surprised. There's something like an air wall separating her from the insects. Could it be that Duan Nia has already ascended to the second level of humanity? The pink light streaked across Duan Nia's body, and Duji's eyes widened. Mind-shocking supernatural ability. Yan, go ahead." Yan grinned smugly, charging forward with eyes glowing red, kicking the poisonous worms away, knocking them towards Duan Nia's peak. With Duan Nia's protection, through her second-level supernatural ability, Her anger fueled a series of relentless kicks, landing each blow squarely on the insectoids. But as she was about to deliver a fatal punch, her arm suddenly throbbed with pain, corroded by the larva. She trembled, screaming, "Ah, it hurts so much. Can't we get rid of these worms?" The two older sisters signaled, and Yan Yan immediately lifted both of them to a high advantageous position, perfect for the feng shui. Du Ji quickly spoke up. "There are bugs on my arm. Let me get rid of them." But because of the rugged mountain roads, she nearly fell into a ravine. After stabilizing herself, Du Ji used her special ability, shouting loudly, "Get lost, you pests!" Suddenly, a tremor shook the sky, causing the group to look up in shock. "What's going on?" Yan Yan stood stunned, seeing the Centipede City Lord charging towards them like a beast, moving at lightning speed. She realized that Su Shen was being overwhelmed, using all his strength to block a fatal blow, which caused the other women to panic. Unexpectedly, the giant claws of the Centipede City Lord grew additional sharp fangs, and Su Shen was caught off guard by the dirty move of the insectoid. As expected, Su Shen was pierced by several fangs, blood spilling everywhere as he screamed in agony. Seeing her husband seriously injured, Yan Yan was terrified, her face turning pale, and she shouted, "Su Shen!" Du Ji quickly ordered, "Yan Yan, it's coming, dodge now." But before she could even regain her composure, the insectoid's hand grabbed her arm. Realizing the danger too late, the insectoid tightly clutched Yan Yan, grinning wickedly. She panicked. "This is bad, I can't move." The Centipede City Lord, receiving a signal from its allies, charged towards them, ready to finish off the group. Yan Yan struggled helplessly. It seemed like they were about to be crushed, but at the very moment when everything seemed on the brink of collapse, Su Shen unleashed her unique ability, the Beauty Slayer. The tentacles rooted themselves into the ground, causing Centipede City Lord's strike to narrowly miss. Yan Yan barely escaped, her eyes wide in shock. Su Shen was fine. She turned to her sisters, her voice firm. "Everyone, hold on tight, I'm counterattacking." Du Ji panicked. "Ha! What are you doing?" Without answering, Yan Yan kicked the insectoid hard, executing a graceful somersault that changed the tide of the battle. With one powerful kick, she sent the insectoid flying to the other side. Frustrated that he couldn't bring down the beauty, Centipede City Lord growled, "Damn it, you have this ability." He sensed the air moving toward him, and with a loud crash, he was about to turn around when an insectoid underling collided straight into him, causing a sharp pain that left him enraged. Su Shen crawled out from the rubble, blood oozing from her body, her cold gaze fixed on King Centipede. This damn killer was certainly troublesome. Yan Yan anxiously asked, "Is everyone okay?" Du and Nia replied calmly, "I'm fine, still good." Su Shen was surprised and exclaimed, "Du and Nia leveled up to 2. Truly the woman of my dreams." He stood up, stretched his neck, and muttered, "Why do I feel a little dizzy?" King Centipede, despite the collision, remained unharmed and roared, "Those damn insects, do you want to die? Let me oblige." King Centipede's body suddenly transformed, and its power surged. Yan Yan was astonished. "These bugs are merging. It's getting bigger." Su Shen frowned, his voice deep. "This is bad. I hope Elder Fu arrives in time." On Wang Tong's side, he proudly declared, "I am the successor of traditional martial arts, combined with mutant abilities, creating unique strength." He threw a punch, pushing back the insectoids, unveiling a new skill to counter the mutant power. "Just bugs. What's there to fear?" But his punches felt like striking the air, and Wang Tong groaned in frustration. "This isn't working. I can't kill them all." Fu Su Su spoke up. "Let me go help." "Old man, stop messing around." Elder Fu, with a prosthetic leg, stepped forward and replied curtly, "I'm not useless yet, girl. Don't worry." His eyes glowed, muscles bulging as if transforming into a superhero. He roared, his back erupting like cream, his body blazing with fierce energy. "It's been a long time since I'd used my full strength. Let's see what kind of weapon I can forge." Elder Fu raised the hammer, swinging it fiercely as if to suppress heaven and earth, each strike sending a whirlwind sweeping through the insects. The terrifying force nearly swept Wang Tong and Fu Su Su away. From the rooftop of the building, a monstrous surge of power erupted, annihilating the swarm of mutated insects. The Centipede City Lord, locked in a life-or-death struggle with Su Shen, was shaken as he sensed the fluctuation. What is this power? That old man isn't dead yet. Fearing endless troubles if the fight dragged on, he lunged toward Fu Su Su and elder foe, roaring, "I'll take your life with my own hands." But before he could move far, the Centipede City Lord was stunned to find his speed restrained. Yan Yan had taken on a colossal form, straddling his neck and holding him down. Her voice rang out, unwavering, "Whatever you plan to do, I will stop you. If you dare, step over my corpse first." The Centipede City Lord snarled in fury, "Damn it, another woman standing in my way." Suddenly, he broke free of her restraint with shocking ease. In a blur, the Centipede City Lord charged and closed in on Yan Yan. Duan Nia sensed the danger and shouted, "Yan Yan, be careful." Channeling her psychic energy, she unleashed her ability to form a protective shield for her sister. But the Centipede City Lord coiled tightly around Yan Yan, suffocating her in his grip. The gap in strength was too great. Duan Nia's shield shattered, and she collapsed, plummeting from the height. On the ground, the Centipede City Lord opened its mouth full of sharp fangs and roared, "Let me eat this beggar first, then I'll get to that little girl." Yan Yan, helpless, could only scream, "Darling, save me." Su Shen rushed forward, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." He used his special ability to pull Yan Yan out of the monster's mouth. In one fluid motion, he pushed her up, using the momentum to dive down and land a powerful punch that caved in the Centipede City Lord's skull. The force was so immense that the ground cracked open, and the terrain shattered. Still furious that this creature dared to target his wife, Su Shen unleashed a series of rapid punches, beating the Centipede City Lord so hard it couldn't even raise its head. The creature held its head, its body on the brink of disintegration, its brain severely shaken. Su Shen, moving at incredible speed, appeared with cool precision, catching Duan Nia as she fell from the sky. He gently asked, "Are you all right?" Duan Nia, touched, replied with a trembling voice, "I'm fine." Just when they thought the battle was over, unexpectedly, a giant mouth from the Centipede City Lord's tail swooped in and swallowed Su Shen and Duan Nia whole. Yan Yan, terrified, turned pale. "What?" Su Shen and Duan Nia. The Centipede City Lord laughed smugly, "Ha! Surprised, ha! Even my tail has a mouth. In just 1 second, you two will be digested into nutrients." The sound from a nearby building caught his attention. He swung his tail, slashing a few times, and the building collapsed, dust flying everywhere. He laughed loudly as he looked at Yan Yan. Suddenly, from the rubble, a figure teleported at lightning speed. Wang Jin had the majestic appearance of a divine beast, but meowed like a kitten. The Centipede City Lord was stunned, and the fish slipped through the net. He grinned slyly. Time to turn into food. Stir-fry the cat with pennywort. But Wang Jin counterattacked, delivering a deadly swipe, and one of his arms pierced through the Centipede City Lord's body, gripping him tightly. Su Shen carried Duan Nia, riding on Wang Jin's back, working in perfect harmony. Wang Jin spat out a blade. Su Shen was astonished. The blade was forged by the old blacksmith. Duan Nia nodded. "Looks special, doesn't it?" Su Shen's gaze was cold. "Let's test the blade on this insect." Wang Jin shot up like an arrow. Su Shen swung the blade, his aura like that of a war god. The Centipede City Lord panicked, soiling his pants, and screamed, "Hey, wait, don't come!" With one slash, the Centipede City Lord was split in two, his body exploding into fragments. Even with his strong regeneration, the sturdy armor of the Centipede City Lord was no match for Su Shen's blade. He was nothing but weeds. Yan Yan was stunned. "Is it over?" But she suddenly froze, noticing something unusual. In the sky, the Centipede City Lord had transformed into a fly. Before he could revel in his triumph, Yan Yan suddenly grew to a gigantic size, her eyes glowing red with murderous intent. He had thought that flying high would keep him safe, but from the misty clouds, her colossal hand appeared, delivering a powerful slap that made the Centipede City Lord vomit blood in agony. His fate was no different from that of the flies and mosquitoes, crushed in an instant. Yan Yan unleashed her terrifying Lai Shen palm, causing the ground to explode. The Centipede City Lord screamed in agony, lying flat on the ground, too terrified to make a sound. Yan Yan cursed loudly, her voice firm, Get down here. Slowly, she shrank back to her original size, letting out a relieved sigh. Su Shen, Wang Jin, and the rest of the group rushed over. Seeing her loved ones, Yan Yan didn't hold back, collapsing into Duan Nia's arms. Duan Nia asked anxiously, "Why did you grow so big? Did you forget my body can't handle it?" Yan Yan smiled weakly. "Just for a moment. It's okay. Plus, we can't let that rotten bug escape." Su Shen and Wang Jin moved in to check on the Centipede City Lord. Wang Jin was so excited that he almost fell to his death, but Su Shen stopped him. It was inedible. This thing was too disgusting. He looked at Wang Jin and muttered, "How'll I give you some cat food when we get back?" Suddenly, there was movement from the pile of debris. Wang Tong crawled out, gasping for breath, and forcefully threw a stone to block the shockwave, protecting Old Master Fu and Su Su. Su Su anxiously asked, "Old man, are you okay?" Old Master Fu replied calmly, "I'm not dead yet." Suddenly, snow began to fall. Su Su was surprised, a bit confused. Is it really snowing? The group reunited with Old Master Fu. Duan Nia looked up, and indeed, there was snow. But did winter really come this fast? Even though the climate was chaotic, snowfall wasn't that surprising. Su Shen suddenly noticed, his sharp gaze turned upward. Wang Tong pointed in panic. "Everyone, look at those dark clouds. They were so black, they covered the sun, just like the bleak future of his golden prospects today." Su Shen realized it, his voice deep. "Those aren't just clouds. It's volcanic ash drifting here." Everyone was stunned. The volcano erupted. The ash covering the earth was just a matter of time. Wang Jin didn't care, rolling around and playing in the snow. Duan Nia raised her hand to catch the snow, murmuring, "In the snow, there are volcanoes. When the snow stops, will it melt?" Su Shen replied with certainty, "No, the earth is about to face the winter apocalypse. The extreme cold is coming, and the entire planet will freeze." Suddenly, a strange, sinister aura erupted. Su Shen exclaimed, his eyes sharp. The Centipede City Lord had revived, laughing loudly. "Ha ha! You think you can kill me? I summon a swarm of insects, continuously regenerating." Everyone was struck with terror. Su Su gasped, "Still not dead." Duan Nia shouted, "Su Shen, be careful." Wang Tong's face turned pale, swearing, "This disgusting thing." Su Shen stepped forward. He raised his hand, his voice calm. No need for the Centipede City Lord to taunt, but Su Shen is confident. "This one's mine." The glow of spatial abilities flared up, and the Centipede City Lord panicked, screaming, "Ha! Why can't I move? The space is distorted. What are you doing? It hurts so much. Stop." He screamed in agony, and then disappeared without a trace. Su Shen withdrew his abilities, murmuring, as expected, "He's much weaker than last time. Just sucking him into the space is enough." But I really didn't want to put this thing into the space at all. The whole group, Su Su, Wang Tong, and the old deputy, were stunned, their mouths agape, shocked. "What did you just do?" Su Shen turned around, the old deputy covered in thick snow, delaying the trip and opting for a rest instead. The old deputy nodded. "Right now, there's no warm clothes, no food, and we're all wounded. We might not survive for more than a few days." Su Su comforted, "Old man, I won't let you die." Su Shen took out a thick down jacket and spoke casually, "With me here, you won't die so easily. Put this on. I'll get some food, tents, and medicine. Rest for now." Su Su cheered, "Great, and there's medicine too." She muttered as she looked at Su Shen. "Does this guy have a magic bag like the robot cat?" Su Shen laughed, "Just find a place to rest." Inside the pickup truck, Duan Nia was worried. Yan Yan had undergone a drastic transformation, and cracks had appeared on her body. "This isn't good." Su Shen took out the Spider King's essence core. "I didn't eat it before, because I was worried about side effects. But I'll give it to Yan Yan." Duan Nia was surprised. "Give it to Yan Yan?" Su Shen fed her the essence core, his voice deep. "Soon, the female corpse king will sweep across the continent. I need you all to be stronger." The cracks on Yan Yan's body healed, and she lunged at Su Shen. He was confused. "Huh? What's going on?" Duan Nia, feeling shy, forgot to mention, "The poison in our bodies hasn't been fully resolved yet." Yan Yan smiled, her eyes sparkling. Yan Yan trembled, sweat pouring down, her hand lightly touching Su Shen's firm muscles, pleading, "Su Shen, please help me detox. I can't take it anymore." Suddenly, Duan Nea stroked her cheek, leaned in close, and spoke in a low voice. "Hold on, the spirit core you just swallowed needs to be absorbed carefully, but you should detox first." Yan Yan struggled, her voice whiny. "Spirit core. I don't feel anything. Good sister, let me go, I can't stand it. Let me detox first." Su Shen pondered, muttering, "No feeling." The spirit core should have helped Yan Yan level up, in addition to healing the cracks. Her talent must be too high, needing to accumulate more strength than ordinary people. But once she leveled up, it would be a significant breakthrough. He furrowed his brows, thinking he needed to find more spirit cores. The two sisters wrestled on the bed, arguing fiercely. Duan Nia shouted, "I'm the older sister. You have to listen to me." Yan Yan retorted, "Why don't you let me have a turn?" Duan Nia yelled, tense, "Are you king? Who should I give in to on this?" Yan Yan refused to back down and retorted sharply, "Su Shen has just gone through a great battle. How could he handle both of us?" Duan Nia interrupted, "That's why you should go first." Yan Yan shouted back, "No, you go first." Su Shen felt slighted and interjected, "Hey, are you two doubting my strength? What was that battle we just fought?" Yan Yan quickly explained, "Oh, we didn't mean that." Su Shen stepped forward, his voice firm. "If that's the case, I'll help both of you detox from your jealousy." He began to act. The two sisters clung to each other, wincing. "Su Shen, what are you doing? Thank goodness for you, we were almost killed by Duji's poison." Su Shen suddenly remembered and asked, "Hey, where's Duji?" But the car shook violently, making it seem like an earthquake from the outside. In the forest, a stick prodded Duji's cheek. Two refugees, curious, asked, "Is she dead yet?" Duji, barely conscious, hung limply from a tree branch, suddenly opened her eyes in confusion. Everything fell upside down, and she was startled, screaming. "Who are you two?" The two refugees jumped in shock, amazed. "She's still alive." Duji fell with a thud, her head slamming into the ground in pain. She shouted, "Don't come any closer. What do you want?" "Don't blame me." The couple quickly explained, "We mean no harm." Seeing her hanging from the tree, Duji suddenly remembered and muttered, "Hanging on the tree. That's right. In the battle with the Centipede City Lord, it flew into the sky. I can't let it escape." She recalled how Yan Yan's sudden transformation into a giant startled her into falling. "Wait, hold on. I fell from such a height. Luckily, the tree broke my fall, or my bones would have shattered." The man spoke, "If you're fine, then we'll be on our way. It's cold. You should find something to wear." Duji looked at the falling snow and mumbled, "Why is it snowing? I must find the master, otherwise I'll freeze to death." She wandered aimlessly through the forest, unable to tell which way to go. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. She saw the same couple running back and asked in surprise, "Huh? Why did you come back? Got lost?" They rushed past without answering, leaving her puzzled. "Hey, what's the hurry? Running like you're being chased by ghosts." All at once, two female specters lunged at her, eyes glaring wide, talismans plastered across their faces. One of them swung a fist straight at the back of Duje's neck. A sharp, tearing sound rang out. The couple ran for their lives, the husband muttering, "We've doomed her." The wife, anxious, replied, "Are you stupid? If we don't wake her up, we're dead for sure." Suddenly, a rope flew past and wrapped around a tree branch. Duji, propelled by the shockwave, sped through the air, overtaking the two, her face filled with fear. They froze, shivering, and stammered, "That's the girl from earlier. She's still alive." Looking back, the two female demons were closing in on them, and they panicked even more. "Help!" Duji grimaced, pressing a hand to the bleeding wound on her stomach, and shouted, "Hey, don't follow me." She muttered to herself, "Damn it, those two demons aren't easy to deal with. I need to come up with something." In the distance, she spotted a familiar vehicle. The master's car. Perfect. She dashed toward it, yanked open the door, and urgently called out, "As long as the master acts, I'll be saved." At that moment, everything grew more intense than ever. Duji climbed into the car, her face flushed, letting out a gasp. The scene inside was brutal. Su Shen was aggressively detoxifying the two sisters, Duan Nia and Yan Yan. Outside, the couple, still panicking, ran toward them, shouting, "There's a vehicle ahead! Get in!" Duji noticed and muttered to herself. She couldn't let them disturb the master. She shouted loudly, "Wait a moment! No one is allowed in! Quickly move aside!" Seeing that they were still trying to rush forward, she flicked her whip, her voice cold. "I told you not to. Take another step, and you're dead." She thought to herself that if she risked everything with all of her strength, she might be able to delay them. The two refugees, pale with fear, stammered, "This is bad. We're definitely going to die." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and Duji was startled. An earthquake. But her expression turned horrified when she saw a mysterious woman riding a giant mammoth charging toward them. She murmured, "No, that's a mammoth corpse." A mammoth leg swung powerfully, knocking everyone, including Duji, away. She realized the situation was dire and muttered, "I can't fight this." The disparity in strength was too great. There was no way to win. She grabbed the car door handle, threw herself in, and shouted, "Master, there's a mammoth, a huge one." Su Shen, who was detoxifying, was startled. Duan Nia and Yan Yan were confused. "Huh? A mammoth?" Su Shen interrupted, exuded an overwhelming aura, and coldly said, "What did you say?" Duji, panicking and unaware, blurted out, "There's a mammoth outside." The mammoth revved its engine, roaring loudly to show its power, its wide stance shaking the entire area. The vehicle rocked violently. Su Shen stretched her face muscles, murmuring, "It really is a mammoth." Yan Yan stepped down, her voice firm. "You two continue, I'll handle this." Duan Na was surprised. "Hey, weren't you the one fighting fiercely just now?" Yan Yan smiled gently, her gaze soft. "Don't worry, I was just a bit heated earlier. This time, I'll give you the opportunity." Duan Nia, still in shock, turned to Su Shen. "I'm really worried about her going out alone." Outside the car, Yan Yan faced the mammoth, marveling. "This elephant is huge." "Duji, where did you get this from?" Duji answered, "Ask them." The young man stammered, "I don't know anything." Duji cracked the whip, tightening it around his neck, threatening. "What do you know?" Terrified, he replied, "Wait, I'll tell you." He spoke in a trembling voice. "We are refugees, hiding in the zoo. Recently, a strange group of people infiltrated, not looking for food but collecting animal bones. They resurrected the dead beasts. It was a horrifying sight. We hid, but they still targeted us." The mammoth charged forward, intending to stomp Yan Yan into pulp. She murmured calmly, "Reviving bones from the zoo? Could this be an apocalypse mutation?" "No worries." She transformed into a giant, leaving the mammoth frozen in place. Looking up, the mysterious woman and the two civilians were wide-eyed in horror. Yan Yan reached out and grabbed them all, speaking softly, "Let's catch it and study it. Come here, little elephant." She seized the mammoth's trunk, spinning it around like a toy, humming as she twirled. "Big elephant? Big elephant? Why is this elephant so long?" The scene looked as though Yan Yan was playing with a plastic toy. The two civilians turned pale, muttering, "Is this really research?" Su Shen and Duan Nia stepped forward. He spoke in a deep voice. "No need to research. It's a mutated beast soldier. The final army of the female corpse king." The young man recognized him with surprise. "Oh, you're Su Shen," he shouted excitedly. "Su Shen, it's really you. I can't believe you survived that. Your kid looks pretty impressive." Su Shen furrowed his brow, not quite remembering. "But who are you?" Shang Ming laughed heartily. "Hey, you don't remember. It's Shang Ming. We were in the same university class." Duan Nia shot a cold glance, signaling that he didn't recognize him either. Su Shen mumbled, "It seems like there's actually a classmate here." Shang Ming forced a smile. "Yeah, it's true. If they weren't a classmate, how would I recognize you?" He thought to himself, lucky Su Shen remembered. Back in school, he didn't attend classes much, or else he might have been in trouble trying to make connections. He glanced at Yan Yan and asked proactively, "By the way, aren't you going to introduce this beautiful lady? And also how to address the giant girl?" He glanced at Yan Yan, who was playing with the mammoth, thinking she must be the leader of the group. If she accepted him, it would be a big deal. Suddenly, Yan Yan spun the mammoth too hard, and its trunk snapped in half. She stared blankly. Huh, I was being gentle. How did it break? The elephant's body flew toward the group. They screamed in fear. The mammoth came charging. We're doomed. Duanea swung her hand, and her ability exploded, shattering the mammoth into pieces. Her movement was effortless, yet her power was terrifying, leaving Shangming and his friend stunned. She stopped it. Duanea called out in a serious tone. Yan Yan, be more careful when you're playing. Her poise and strength made Shangming envious. Su Shen had two powerful beauties protecting him. What kind of luck did he have? He had a little charm, but that was it. He quietly thought to himself, if he could replace Su Shen, everything would be different. Yan Yan shrank back, panting. Su Shen, I'm so hungry, prepare some food. Su Shen smiled easily. Okay, let me make some delicious dishes. Shang Ming smirked, thinking to himself, so Su Shen is just a cook, replacing him will be easy. His friend asked, what are you going to do? Shang Ming took out some dried meat and approached Yan Yan. Yan Yan, my lady, this is the dried meat I've been hiding. If you're hungry, try it. Yan Yan looked at the blackened piece of meat, shuddering. What is this? It's so burnt. Shang Ming laughed loudly. Smoked meat from a chimpanzee at the zoo, secret recipe. Once you try it, you'll be hooked. Yan Yan recoiled and screamed. Ah, chimpanzee meat? Disgusting. Go away. She ran into the house. Su Shen spoke up. Shang Ming, just keep it and eat it yourself. Yan Yan nodded. That's right. I only eat food made by Su Shen. Shang Ming muttered unhappily. What does Su Shen even cook? Can't even see any meat. Inside the house, before Yan Yan was an extravagant feast. Beef hot pot, whole roasted chicken, ramen, and seafood. She happily exclaimed, now this is real food. Through the window, Shang Ming and his friend stared in disbelief. The luxurious roasted chicken hot pot. Where did Su Shen get such delicious food from? They turned to each other. If it's a classmate, share some food. Shang Ming called out. Su Shen mocked him. Classmate, that sounds nice, doesn't it? He coldly recalled the times he had been despised and betrayed by friends. To eat, you have to fulfill a condition of mutual help. Shang Ming quickly nodded. Great, thanks, old classmate. He rushed in, but Su Shen raised his hand to stop him. Wait, the condition first. Shang Ming smiled. All right, I want to join the group. I'm also someone with special abilities. Su Shen smirked. Oh, special abilities. That's good. The two eagerly dove in. If there's no problem, let us have the hot pot. But they were disappointed. Yan Yan had already cleaned off the entire table inside. I'm so hungry. Shang Ming questioned. Finished already? There's still some leftovers. Don't fight over it. They scrambled to fight for the last bits, sucking on bones. It was delicious. Duanea asked Su Shen, are you really letting them join? He answered, a person must keep their word. Yan Yan handed the gem to Su Shen. I found it in the brain of a mammoth. You should absorb it. Su Shen shook his head. Keep it and use it. After all, you were the one who found it. He thought to himself, is the probability of a gem dropping from the undead soldiers of the female corpse king really that high? I need to pay attention. Shang Ming was cleaning the dishes with the leftovers and asked Su Shen, what should my brother and I do next?